The 13 ordinary Dragon Kingdom teenagers in front of us died as heroes fighting to protect the blue star in the universe. However, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom knew about this. It wasn't until 30 years later, when humans first landed on Mars, that a familiar red flag was discovered in an unexplored area, along with the wreckage of a dilapidated warship, gigantic steel mechas, and a giant skull buried in dust. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom scientists were dumbfounded. Suddenly, Parnas, an American from the Joint Scientific Expedition team, shouted, "What the hell is this? Why is there a Dragon Kingdom flag here?" Parnas's voice woke up the daydreaming Dragon Kingdom scientist, Wu Daxiu. He wanted to rub his eyes, but unfortunately, he was wearing a spacesuit. The red flag was fluttering without wind, as if it had a lot to say, but it was just a flag and couldn't speak. "Quick, go get the national flag." Wu Daxiu's tone was excited, almost shouting out loud, but he stopped. Parnas rushed over to stop Wu Daxiu and said fiercely, "What does your Dragon Kingdom mean? Did you already discover this place and hide the flag in advance, just to claim that this place belongs to your Dragon Kingdom?" Wu Daxiu's eyes slightly reddened. He looked up at the national flag, and a voice squeezed out of his throat, ready to fight with Parnas. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, electronic sounds rang out in the main cabin of the warship, followed by the sudden appearance of a virtual screen in front of the platform. In the next moment, a voice echoed in the main cabin, "Shouldn't we wait for our compatriots?" This voice was filled with exhaustion, accompanied by a hoarseness that tore at the throat. It was not our compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom who couldn't enter here. This voice directly silenced the proud Parnas, because it was the language of the Dragon Kingdom. A silence, a deathly silence that left everyone speechless. No words could express their emotions at this moment. They felt that speaking a single word would break this delicate balance. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Wu Daxiu was the first to snap out of it. He quickly turned on the recording system and captured the drifting national flag. "Fellow countrymen, remember to bring back the national flag. This is our final wish." Besides the flag, there are also 13 bodies, one child stationed at the Earth's border, blocking the enemy's attack 25 times. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity, the chance to return to our homeland with victory. Fellow countrymen, please bring back the message. Please assure our motherland. Even if only one of us 13 remains, we will defend it with our lives. SSSHHH. The sound abruptly stops, as if a dying person, the last sentence left unfinished, passing away suddenly. In the command hall of the Chinese Mars base, Commander Yu Tianming's eyes welled up with tears. He didn't know who the speaker was, but he understood the meaning behind the words. Mars was a battlefield, and there were a total of 13 heroes from the Dragon Kingdom who had once fought here. They had chosen Mars as the battleground to protect Earth and defend the Dragon Kingdom. How did these 13 individuals accomplish this? When did such a significant event happen in the Dragon Kingdom, and yet they knew nothing about it? The hall was silent, and everyone's eyes turned red because of this sentence. Yu Tianming's breathing became rapid. Mars 13. 13. Take note. These 13 may provide us with some clues. In addition, Yu Tianming paused. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wu Daxiu, bring back the national flag. 13 sons are defending what they want to defend. Defending this flag, with their lives. If we can't bring it back, how can we face the 13 heroes of Dragon Country? Wu Daxiu received the order, accelerated, and rushed to the platform. He held the national flag in one hand, and tears finally fell uncontrollably. The flag of our heroes left on Mars. I am the first to get it. I got it. He pulled hard and shook the flag vigorously, making it flutter. We have the flag. Did you see it? At this moment, in the Dragon Country headquarters, a group of people stood in the space conference hall. An old man said firmly, "Let Wu Daxiu stay connected with the base throughout the process. We need to see the first-hand footage." Now, the United States, Russia, and other representatives are watching all of this. We must prove their existence. The old man turned to the person next to him and said, "Make arrangements. We can't delay this matter any longer. We need to immediately investigate the 13 sons of the martyrs nationwide. Even we didn't know about this, so it must be a secret plan. It's clear that the level of secrecy for this plan is extremely high." On the other side, Wu Daxiu and others began their investigation. The inside of the warship was covered in layer after layer of blood, most likely from the battles between the 13 sons and the alien race. The walls were all marked with traces of cold weapons hacking and slashing. Moreover, the material of this spacecraft is not from Blue Star. It should be that the 13 sons hijacked the enemy's warship, which eventually lost control and crash-landed on Mars. Tianming watched all of this with a heavy heart. desperately wanting to find the truth. However, a sudden Martian sandstorm forced them to retreat prematurely. The warship and mechas were also shattered by the storm, as if they had only held on until now for that one sentence. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, Wu Dishio rushed over eagerly. The previous location had formed a huge pit. The group decided to descend to the bottom of the pit for investigation. Dozens of people slowly descended. When they were searching around at the bottom of the pit, the nearby cave suddenly cracked open. A black object, almost the size of a person, rushed out. With a crack sound, the black object fell to the ground and split in half. Everyone immediately gathered around. Wu Dishio rushed to the front, and when he saw this thing, his face turned pale in an instant. This thing was a head, a grotesque and terrifying giant head. The size of the head was the same as that of a person, so this creature's body was at least 7 meters tall, even reaching 10 meters. Take it back and search for any other clues. Wu Dishio spoke. The professor, discovering deeper pits. Someone shouted loudly. At the bottom of the pit, there was an entrance sealed by giant rocks, pitch black inside, with bursts of cold air rising. With a click, a huge searchlight turned on. Wu Dishio leaned over to take a look. His face turned pale in an instant. He saw piles and piles of blood fortresses, sprouting up one after another in this area like mushrooms after rain. Many places were covered in black and red blood, and the ground was full of tiny blood clots, condensed into hard blocks. Blood fortresses. Wu Dishio's heart pounded. This is the main battlefield here. Number 007. Dragon Kingdom Battles Unknown Invasion. 7th Report. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, and the dignified Dragon Kingdom language was filled with a resolute and unyielding spirit. Professor, someone is pointing ahead. It was the sound emitted by a spider-shaped receiver. Wu Dishio stumbled and made a hoarse voice. Go get it. Bring it back. After obtaining it, everyone discovered that the technology of this receiver obviously did not belong to Earth. It should have been plundered from another civilization. This thing needs to be brought back to the base for a second activation. The Dragon Kingdom team of 100 people inspected the cave, but apart from the blood fortress and some scattered debris, there was nothing else useful. This is the only remaining token. After confirming multiple times that there was nothing of value, Wu Dishio led the team back to the base. The minecart travels on the Martian surface, kicking up dust. The pale blue sun looks so beautiful, but beneath this beauty lies a cruel battlefield. Back at the Dragon Kingdom Mars base, commanders from various countries sit together. This time, delegations from several major nations and regions have all arrived on the scene. Has the decryption been completed? The old man asks, facing the screen. Sir, we are 3 minutes away. As time ticks away, everyone's hearts are in their throats. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. The voice of the engineer struck deep in their hearts. The decryption was successful. The screen suddenly darkened, but quickly became clear. Cough, cough, cough. Is it ending? I haven't finished writing my farewell letter yet. A voice as strong as steel suddenly sounded. Why write a farewell letter? How old are you that you need to write a farewell letter? Another voice sounded. This voice was crisp, young, and full of energy. I want to eat hometown date cake. That steel-like voice suddenly softened, saying that when we triumphantly return to Earth, you can eat as much as you want. He, is that so? How long do we have to wait until we triumph? The captain said it's almost time. You remain silent, taking the captain's words seriously. Many people in the base looked at the screen, with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded, and then, quick, Captain is on Venus. The voice interrupted. The next moment, a cold voice rang out. On November 13th, the 8th year of the Heavenly Way plan, there were 13 children remaining out of the original 13. Obviously, this was said by a robot, used to record time and casualties. But with only 13 people, what casualties could there be? Scientist Wu Dishio clenched his fist lightly, while Commander Yu Tianming also had a deep sense of doubt in his eyes. The Tiandao plan is obviously about to enter its 9th year, and it's surprising that the 13 people involved in this plan have been working on it for such a long time. Soon, news came from Earth that there was no record of this plan in any of the confidential files. It seems that the secrecy of the plan far exceeds their imagination. Although the audio was cut off, the chip decryption program is still ongoing. This 7th individual is not the captain, so there shouldn't be much information stored in the chip. The information provided is not substantial, only revealing the name of the plan and how long it has been executed. And there's Zhao Gao, a specialty of the Shan province, indicating that the 7th individual should come from the mountains. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom Space Program Hall, a dignified old man immediately said, flipping through all the files, searching for the Heavenly Way plan, and at the same time arranging for people to go to the mountain province to notify the various departments to investigate the clues of the hero's seventh son, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. Immediately, right away, the secretary immediately went to make arrangements. Understood, sir. The old man let out a sigh of relief, muttering, seventh son, who are you really? Mars Dragon Kingdom Base. The screen suddenly lights up, the background is unknown, revealing a majestic desolation. Brownish yellow mountains rise and fall, and a figure sits in the frame, although facing the camera. His face is unclear, only the outline of his body can be vaguely seen. He's here, Yu Tianming exclaimed in surprise, and everyone immediately focused on the big screen. It has been a year and a half. The sound in the picture is somewhat hoarse, but that strong sense of steel-like depth hasn't changed at all. Yu Tianming glanced at his assistant beside him, and the assistant immediately began to record the silhouette in the picture, tall and slender, with a strong physique. He leaned against a rock, looking at the sky outside. After a while, he picked up something that looked like a wine jug and took a big sip. It was the last sip, and he could no longer taste the wine from his hometown. Yu Tianming anxiously clenched his fist. Can't you at least tell me where your hometown is? Cough cough cough. The seventh child started coughing violently. Captain, you told me not to drink, but I don't drink. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. The seventh child smiled self-deprecatingly. I really feel too tired. I can imagine that the earth is behind us, and our motherland is behind us. I feel that my tears will turn into towering waves, carrying me forward without hesitation. After taking the last sip, he swayed and looked at the wine bottle in his hand. After a pause, he threw the bottle away. Goodbye, old buddy. The bottle flew halfway and was suppressed by gravity and fell down. Wu Dishio stared at the screen with wide eyes, not knowing what to write on the paper, and his speed was very fast. On March 17th of the second year of the Tian Dao plan, the seventh child leaned against a rock and spoke word by word into the camera. I have separated from the captain. I feel that the captain is biased against me. He said I am too young, so he won't let me go and asked me to stay here. Today is the 5th day, and I have run out of everything I need. I don't even have a drop of alcohol left. I can only snatch things from others as the captain instructed. He twisted his neck and stretched his shoulders. However, isn't the ninth child 3 years younger than me? Why did the captain let him go? It's just bias against me. After the seventh son finished speaking, he suddenly looked outside, and a powerful fleet appeared in the camera. There were many gasps in the hall, as this fleet could easily destroy several cities on the Blue Star. One warship, accompanied by 3 mechas, and a group of at least 50 alien species. Wu Dishio muttered to himself. Indeed, just as I had imagined. Their wings are the key to their survival. They need wings to accelerate their travel speed. On March 17th of the second year, the seventh child discovered a small group of Dark Star aliens at Camp 3 on Mars. With the hopes of their homeland and the safety of Earth in mind, the seventh child decided to launch a surprise attack on this small team. Slowly standing up, the captain said, if we handle this well, we might be able to go home within 5 years. Now, I no longer hope to return home. I only want to infiltrate the Dark Star's lair and show them the might of my homeland, China. As soon as the words fell, the seventh child's figure seemed to become incredibly tall, and in an instant, a silhouette covered in mechanized armor rushed out of the camp. It was a beam of light, a dazzling light, the light of China, radiating an earth-shattering momentum. The scene suddenly cut off, and Wu Deshio trembled. He knew that this was the 7th time he was ambushing that small Dark Star team. How could one person dare to face an entire team with battleships, mechanized armor, and 50 Dark Star aliens? The hall was filled with everyone's boiling blood, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. A few minutes later, the screen lit up again, and a figure was lying on the ground coughing a few times. The ambush was successful. The captain will surely be proud of me. Let's see if he still says I'm too young and not suitable for participating in major battles. The front warship of the seventh son crashed, the mecha shattered, and a pile of bodies lay scattered on the ground. Capture this and send it to the captain. Leaving him speechless, the seventh son smirked, having captured these images and sent them to the captain of the Heavenly Way project. Lao Chi, what are you doing? Captain, the seventh child spoke confidently. I ambushed a small team alone, and this is the result. It was the captain's voice. Yu Tianming bent down and accurately recorded this sound. Since he is the captain of this epic interstellar project, he should be quite famous himself, not just a bunch of kids. 7th, evacuate Camp 3. Evacuate immediately. The captain's voice sounded a bit angry. Wu Deshio wondered, why does the captain's voice sound younger and more energetic than the voice of the seventh child? Others in the hall were also puzzled by this voice. How could someone like this sound so young? The seventh child in the screen turned his back to the camera and asked in confusion, Captain, why are we retreating? What do you think you're doing? Are you proud of yourself? Acting without my permission? Without coordinating with our plan? Do you think you're impressive just because you successfully ambushed a Dark Star squad? The captain's voice sounded cold and ruthless, and the seventh child's figure seemed to hesitate for a moment. Captain, I'm withdrawing. I don't want to be the one to collect your corpse. The seventh child is still a little dissatisfied. Captain, even though I attracted a stronger team from the Dark Star by ambushing the squad, you should still praise me. I accomplished this on my own. There was a moment of silence in the scene, and the captain's voice said, You want praise? You want me to praise you in front of your dead body? Do you want the most beautiful planet behind you to become a slave planet of the Dark Star because of your impulsive desire for commendation? Do you want our families, compatriots, and all of humanity to become slaves? The seventh son's silhouette trembled slightly. After a while, he looked up and saw a fleet of 5 warships charging down in formation on the screen. Captain, I will definitely make you proud. The seventh son immediately stepped back, not even caring about the loot as he turned off the screen, plunging it into darkness. Flowers blooming with blood, vibrant like the hometown's date cake, and like the loved ones I miss the most. The information about the seventh child has temporarily stopped, as there have been some minor difficulties in cracking the chip. However, from this message, everyone has roughly guessed the location of the hero's seventh child and they have immediately decided to go investigate. At this time, a special investigation team from Earth went to the mountain province. Zaogao originated from the 5 villages, which is likely the hometown of the seventh son. The leader of this investigation team is a middle-aged man in his 30s. Will the hero's hometown be in the 5 villages? Li Guomin doesn't know, but the hero must be found. This is the promise made by the Dragon Kingdom to the 13 sons. The mountain province has made all the preparations, and as soon as Li Guomin arrived in the 5 villages, he obtained a list of missing persons in the past 30 years. The first point of investigation for Li Guomin is the missing persons. At this time, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Martian Dragon Kingdom. Wu Deshio and others finally discovered the entrance to the base where the seventh son is located through a probe. It is a place similar to a cave on Earth. Here, they found a stone tablet with clear Dragon Kingdom characters written on it, Heaven's Wayplan. On January 11th of the first year, heavy snow blocked the mountain. I left my hometown with that group of arrogant people and arrived at a place I had never dared to imagine before. Mars. I don't like them, but I find it very interesting to be with them. There is a person who looks even younger than me. But he is our captain. The captain said that we are the 13 sons protecting the country, but I still don't know the purpose of our coming here, and the captain didn't specify what we are supposed to do here. Alright, stop reading. Wu Deshio paced back and forth excitedly. Take it back. Take it back. This slate comes from Earth, and it should be a relic left behind by the 7th son. Perhaps the 13th son couldn't have imagined that today's Earthlings have already established a colony on Mars. They used to think that Earthlings were weak, like infants in swaddling clothes, but when you arrived on the battlefield on Mars, you were still children. Wu Deshio choked back tears as he leaned against the wall. Returning to the Mars base, Wu Deshio quickly walked to the command hall with the slate in hand. This is a product of Earth. Granite. Wu Deshio placed the slab on the table, and Yu Tianming and the others all gathered around. Some people looked at it for a while, then tested the density of the granite and said, not bad, it's granite. Mars doesn't have it. Currently known to be none. Be a little more rigorous. Yu Tianming said, there are many origins of granite, and the main origins are 7 provinces. He shook his head, it is not good to find. Not bad, it's a bit of a needle in a haystack to find it with this, and it doesn't have a specific address or name written on it. Can they really do it without a drop of water? Even on Mars, without leaving a single trace? Wu Deshio glanced at the speaking geologist and sighed lightly. This secrecy had instead become the only problem now. Yu Tianming took a deep breath, looked at the eagerly awaiting crowd, and said in a deep voice, the country and the people don't know if they're still alive or not, but we have to find a way to find them no matter what. If Mars doesn't have them, then the plan to find the Protectorate hero's 13 sons will continue until we can land on Venus, Jupiter, and even Saturn. He paused and added, finding them is not just about letting them return to their roots, but from them, we must also find the secret to landing on Mars. Find the secrets of the alien race. Yu Tianming said, from now on, suspend all Mars things, the other 4 country bases will cooperate with us and search for the heroes on a large scale on Mars. Wu Deshio said, teacher, is there any news from the motherland? No. Although wuxiang is the specialty of date cakes, nationally investigated half of the list and did not find any clues related to the seventh son. There's more. Yu Tianming reached out and touched the stone slate. Li Nationwide said that he would like to suggest that the Heaven's Path Protectorate program be made public, so that the public would know about it, and it would be much easier to investigate. Wu Dishou looked at the stone slab, silent for a while, shook his head. It's better not to make it public. The consequences arising from making it public are a bit unpredictable at the moment. The Mars base has only just been built. After we find out where the heroic 13 sons are going to be, then we can consider this matter again. Also just a suggestion. Yu Tianming waved his hand and looked at the words on the stone slab. The following year, on February 2nd, the dragon raised its head. I want to go home for a visit, but I know I can't. It's been more than half a month since the captain asked me to station myself at Camp 3, and they haven't returned yet. I'm not worried about them dying. They're all stronger than me, and if they're going to die, I'll die first. But after I die, will I be able to return to my country, to my hometown? It's cold outside. Good thing there's enough equipment in the camp. I have 2 bottles of bloodline potion, that should be enough. Lao Jiu said that if he died, he asked me to help him send things back. It's crazy. How am I going to send it on Mars? It's very unhappy. I'm afraid of being alone, but sometimes I think the nights on Mars are just as nice as back home. The blue sun doesn't come out very often. I can take pictures, but I can't store them. I sometimes just lie under the blue sun and don't dare to sleep. Sunbathing can accelerate the reproduction of our cells, and the effect of the bloodline potion will be more obvious. The captain sent me a message. There was another big victory over there, but old Ten was injured. The captain said it's not a big problem. I always feel that the captain is overly optimistic. Maybe it's not optimism either. He's just trying to placate me. He really treats me like a child. I don't understand. I understand very well. We're out of fuel. Not enough kinetic energy. Darksterians are good at what they do. They just consume an extraordinary amount of it. It seems to be snowing outside. I'm afraid that I'm crazy for wanting snow. The captain said that if anyone wants to go back, when they die, they will carry out the return flight plan of the human sun. I'm afraid there's no chance for the return voyage. I just ambushed a Dark Star squad. The captain scolded me and told me to withdraw. I don't have time. This tablet will more than likely stay on Mars for eternity. What the hell? Camp 3, see you later. I'll be back. The last 5 words were twisted and very scribbled. Yu Tianming gently stroked the slate, as if he had touched the hands that carved the words on the slate back then. He gently shook it. Seventh son, I don't know your name, and I don't know where you're from, but I know you're a hero, and I'm holding your hand. Yu Tianming's vicissitudes of the eyes revealed a glimmer of clear tears, and he squeezed them back. Earth. Xia Kingdom. Space Hall. Everyone was silent as they looked at the words on the stone slab. The old man said, the Heaven's Path program has been executed for at least 15 years, if not more. Sir, Nationally sent back a message that Wuxiang has not found any clues of the seventh son, and it has nothing to do with missing persons. The old man clenched his fists hard as he listened to the secretary's words. Gentlemen, shall we go public? He asked everyone present. The Tendo Protectorate program, shall it be made public? The scene was silent. Sir. A voice came from Yu Tianming's side. The seventh son's archive chip has been successfully repaired and can continue to be cracked. Hurry. The old man's expression shook. Mars, Xia Base. Half an hour later, Captor and Bagachev and the others had arrived, each sitting intently in the conference hall, looking at the large virtual screen. The screen shook. Seventh son was on the floor, not moving. Ahem, another major blood change. Seventh son's voice gritted his teeth a little. The captain said that the people of the motherland will not forget us. Is it true what the captain said? He muttered to himself, his tone sounding extremely tired. The Heaven's Path Protectorate program, no. Cough cough cough. The seventh son coughed violently. I've run out of ammunition, all my energy has been exhausted, and all my bloodline potions have been used up. The captain said that I had grown into a big man, able to save the day and stand alone. Liar. Seventh son was spitting something out and poo-pooed it a few times. He said that when the people were pretty much dead, he would carry out the Sons of Man return program. But our roots are no longer on Earth, not in my homeland. We are rootless. The captain lied to me for 15 years. 15 years. The Tendo program was in its 15th year. If I die, whoever it is, please take my place, and take a look at my homeland, my mom and dad. If the motherland is prosperous and the people live in peace and happiness, then it is a good death. The first seven. Today is also my birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a fast birthday. Boom. A blast of thunder shook off the seventh son's words. Old seventh. A sharp voice came running from a distance. Everyone in the hall's body shook. Could it be that this was the day the seventh son died? The hearts of all those watching this scene seemed to be seized. How young the seventh son was, vibrant, listening to the words he said before. It felt like a teenager full of optimism. Guarding the Earth and the motherland in solitude on Mars, even after 20 years had passed, he was still the same teenager, right? But he went to the abyss for his motherland and people. Enduring loneliness and suffering, his only wish is that he wants to go home to see his parents and eat a bite of date cake. How simple this wish is. But for the seventh son, it was so far away. His youth was on Mars, lonelier than some of the loveliest people who guarded the frontier alone. Old seventh. The figure hugged the seventh son, and just then, the figure rushing over seemed to be about to be caught on camera. Don't move, I'm recording it. Seventh son pressed down on the incoming figure's face. If we're seen later, we'll be the culprits of the ages. Yu Tianming clenched his fists. What ancient sins! You are the most adorable and immortal people of the Xia kingdom. Fools! Seventh son, you are a fool. Old seventh. He hugged the seventh son and sat on the ground. Old ninth, do you know how much I envy you? The person who came was the ninth son. What do you envy me for? The seventh son laughed. The captain said that you're calm, know your stuff, are more composed than me, and can control the big picture. It also said that you are meticulous in your thinking and your ability to improvise is much better than me. In the captain's eyes, I am just a reckless person, right? No. The ninth son's voice sounded much more svelte, but there was also a wave of determination in it. Only this time, the determination became sad. Don't lie to me. The seventh son let out a hearty laugh. The captain is just prejudiced against me. The ninth son bowed his head. Nonsense, the captain treats each of us the same. Although you are the seventh oldest, you are the youngest. Do you know how worried the captain is about you? He was fighting the 3 squares of dark star people in Venus and instructed me to keep an eye on you and not let anything happen to you. He worries about you the most and is most attached to you. Is that so? Seventh son's voice trembled a little. The ninth son hugged the seventh son and lowered his head. Yes, how could it not be? The captain is just a knife to the heart. The seventh son giggled. Lao Jiao, I. Cough cough. You stop talking. The ninth son's voice was a bit low, carrying a strong sadness. I will suffocate if I don't talk. You. Say it then. The seventh son lay in the ninth son's arms and pointed to the distant sky. Lao Jiao, our home is on that blue planet, but I can't go back now. If I die, you must bring my body back. I don't want to die here. Silence. The ninth son did not reply. In the hall, everyone's face was heavy and solemn. Su Xiaoman kept wiping her tears, her eyes were like fountains, unable to stop a single crystal tear. The seventh son, dying. This was the thought in the hearts of everyone who watched this scene. Even though they were reluctant to see this scene with their own eyes, judging from the ninth son's reaction, the seventh son might not be able to last this time. Wu Dishio sat in his chair, not knowing what to feel in his heart. The 13th son had conquered beyond the heavens to carry out the Heavens Path Protectorate plan, and one death for the 13 was one less. In the end, like the captain said, 13 corpses were left in the cold and unforgiving space, and they couldn't even find the bones of their heroes to bring them back in the first place. Going home. Never thought it was so far away. You're not going to die. The ninth son comforted the seventh son in a particularly tender tone. The seventh son murmured, really, you're lying to me again. No, I'm not lying to you, I'll take you to Venus, there the captain has a way to get there. Captain? Forget it, the captain can't even take care of himself. Do you think I don't know, Captain? Captain, he's enduring something much heavier than us. I don't want anything else to happen to him because he's trying to save me. I'm already a sinner of the ages, dying so quickly, dragging my feet for you guys. No, you haven't, old seven, have you forgotten your war record? The ninth son finally choked up. The moment he choked, the people in the hall finally began to erupt, intermittent sobs rose and fell. Yu Tianming's eyes glittered with tears as he stared at the large screen, his eyes covered in blood. On Earth, Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao and the others were also watching this scene through an encrypted remote connection. The hero's hometown must be found. Li Guoming gritted his teeth. Although the heroes had passed away, their spirits were still alive, and they could not be chilled. Although, probably, the heroes wouldn't even think about this. But the future generation cannot apologize to the heroes. One could not apologize to the heroes of the Protectorate. The ninth son's voice echoed in the screen. On September 18th of the first year, you and Old 8 and Old 10 were in charge of destroying the first teleportation port that Dark Star had set up in Mars, destroying it perfectly and also slaughtering 3 of Dark Star's allied teams. On March 17th of the second year, you alone managed to ambush a Dark Star squad, destroying 1 battleship, destroying 3 mechs, and also slaughtering 53 Dark Star dogs. On July 7th of the second year, you went deep into the Tiger's Den by yourself, broke into a Dark Star people's battleship, blew up their teleportation bridge, and also sabotaged a saturation coverage strike they were preparing to launch against Jupiter. Year 3. The ninth son said as he spoke, and the seventh son smiled from time to time as he listened. 15th year, 7th of May. The ninth son's voice started to become a bit of a howler. The seventh son was at Camp 1, Mars, rebuilt for the 15th time at Camp 1, when he encountered the 5 squares of Dark Star. 5 square formations. Wu Dishu unconsciously stood up. A square formation was 3 battleships plus 9 to 15 mechs, and the dark stars had reached at least 500 in size. The seventh sun detonated the deep space universe and was surrounded by dark stars. He ran out of ammunition and energy. Damn it. We didn't have time to support. It's us who are useless. It's us who are losers. The ninth sun cried his heart out. This is the 19th time I've seen you cry, old ninth. You're such a crybaby. The seventh sun reached out to wipe the ninth sun's face, but his hand ended up hanging down halfway. Old seven. The ninth sun's voice was sharp and tearing, as if his heart was pulled to pieces by this sound. Old ninth, remember, take me home. I don't want to be in this cold place. Long sleep. Old seventh. Ah. The ninth sun hugged the seventh sun with force, his face pressed against the seventh sun's face, rubbing it constantly. You wake up, wake up, don't sleep, never sleep, don't you sleep, don't sleep, The empty Martian wilderness was left with only the sound of the ninth sun bawling. In the distance, the battle fires stretched on, piles of battleships and mechs and the wreckage of the Dark Star people piled up into mountains. Su Xiaoman couldn't stop crying. Su De handed her tissues many times, but Su De, a Hanyu, was also crying. Yu Tianming's tears fell one by one. He did not make a sound. If there was no one here, he definitely could not hold it in. Child. Yu Tianming's heart was dripping blood. Captor and Bagachev and the others also lowered their heads. None of them wanted the others to see them shedding tears for the Xia people. On screen, the ninth sun was holding the body of the seventh sun, his back looking up as he stared straight into the distance. The lonely earth was filled with only these two lone figures. Ahem, I'm not completely asleep yet. You really are a woman, crying so woefully. The ninth sun was delighted, and his voice suddenly became very gentle. Yes, I'm a woman, but what's wrong with women? No wonder you like sticking to the captain so much. The seventh sun let out a quick laugh. Su Xiaoman couldn't help but snort. He cheats our tears. Hero, don't go to sleep. Captain. The ninth sun's voice changed. Old ninth, where's old seven? The captain's voice was still the same, absolutely calm and decisive. Old seven. The ninth sun looked down, and the outline of the seventh sun shook his head. Old seven is with me. Is it all right? Fine, just a little hurt. You will evacuate immediately now. Camp 1 is given to them. We don't want it. The captain's voice carried no doubt. You all leave immediately now. Mars is temporarily put on hold. The 121 plan has been executed halfway. First let them think that they have occupied Mars. After the captain's voice fell, he added another sentence. Keep an eye on old seventh. This kid, he's just unconscious. The seventh sun was about to speak when the distant sky suddenly cracked open with a ripple. Old ninth, the dark star's teleportation array is here. Seventh sun pushed ninth sun away and sat up. The captain said, let's give up Mars? It's to give up for the time being. They have no way to invade Earth even if they're on Mars, now that Plan 121 has stalled Dark Star. The ninth sun stood up, slim and wearing a pleasing pair of silver battle armor. Let's go. She reached out to pull the seventh sun. Boom. A laser cannon shot came in. Discovered. The ninth sun's tone suddenly became extremely cold. Old seven, use your mech transformation to follow me. Quick. We must leave immediately or we won't be able to get away. Old seven? The ninth sun turned around, but he saw the seventh sun's figure rushing forward. Old ninth, go tell the captain that I have never disgraced the Heaven's Path Protectorate Squad. The seventh sun let out a steel-like roar as he rushed towards the teleportation array. I'm the seventh son of the Summer Kingdom. I'm the pride of the people. Even if I die, I'll still protect my country, my hometown, and my comrades. The mecha on the seventh sun's body opened its feathers and exploded with a scorching luster. Old seventh. The ninth sun's body swayed and almost fell to the ground. Old ninth, I wasn't going to live long. Do you really think the captain can save me? What's the point of saving a dying man like me? The medical kit would have been too precious for so little. You go, don't watch. Want to see how magnificent my death will be. The seventh sun rushed into the teleportation array, and in the next second, an earth-shattering roar tore through the teleportation array. The ninth sun choked. Old seven, how can I explain to the captain if you are like this? How else can I explain? When we came to Mars this moment, weren't we destined to be sacrificed at any time? When old 10 died, the captain even deliberately hid it from me. Seventh sun's voice turned into a rolling torrent and merged into this earth-shattering explosion. Whoosh! A figure flung out from the torn teleportation array. He dropped next to the camp, hugged the recorder, and roared, "You're not leaving, are you? If you don't leave, I'll fucking curse you for the rest of your life." The image could not be seen, and only the ninth sun's resolute voice could be heard. Seventh son of Xia, goodbye. Come on, Dark Star thief cubs, come on. The seventh son's voice was somewhat maniacal, and as some flying machines and footsteps approached, the screen darkened abruptly, and with a few more rumbles, the seventh son seemed to have crashed somewhere. Crap, where's my recorder? The voice stopped abruptly. Zip zip zip. The Heavenly Tao Protectorate program, the 7th day of the 5th month of the 15th year, was the master's 32nd birthday. I have separated from my master and fallen into a long eternal sleep. If anyone finds the master, please open the human son return program and bring the master home. In the hall, everyone sank into a deep breath, not daring to breathe, not daring to speak. The thing that the 7th son wanted most was to go home. It was probably not just the 7th son who wanted it, the 13th son should all want it. The cold electronic voice sounded merciless, but the viewer meant it, and that sentence about going home stung everyone's heart. This was what 7th son had recorded. It didn't seem like much, but he was stationed on Mars by himself, and to be able to record so much was already precious. From what he recorded, most of the time he was stationed alone on Mars. In the end, dying on Mars. Yu Tianming slowly inhaled and looked up again. The information inside, is there any more? Professor, no more, there is very little information. The expert who deciphered the chip shook his head, but it's still a lot. This way of recording they did is very troublesome, and it's easy for alien races to notice. There are many layers of encryption codes in here. It was considered rare for the 7th son to be able to record so much. Wu Dishio said, Xiaomin. Teacher. Su Xiaomin was still crying a little. Can you find the approximate location based on the last scene just now? Wu Dishio looked at Su Xiaomin with great trust. Su Xiaomin wiped her eyes. Teacher, I'll try. No, I'll use every means I can to find. Not right, teacher. The chip was found by us in the Dragon 1 impact crater. That 7th son shouldn't be far away. Definitely not more than 100 kilometers. Wu Deshio said, right. Look at me, I'm all a bit confused. The 7th son, dead in the Dragon 1 type impact crater? Everyone at the scene made eye contact with each other. First, arrange for people to go over there to look for clues, and since the recorder was found in the Dragon 1 type impact crater, then continue exploring 100 kilometers in a radius. Yu Tianming snapped, also, look for usable signal sources in a wide area of Mars to see if there are any other heroes that remain on Mars. Wu Deshio said, teacher, the battleship left behind our Xia's national flag, and that voice recorded came from the captain. Yu Tianming looked at the information in the screen under his eyes. Could it be that the battlefield of the Dragon 1 impact crater was fought by 7th son alone? Then the captain's voice? Wu Deshio looked at Yu Tianming suspiciously. Yu Tianming pondered for a while and said, everything must continue to be excavated. Now make a plan. Whether the dark star is destroyed or exists, we don't know. It's dangerous. Minnie, prepare yourselves. Go to the Dragon 1 impact crater later. Su Xiaomin and Su Di and the others immediately saluted. Yes, teacher. Yu Tianming glanced back and laughed. The students you brought with you really aren't bad. Xiaogua, Wuxiang. Li Guoming pulled open the car door and rushed down against the sun. All get out of the car and check. We have to finish checking all the households on Wuxiang's list today. The next step is other places, so don't you guys tell me about the heat. If you say it's hot again, don't even think about getting better if you don't write a 5,000-word review. Su Xiaoxiao followed and got out of the car. She reached out to cover her forehead and glanced at the sky. The sky was blue with white clouds. If it wasn't for you guys carrying the weight for us on Mars, on Venus, and on the outskirts of Earth, how could we be so comfortable here, enjoying life? Afraid of the heat? I'm afraid of your mother. Su Xiaoxiao took a big step forward. The Xia authorities and the global connection. There was a discussion about whether or not the Protectorate's 13 sons should be made public. Some were in favor of it, some were against it, and for a while, they couldn't decide whether it should be disclosed directly to the globe, or whether it should be done one step at a time. The Me Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom thought that if they wanted to make it public, they should at least find one of the 13 sons first. Otherwise, what would be publicized? They didn't know anything about the Dark Star, and they only knew a little about the 13 sons. Isn't this making a joke for billions of people around the globe? Mars base. Yu Tianming kept the record chip of the 7th son. When the time comes to bring it back to Earth, this thing must not make any mistakes. We have already finished collecting the things inside. It will stay in our Xia's History Museum. The assistant took the box and felt heavy. He bowed and retreated. Yu Tianming looked at the screen. Su Xiaomin and Su De and the others had already arrived at the Dragon 1 impact crater in their flying cars. According to the last scene of the recorder, the battlefield of the Dragon 1 impact crater should have been completed by 7th son alone. However, the captain's voice appeared in the battleship. There might be something else going on, and now they had to use the impact crater as the center and advance 100 kilometers in all directions to search for the 7th son's whereabouts. If Dark Star hadn't taken his body away, Su Xiaomin even thought, if Dark Star had taken him away, in order to obtain information about Earth, wouldn't it kill him, then he would have survived. As soon as this thought came out, Su Xiaomin laughed to herself again. How could a man as steel like his 7th son be captured alive? Su Xiaomin drew a 100-kilometer circular map according to the terrain, and they had to investigate whether the 7th son was long resting in this zone through various means within this 100-kilometer area. This time, a total of 100 teams were deployed, consisting of 5 bases together. Su Xiaoman and Su De, as well as Chen Su and the others, came to the previous cave. This was the place where the recorder was found, and although it was lost by the seventh son, based on the last scene, it shouldn't be too far away. The place where the box was found. The surrounding area was circled. Su Xiaoman squatted here, unable to compare the surroundings due to being inside the cave. She frowned in thought, observing from all 4 directions along the location where the chip was found, but the cave was all sealed off, with no exit except for the boulder that was opened at the top. Su De said, "Minnie, I'm going to take a look at the surrounding walls, maybe I'll find something." He came to the mouth of the wall directly in front of him, and first touched the wall to test its value, and found that it was not ordinary rock, but gravel piled up. Su Xiaoman recalled the location of Camp 3, which was south of here and not on the same level. Camp 1 should be nearby. In the last scene, the seventh son was rushing towards the Dark Star people's teleportation array from Camp 1, and later when he got the recorder and said goodbye to the ninth son, he was still at Camp 1. In that case, Camp 1 was here. She immediately told this idea to Wu Dishio. Wu Diziu also thought she had a point, which explained why the captain's voice had been recorded in advance and the battleship and a Xia flag had been hidden. Camp 1 was in the Dragon 1 impact crater. It was truly a heavenly plan. Wu Dishio looked at the Martian sky for a while and reported this matter to Yu Tianming. The second survey team went to various parts of Mars, searching for possible signal sources. Mars was so big, there should be other heroes who had long been sleeping here, but the captain's message in the battleship said that they might not be found, and that perhaps some of them were on other planets. But it can't be ruled out that Mars might be the place where the 13 sons fought their last battle. If we follow this inference, the Dark Star, even if it was not destroyed, was at least so badly damaged that it could not recover in a short period of time. In fact, this argument was basically determined as early as after the discovery of the existence of the Dark Star and the 13 sons had set out to carry out the Heaven's Path Protectorate plan. They were now, though, searching for the whereabouts of the 13th son. At the same time, it was also a race against time. They could not be arrogant enough to think that the Dark Star had been completely destroyed. Even if the Dark Star was destroyed, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be the next Dark Star 1, Dark Star 2. Alien races existed in the vastness of the universe, and one day, they would meet up with Earth's civilization. The 13th Son's Protectorate program was just bringing all of this, ahead of time. After Wu Dishio and Yu Tianming finished their discussion, Yu Tianming changed the topic. Dishio, recently there was a discussion on Earth about whether to publicize the 13 sons to the entire population, so that the hero's path to protect the nation would spread throughout the world. Wu Dishio said, "What is the result of the discussion?" "Half and half, some agree and some disagree. It's just a stalemate." "Yeah, actually I wouldn't recommend making it public at this time. It's not a news worth publicizing. However, I'm conflicted. I think the hero's deeds should be known by everyone, they have the right to know." Yu Tianming turned to look at Wu Dishio. At least, on this point, the Xia people have, and should have, must have. Wu Dishio was about to speak. "Teacher, discovered something." Su Xiaoman's voice was excited. "Teacher, we found a gap that wasn't blocked, a gap that connects to a large canyon, Sailor's Canyon." "Sailor Canyon?" Both Wu Dishio and Yu Tianming knew about this canyon. This canyon was formed by crustal tension cracks and was not caused by water and glacial erosion. Could it be that seventh son be in Sailor Canyon? Yu Tianming immediately said, "Immediately go over to investigate, there may be crustal movement in Sailor Canyon, the amplitude is not large, just be careful." Su Xiaoman released the drone to look through the gap. A long and narrow sandy corridor went all the way forward with no end in sight. Su Xiaoman muttered, "Could it be that before the seventh son died, he went all the way forward from here to avoid the Dark Star people chasing him?" Her eyes reddened again at the thought, and together with Suda, she drilled into this gap. It shouldn't be, there was absolutely no way the seventh son could have escaped. Su Xiaoman walked in the sandy corridor, thinking in her heart. Wu Dishio stood at the sub-command post, looking at the satellite positioning. The direction Su Xiaoman and the others were traveling forward was indeed toward Sailor's Canyon. Could it be that the seventh son would really be in Sailor Canyon? Wu Diziu kept rubbing his hands together in excitement. Suda looked at the navigation satellite and turned back. "Minnie, we are now only 50 kilometers away from Sailor's Canyon. Teacher has already swept through with the satellite, it's very safe there, I suggest speeding up." "Good." Su Xiaomin nodded. The two of them turned on the acceleration, and the dozens of people behind them immediately followed. 10 kilometers to go. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Suda said, "Stop." He clenched his fist and stopped, staring at the front through his thick spacesuit. Sailor's Canyon wasn't an underground canyon, it was on the ground, where the sunlight could shine directly, but they had passed through the underground cavern corridor and were now below the floor of the canyon as well. "Let me go in first and take a look." Suda looked at Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman said, "Wait, we're still. There's a signal." Chen Su shouted as he held the receiver. Suda looked at Chen Su in confusion. A signal? How could there be a signal? This place had been scanned by a satellite. If there was a signal it would definitely be picked up. Chen Su excitedly said, Xiaomin. Suda. This signal source is the same as the recorder code we found earlier, from the same code series. Hearing these words, Suda turned around violently and rushed in without hesitation. Su Xiaomin hurriedly followed, and just as he went in, he vaguely heard some sounds. It seems like someone is singing. Su Xiaomin's eyes widened. Could it be that the seventh son is still alive? She excitedly walked forward and found Suda standing motionless in front. Suda muttered, Xiaomin, Chen Su, listen. A big river has wide waves, and the wind blows rice flowers on both sides of the river. My family lives on the bank, and I'm used to listening to the boatman's horn, and I'm used to seeing the white sails on the boat. Ancient horse old vintage tape voice, gently singing a. This song, like those great songs of Xia, is engraved in the bones of every Xia person. In the blood. It was even in the DNA as the internet said. Su Xiaomin's heart thumped wildly as she stood beside Su De, looking at what looked like an old tape recorder on the ground, humming the song. Chen Su also walked over, the three of them side by side. The girl seems to be like a flower, how broad-minded the young man is, in order to open up a new world, awakening the sleeping mountains, making that river change its appearance. The high-pitched female voice flowed out of the ancient tape recorder, bringing time, bringing years. Quietly, slowly, leaving no trace, scrubbing everyone's heart. Su Xiaomin couldn't help but sing out loud, this is the beautiful motherland. Sudi also opened his mouth and sang, it's where I grew up. On this vast land. There are bright landscapes everywhere. The dozens of people following behind them opened their mouths at the same time. Wu Dishio and Yu Tianming, who were at the Mars base, sang along with them. Their songs were loud and clear, as if they broke through the clouds and reached the very top of this universe. This is the heroic motherland, the place where I grew up. In this ancient land, there is the power of youth everywhere. The song infected the rest of the country, and the likes of Kaput and Bagachov stood up and eyed the screen, giving the hero the highest of salutations. There was only so much they could do. The song went on and on, traveling to Earth. When the song came out, the old man knew that the identity of the seventh son was about to surface. In the space program hall, the song was like waves, and it even spread outside, and the security booths couldn't help but sing along. They didn't know why everyone was singing this song, but they knew that this song, like several others, represented the motherland. Under the singing, Su De shouted, salute. To our heroes, salute. Su Xiaomin and Chen Su gave them a strong wave and saluted in front of them. Each of their faces carried excitement, and in each of their eyes, tears were glistening. Seventh son used this song to accompany him in his long sleep. He loved his country more than anyone, I guess. Here, at the end of his life, there was no one to accompany him, only this song. How much power does this song bring him? They are the people of the era of this song? Su Delaby, step by step forward, every step fell, his breath will be rapid once. Behind the song, there was a pair of battle armor that looked like wreckage, pitch black in color and perfectly blended in with its surroundings. The seventh son. Suda's eyes reddened as he solemnly walked over, his body straight, and crossed the sound to finally see this battle armor. It was lying peacefully and quietly. Open. Yu Tianming's voice trembled terribly. Open, see if our hero, the seventh son, is in here. Suda said, yes. He crouched down, extended his hand, and retracted it when he was about to touch the battle armor. He clenched his fists repeatedly, and his breathing became not quite the same as before, especially rapid, and it felt difficult to breathe, as if he was going to suffocate. I'll do it. Su Xiaomin walked over and picked up the old tape recorder, handing it over to Chen Su before coming to Su De's side. She whispered, hero, if you can feel us arriving, you would definitely be happy. With that, she pressed down on the mech and searched through the data to find the button to turn it on. There was a snorting puff. The visor on the battle armor opened. Wonderso was propped up on the table, looking at the screen without blinking, and at this moment, nearly 100,000 people, in the major bases on Earth and Mars, watched the scene. Heroes, could they be inside? Extreme silence. The mask finally opened all the way. But it was empty inside. Su Xiaomin had been looking forward to this for so long, but she didn't expect that there was no seventh son in the mech. Sudi also grew his mouth in surprise. It was unexpected that the mech had been found, but the seventh son was not inside. Could it be that he had really been captured by the Dark Star people? Just at this moment. ZZZZ. Detecting the same data gene to open the battle armor. The detection data proves that the gene to open the battle armor comes from Earth, from the Master's hometown. Master, my mission is over. Now open the human son return plan, connect to the total database, execute the plan, take the master, go home. Su Xiaomin hurriedly glanced at Su De. Su De said, teacher, motherland, perhaps the heroic seventh son is here. Just as his words fell, the mech automatically separated, revealing a dark and cold box that was isolated from any signal exploration. The box was 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Su Xiaoman said, "Teacher. Motherland, found. Sleeping pod." Su De took over. There was a click. The box opened. The cold air inside instantly bubbled out. The temperature showed that it reached minus 399 degrees Celsius. Between the icy mist, an icy cold body slept here. The seventh son of the Summer Kingdom, sleeping here. The moment Su Xiaoman saw this body, she covered her mouth, not daring to look at it as tears poured down her face. Su De gritted his teeth, controlled his mood, and said word by word, "Teacher, Yulao, the motherland, we found the seventh son of the heroic 13 sons 30 meters below the ground of the Sailor's Canyon, and he sleeps long here. Detection shows, life characteristics, none." Wu Dishou dropped into a chair and with some difficulty twisted his head to look at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming tilted his head and said in a deep voice, "Motherland, we have found the seventh son, who sleeps long. Earth, Xia's space program hall." The old man clenched his fists. They have a human son return program, in order to let the heroes go home and return to their roots. Yu Tianming, bring the heroes home. Yes. Yu Tianming stood up straight. Bring the heroes home. Wu Dishou said forcefully, "Bring the heroes home." Su De said, "Hero, we're taking you home." He picked up the cold, stiff body from the sleeping cabin, his face solemn as he walked back step by step. "You guys check around and see if any other clues exist." Su Xiaoman choked out a sentence and followed behind Su De. Su De held the seventh son's body, which had not thawed due to the low temperature. After Su De walked out of the cave, the other base people stood on both sides and looked at Su De solemnly. "Salute!" Someone shouted, and they all made the highest ceremonial gesture in unison. Su De walked towards the flying car step by step. Every step was steady. He didn't want the hero to be in his arms and still be in turmoil. This lifetime of turmoil was enough. It really was enough. The flying car returned to the base. Yu Tianming and Wu Dishou were waiting at the entrance of the base, and when he saw Su De carrying the seventh son down, Yu Tianming raised his hand in a trembling salute. "Welcome hero, home." As far as Mars was concerned, the base was a temporary home. The seventh son was finally home at this moment. The homecoming he had longed for was finally realized. Xia's Mars base, Operations Hall. The seventh son was lying on an ice coffin. This ice coffin was temporarily built by the base to preserve the seventh son's body. The seventh son's body had thawed out, and at 1 meter 9, he was lying there quietly, with a hard face and clean features, looking as if he was only in his 20s. How could Yu Tianming and the others not be able to connect this appearance with the steel-like voice in the video? "He's so young," Su Xiaoman said softly. "Looks like, even younger than me." Chen Su was in a heavy mood. 15 years, the seventh son died in the 15th year of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, and with him dead, the program continued and there were still people fighting. The experts had confirmed again and again that the seventh son was completely dead. There was no chance of saving him. Yu Tianming held the nameplate in his hand. This was the seventh son's only proof of identity, and something they had worked hard to find for a long time. The seventh son's name, called Song Shuebing, came from Mountain Province. Exactly which urban area in Mountain Province was not marked on the nameplate, but having determined that it was in Mountain Province, the scope was much narrowed down, and it was much easier to find. This was truly a mediocre name. Yu Tianming clutched the nameplate tightly and waited for the information to be confirmed on the countryside. Earth. The 3 words, Song Shuebing, were in the citizen files, not to mention 100,000, but also several thousand. After comparing the household accounts, all of these Song Zubings were built in, and the Song Zubings who passed away were also compared, and they all had provenance. There are a total of 97 Song Zubings in the Mountain Province, all of them are built in and able to find them. Li National sweating back and forth, several times were tired and almost had a heat stroke, rested for a while and carried it down again. Finished comparing? He held a bottle of frozen mineral water, huffing and puffing. Su Xiaoxiao said, "All comparisons are done, the seventh son, Song Shuebing's information, does not exist." Li Guoming let out a bitter smile. "The Heaven's Path Protectorate program is so secretive, it's normal for his name and birth year information to be destroyed. We can only use another method. Face recognition." This technology had been popularized decades ago and was used on a large scale and was very mature. The Xia authorities immediately moved, but unfortunately, offended the seventh son to take facial recognition, and did not find any clues. He, it seems, completely eliminated from the summer country, does not exist. The seventh son, Song Shuebing, was from the Mountain Province, but he couldn't find his hometown. It was really a headache. If Song Shuebing was hastily sent back to a certain city in Mountain Province, wouldn't this be a chilling experience for the heroes? The old man opened the remote connection, listening to the song that his seventh son Song Shuebing had listened to all his life, and with a single word to the core executives of the other countries, he sealed the deal. Make public the Heaven's Path Protectorate program. The return of heroes should not be unknown. They are the light of all mankind. The right side immediately retorted, making it public now is just adding to the panic, and there's no need for us to make it public. It's not the moment for all mankind. The European region's side thought so as well. To make it public, it was inevitable that danger had already befallen, but the danger might have been completely eliminated by 13th Sun by now. This plan, there was no need to make it public. The old man looked at the opinions they expressed and coldly said, whether you make it public or not is your business. They are the heroes of our Xia kingdom, all one. 8 billion of us in the Xia kingdom have the right and the qualification to know about this matter. They have the qualification to wait for the heroes to return, to wait for them, to go home. The right side said in disbelief, what's the point of meaningless publicity? This matter is not yet to the point where all the people need to participate, so why should it be publicized to cause panic all over the world? Panic? The old man smiled slightly. They are heroes, heroes of the Protectorate, heroes who fought alone in the universe to protect the Earth. 13 people, carrying out the Heaven's Path Protectorate program for over 15 years, possibly reaching 20 years or more. They, who died for the sake of their family and country. They, who passed away for the sake of peace. They, who fought alone in the cold universe for the sake of us being able to establish a Mars base and dig up the moon's resources without any fear. Heroes, should be remembered, rather than choosing to hide. We, the 1.8 billion people of Xia, should know where heroes belong, and should know why heroes are heroes. They should know even more, that every single person could be a hero. As the universe extends, it will always encounter civilizations. Is this civilization of the Dark Star the only one in the universe? The old man slammed the table forcefully. The 1.8 billion people of Xia know that the heroes come home. The meter countryside was dumbfounded. The bear country also went silent. Xia wanted to make it public, they couldn't stop it, nor were they qualified to stop it. If you guys want to make it public, then make it public. If you make it public, it doesn't make any difference if we make it public or not. After the right side finished speaking, they cut the connection. In the Xia Space Program Hall, it was quiet. The old man looked at everyone present and said slowly, in a few days, it will be the day when the hero Song Shuebing returns home, and from now on, you can publicize for the hero's return, in the official media and on the internet. The people should not forget the hero. Rather, they should remember the heroes. Eventually, they would become heroes. The Xia bloodline had continued for thousands of years, and hero after hero, this was how they came into the world, and through layers of trials and tribulations, became the greatest heroes in the hearts of the people. Mountain Province. Li Guoming tapped on his keyboard. Shinny, I've thought of a way. What way? Su Xiaoxiao was also tired these days, but she was full of energy and immediately put down the coffee in her hand when she heard said solution. Li Guoming said, the country is ready to publicize the return of the hero, then we can let go, inform the civil affairs and public security side. We have to push the name of the hero Song Shuebing to every family in the mountain province, remember, every single one. After this approach was finalized, Li Guomin reported it with the higher-ups, and eventually got the result. It could be implemented. The mountain province authorities, in cooperation with civil affairs and public security, began to push a message about Song Shuebing to the cell phones of every household. The content was simple. If you ever had a child named Song Shuebing in your family who went missing or left, including died, please report it immediately to the local authorities. This is not an option. It would take a lot of public effort, but it has to be done. The day the hero returned, he had to be the first to return to his hometown, he had to. After the news was pushed out, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the official media began to cover the story, while pushing the message out to the nation's cell phones through the 3 major carriers. On July 15th, the heroes of the Protectorate returned from the vaulted universe, and on the day of their return, it was broadcast live nationwide. They are the greatest heroes of our time, bar none. They 13 people alone guarding in the deep space of the universe, for the motherland, for the sake of the earth, eternal long sleep in the cold universe. 7.15, let the nation witness together, the heroes come home. These pushed messages instantly fermented on major media and online platforms. Many people looked at the overwhelming news and were stunned. Even the day of the Mars base's completion was not this grand. The summer country was abuzz because of this matter. The Mars side was instead very cold. In addition to going out to survey and search for the hero's remains in these few days, the base was very quiet. Song Shuebing's remains were placed in an ice coffin, the controlled temperature blowing on his seemingly red and bright cheeks. It seemed like he was just sleeping, in the comfort of his home. In the base technology research factory, the experts worked day and night to study the wreckage of the Dark Star battleships and mechs, leaving them with only the wreckage to study. It was a pity that they couldn't study the core technology, otherwise it would be an unimaginable boost to Earth's technological leap forward. Experts present in addition to the Xia people, other countries and regions, this is what the agreement says, all things on Mars, countries have the right to share. Wu Deshio stood in the research workshop, looking at the fragments of the battleships that were like behemoths even if they had turned into wrecks. This is the weapon that the Dark Star people used to attack us. These wrecks have been found to be rare from the moment the experts took over. Material-wise, they are naturally not available on Earth or Mars, but the durability and suitability is extremely high. It can be rebuilt after melting, and is 3 levels above Earth's current level of overall battleships. For Earth, this was good news. The materials for mechs were more precious, but the raw materials that could be obtained after melting were rather few. This material was different from battleships, which lost 80% of their material once melted. It was very wasteful. Wu Deshio sighed. Now that I say it, it's still a shame that it's clearly a complete battleship. Zhao Wei, the chief engineer in charge of building the base, said, Old Wu, these battleships possess an extremely high level of technology, probably between a level 2 and level 3 civilization. But this is just our speculation. The probability is that the Dark Star civilization has reached level 3. This kind of high-tech built battleships and mechs have autonomous consciousness, and they are only self-destructing now, so it should be that 13 Suns has modified the parameters by using technology equivalent to that of the Dark Star civilization. However, the parameters were modified, but the terminals of these battleships and mechs are still on the Dark Star side, and the 13th Sun's ability to modify the permission should be limited, and can only maximize to ensure that the battleships have always existed. However, this is not something they could have anticipated. Zhao Wei took off his glasses and rubbed his sore eyes as he continued, these materials are actually no harder than the hardest materials on Earth, and are relatively soft instead. This is the change brought about by technology, which is equivalent to a particle material that possesses shrinkage and impact damage equalization. Just now, after I did some calculations, once the battleship crashes, when it collides with the Earth, the battleship's material will become very resilient, offloading the damage to the greatest extent possible. Zhao Wei said instead, this is simply the material of our dreams. Wu Deshio said, the Dark Star civilization must be at least 1 level higher than ours, and it's not surprising that it would build such a battleship, it just didn't leave a real skeleton for us. It can't be helped. Zhao Wei shrugged. But here comes the key question, the hero Song Shuebing's battle armor comes from the Dark Star. Wu Deshio smiled slightly, I guess that. But it's not all from the Dark Star, the battle armor comes with intelligence from Earth. Unfortunately, it's also a high-tech intelligence that we can't decipher. I don't know how they acquired such technology decades ago. This might be 13 Sun's base card for fighting the Dark Star in the universe. Wu Deshio said, if we weren't afraid of offending the heroes, we should draw blood and test it. The record said something called a bloodline potion. This is probably an enhancement drug that strengthens the quality of the human body. Zhao Wei said, not bad, but we can't take the hero's blood for examination at this time. Wu Deshio nodded. Well, it's too disrespectful to the heroes, but we have to do it. Let's wait a while first. Zhao Wei opened the blueprints and continued, in addition to bloodline potions, there's energy, kinetic energy, and the weaponry they used. There are some traces of all of them available in the battle armor, and the energy is similar to what we used, with better results. The kinetic energy is exaggerated, and is very much related to dark matter, rapid cooling, and rapid expansion. Wu Deshio said, so amazing. Their weaponry, however, is all looted. Zhao Wei smiled helplessly. Wu Deshio said, this is carrying forward the fine tradition of our Xia kingdom. Zhao Wei said, this tradition can't be lost. In addition, kinetic energy, weaponry, we don't have any references, and there are too few remnants left to conduct replication research. Only. Zhao Wei put on his glasses, find other heroes. Will do. Wu Deshio patted Zhao Wei's shoulder, we're already searching Mars, I have a hunch that there's more than just Song Shuebing here, the other heroes should be there. Will there be any alive? Zhao Wei's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Wu Deshio walked to the door and let out a deep sigh. Hopefully. It was hard to find a signal source on Mars. These signal sources were hidden or even isolated. The box where Song Shuebing had long slept was isolated from all signal exploration, and many suspected that even if the Dark Star people searched for it, they wouldn't be able to find where the signal source was. The only way to be perceived by the hidden signal source and sense each other was for the Xia people to come close and use Xia's parameters and codes. It was a set program, and only the Xia people, the bloodline people, had this qualification to discover them. The Human Sun Return Program? What kind of program is it? Yu Tianming stood in the conference room and looked at the representatives of the various departments of the Xia Kingdom. If we hadn't discovered them, would they have executed the Human Sun Return Plan? Yu Tianming asked another question. Su Xiaoman said, Elder Yu, I have an idea. Yu Tianming admired Su Xiaoman and Su Di and the others and smiled, you say. Su Xiaoman looked at the people present and said somewhat restrainedly, the Human Sun Return Program should be similar to a kind of return program that opens when only the last person is left. They should be 100% confident that their teammates won't be captured because they will protect their remains before they die. When Su Xiaoman said this, her heart suddenly clogged up. These days, it was impossible to hear the words remains, death. Su Xiaoman took a breath to calm down and continued, the last person, perhaps the captain and the 13 sons, or perhaps someone else, will open this return program. She made a bold assumption. 13 sons, not all of them were killed in action. The Sons of Man return program should be a set procedure. The last one alive would search for the remains of his teammates, find them, and then turn on the return program to send his teammates back. In the end, there had to be one person who would remain in the cold of space, possibly killed in action or continuing to fight. If there was only one person left, then he would end up, also killed in action. However, since ancient times, the Xia kingdom has always emphasized a good death. If the last person was to die in battle, he would definitely take his mission with a bang and die with the enemy. After Su Xiaoman's idea was finished, everyone present applauded. An expert said, but how can we be sure if anyone is alive? The captain voice of the 13 sons said, 13 corpses. That's ahead of time. There must be someone else who hasn't been killed in action. He's in this universe, probably far from Mars, probably. Su Xiaoman glanced outside the base. He's still alone. Yu Tianming listened to what Su Xiaoman said, his fingers repeatedly loosening and clenching. Eventually, he turned around and wrote a sentence on the electronic screen. Turn on the signal radiation and radiate it to every location in the universe. Call out to our heroes, our protectorate heroes. Tell them that we are coming to get them. If Enyaniko is still fighting, then let everyone in the Summer Kingdom join him. This is not his fight alone. Absolutely, no. 2 days later, July 15th, the hero returns. The official live broadcast of the Summer Country opens, all the media all cooperate, will be in the whole network of the Summer Country the whole live broadcast of this hero return flight. This pomp and circumstance is even more exaggerated and solemn than the day the Mars base was completed. The network had already exploded, and everyone was discussing who the heroic 13 sons really were, and what earth-shattering events they had done to be able to make the whole country treat them in such a way. This time, it was the official media that took the lead, and the other media cooperated, and those bigwigs in the live broadcasting world couldn't turn on their broadcasts, so they could only watch. It's just that this time, things are too grand, and these live broadcast rednecks don't dare to chew on the internet. On the platform, the posts were like a rainbow, and the discussion went on row by row. 13 people guarding cosmic space? Is this sure it's not making a movie? Being able to get the country to cooperate in making a movie? It would have to be some kind of big production. The greatest hero of this era. I've been continuously bombarded by the official media since the day before yesterday. What kind of hero can be called the greatest of this era? It's all in the universe fighting alone, can it not be great? I actually have some hot blood, 13 people guarding the motherland, guarding the earth, sleeping in the universe for a long time. This is too sad. Sorry, I didn't feel it. Are you from Xia? I just feel that after so many years of peace in this era, there is no such thing as the greatest hero. Maybe something happened to some people while building the Mars base, and they're just now being sent back. This is the most likely. Maybe when building the Mars base, someone gave their life for the base. That would make sense. The post quickly fermented, while a certain netizen who posted it joyfully reaped the traffic. This post he made had gained the approval of the majority of netizens, so this should be the case. It was just that the country had exaggerated this matter, and in a big way, it was of course the greatest hero of all time. 12 o'clock at noon to start welcoming the hero to return, then we will wait and see what kind of hero. Mars base, Yu Tianming, dressed in formal attire, stood straight at the entrance of the base. He faced the camera and solemnly said, Motherland, the seventh son of the hero, is ready to return home, from Mars. After he finished speaking, he straightened up and saluted. An ice coffin, slowly pushed out from the base. At the entrance of the base, Wu Dishio led all the staff, standing next to the spaceship, saluting solemnly and looking at the ice coffin. One person? Wasn't it 13 people? How come it's just one? The Xia people in the live broadcast room kept sending out pop-ups, and at the same time, overseas also began to massively connect to Xia, relaying the live broadcast scene. It always feels like something is wrong, but I can't tell. This is too grand. Isn't that person the Mi-base commander-in-chief kaput? He's there too, and he's got that whole cat-crying expression. Ha. Hero, get on board. Wu Dishu turned around and shouted. Now, our hero, 7th son Song Shuebing, has boarded the ship and will enter Earth's orbit 5 hours into the voyage. Song Shuebing, the 7th son of the 13 sons of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program, a man who guarded Mars for 15 years and was eventually killed in action. After his death, he used My Motherland and I as a lullaby to accompany his long sleep on the Martian Earth. When our staff found him, this song was played instantly. The 7th son was still nostalgic for his motherland until his death, and his heartfelt wish was to go home, to the homeland he missed the most, and to have a bite of juju cake. Now, our hero returns, will return to his homeland, to return to his roots. The rest of the hero 12 sons, the country will not give up looking for you, no matter which location you are in the universe, no matter whether you are alive or have passed away, the motherland will definitely find you and bring you home, falling leaves. Return to their roots. Accompanied by the host's voiceover, the whole network boiled in an instant. Guarding Mars for 15 years? One man guarding? Killed in action? Killed in action that's fighting a war. What is the Heaven's Path Protectorate Program? For a while, Seventh Son, Song Xuebing, and the Heaven's Path Protectorate Program were on the hit list. But the entire net was empty of information about these hot words, and all that came up in the search was what was reported today. Who is Song Xuebing? What is the Protectorate Program? Who is 13 Sons again? Those platform media themselves are all confused. Our hero of the Summer Kingdom, on Mars, fighting against whom? Definitely not other bases, after all, 15 years. That time the base had not started to move. Could it be? Is it with aliens? Alien civilization. This term of netizens is not stupid. The Heavenly Tao Protectorate Plan is a mysterious and great plan, originating from at least 30 years ago, or even longer. The main opponent of the plan is an alien race from a mysterious galaxy, the Dark Star Civilization. The Heavenly Tao Protectorate Program has never been mentioned. It is mysterious. If anyone knows about this program, has ever heard of it, has participated in it, please do not hide it any longer. Heroes should be remembered by all, and the Heavenly Tao Protectorate Program should be inherited by the people of the country. 30 years. Even longer. At this moment, the netizens completely cracked up. Really fighting aliens. Dark Star Civilization. As the narrator spoke this information little by little, the people of Xia finally understood why this return voyage was so grand, why the whole country participated, and why the country called them the greatest heroes of this era. The heroes carry out the return voyage plan of the Son of Man, and we find the heroes ahead of schedule. No matter where the alien civilization is in the distance, we radiate signals, calling out to our heroes. 1.8 billion fellow countrymen, looking forward to your return. Expecting you to return to your roots. Whoosh! The ship left Mars orbit and entered a sub-lightspeed course. Heroes, return. Across the country, posters rose, and on the big screens of commercial buildings, the slogan, Welcome Home, was played. Even other countries, one after another, expressed their welcome to the hero's return. July 15th, 12 noon. The spaceship entered Earth's orbit on time. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The spaceship landed. The landing point was at the satellite launch site. The old man stood at the forefront, flanked by police cars and circling helicopters, which would greet the hero's return with the highest of specifications, bar none. The hatch opened after the ship came to a stop. Ceremonial soldiers who had already been prepared walked over and received the ice coffin that was being transported down. With pride and solemnity on their faces, the soldier boys carried the ice coffin straight and shouted, Hero's seventh son, welcome home. Neatly synchronized footsteps, step by step, walked towards the transportation vehicle. The old man's face was full of vicissitudes, and with a forceful wave, he shouted, salute. Far away, Li Guoming finally contacted a phone number. This number came from a person named Song Weigua. Song Weigua didn't even know yet that the country was broadcasting a big event live. Their ancestors had been in the countryside for generations, and even though it was now the year 2066, they had contributed their entire lives to the farmland and to food. After obtaining the address, Li Guoming took Su Xiaoxiao and they rushed to Taigu Town, Linfen City, Shan Province at the first opportunity. Not many people stayed in this town, mainly planting grain. The roads were repaired, but the families were all very simple. The world was marching towards Mars, and resources certainly needed to be tilted. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao stepped on the green stone street and came to a brick house. Looking at the plain house, Li Guoming felt his heart burning with pain. Hello, I'm Song Weigua. An old man of almost 70 years old, trembling, walked forward and extended his hand cordially. After seeing Song Weigua, Li Guoming's lips moved, but he couldn't say a single word. He gripped Song Weigua's hand hard and slowly lowered his head, tears instantly flowing down his face. Song Weigua said on the phone that his son disappeared when he was 17 years old. This was originally a disappearance case, but for some reason it was left unsettled, and now Li Guoming understood. Song Xuebing is my only son, 17 years old that year went away, do not know where to go, my old companion on every day to think, and then could not think of it, the anger is not enough to go. You and I said in looking for a Song Xuebing's family, the photo I also looked at, and my doll is very similar, is not my doll, found out? Song Weigua had a head full of white hair, and although he was skinny, the hardness of a crop farmer was so obvious. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened and tears flowed down. She pointed to the sky. Uncle, your child, today, is going home. Mountain Province. The runway police cars opened the way, and the helicopter escorted to meet the airplane landing. The ice coffin got on the transportation truck and drove directly to Taigu Town. The long convoy traveled on the highway, all the cars slowly gave way, many people poked their heads out and took pictures of the convoy. The hero is from the Mountain Province. The hero is from our great mountain province. Hero, welcome home. Mountain province was abuzz. The car had just gotten off the highway, and the 2 long rows of streets were overcrowded with people, who were pulling banners that read, "Welcome home hero. Hero of mountain province, 7th son Song Shuebing, welcome home. The hero returns." The mountain province also sounded a broadcast along the road. Hero returns, glory crowned, mountain province welcomes the return of Song Shuebing, hero of glory protectorate. Mountain province became the nation's glory for a time. And at this moment, Song Wei was home. He still didn't know what had happened. He was so excited to hear that his child would be arriving home soon that he didn't know what to do. He first went to his room to find a new set of clothes to change into. Looking at himself in the mirror, Song Weiguo burst into old tears. "I'm so old, does the doll still recognize me?" Song Weiguo was nervous, excited, and his arms trembled as he buttoned up. This was the Zhongshan suit that he rarely wore, but would definitely wear on every formal occasion. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and paced back and forth. "Mr. Li, will you see if it's okay for me to wear this to meet the doll?" He didn't know if it would work, so he had to ask Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao for their opinions. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were red, and when they saw Song Weiguo asking, Li Guoming said, "It looks good, you can wear whatever you want." "Really? I'm afraid that if the doll stays out for a long time, it will dislike me as a crop farmer." "No, no," Li Guoming hurriedly said. "How would he dislike it? The thing he wants the most is to come back to see you and come back to have a bite of the date cake from his hometown." "Date cake, ah." Song Weiguo's face was delighted. "Dolls love to eat when they're small, but I have a lot of hoarded ones, I'll go get them right now." "Uncle Song." Li Guoming stopped Song Weiguo and glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao said, "The convoy will arrive soon, what should be said, just say it, there is always something to face." Song Weiguo said, "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Uncle Song, your child Song Shuebing, he is the pride of Xia, is the greatest hero of Xia, he." Song Weiguo said happily, "Is that so? He has won honor for the country." "Yes, he alone, guarded the motherland for 15 years, he is not only the hero of Xia, but also the hero of the whole world." The more Song Weiguo listened, the more happy he was. "My doll is so powerful. He died for his country." Li Guoming's next sentence came out coldly. Song Weiguo was about to go to the house to get something. When he heard this, he turned around and said, "Mr. Li, what did you say?" "Uncle Song Shuebing he died for his country." Su Xiaoxiao turned her back, not wanting to see this scene. It was too cruel to Song Weiguo's family. In fact, after so many years, if Song Shuebing was not mentioned, perhaps Song Weiguo lived his life like this. But once mentioned, this hurdle can no longer be bypassed. Li Guoming they do not want to mention, but the hero has to return to his roots. The convoy could not go directly to Song Weiguo country. The military people covered Song Shuebing's body with flowers and leaves and sent it to the door of the house. The mountains were filled with people. They watched in silence, and some of them who remembered Song Shuebing talked to the people next to them. Song Shuebing only disappeared at the age of 17, and he had left a lot of footprints in Taigu town these 17 years. This kid was naughty as a child. Aha, a troublemaker, but very kind-hearted. Smart. Shuebing was smart when he was a child, year after year exams class first, just like to play, naughty. Song Shuebing arrived at the door of the house. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao they stood straight, seeing the hero for the first time, they also saluted excitedly. "Hero Song Shuebing, come home." Song Weiguo pounced on him, and after seeing the sleeping face clearly, he whimpered, "Wah, you're back, but. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Only Song Weiguo's voice echoed. "The 7th son, Song Shuebing, came home. What about the other heroes?" They, too, were still drifting in the universe, and they, too, had to return to their roots. Xia initiated a plan to find the heroes, and made it public on the entire network, in order to be the first to contact their families and know their hometowns after finding the heroes. This matter in the whole network and even the world, the rumors spread. Other countries had opened press conferences for this matter to prove the authenticity of this matter. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao Protectorate plan surfaced, and the entire globe knew about this unimaginable yet real battle of civilizations that was taking place. Major foreign media outlets reported. Xia discovered an alien civilization and developed a plan called Heavenly Tao Protectorate. We know nothing about this plan, we don't even know when this plan started, and Xia hasn't given a clear figure. What ulterior secret exists behind all this? 13 people, fighting an entire alien civilization? Xiaoguo, please tell us that this is not true. 13 heroes, guarding the Earth for 20 years in the deep space of the universe. This is not bravery, this is dedication. Selfless dedication. The Heavenly Tao Protectorate program, never heard of it, and it is also said that this program has been executed for 20 or even 30 years. The previous technology, was it able to reach this level? We suspect that this is a smokescreen put out by Xia, with a good script. 20 years ago there was not even a base on Mars. How could it be possible to fight alone in the universe? Rice and Bear have both proved this to be true. Did they also join forces to lie to you? The news headlines of the media in various countries varied. Some thought that the 13th son was great, while others thought that there was an ulterior motive behind this, which caused Xia to not dare to publicize all this. The international public opinion intensified, and the Xia side stayed silent. Because this was the day that Song Shuebing went home, Xia didn't want to waste any saliva on the outside world. Mars, Xia's base. In the conference room, the crowd sat in unison. The hero has returned to his hometown. Yu Tianming said, the country has activated the search for the hero plan. All we have to do now is to overturn the entire Mars, not letting go of any trace of clues. The dark star is put aside for now. They shouldn't be able to come to the solar system in a short period of time. We have enough time to search for the remaining 12 suns. The climate expert said, the climate of Mars is a bit abnormal. A lot of dust storms and Martian storms are expected in the next half a month. It's not good to go out during this period of time. Yu Tianming, I know, of course we can't ignore the danger in order to find the signal source. Besides Mars, the national satellites have already traveled to the surface of Venus and the surface of Jupiter to scan for the signal source as much as possible. Wu Dishou said, the signal we released has already spread throughout the solar system. If there are still people alive in the 12 suns and still in the solar system, they should be able to receive it. If the 12 suns will receive it, then it proves that the dark star civilization is still around, and they may also receive our signal. Yu Tianming got up and said, this is regardless, we shouldn't let them fight alone. Our current technology is not as good as the dark star, but as the logistics department, we should form a steel shield for our heroes. Professor! A young man rushed into the office. He didn't even knock on the door. Signal point found. The signal point came from another galaxy, not within the solar system. This also proved that the people alive in the 12 suns were no longer in the solar system. It was impossible to determine the exact location of the signal point, but the one thing that could be determined was that the signal point was moving fast and coming towards Mars. Wu Dishou stared at the large screen and hesitantly said, could this be the source of the dark star's signal? No. The signaling expert responded immediately. The database of these signals is the same as Earth's. It won't be a dark star signal source, and it's now 13 light years away from Mars. 13 light years. Wu Dishou's eyes widened and he and Yu Tianming looked at each other. The diameter of the solar system was only 0.003 light years, and even if the gravitational factor was taken into account, the solar system's diameter could only reach a maximum of 4 light years. Planet BB was the closest galaxy to the solar system, with a distance of 4.6 light years from Daikoshi. In that case, the location where the signal point was located was completely outside the perception of the solar system. Yu Tianming said, a signal source has appeared so quickly, could it be related to us finding Song Shuebing? It should be. Wu Dishou took a deep breath. Pay close attention to the movement of the signal source. Let's report this to the motherland first. In addition, the range of 13 light years, the battlefield is spread out so wide. What would they have to do to take care of such a wide front? Some point, perhaps a teleportation array. The dark star people would have to rely on teleportation to get to the solar system if they wanted to invade it. Even for a tertiary civilization, if the distance is too far, they would have to fly for many years. It's too difficult for them to conquer a civilization. Wu Dishou shook his head and laughed as he listened to Yu Tianming's words. The dark star people are not ordinary humans. Are they conquering civilizations? I see them as slaughtering civilizations and destroying them. Conquering civilizations could still survive. Destroying civilizations was much simpler. According to the flight speed of the signal source, 13 light years would have to arrive after a year. Where exactly had the remaining 12 suns fought so far away? Suda said, Teacher, could the captain have taken the others and fought directly to the dark star people's lair? Wu Dishou's eyes lit up, then he said, it's not impossible. If the dark star people are only 13 light years away from us, so close, the dark star people have many ways to fight their way into Earth. Sudu was embarrassed and said, then what is your idea, teacher? I don't have an idea. Perhaps they have gained some information. It would be more appropriate to fight the dark star people there, and it would also better protect Earth and the solar system. Su Xiaoman suddenly broke in, her face full of smiles. Teacher, there is news that will surprise you. Wu Dishou glared at Su Xiaoman. What surprising news? Why do you feel like you haven't grown up yet? Su Xiaoman spat out her tongue. Teacher's lesson is right, but this news is really good news. A signal source from 13 light years away has approached the solar system. Wu Dishou couldn't help but stand up. That fast? It's that fast. Su Xiaoman gave Su De a smug look. And we've already determined that this signal source is from Earth. It's definitely because the seventh sun's return voyage was known by the others and they sent back a signal. Su De said, it's also possible that the signal we put out was picked up by them. 13 light years, you think it's 1 light year? Su Xiaoman disapproved of this statement. Wu Dishou said, can the trajectory of the signal source be determined? Not yet, but we'll know in an hour. The crowd came to the hall. and the various experts stared intently at the signal source on the screen, with a speed that surpassed the speed of light by an unknown number of times. This kind of speed was no longer something that could be reached by technology, even light-speed flight was not this fast. It should be a method that utilized dark universe coordinates to achieve this kind of speed. Dark universe coordinates were just a concept, and Earth had not even scratched the surface of this technology, let alone mastering it. In that case, it also proved that the captain and the others had already acquired this kind of technology. Perhaps it was acquired from the Dark Star people, or perhaps it was a loophole found in the wreckage of other civilizations. But regardless, it was a good thing to have access to what and where the other heroes were now. The hall was quiet. Half an hour to go, the signal source is about to enter Earth's orbit. 10 minutes to go, the signal source is approaching Earth's orbit, preparing to enter the atmosphere. Motherland, please get ready, the signal source landing point has been tested. Wu Dishou clasped his arms and said, the signal source landing point is not on Mars, but went directly to Earth. It may be programmed to return to Earth, after all. They couldn't have imagined that we would be able to establish a base on Mars after a few decades. Wu Dishou nodded and couldn't help but sigh a little. Decades? What a change of time. Earth. Xia State. The old man looked at the flight status of the signal source. The expert in front of him who calculated the landing point was sweating profusely. After all, the flight speed was too fast. It was really a bit difficult to calculate. If it landed in the territory of other countries, it would be more or less troublesome. The signal source entered the atmosphere. Appeared over our territory. The expert's tone was relieved. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. Very good, very good. Have you calculated the landing point? The landing point is in the sea. Coast of Zhejiang province. Depart. The old man immediately ordered. A special detachment headed to the coastal area, and as the signal source fell quickly, one could already see the flash of white light with the naked eye, falling quickly from the sky. Lock the location. The nautical mile area is too large to prevent loss. Immediately arrange for people to block off the surrounding waters to intercept the signal source. The signal source turned into a streak of white light and fell into the sea like lightning. The warships guarding the area around the sea immediately reported the location. The submarine locked the signal source that crashed into the sea and sank it the first time. After reporting the location, the special forces and divers cooperated and followed the signal source that went down to the bottom of the sea. The old man looked at the white box lying quietly on the bottom of the sea, and slowly exhaled. After detecting no abnormalities, salvage it. The information brought back by the 12th son, must be vital. The specialized car took the box and headed to the Xia headquarters. The people on Mars also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the source of the signal did not fall on Mars, the ending is the same on the line. The white box was triangular in shape, all silver and white, with a shining 5-star button in the center. Seeing this familiar 5-star button, the old man looked a little excited. The engineers and experts spent some time opening the box, and inside was an instrument that looked like a projector. The old man came over to take a look at it, and a zip, zip, zip sound suddenly emitted from it. An icy electronic voice rang out. July 16, 2066 A.D. The black box returned to the motherland. My mission has been completed. Black box. The old man's heart sank. Yu Tianming and Wu Dishou's hearts also sank when they saw this scene. What the black box stood for, they were clear about it. The expert took out the instrument and after testing, the information inside could be opened. The complexity was rather less than the cipher matrix on Song Xuebing's recorder. What secrets would be inside? Would there be secrets about the 13 Suns, about the Heavenly Tao Protectorate plan, about the Dark Star civilization, about all of this? The old man watched as the black box was sent up to the database, and said in a deep voice, I'll leave this place to you experts. What's inside concerns the safety and security of the entire Earth's civilization, so don't make any mistakes. This might, possibly, be the only thing the heroes left for the motherland, the only thing. No one dared to be careless, did not dare to slow down a step. The signal of the black box was cracked little by little, and when it was completely opened, a voice coldly came out from the big screen. Heaven's Way Protectorate Program 25th year, July 15th. This is the captain. The return plan of the human son has been confirmed. I received the 7th son's return signal. He went home. But we still have comrades wandering in the universe. According to the agreement and my promise to them, they will return one after another. Motherland, I am the captain of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate Program, the first son, and I will always guard in space, for the motherland for my hometown, for the earth for mankind. Salute. This voice was the same as the one in Song Xuebing's recorder, and in the Dragon 1 impact crater. It came from the captain of the Protectorate 13-man squad. When they heard it, the first thought each of them had was, why didn't they leave their names behind? The greatest things, the most obscure. This is the nature of a hero. The black box of the 13 Suns expedition returned to Earth successfully, and as a hero, it should not be forgotten, but remembered forever. This cracking of the black box will join the entire nation in witnessing the birth of a hero and the change of civilization. Xia sent out a national announcement. The Rangoon platform opens a live broadcast. 25 years, how did they survive these 25 years? Perhaps there will be an answer in the black box. At the same time, the dark and cold cosmic space. A crisp voice echoed. The signal request has been received, the return program of the human sun is activated, I will escort my master back to the solar system and return to my roots. I don't know if the motherland will be able to receive our signal, and I don't know where we'll end up landing, but we know that as long as we're still here, the motherland is safe. Heaven's Way Protectorate Program, September 15th of the third year. The captain's clear and resolute voice with a hint of coldness echoed through the hall. This was the captain of the Heaven's Path Protectorate Program, and he carried this responsibility. It was hard to imagine what he would have thought in his heart when he was carrying out this plan, taking 12 people to the universe. Was he afraid? How long could 13 people last fighting an alien race? The moment they set off, did they think about it or not, escaping? Wu Dishou felt like he had aged dozens of years all of a sudden, as he looked at the wind and sand that rolled past outside the base. The Martian Earth rose up in a gust of wind and sand. The most terrible wind and sand came, and one could not go out during this gust of time. The Martian storm lasted for at least half a month. Those who went out to search for signals returned to the base, and with nothing to do, they began to concentrate on watching the live broadcast. It is said that the will becomes steel. In the end, what kind of will can create this group of terrifying 13-person squad? But 7th Sun Song Shuebing's recorder recorded his youthful frivolity, his defiance of the captain, and his passage from youthful exuberance to maturity and stability. The moment they set out, they were probably all teenagers except for the captain. They, too, grew up in this battle. They, too, fought in blood and alone in outer space where their country could not help. In ancient times, there was one man guarding a city. Now, there is one man guarding a star. Greatness. This greatness, Wu Dishou can't even feel it now, the kind of aura that breaks through the clouds. This is the real thing, flying through the sky. This live broadcast spectacle was comparable to the day Song Shuebing came home, and many people were very much looking forward to the hidden secrets of the 13 Suns. This kind of hero could no longer be described by a certain word alone. Many media outlets didn't know how to describe this great program. It ran through 30 years, and the plan had begun before the people of Earth had even officially set foot on Mars. Every official live broadcasting room was flooded with a large number of netizens, in which they were discussing nonstop for the sake of the 13 Suns. Surprisingly, this time no one held any objections or questions. Everyone was almost unified, just waiting for the hero to return. This kind of infectiousness hadn't appeared in Xiagua, globally, for a long, long time. Xiagua, the space program hall. The old man's black hair went white overnight. As long as someone was still conquering and carrying out this program, it was proof that alien races still existed and were eyeing Earth. He was worried because there might not be many 13 Suns left. But they, however, could not find where the remaining people in the 13 Suns were. The old man called for his secretary and said in a somewhat tired tone, "Have you found anyone related to this program?" The secretary shook his head. "Sir, there is no one who has contacted us yet. Perhaps the people who know about this plan are all in outer space." "You mean, only the 13 Suns know about this plan?" The old man was not convinced. The secretary said, "Probably, those people have already left the human world after 30 years. The old man's eyes filled with tears. Are they so unsure of the country? Would they rather take their secrets into the Earth with them than leave them on the files? Even if only the 13 Suns were able to deal with the alien race at that time, they should have had to believe in us, believe in Xia's descendants. They should have left the dossier behind. They should have left it behind." The secretary bowed his head inside. An old man came and said, "Sir, the live broadcast has begun. I have arranged for the military department side to search for ex-soldiers in the country. This plan may be related to the military if it is not in the state secret files." The old man came to the room used for the temporary live broadcast and looked at the cosmic fragments that appeared above. 13 Suns protecting the country and fighting in the universe, 13 generals returning to the Jade Gate. This scene, how similar. The cosmic fragments surrounded the surface of the scorching planet. A voice said, "The moment we left the planet, we cut off all contact with our motherland, because we knew that once any of us were caught by them. No. I know that our team members are brave and smart, and they won't be caught, but we can't continue to keep in touch with the Earth either. Motherland, goodbye. Cut off all contact with Earth." Many of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room stopped in an instant. They spontaneously stopped sending pop-ups because they would cover the screen. Yu Tianming looked at the video and whispered, "This is Venus." The surface of Venus was even hotter than Mercury, which was closest to the Sun, with the average surface temperature reaching 480 degrees Celsius, which was much harsher than the environment of Mars. "As we carry out this plan, we must remain incognito. Earth no longer has our names, our information. We don't know when we'll be able to go back. I always lie to my crew, they're all stupid boys, they believe whatever I say. I said we only had to keep the watch for 3 years, and in 3 years we would be able to go home and be reunited with our loved ones. What a bunch of silly boys, each one of them believed it, and said that after 3 years of loneliness, they would go back and enjoy the glory. How do they know that even if we go back after 3 years, we will still be in obscurity? But 3 years is just a hope. 3 years and 3 years, each 3 years, is the backing they can hold out. Because, to go home, I didn't want to be selfish at all, but they were the only hope. But I lied to them. The voice choked up. The only thing I could do was to send my fallen teammates back before I was dead. It was the Son of Man return plan, and the only promise I made to them. That's all I can promise. The surface of Venus trembled, and a pillar of light in the distance emitted a brilliant light. Wu Dishio looked at the scene and frowned. Even 30 years ago, we should have been able to see this kind of energy fluctuation, so why didn't the satellites notice it? Suda said, Teacher, it could be that Dark Star used technology to hide it. Wu Dishio shook his head. Does Dark Star need to hide? They are a powerful civilization, the supreme of the Dark Forest laws, at least for us. Teacher means that it's the 13th sun that they're hiding. Su Xiaoman immediately took over. Wu Dishio sighed, hiding all of this because this plan can only succeed and allow the Earth to continue to develop smoothly and enhance its technological strength. Suda tilted his head and looked at the screen. It can only succeed. Plan 121 failed. Good thing we got Dark Star to stop transmitting at great cost. We may have 3 months to recuperate. The captain's voice continued. Motherland, this black box, if it makes it back to Earth, please make sure the country remembers that the Dark Star's teleportation methods are becoming more and more sophisticated, and that they will emerge from within the solar system. I'm going to grab the ship, these bastards, they don't even care about their own battleships. The screen darkened. A very noisy, ear-piercing sound cut through. A beam of light shone out of the screen. If the Motherland received the black box, it proves that we're all gone. But the Motherland must be wondering why we, the 13 Suns, are fighting an alien race. There are some things that I can't say even in the face of the Motherland. I'm sorry, Motherland. This one sentence of sorry brought tears to the eyes of the entire internet. Countless no need to be sorry floated on the screen. The Dark Star is not a super civilization that possesses the ability to traverse the cosmic realms. They need a certain amount of energy to do so for teleportation. And we've already figured out their teleportation methods over the years. They can't touch Earth, not even the orbit. Boom! The screen shuddered violently. The crusher is broken again. Turn on the gas pedal, let's go back to Venus 3 camp, and leave this place for them to savor on their own. Breaking their own stuff, empty of high technology but a hamstring, good to deal with. A rainbow of light rushed out of the shattered cluster belt. The battle armor quickly separated and blended into a small ship. Captain! A childish voice rang out. Well, you came just in time or I wouldn't have been able to get away. Don't fly forward, they'll be tracking. Captain, so which position do we go from? Around Mercury. Roger that. The young voice was filled with excitement. The cold intelligent voice sounded again. Intelligent record, 2044A. D. May 5th, the Master has finally perfected the 3 major group star chains and can accurately lock onto the Dark Star's teleportation array. However, the Dark Star side has begun to change its strategy. The Master has only slept 4 hours a day for the past month, relying solely on his willpower to hold on. The captain has formulated a plan for the return voyage. If the captain is killed in action, what should we do about the return flight plan? If we don't establish a base on Mars and discover the remains of the 7th sun, I'm afraid the return voyage plan will be shelved forever. The heroes will remain in the cold deep space forever, and sleep long in the alien land. This is the last thing they want, right? Yu Tianming sighed and waved to a young man next to him. Professor, you tell them to continue tracking the black box's signal trajectory. The distance of 13 light-years is indeed far away from the solar system, but our current technology is enough to track that location. The young man said, Professor, I suddenly remembered a problem. The second-generation exploration ship sent by the joint headquarters has already left the solar system, and there has been our signal source on it. Yu Tianming looked shocked. You go ahead and get busy. He said to his caller, Dishio, come over here. Wu Dishio came to the hall. Yu Tianming said, just now, Xiaohao reminded me that our second-generation unmanned exploration spaceship has already left the range of the solar system. Do you still remember the time when the second-generation spaceship departed? Wu Dishio said, Teacher, it was 40 years ago. Yes, 40 years ago. Yu Tianming clenched his fists. Did the Dark Star know about the existence of Earth's civilization because of the cosmic signals sent out by the unmanned exploration ship? Wu Dishio revealed a hint of shock. This really wasn't expected. Yu Tianming's eyes glowed. Contact the Motherland immediately. I'm old and can't remember many things. The people who built the unmanned exploration spaceship in the beginning, how many of them are still alive now? Wu Dishio gave a oh. Teacher, I don't remember this one either. Well, then talk to the motherland and go find it right away. While the two were talking, the screen wobbled. Cracking program executed, code restored. On the screen, next to what should have been a shattered battleship, a tall, lanky, and majestic man sat on the ground, watching the stars twinkle in the distance. 13. Captain. A voice was raspy with some magnetism. You go to inform old 9, first leave Mars, there is not very troublesome now, all to old 7 alone. Captain. Old 7 he, although he is still a year younger than you, but you do not underestimate him, he is not a vegetarian. Captain, didn't you say to his face before that he would only be reckless and wouldn't use his brain? This back figure let out a cheerful laugh. If you don't say that, he sheds his brains? He doesn't even obey you. 13 was a bit unconvinced. It will always be convincing. The captain stood up, his back looking even taller. This was the captain of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, and by all rights, should be the strongest one out of the 13. He was the heart of the plan, the brain, and even more so, the sole signal transmitter. Everyone looked at this back and stood in awe. Although the face could not be seen, and it was a deliberate act by the captain, this back figure had been planted deeply in the minds of countless Xia people. He could have completely turned around, but there was no need to, because without turning around, he could also protect the motherland and the earth. He didn't need the people to remember his face, to remember him, perhaps. It's also a worry, fearing that his loved ones will see it. They, nameless and faceless, erased all information, only to guard the motherland in this deserted, lonely outer space. For a time, a thick sense of sadness lingered in many people's hearts. The captain said, also, let Lao Jiu bring him a little bit of nutrient liquid over. This stuff is as plentiful as the Dark Star people. It's very important to us. That kid is growing his body. Damn, he's growing taller than me. Speaking of which, the backstory suddenly reached up and wiped a hand to his face, his voice buzzing a bit. I think I swear. 13 said over the communicator, Captain, if you care so much about him, just tell him, or else he'll always have hatred for you. Tell him what for, he has hatred for me, but he can do what he can to his country, to his people, to sacrifice at any time, and that's enough. The captain looked up, looking proudly at the stars. Without that hatred, he wouldn't have grown so fast. This kid, has been trying to prove it to me. Fine. 13 responded unhappily. There was a sudden roar in the distance. Captain. 13 shouted. 13, get ready, they don't want to come over, we'll be fine with you and me, we don't need to waste the power we've saved. You follow me when the time comes, don't run blindly, you kid is even crazier than old 7, when the time comes, you will run with me to an unknown galaxy and can't come back, I'll see how you can thank me. Yes, Captain, I'll be right there. 13's voice instantly became bold. The back stared at the distant roar and muttered, Act 3, the third batch, Saturn's outer square circle formation. It's amazing that they know how to set up a formation, but what's the point? We're the old fathers who play with formations. Intelligence Xiaoyu, record. Recording complete. The captain's back bent downwards, and with a whoosh, a small airship flew in. Mountain Province, Taigu Town. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao had been accompanying Song Weigua for the last few days. When she saw the scene, Su Xiaoxiao instantly burst into tears as she pointed at the screen and said to Song Weigua, Uncle Song, look, Song Shuebing's captain is treating him so well. Song Weigua snorted and laughed with tears in his eyes. Getting up, he saluted pensively. Dala, you guys did these things, very proud, very great, very great. Li Guoming poured a bowl of wine for Song Shuebing's grave, the seventh son liked to drink, and he even brought a wine gourd with him when he went to Mars. He knew that Song Shuebing's remains had been sent over to the national headquarters because there were some things in him that were so important that the country had to extract them. I believe that even if Song Shuebing knew this, he wouldn't care. He would even say, hurry up, as long as I can raise the motherland to be strong, it's fine to break me into pieces. Shuebing, even though I've never met you, counting age, I'm still a few years older. You always say that the captain does this and that, but now you hear it, the captain is really in love with you. Old 7 was arrogant, the captain didn't favor it, but behind his back, he was relieved. This is really a doting father-like character. The captain should be 50 years old. All kinds of thoughts were coming out on the pop-up screen. After the captain enters the spaceship, the perspective changes and is replaced with 13. Everyone should leave some memories behind, even if those memories might not be known, there is always something left behind. Over here, Wu Deshio talked about Yu Tianming's idea with the Xia headquarters. When the old man found out, he immediately arranged for it to go down. This speculation hadn't occurred to anyone at first, but now that he thought about it, he realized that the possibility was still very high. If it was because the signal from the unmanned exploration vessel had attracted the Dark Star, then it was perhaps possible that the people who had made this plan were related to the group that had built the unmanned vessel. The 13 sons were all from Xia. Within the chief engineers involved in the construction of the No Man's ship, 3 of them were Xia people. The others aside, such a grandiose plan shouldn't have been thought up by some small person. However, 2 of the 3 chief engineers from Xia have already passed away, and one is now retired at home. I heard that his ears and eyes were bad, and he didn't read these things. Soon, 2 groups of people from the general hospital went to the homes of those 2 chief engineers who passed away. If they were related to the Heavens Path Protectorate program, they might be able to find some clues at home. The other group of people went to the home of the engineer who was still alive. In the darkness, a bright light appeared. Reporting to the captain, I have arrived. 13's voice was still filled with excitement. He seemed to be filled with passion at all times. Saturn was far away in the screen. This is, I'm afraid, the first time in my life that I've seen the real Saturn so close. And I'm afraid, you've got to have some face. Will you guys shut up? The pop-up screen was buzzing for a while. Saturn comes with a halo, the Saturn of the screen at this moment, more majestic. That halo gives a supreme sense of mystery. Space was static, the universe was calm, but at this moment Saturn seemed to be alive. Teleportation array. In the screen, the teleportation array glowed brightly at Saturn. The Dark Star People's teleportation array. Yu Tianming stared at the screen. There was no Dark Star teleportation array in 7th Sun Song Shuebing's recorder. This time, they saw it. The teleportation array was a kind of thick line similar to lightning and thunder, and from the screen viewpoint it looked far away, as if it was a thin line. 13, this time, it's time for you to prove it to me. The captain's voice was calm. Captain, just watch. Whoosh. The flying rainbow rushed towards the teleportation array. At that moment, everyone watching this scene held their breath. Moth to flame. It was unknown who typed on the pop-up screen, and the next moment, he was bombarded with private messages from countless netizens to the point of going down. Flying rainbow rushing towards the teleportation array is indeed a bit of a moth to a flame. Could it be that our heroes dealt with the teleportation array in this lose-lose way? Yu Tianming's heart lifted as he propped his hands on the table, his pale eyes already covered in blood. If that's the case, then it proves that our heroes haven't found a way to completely crack the Dark Star. They can only fight with their lives. But your lives and their lives can't be mixed up. If one of you is missing, you will never be able to make up for it. Yu Tianming shook his head again. No, absolutely not. The captain would not be so stupid. He was able to carry this burden and lead the 12 suns to conquer beyond the heavens. Surely he wouldn't be so reckless. Sure enough, when the flying rainbow was about to approach the teleportation array, it suddenly turned a corner and rotated rapidly around the array to the very bottom. 13. Captain, I'm busy. 13, you'll stay in history. Captain, what do you mean by that? Nothing else, I'm conflicted sometimes. Maybe the black box will never return to the motherland. Our mission has been given to space. If we don't leave you in history, how can we be worthy of your journey? Captain, I don't have time to nag you. 13's voice fell, only to see a loud bang rumbling from the other side of the teleportation array. Blowing up their own teleportation array with Dark Star's light energy weapons feels really cool. 13 laughed out loud, his childish laughter infecting everyone off-screen. He, smiling brighter than the sun. Well done. The captain laughed as well. 13, you've really grown up this time. The teleportation array was blown up, and a storm of violent air currents swirled around, a massive cosmic storm appearing on the outskirts of Saturn. The ship immediately approached the blow-up point. 13, get on board. The captain opened the hatch and swung it open. The ship had a particularly conspicuous marking, the hexagram. One side was black, the other white. The black side had a dark skull marking, while the white had a blazing sun, representing light. At a glance, it was clear that it didn't belong to Earth, and should be a Dark Star product. Perhaps, it was the flag of the Dark Star civilization. The construction of one light and one darkness surprisingly gave people a philosophical feeling. But this kind of light and darkness, Earth had already played badly how many years ago? Wu Dishou stared at the banner and thought for a moment. I guess it's a self-proof of Dark Star's efforts to evolve. They think such a philosophy is very high-end, but in reality, it's backward instead. Maybe they are very high-tech, but humanities are still at the very low end. It's only after they've conquered civilization after civilization that they've learned that some things have to require humanities to build. That way, it was a society. Su Xiaoman gave a thumbs up. It's still teacher who is great. Don't flatter me, I'm just guessing. Wu Dishou glared at Su Xiaoman. The flying rainbow rushed into the airship and the hatch closed. Return flight, back to the camp. The captain accelerated and turned around. Boom! A laser ray swept in sharply. Captain, it's coming. 13 shouted. The ship made a U-turn and reached a terrifying sublight speed state, getting out of range of the particle beam attack. Seeing that the ship was leaving Saturn's range, and that the teleportation array had been destroyed, this time Dark Star's attack should be contained, and the pop-ups were already sending out well done in pieces. The next second, dense cosmic rays came from the distant darkness, like galaxies that converged into a sea. Seeing this saturated covering strike, the barrage disappeared cleanly in an instant. Is this the Dark Star's space covering strike? Yu Tianming eyed the galactic rays. If it covered the surface of the planet, there was nothing that could intercept it, unless it was carried hard with planetary chains. But doing that would also be the same as destroying the hard-to-create lunar portal and cluster belt cleanly. The captain's calm voice rang out on the screen. They sure have gotten smart. Captain, deathless attack, can't avoid it. 13th's voice did not panic. The captain said, let's go, this ship isn't ours anyway. As soon as the words fell, a beam of particle lasers was the first to blast at the ship. 2 long rainbows swept through space, and the captain added, forced landing on Saturn, not enough energy to leave for now. 13, we have to grab the ship. Good. 13 never questioned the decisions before what the captain said. The ship disintegrated in space. Captain. Another voice came from the screen. Lao Gio. 13 responded with a smile. The people in front of the screen, including Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming, froze. The ninth sun was really a woman. The ninth sun said, Captain, we detected energy fluctuations in the dark cluster star belt. It might be a teleportation array. The dark star opened 2 teleportation arrays at once. This time it's determined to break through our cluster star chain. The captain's firm voice echoed in the hall. They can't, right now, break through. Old 9, you and Old 6 and Old 4 find a way to destroy that teleportation array for me. If it can't be destroyed, then execute Plan 121 and pull the battle line to the back of the sun. Got it, Captain, but you've lost your ship. It's impossible for the battle armor to fly across planets, and there's not enough energy for the battle armor to be squeezed by the vacuum for a long time. Is that any of your business? The captain chortled. The ninth sun immediately didn't dare to talk too much. Then Captain, we'll go on our mission first. The 2 long rainbows landed on the Earth of Saturn. Saturn was a gas giant planet, mainly composed of hydrogen, with almost no land, extremely similar to Jupiter. Saturn has massive gusts of wind that are almost non-stop, with average wind speeds of 1.8 kilometers per hour. Since Saturn is a gaseous planet like Jupiter, the environment is harsher than that of Mars and Venus. However, it is clear that there are still some misconceptions about Saturn observation on Earth, which is why satellites are unable to directly observe the interior of Saturn. Saturn land is very little, but not nothing. Many scientists see the scene, cannot help but sigh. Saturn still has the Earth awe. The core of Saturn was rock and ice, but above the core, there was a layer of land. The 2 figures hovered over the surface layer of Saturn and kept falling down, seeing an icy piece of land present in the picture wrapped in an ocean of large amounts of hydrogen and a small amount of helium. Captain, there's wreckage. Don't get so excited, like little children who haven't seen the world. The captain's battle armor lit up with brilliance, attracting countless particle beams. Captain, what are you doing? Drawing fire. Attracting fire, they used a false teleportation array to mislead us, but behind our backs they opened a small one. Since we're here, we have to leave the battlefield here. After the captain finished speaking, countless particle beams covered them. The dazzling white light dispersed, the metallic hydrogen layer of Mars was dispersed quite a bit, and Saturn had some trajectory deviations as a result. Wu Deshio frowned. Back then, when the satellite observation, Saturn's trajectory appeared to change, I thought it was a historical inevitability, but I didn't expect it to be because of this. Ahem. The captain coughed a few times. 3 dark star squares descended from the sky. Wu Deshio's pupils exploded as he watched. This was the first time that he, and the people of Earth, had seen with their own eyes, a dark star people's square formation. A square formation consisted of 3 battleships plus 10 mechs and densely packed self-destructing shuttles, as well as 500 dark star people. 3 squares, that's tripled. The captain's voice sounded so despondent from inside. Project Heavenly Protectorate, September 9th of the 4th year. 13 has grown, and he can be a strong man born without fear, because he understands one thing, and that one thing is fundamental to our execution of this plan. Great oppression. The 9 battleships were like the sky collapsing, an extreme oppressive force. People outside the screen were a little breathless. The mechs were the first to land. These mechs were exactly the same as the mechs found in the Mars Dragon Type 1 impact crater, only the details and colors were different, and they were all from the Dark Star. Immediately after that, 1 Dark Star person after another flew out of the battleship. They were huge in stature, each reaching over 10 meters, and there were even a few Dark Star people who were over 20 meters tall. Not only were their figures tall, but they also shone with phosphorescence, and their skin was extremely hard at a glance. What was even more frightening was that they only wore simple body armor on their bodies, not the spacesuits as well as battle armor that Earthlings imagined. Relying on wings to fly in cosmic space? Suda looked at the Dark Star people in the screen and gritted his teeth slightly. Su Xiaoman said, they don't even need any auxiliary battle armor to survive in a vacuum. Is this the fundamental reason why this civilization of theirs can be so powerful? I don't know. If that's the case, then their body structure is too unbelievable. Wu Deshio said, what's so strange about this? The universe is boundless, our civilization's technology has just started, there are many cosmic mysteries and mysteries that we have never even seen. As Wu Deshio's words fell, 13th's voice came from the screen. Captain, is it still the same method as before, capturing the thief? The captain said, no, this method won't work on this group of Dark Star people. I've just cracked their code. The purpose of their visit this time is to lure us out. 13 was surprised, so smart. Evolution, they are evolving fast, transitioning to a civilized society. Once they are allowed to have humanistic ideas and produce philosophical thinking, the strength of this Dark Star civilization will become terrifying. Without humanistic philosophical thinking, relying solely on strong technological strength could only be described as reckless. Recklessness would eventually be sanctioned by the civilization and self-destruct. There was a bottleneck in the development of technology. Not knowing how to think and only knowing how to be powerful and only knowing how to develop crazily would surely lead to self-destruction. But at that time, the Dark Star people had already begun to transition to a civilized society, thinking, scheming, and thinking about how to arrange their troops in formations. They even knew that conquering a civilization didn't necessarily require destruction. It could also be enslaved. Once this powerful civilization learns to think, learns to treat things philosophically, and studies the rules of the universe, it will be extremely terrifying. The strength of the civilization would rise by a large step. If we say that the current Dark Star civilization is a tertiary level, then when they figured it all out, they would be able to impact a fourth-level civilization. This is inevitable. As long as they don't self-destruct, or a more powerful civilization would appear and enslave them. Boom boom boom. 30 mechs loomed close, acting as the vanguard to open the way. All sorts of firepower poured out, enveloping the captain and 13 in an endless range of fire strikes. Firepower coverage, bombing round first. 13 jumped to the captain's side, and the captain's mech was azure blue, radiating endless technological fantasy. Facing the roiling line of fire, the captain threw out what looked like a grenade. The grenade landed and expanded into a curtain of light. The line of fire blasted against it and shook. 13, prepare to inject the bloodline potion. 1 bottle is enough. Good. Wu Deshio and the others heard the bloodline potion thing once again. Song Shuebing's remains had already arrived at the headquarters, and now they were only waiting for a time. When the time arrived, the blood samples from Song Shuebing's body would be taken for research. This bloodline potion was definitely not simple. The light curtain prevented most of the fire coverage, but some of it still fell on the land through the gap that the light curtain had punched through. 13 swayed from side to side, and the battle armor carried him skyward, facing a dense network of firepower. The battleships spewed out all kinds of laser beams. The energy entrained in them were particles, quantum, all ray strikes, and penetrated extremely well. 13 reached out and a shield appeared. On the opposite side, a tall Dark Star man's eyes appeared angry, roared something, but unfortunately, no Earthlings could understand. Yes, it's robbing you guys, otherwise we can't consume so much just by relying on bloodline potions. Unless we hit your lair and rob you clean, I know you can automatically translate our words. Listen up. I am the 13th son of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program. One day, I will fight my way into your Dark Star civilization's lair. Hold you all, down there, never to come out again. Well said. The pop-ups rolled into one. Suda and the others were at the height of their youthful exuberance. Hearing these words only made their blood boil. The leader on the opposite side was enraged by these words, and after he heard the translation, the huge wings behind his back quickly flapped, and his arm made a point towards 13's body. Whoosh! The self-destructing shuttles were densely packed and swarmed. 13 let out a hey, and fiery red gas jetted out from the back of his battle armor as he quickly flew away from the land. Mecha strength is at XN9 level, gotta use the corrosive Dark Star howitzer. Honestly, the day we left, we had nothing but the ship we took off in. Taking something from the enemy against the enemy is our fine tradition in Xia. After the captain finished speaking, 18 square iron plates ejected from the back of his battle armor. Boom! A ray of light blasted onto the body of the mech. The mecha's entire body was immediately corroded by the lasers, and a large chunk of their body fell off when they took a step, eventually shaking into pieces and scattering in a sea of metallic hydrogen. The captain catapulted to start, avoiding the mecha's attacks while attacking at the same time. Nimble as nanomatter under high-precision manipulation, he perfectly avoided each of the mech's attacks while firing a mass of laser-corrosive howitzers. The leader wailed and the 2 battleships immediately pressed down and began to cover the area with all-round firepower. At the same time, the 3 battleships turned around and rushed towards the sun like a long rainbow. 13. Captain. There are 3 battleships leaving. Quick, tow them. We can't let them enter our cluster chain. Once they do, we'll find out that the Earth proper exists. Earth Prime? Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming looked confused as they watched. What did it mean by Earth Essence? Roger that, Captain. I definitely won't let them take half a step out of Saturn's orbit. 13 was like a great soaring eagle, dragging the densely packed self-destructing shuttles behind him and rushing towards the 3 warships that had turned around. Don't run! 13 was spirited. A hint of smugness appeared in the leader's eyes, and he wowed a few more words. The rest of the battleships all pressed down, while group after group of Dark Starians stirred their wings and landed on the Saturn land. If the captain was going to retreat, then they would leave to go after 13, or even search for where the Earth proper was. 13, remember how we dealt with the Dark Starians battleships the first time we saw them? Remember. Show your skills, don't let me underestimate you. Captain, just don't worry about it. I'm no worse than anyone else. But Captain, if something happens to me, fuck off, say something before we even start fighting. I don't have a teammate like you. The captain cursed. The scale of the dark star he was facing was too much stronger than 13. This battle will make 13 grow even more, but it will be just as much growth for me. Am I any different from them? No. I am also of mortal form. I wasn't born a god of war either, I just forced myself to become one. It's just that I didn't expect the outcome of this battle to be like that. Perhaps I should have thought of it long ago. It's just that I didn't want to think about it. 13 men guarding for 13 years is the first step we have formulated. If the motherland can receive the black box, cracking to the back will definitely say I'm selfish, but I am. Each of us can sacrifice, it's nothing, but our sacrifice has to have value. It has to be worthwhile, otherwise it's for nothing. The final step of the Heaven's Path Protectorate plan was to punch into the Dark Star's lair. The captain's fist, carrying a 10,000 times gravity downward impact of the battle armor, blasted at the top of the mech's head. Hard Kong. The whole platform boiled over. No dodging or remote kiting, directly using the maneuverability and super gravity of the battle armor to fight the opposite mech in a physical fight. Fierce. This is crazy. This is not crazy, this is brave, this is decisive. Right, if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, is he waiting for the enemy to overwhelm him? It's better to take the initiative to attack and look for an opportunity than to let the enemy press all the way over. He could have used his battle armor and Saturn's special environment to pull it off, but he didn't choose to do so, obviously, in order to stall for time for 13. The discussion on the pop-up screen was heated, and the people from the military department also expressed their opinions, all agreeing that it was better to take the initiative. The punch slammed into the top of the mech's head. For a mech, the captain of the battle armor covering his entire body was only half the size of his head. But this punch destroyed the mech and directly blew it to pieces. This operation stunned everyone in front of the screen. It was hard to imagine that this battle armor had so much power in one punch. It's burning up. I don't know who shouted. The captain destroyed one mech and immediately turned back, nimbly jumping on top of the head of another mech. The mechs immediately radiated their overhead weapon attacks, but the captain seemed to have expected it, and with an extreme flip to break the mech's head, he sank with such force that all of the mech's weapon attacks hit the other mech. There was a loud boom. The two mechs attacked each other and died together. The captain landed on the ground with a roll and looked up at 13's position, and a set of codes appeared in the pupils of his azure-colored battle armor helmet. He seemed to be calculating something. The next moment, the captain bowed and charged forward, the efficient speed brought by the battle armor ignoring Saturn's terrain, and rushed directly towards the mecha group. Bang bang bang! The fire coverage directly covered the captain. The captain shot a shield forward, which landed and expanded, opening up into a curtain of light to block the attack. He twisted his head to look to the side and reached out to push. A beam chain wrapped around the mech's leg and was instantly pulled through. The fire coverage bombarded the spot where the captain had just sprinted with hydrogen. The captain wrapped around the mech's thigh and pulled out a chip with a flashing green aura. He shoved the chip into the mech's leg and the chains flashed again, wrapping around another mech and flying past. The chief watched the captain weave in and out of the group of mechs with ease, and winced in anger. The fire coverage would blow these mechs to smithereens if they all hit. The leader was reckless, but knew that he would definitely be punished when he returned after doing so, and didn't dare to declare firepower for a deathless bombardment. This gave the captain time and opportunity. He weaved in and out of the group of mechs, dodging left and right, placing a bomb here and stuffing some small things there. After one lap, the captain seemed to be a bit tired as well. Red lines appeared behind his battle armor, and an icy voice said, "Insufficient energy supply." The captain didn't stop. His arms unfolded and he flew towards the battleship. The leader saw the flying rainbow and knew what it was, immediately taking a few steps back and gibbering a bunch of words. The other Darkstars gathered around and incited their wings to rush at the captain. The captain suddenly stepped back, the front thrusters instantly shifted to rear propulsion, and he shrunk backward sharply in midair, countless silk threads appearing from his unfolded arms, stringing all of the mech's legs together. The captain raised his head, and the battle armor followed. Boom! Saturn's metallic hydrogen frantically burned and converged. The captain's battle armor helmet reflected various beams of light as he rolled towards the ground, the battle armor pliantly carrying him as he crashed into the depths of the land. A dark star watched the captain disappear and shot a laser ray at the spot where he had vanished. The others followed with a first bombing round. The leader waved his hand and shouted, and all the mechs stopped advancing. Surrounded by churning cold metallic hydrogen, they seemed to have lost the captain's message. The leader's turquoise eyes darted left and right as if tracking the captain. The dark stars stirred their wings and circled around. Kuru! The chief suddenly shouted. All 1,000 dark star people came out, blocking off the land perimeter and pressing down. There were no gaps, no loopholes, pressing down little by little. They also knew that their opponents were formidable, so they didn't dare to be slow. In the darkness, the captain's battle armor emitted a faint glow as he lurked in the sea of metallic hydrogen, pulling a piece of rope in his hand that could not see light. Looking at the densely packed dark star people pressing down, a hint of contempt appeared in the eyes of the battle armor. This sense of oppression is too strong. Gosh, the captain was so handsome just now, it dazzled me. If the dark star people descended to Earth like this, I guess I'd have to lose the courage to fight, it's too strong. This way we know how strong and brave 13 Sun is. The pop-ups were getting a bit heated, and many of the broadcasts added color to the pop-ups, all burning flames. What is he waiting for? Wu Dishio looked at the screen, unconsciously his palms were all sweaty. It would be a real pity if such a person died in battle, the captain was so strong, he shouldn't die easily. Wu Dishio's thoughts went farther than the others. If every battle with the Dark Star people was like this, then the chances of winning would indeed be great. But the Dark Star people, just like the conversation between the captain and 13 before, they were getting smarter and transitioning to a civilized society little by little. The reason why the 7th Sun was killed in battle was that the torn teleportation array struck with deathless coverage, plus the square formation with the battleships as well as the Dark Starians, piling them up directly with quantity and quality. If I were the captain, I would also lock down the teleportation array, using the narrow road versus battle method to lock down the road in the teleportation channel. Next to him, Sudim muttered to himself. On the screen, the Dark Star people carefully pressed downward, while the chief kept searching the surrounding to prevent the captain from suddenly appearing. Huaxia! An unknown Dark Star man shouted, followed by countless laser rays and quantum energy attacks all fired. The land below was blasted to pieces. Captain! 13 yelled. Can't die. These brainless things. The captain's voice was still as calm as ever. 13, want to see the fireworks? Captain, what time is it? Forget it, too lazy to ask you. The captain's voice came to an abrupt end, and in the next second, the roiling silk threads turned into beams of light and quickly passed through the group of mechs. The battle armor carried the captain from the depths of darkness in a single flight. All stored energy depleted, temporarily unable to fly in vacuum, turning on backup kinetic fuel. A warning came from the battle armor. But for the captain, this time, it was enough. He gripped the beam and pulled hard. The cluster of mechs exploded with a roar, a huge impact swept in all directions. Many Dark Star people were attacked by the impact, killing and injuring a large number of people. The leader let out a roar, the wings behind him shook, his whole body was covered by battle armor, his huge and sturdy battle armor body was like a mansion, and with a lift of his leg, he caught up with the captain. The other Dark Starians let out all sorts of strange languages, the battleship turned, and the swarming Dark Starians all buckled into their battle armor and chased after them. The captain's battle armor is all out of energy, how is he going to fly? It's too hard, he can't fly, he'll have to stay on Saturnland. The pop-ups worried, the netizens were sweating. Despite knowing that nothing would happen to the captain at this moment, that oppressive feeling of nervousness grew stronger and stronger. The captain fell straight down. He flipped on the spot, put up a quantum shield that blocked most of the attack, and turned to snap at a Dark Star covered in battle armor in a flash. There was a click. The Dark Star man's battle armor made an icy cracking sound, and the captain's battle armor eyes were red. Captain, hang in there, I'm coming to help you. I've opened it, I've opened the bloodline potion. 13's voice became raspy, a surge of power rushing across his voice. No need, I haven't opened the potion yet. The captain pulled the dead Dark Star man, stripped off his battle armor, and entered the depths of the metallic hydrogen. The next second, dense illusory rays blocked the metallic hydrogen tightly. The dark aliens finally realized that they were no longer playing hide and seek with the captain, and the battleships lined up side by side, using dark matter to clear the sea of hydrogen from the surface of Saturn. The captain looked up as countless beams flung themselves at him. He toppled the Dark Starians and dragged up his battle armor to flash behind another rock. Bang! The rock shattered. The Dark Star man's corpse was pierced into a sieve with countless holes from the beams. Can't hide. The captain's voice was surprisingly calm as he threw away the Dark Star man's corpse, dissolved his battle armor, and took out a bottle of potion. This is a bloodline potion. Yu Tianming stared at the screen and kept making notes. The captain swallowed the blood vein potion through his protective suit. 13, I'm afraid this is our last solo battle. From now on, we'll have to fight in a group battle. Why? They evolved. The captain drank the bloodline potion, and the eyes on his protective suit instantly became azure in color. Intelligent record, Dark Star People Evolution, the 4th year of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, is a turning point. The Master has discovered the quality of Dark Star People Evolution. What will be faced in the future is no longer a single soldier out of the strange tricks, can only rely on warships to fight conventional space wars. On September 10th, the Master understood that if he fought a conventional war, the battle line would have to be pushed back, but to push out this step, trade-offs had to be made. Unfortunately, the Master is not qualified to make trade-offs. Boom boom boom. The screen shook violently. The Earth-turning explosion around Saturn, combined with the time, coincided with the time when the Earth's satellites discovered the deviation in Saturn's trajectory in the first place. Yu Tianming and Wu Dexiu looked at each other, their eyes complex. At first, if they had known that this was all because of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program, perhaps the Mars base would not have been built. They would have been the first to research battleships and break through the space universe rule bindings to help the 13th sun. But now that nearly 30 years had passed, it was already too late. Beyond the Saturn burst, two figures passed through the roaring swarm of battleships. Captain 13's voice was unusually excited, a power swelling and festering within it. The fireworks were buried by Saturn's metallic hydrogen. Wu Dishu and the others even saw an imperceptible curtain of dark luster enveloping the Saturn battlefield. He muttered to himself, no wonder we didn't notice any Saturn anomalies and thought this was a normal shift in Saturn's trajectory. 13th Sun used some unknown black technology to hide this. Yu Tianming also spoke. The purpose of doing this is still the same as what you said before, it should be to make this plan only successful. So, we don't need to know all of this. The two of them sighed. According to the development of Earth's technology, as long as the world was given another 100 years, Mars was completely transformed. Then the problem of resources would be solved, and it would make inroads into the other planets of the solar system. The Earth at that time was enough to grow to a second-level civilization. In fact, Earth's technology had a perverted leap forward. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold on Mars and establish a base at that time. Of course, the captain and the others at that time would never have imagined it. The Heavenly Tao Protectorate program surfaced, the country would not give up Mars, and neither would the joint headquarters. But the focus might change. Earth would develop technology even more frantically. The bottleneck won't self-destruct until the bottleneck is reached, and the Earth hasn't even reached the second level of civilization. The screen went dark. Between the shaking of the screen, only a cluster of sparks could be seen flashing around. Between the flashing sparks, 13's figure fell from the shuttle that kept blowing itself up. His battle armor had shattered and he only had the simplest of protective suits on his body, but his skin was blood red, like it was dripping blood. The three battleships in the air were disintegrating, and in a sequential manner. Captain, I'm breaking them down one by one, awesome. 13 laughed out loud. The captain flew up to catch 13, who was wearing a set of cobbled-together battle armor that should have been stripped off and composed from the Dark Star people. Awesome. The captain hugged 13, just a bit of a waste. What's a waste, Captain? Do I have any wounds on me? 13 grinned. 13's face appeared. At this moment, Xia instantly boiled. It definitely wasn't the captain's negligence that made 13's face appear in the black box. It was a very young and boyish face, somewhat handsome, with sword brows and eyes that looked as if they could speak. There were two dimples when he smiled, sweet, like a big boy next door. This is only less than 20 years old. Surprisingly so cute. The pop-up screen began to be occupied by girls. 13, you've done an outstanding job. Now, I'll take you back to the camp. The captain hugged 13 and flew off into the distance. Saturn buried the battlefield. Everyone in the last scene didn't know what happened, but it certainly wasn't easy. 13 was exhausted, and the captain shouldn't have had a good time either. But as long as it was won, everything was just worth it. Captain, how's it going over there with Lao Jiao? 13's voice was surprisingly quiet in the frame. They're holding, but it's about the same as yours. We can rest for a month this time. 13 heard 1 month and said excitedly, really, 1 month? Well, a month. The captain didn't sound very joyful. 13 was a little hesitant, then Captain, can I go home? No. The captain immediately vetoed. 13 smiled sarcastically, Captain, you're so serious. Flying Rainbow rushes to Venus. Intelligent record, once the Dark Star people teleport over, they can't teleport back unless they have time to rest and recuperate, and currently the Master hasn't discovered where the Dark Star people's home planet is. As soon as the Dark Star people come over a batch, they basically have to destroy a batch. They come and go without returning, but it is also such continuous intense combat that has allowed the Dark Star people to evolve. The Bloodline Potion came from the Dark Star people, they have sensed the effect of the Bloodline Potion on us. This time they didn't carry much Bloodline Potion, each Dark Star people only brought 1 bottle. But what the Dark Star people don't know is that the Master has hidden many bottles. The hall was silent. The Bloodline Potion unexpectedly came from the Dark Star. This was unexpected to everyone. How did the captain hide many bottles of Bloodline Potions? For a while, there were many different opinions. Wu Dishu looked at the extinguished screen and knew that he had to wait for the next screen, and that the process of deciphering the black box was one step at a time. But there was an unexpected joy just now, that is, 13's appearance was seen by everyone. It was possible to figure out where he was from based on his looks, and following the trail should lead to his family. He was so young, his family should all be there. Just then, the screen suddenly lit up, and a round planet appeared on the screen. This is the moon. Many people recognized it at a glance. The captain's voice was somewhat despondent, sounding very lazy and moody. Lao Jiu became an adult this year. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to organize a bat mitzvah for her, but now I have the time. With a month of rest and recuperation, we can perfect a lot of things. We can pull the battle line out, but we have to prevent the Dark Star people from airborne. We haven't figured out the rules of the Dark Star's teleportation array yet, but the next one should be around Jupiter, and to push the battle lines out, we'll have to burn the battle out. The captain's voice slowly grew softer. To burn it out, we need to find a temporary teleportation branch of the Dark Stars. That's not hard. What's hard is who. The voice ended abruptly. The captain seemed to be considering something and added, 13 is called Shokai, and I hope he and they stay in history. When the black box returns to the motherland someday, and this scar is uncovered, I hope that they, all of them, will be honored and remembered by history. As for me, it doesn't matter, I'm coming through anyway. The voice faded. The image was fixed on the moon. Yu Tianming said, Jokai, 13 is called Jokai, it shouldn't be hard to find. There are looks and names. If his family is still alive, the results should come out today. Yu Tianming sighed and turned to look outside the base. The wind and sand rolled and the storm raged across the land. The image recorded by the black box seems simple, but it is actually very complicated. We were able to open it so smoothly, also because of this mysterious data code, which is related to our Xia's original space program. The Dark Star civilization is more technologically advanced than Earth, and it's not difficult to decipher this code matrix, but the captain and the others must have tampered with it. The old man said in the video, so, we can only take our time, one step at a time. Yes. Yu Tianming's tone was somewhat helpless. When they fight in outer space, it's also one step at a time. There's nothing that can be achieved in one step. When Wu Dishou heard these words, he shook his head with some disapproval. He didn't know what to say, but he always felt that captaining them was a step to heaven. The old man said, this is good. The headquarters will also have to free up their hands to deal with other things. There is no analysis of the Dark Star people in the black box for now. Maybe later, this is the focus. Wu Dishou smiled bitterly, teacher, I always have a hunch that the Dark Star civilization still exists. Then the captain and the others, they are also still alive? Su Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wu Diziu. Wu Dishou wanted to say that it was all speculation, but felt that there was no point in saying that, and turned to walk away. Su Xiaoman let out an "oh" and glanced outside the base. I wonder if there are any other heroes left in this cold planet, left here. Xia Gua. The information about Zhou Kai had come to a head. This was, after all, a national event, and with the whole world watching the live black box broadcast, information was spreading fast. In less than an hour, someone had contacted the headquarters. Based on the clues, Zhou Kai should be from Zhejiang province. In icy space, on a planet unknown how many light years away from Earth, a dilapidated ship flickered with light. The location of the home planet has been obtained, spare kinetic fuel is turned on, hibernation pods are on, life support preparations are complete, and the return program will be initiated in 1 hour. I will escort the entire journey and send the master home, 157 light years from the home planet Earth, estimated time, 15 days. The ship clicked and shook, and an intact lightspeed ship inside rushed out of the broken shell, turned into a rainbow light, and entered the dark universe coordinates. In the Summer Kingdom, the winds and waves were calm. The global public opinion did not affect Xia. Comparing to the international excitement, the people of Xia instead, at this moment, were much calmer, only discussing in their own private groups. As the saying goes, emotions can be connected, but culture and bloodline will not. The Xia people were more able to understand what was meant by precipitation and what was meant by growth. 13 was growing, but how could the captain not? During the fierce battle just now, the captain also couldn't help but show off his skills and couldn't help but play with some tricks and techniques. This was not the kind of fancy maneuver that a man in his 30s or 40s could play. It must be a middle-aged teenager. If the captain was actually about the same age as 13 and the others, this would instead be more likely to stir up the Xia people's desire to win in this matter. A teenager's heart is higher than the sky. They wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. In this battle, they also vowed not to stop until they entered the Dark Star people's lair. The people are idle, chatting about the 13 suns, the work that should be done, the business that should be done. The country was not so relaxed. Not only did they have to study Song Shuebing's blood samples and look for a signal source that existed, allowing the unmanned to transmit a large number of signals, and only transmit signals that belong to Xia. Meanwhile, 13 Jokai's hometown had been contacted. The results of the General Academy of Sciences visit to the 3 engineers had also come back, and unsurprisingly, they hadn't found what they were looking for. The 2 that passed away left nothing behind, and their children's descendants hadn't realized that their elders had done anything special before they passed away. As for the engineer who was still alive, he was now sitting in a wheelchair, and he couldn't hear anything that was said, nor did he think much. Obtaining the details of that year's Heaven's Path Protectorate program from the unmanned had failed. Now one could only hope that the people who participated in this plan back then were still alive and knew that the motherland was looking for them. It was just that several days had already passed, and if the group of people who had participated in this plan back then were still alive, it was impossible that they would not contact the national headquarters. Perhaps the people who knew about this program, I am afraid that they are really not in the world anymore. On this day, it was raining lightly. Zhejiang Province, the hometown of the 13th ranked Zhou Kai, welcomed a group of important people. Since Song Shuebing, the second person in the 13th sun, surfaced. This time, it was the captain who took the initiative to disclose it. The raindrops hit the green stone street, and this small courtyard is unusually restrained. The thick humanistic atmosphere, the ancient colorful walls and the weeping willows by the river prove that Zhou Kai was born in a bookish family. But even though it was a family of books, at a glance the living conditions were not good. The old man stood at the door of the house and heard the noisy sounds of children inside, as well as the scolding sounds of adults. "We didn't find the wrong one, did we?" the old man asked the official beside him. "Sir, yes." The old man knocked on the door. When the door opened, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at the old man curiously, and with a sudden burst of joy, he exclaimed, "Sir, why are you here?" The old man laughed. "Why am I here, don't you know? Quickly! Inside please, inside please." The old man walked into the courtyard. Behind him was a sea of people. The old man wondered, is this Zhou Kai's house? The man said with some difficulty, "Actually, strictly speaking, this cannot be considered his home. Zhou Kai is actually, in fact, is an orphan. He was adopted by my father since childhood." "Hey!" the man sighed. "In fact, we don't have any blood relationship with Zhou Kai. At that time when he was still studying, he was very rebellious, always giving us trouble." "You are?" The old man was a bit puzzled. The man said, "My name is Yang Health, and I'm also considered Zhou Kai's older brother." Yang Health, Zhou Kai. Adopted child, must also be surnamed Yang. Or was the child already named Zhou Kai when he was adopted and couldn't change it? But these things are not what the old man wants to focus on. He walked into the house and asked, "Is your father there?" "He's in." This is something I haven't told him because he likes Zhou Kai as a younger brother very much. Yang Health asked his wife to pour water for the old man and added, "You sit down first, I'll call my father over. He's old now, he's retired for almost 10 years, and if it wasn't for that illness, he'd still be teaching at the school now." The old man smiled and said, "Good, very good, this is what it means to be a teacher," he said as he surveyed his surroundings, which were indeed not considered good. In this era, a lot of resources had to be tilted, and the quality of life wasn't all smooth sailing. There were always people living in poverty. This was a phenomenon that could not be avoided in every era, unless Xia was given another 50 years to completely break the shackles of resources and the solar system. On that day, perhaps everything would be different. The true communist era would arrive. But the arrival of the communist era was faced with a complex situation, and it was not a path that was said to be accomplished. It still had to be done in a gradual manner. The old man's thoughts drifted far away all of a sudden. "Sir, my father is here, his name is Yang Daxing." Yang Health led a slightly trembling old man over. The old man hurriedly stood up and asked, "How old is your father?" "My father is 65 years old." 65? The old man looked at Yang Daxing strangely. How was this not like 65 years old? Instead it was a bit like 75 or 85. Yang Health brought Yang Daxing to sit down. "Sir, because my father got that disease, that's why he became like this. Can't the disease be cured?" The old man shook hands with Yang Daxing. He could see that the shivering old man was excited and happy. It was just that his eyes were a bit cloudy, and he wasn't very good at speaking, slurring his words. Yang Health said, "It can't be cured for the time being, it's expensive. The point is that spending money doesn't necessarily lead to a 100% cure." The old man let out a deep sigh. He looked a bit like a terminally ill old man and didn't know if he should say anything about Zhou Kai. "Have you asked him about Zhou Kai?" the old man asked quietly. Yang Health nodded. "I spoke to my father after watching the live broadcast, and my father wasn't very excited about Zhou Kai's reaction, and just said that it's been so many years, it's long past." "Your father didn't watch the live broadcast. He doesn't like to watch, and his ears aren't very good, he likes to sleep." Yang Health spread his hands. The old man nodded slightly, sort of understanding. He sat down and started chatting with Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing was excited, and although he couldn't hear clearly, he tried hard to listen and answer. The old man asked some trivia about life and home, and also asked about the condition. Speaking of his condition, Yang Daxing became sullen all of a sudden. he also wanted to continue teaching people to read. The old man understood, and while patting young Daxing's shoulder to comfort him, he called his secretary in. Young Daxing's illness, notify the unit that the entire treatment is free. Yes, sir. The secretary went out to make a call. Sir, the live broadcast has started. Another assistant came in and spoke quietly. The old man was silent for a moment and asked, where did Jokai study before? In the 4th middle school. Yang Health replied, we were all in middle school in the 4th middle school at the time. Did he only go to middle school? He didn't like to read, but his grades were always good, and he preferred to study weird and wacky things. Yang Health said, and his eyes reddened slightly. I grew up with him, he likes to call me by my first name, never brother. The old man thought for a moment and walked over to young Daxing. Come, I'll take you to a place. Yang Daxing stood up and said with force. Go where? Go to the school where you used to teach, to see your former students. The old man said these words in a heavy tone. He did not know whether to tell young Daxing about this. But now that he had figured it out, there were some things that young Daxing still had to know. He was 13's adoptive father, sort of the only family member he had the right and was qualified to know. Clear sky after rain. But this time, after the rain, it was still gloomy. The entrance to the 4th middle school had long been filled with people. Many of them were young people, students of the 4th middle school. Some people were pulling banners that read, Jokai, the schoolmates and students are here waiting for you to come home. Be sure to come back and come to the school for a visit. The school hasn't been this lively for a long time. It's surrounded by a lot of teachers, and many of the surrounding residents have come to the school neighborhood on their own accord. The old man supported young Daxing, walking step by step on the way to the school. Yang Health they followed behind, silent and speechless all the way. Those onlookers were also silent. This road was not long, but they walked for a long time. Young Daxing talked vaguely to the old man about the stories he used to teach and how difficult it was for the students to teach. The old man listened with a smile on his face, and if he couldn't hear, he would patiently ask again. The road was long. They didn't drive and kept walking, past alleys, past the river. Yang Daxing pointed to the biggest willow tree and said that he had seen this tree grow 30 years ago, when he was still taking a few children in the exam. The old man kept nodding his head. You just won't give in. The old man was like a confidant. Yang Health had said that young Daxing loved Jokai, and had told him some stories about Jokai's childhood. It was no wonder that at the time, Yang Health was quite critical of Jokai, and even had a complete split with Jokai for a while. Young Daxing loved Jokai more than he loved Young Health. During the month when Jokai disappeared, young Daxing went out to teach every day and came back at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. After returning home, young Daxing stood under the willow tree at the intersection, and if Young Health didn't shout, young Daxing would stand there until midnight. He loved Jokai deeply, but always did not give Jokai a good face, because Jokai did not like to study. His grades were obviously always in the top, but he just often skipped classes. For this matter, Yang Daxing had not less scolded him. Jokai could never change. He sometimes skipped classes just to enjoy the feeling of lying on the railroad tracks, or even to change the trajectory of a blinking light bulb. These things sounded so absurd and unbelievable at the time. Now, Yang Daxing shut up about Jokai. After walking through a long stretch of street, in front of him was the 4th middle school by the river. It's been years since I've been here. Young Daxing looked at the familiar school building and the 2 tall birch trees on both sides of the school. The old man laughed. Your students, they must be missing you. Students. Yang Daxing sulked. I haven't taught for 10 years, those students of mine, all grew up and aren't in school anymore. They're back. The old man pointed ahead. Look, those students, aren't they all your students? You are the teacher here, educating generations of students, every student in this school. In fact, you are a student. Young Daxing was full of red light, happy and wanted to take a few quick steps. Seeing so many schoolchildren on both sides pulling banners, he couldn't stop trembling with joy, and stammered, I can still continue to teach, continue to. Before the words were finished, he suddenly stopped in place. The old man said, what's wrong? Yang Daxing's eyes trembled slightly, and his lips trembled. Yang Health said that since Jokai left, they formed a tacit understanding that they would never mention Jokai in front of young Daxing. The old man followed young Daxing's gaze and he understood. On all those banners, the words Jokai, go home and so on were written. Jokai is your child, right? The old man knew this was the most appropriate time to ask this. Yang Daxing suddenly shook his head. No. He took a few quick steps forward, his mouth said no, but his eyes looked at the banner, Jokai's words without blinking. The old man hurriedly held young Daxing back. Young Daxing ran to the side of the banner and looked at the young man he did not recognize. Do you know Jokai? These young men didn't know who young Daxing was, but when they saw the old man holding young Daxing, they probably guessed it, and one by one shouted, Grandpa, we all know Jokai. All know. Yang Daxing shivered and looked back at the old man in disbelief. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, Jokai went far, far away. He left without saying goodbye, not because he hated you, because he was too late to say goodbye to you. Yang Daxing, after all, was the one who taught, and when he heard this, he trembled. He, gone? Gone, perhaps, soon he will return. The old man raised his head, he went to the universe. Yang Daxing's eyes were cloudy and his speech was slurred, but his mind was not confused. He knew who the old man was, and the words he said, he would not misinterpret them as going to the heavens. Grandpa. The scholars' voices were like a flood of bells. Jokai is the pride of our Xia kingdom, of the whole world, a hero. The voices of these schoolchildren were the voices that Yang Daxing wanted to hear the most, and Jokai was the child that he didn't say on his lips but loved the most in his heart. These two together, Yang Daxing's eyes instantly reddened, and he took a step to the entrance of the school and saw that a projector was set up inside. Jokai ah. Yang Daxing saw countless Jokai's name hanging inside and outside the school. Names he hadn't heard in years. He only looked at the diary Jokai wrote in his quiet study alone every time. He missed Jokai as a child, but he knew that this child had left for so many years and would not return. But what he didn't expect was that Jokai's name would appear in his sight and ring in his ears under these circumstances. The old man walked next to Yang Daxing. Your child, Jokai, is the pride of the motherland, the hero of the motherland. Although he left you to do something even we don't know, the greatest thing of all. But he has always been by our side, with us. Because he can be there and see this blue planet. As the old man finished speaking, the projector turned on. The surroundings quickly darkened. The picture gradually emerged. Yang Daxing hunched over, looking at the curtain without blinking. He went somewhere. Yang Daxing slowly straightened his chest as he said this. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, he, with the bravery of life and death, and 12 others, went to outer space. Because, the people they had to deal with, came from other alien civilizations. Yang Daxing's body trembled. A blue planet appeared on the screen. Earth. This planet was so dazzling and beautiful. Yang Daxing looked at the scene and muttered, our Earth. Today, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it just so happens that it's also Lao Zhou's bar mitzvah, so we're spending it together. I'm glad that this Mid-Autumn Festival we have time to recuperate, so we can take it easy and have a reunion festival. On the screen, 13 backs stood in a row, facing the direction, which was exactly the Earth. Today, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it coincides with our 1 month of rest and recuperation. Mooncakes are not available, but we have nutrient fluid. Old 7, don't hide your wine. Hey, Captain, you can't be like this. Song Shuebing hurriedly ran back. Old 7, quick, bring the wine. I haven't drank wine since I grew up. My old dad always told me not to get involved in cigarettes or alcohol when I was young, but he can't see me drinking here. Jokai laughed out loud and chased after him to grab the wine. Yang Daxing's eyes moistened. Jokai's voice was like a sharp sword, poking directly into Yang Daxing's heart. Yang Health stood behind Yang Daxing, looking at the still playful Jokai in the picture. His eyes were also red. He was afraid that if his father knew about all this, it would make his already not so good health even worse. But after seeing his father's expression, Yang Health knew that his father had to see this. Jokai might never come back. Jokai. Yang Daxing's cloudy eyes became bright in an instant after seeing Jokai. His voice trembled as he reached out to touch the curtain, as if that way, he would be able to touch the child who had been away from home for many years. Jokai grabbed the wine and laughed. This laughter infected everyone around him. Someone was already sobbing, and the intermittent cries made Yang Daxing's heart feel like a knife. How could he not understand what this was? He reached out to touch the curtain, but after a few steps, he couldn't see Jokai, so he had to retreat back. Kid. Yang Daxing eyed the screen. Old 7, don't be reluctant. When the time comes for us to fight our way into the Dark Star People's lair, I'll find you some wine. They definitely drink. The last batch of Dark Star people I beat up smelled of alcohol. Song Shuebing glared, ghosts will believe you. Where would the Dark Star people know what wine is? The captain's mellow voice calmed the scene. Alright, Old 7, just be generous. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. As soon as the captain spoke, Song Shuebing also stopped making a scene. Taigu Town, Mountain Province. Song Weigwa sat in the crowd, looking at Song Shuebing in the picture, tears falling silently down his face. The ninth son's voice was soft. When we used to look at the moon when we were on Earth, we imagined Chang'e running to the moon, but now that we're looking at the moon from Venus, it's really something else. Jokai had an upright figure and stood on a rock with a jade-like appearance. Yeah, it looks much clearer this way. My dad used to always give me one mooncake and my brother two during the Mid-Autumn Festival. When I asked him why, he said something like this, you're the younger one, you need to know that Kong Rong gave up his pair. Yang Health listened to this sentence. The pupil stared at the boss. He was surprised to be here and hear Jokai say a brother. Captain. Jokai turned back, his eyes looked at the captain, but from the screen, he looked at everyone off screen. I want to go home so much. My dad is very stubborn, he is probably still looking for me everywhere. Yang Daxing's tears couldn't be stopped any longer. He choked and went to grab the curtain, as if he wanted to grab the child that he thought about day and night. Joe Kai why did you leave and not tell me just say let me know where you went Yang Daxing this cry detonated everyone's tear ducts. On the screen, the captain's back walked to Joe Kai's side and pointed in the direction of the earth. So here you are, say happy Mid-Autumn Festival to your dad. Joe Kai let out a heave. I'm not going to, how embarrassing, silly. There was silence on the screen. No one spoke. Joe Kai rolled over on one heel, his battle armor covering his head. Dad. He gave a salute. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. When I'm done fighting these sons of bitches, I'll come back to see you, and I'll even bring you Dark Star's local specialties. They seemed to see the east of Earth, flashing with dazzling fireworks. Motherland, Mid-Autumn Festival, happy. The 13 sons spoke in unison. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The voices were like waves. All over the country, many people yelled this at the screen. In this way, it was as if they could be in the same time and space as the 13 sons, seeing their progress and empathizing with them. However, this was still a conversation that was more than 20 years apart. This Mid-Autumn Festival, let's pass it early. Yang Daxing looked at those people in the picture without blinking. He was much calmer at the moment, and asked the old man next to him. There are some children in there, who are they? The old man said, other than this seventh son Song Shuebing, the others we don't know yet. It's a great plan, but the secrecy of this plan is so great that even we have been hidden from it. The old man paused and then said, currently, other than the remains of the seventh son, Song Shuebing, which were found on Mars and sent home, the others have not been found where they are yet. Yang Daxing pursed his lips with difficulty when he heard the word remains. Have they died for their country? I don't know, but based on the information we know so far, there should still be people alive. Yang Daxing slowly smiled. This child is good. I knew that this child would be extraordinary in the future, and it didn't let me down. To do something like this and not disgrace the country, what a good job. On the screen, the fireworks of the Mid-Autumn Festival did not appear on Venus. A few people lay in 2s and 3s on the Tawny land. The captain was wearing battle armor that looked stitched together for many years, and it looked like it was improvised, presumably still the result of that earlier battle. 13. Captain. Joe Kai rolled over, listening to the tone of voice a little disoriented. Should have drunk a lot of wine. The festival is over, we also have to do things. What else is there to do? What kind of things? Joe Kai rubbed his protective suit-encased brain. Take the battle line and burn through it. The captain's voice was calm. Joe Kai immediately said, how to burn through. His drunkenness seemed to dissipate all of a sudden. The captain opened the virtual screen in his hand. I have found the location of the Dark Star people's next teleportation, at the hanging 3 o'clock position on Jupiter. Joe Kai said, Captain, don't tease me. Teasing you for what? The captain's voice was serious. Joe Kai looked at the virtual screen and wondered, hanging 3 points on Jupiter, isn't that where we fought the Dark Star Legion last time? Aha! The captain put away the screen. Get ready, arrange for one person to go there and stretch the battle line. One person? Joe Kai's eyes widened. The captain patted Joe Kai's shoulder. What, is it strange? Joe Kai said, then who's going? You. Joe Kai froze for a moment. See how scared you are, just kidding, draw lots. The captain got up and looked in the direction of Earth. Whoever draws will go, no matter who goes, I've paved the way for them. The master used an extreme method in order to pave the battle lines out, a method that only has a 50% success rate. After the screen went dark for a moment, the captain muttered to himself. Only 13 currently has the ability to go through the teleportation array, and I need information on the teleportation branch over at Dark Star. It would have been best for me to go, but if I go, once I can't come back, they lose their backbone. I'm sorry 13, that's what I said before about being selfish, but I have to be. This time, there was actually no lottery, it was destined that only 13 could go. Earth is really beautiful, for the sake of this home, for the sake of our compatriots not to be enslaved by the Dark Star, sacrifices are inevitable, let's just say we caught up. Ha! The captain laughed to himself and shouted, who drew the mission sign? Captain, I didn't. I didn't either. I didn't. One by one, they didn't, and in the end, only Joe Kai was left. He looked at the virtual code in his hand and casually snuffed it out. Captain, it's me. Joe Kai grinned, his 2 dimples soft. On the screen, only the smile of Joe Kai remained. Yang Daxing covered his chest and sat down on the stool next to him. He was a little tired. When he heard the captain's words and saw Joe Kai's smile that was full of courage, Yang Daxing knew that this kid was waiting for this moment. How did you grow up? Was it in that universe, tempered by loneliness and isolation to become capable of carrying such a burden, a hero? Will you hate the captain? The old man sat down next to him, and the staff next to him brought up hot tea. Yang Daxing took a breath and shook his head. What qualifications do I have to hate? There is no one in the entire Xia kingdom who has the qualifications to hate. He chose Joe Kai. That's Joe Kai's honor. It's a supreme honor to go and fight for the country. Our nation is never short of such people. Throughout the ages, there will always be such people standing up. Yang Daxing straightened his chest. It's just these 13 children that caught up. Yang Health said from the side, "Sir, my father is right. The captain said that only Jokai currently has this strength. Did you see that smile of his? That's the smile of being proven. I knew he was proud in his heart when he knew only he could go for it. I know this brother of mine too well." The old man looked at the people around him. On their faces, there was pride in the fact that these were the children who had gone out from Zhejiang province. 13 people, probably from different provinces. This pride of theirs, it would last forever. Until the dawn. Jokai got on the airship. The captain wore battle armor and sat in the co-pilot. After entering the range of the teleportation array, "I will leave, and leave the rest to you." The captain's tone was calm, as before. Jokai also put away his smile at this moment. "Captain, I know this is important, much more important than my life. Don't worry, I've memorized everything you've said, mainly the information about the teleportation branch, and the fact that I want to let them know that we've been able to enter their teleportation range and counterattack them. Let them drag the battle line backward." Jokai gave a thumbs up. "Captain, am I this?" The captain quietly looked at Jokai and slowly nodded his head. "I wouldn't let you go if you weren't this." "Captain, am I the strongest in this team besides you?" Jokai carefully inquired. As soon as his words fell, many voices immediately rang out from the communicator. 13, watch what you say. Kid, don't be hoity-toity. When you come back, see if I don't beat you up. 13, sister is not a vegetarian. If you want to become the strongest, you still have to climb over the big mountain of sister. Little kid, really flying up to the sky. When you come back, I'll compete with you. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? 13, remember to come back. Don't get lost. Remember to come back. Come back. If you don't come back, Jokai's eyes reddened. He immediately covered his helmet and said indifferently with his mouth, "Noisy. Captain, I'm departing." Jokai pressed the thruster button. The captain looked straight ahead. The master didn't know if 13 would return, and at that moment, I felt the pain in the master's heart. He said he wouldn't let any of his teammates risk their lives, that he'd rather try one side first, but he couldn't try this time. Those without fear have no fear. This is what the master has always said to them. On this day, after the turning point of the battlefield, the master ushered in a new battlefield. There were many benefits to the battlefield being rolled out, as the master's main purpose for this plan was to protect the planet, a purpose that was the last word in faith. Boom! The ship jetted out into the rapids and flew toward Jupiter. September 30th is the day before the National Day. It's the motherland's birthday, and I sent 13 off to Jupiter, and I waved goodbye to him, and he told me. Chokai closed the hatch and looked out the porthole at the captain leaving the ship. "Captain, if I can't come back, trust someone to go back and bring a message to my dad. I'm an orphan. It was my dad who picked me up and raised me, always saying I popped out of the cracks of a rock. Captain, I'm the Monkey King. This time, I'm going to make a fuss. Wait for my good news." The captain's shoulders shrugged slightly as he shouted, "Bring any message to your father." Jokai's body visibly trembled. The captain seemed to have sensed something as well, but he did not react. When Yang Daxing heard these words, he leaned forward and stared hard at Jokai, who was staring at the screen. "Captain, I probably won't be able to come back." Jokai pressed the accelerator button. "Take a message to my father. Just say me. Boom! The airship suddenly disappeared. The captain lowered his head, his shoulders shaking terribly, and he suddenly shouted, 13! The captain turned on his battle armor's kinetic acceleration and hurriedly chased after him, his voice as if he had torn his vocal cords, hoarse and abnormal. 13, be sure to come back. The captain's voice clearly carried a sobbing tone that did not belong to him. "Captain, tell my father, let him be proud of me. Anyway, I didn't do anything to make him proud when I was a kid. Doing the greatest thing for the motherland is enough for him to be proud for the rest of his life." Tears squeezed out of Yang Daxing's eyes when he heard these words, and he dropped to the ground like he had lost everything. The ship disappeared from the dark universe coordinates into Jupiter orbit, never to be seen again. The captain stayed in Jupiter orbit. After a long time, he turned around. "When 13 succeeds, we'll be able to start the heavenly program, but I let 13 go to his death. This is my selfishness." Jokai. Yang Daxing covered his chest and sat down. He felt like his heart was being viciously torn by something, but he couldn't shout out or make a sound. There were many people here watching. Jokai was their hero, their pride. He had to be strong as a father as well. This child was picked up by him, but he had raised him from a young age, pouring no less emotion into him than Yang Health. He was the father of a hero, and had to act like a heroic father. He tilted his head and looked at the sky. Jokai went to the Jupiter teleportation array, dedicating himself for the sake of the motherland and the people. Proud. Dad. Yang Health sat beside Yang Daxing and gently patted his old father's back. Yang Daxing gently said, "I understand their captain's decision. If it were me, I would do the same. This is a matter of national importance, there can be no hesitation. I can't be too happy that Jokai can do such a great thing for the motherland. Yang Health said, I know it's hard in your heart. We are the families of heroes. Jokai has done this kind of thing. We have to have a look as well. Yang Daxing took a deep breath and stood up. The old man watched from the sidelines and didn't say anything. Some things had to be digested by them. Sir, is there a follow-up? Yang Daxing's eyes lit up with light, cloudy for several years, gone for good. The old man said, there are many more. This is the black box left by the captain, returning to the motherland from 13 light years away. Yang Daxing said, 13 light years, what a distance. The old man looked at Jupiter in the screen and asked, before Jokai disappeared, did he have any contact with any special people, or any abnormal behavior? Yang Daxing thought about it, shook his head, and asked Yang Health, do you remember? Yang Health said, sir, the period of time before Jokai disappeared, there was no abnormal behavior, just like before. The old man sighed, we have been trying to find the people behind this plan, there should be more than just the 13 of them, but we have not been able to find them. This plan, called the Heaven's Path Protectorate Plan, the executors are this 13-person squad, known as the 13 Sons. Your child, Jokai, ranks 13. Yang Daxing muttered, 13. The screen shifted and a voice came out. Captain. 13, have you arrived? The captain's voice regained its composure. A spaceship traveled slowly in Jupiter's dark cosmic orbit. 13 maneuvered the ship, observing the instruments. Captain, I've entered the intended orbit, but there's no sign of the teleportation array's presence. I'm searching for it, and the scent of the dark stars hasn't appeared, they're probably still resting. The ship flew in the darkness. The surroundings were cold and clear, as if it was nothingness, no sky, no universe, no earth. The airship was like a flatboat in a sea of darkness and nothingness, moving forward. The dark universe coordinates and this universe were in different dimensions but in the same world, influencing each other but not interfering. I'll leave it to you now. Return immediately after completing the mission. The ship's black box will record the entirety of your mission execution this time, leaving a valuable treasure for the people of the motherland. The captain finished speaking and cut the connection. Jokai froze for a while before saying, really? Fame and history? That can't be a disgrace. Whoosh! The ship entered light speed. Jokai's face carried excitement and also gravity. My name is 13, shucks, my name is Jokai, I'm from Zhejiang province. The captain picking me to complete this mission is a sign of trust in me. But it's more than just trust, because this mission, it's really only me who can accomplish it. Motherland, September 31st of the 4th year of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, according to the time, it's the national day in the motherland right now. Jokai grinned and let out a laugh. Then let 13 present a great gift to the motherland's birthday. Jokai pulled out a bottle of blood vein potion. His mouth was relaxed and pleasant and his expression wore a smile, but his eyes stayed serious. He swallowed the bloodline potion without hesitation. I actually hate the captain, just like old 7, I hate the fact that he always thinks he's in control of the whole situation and always carries a lot of things alone. We're teammates, but he always thinks he's the captain and puts on the captain's airs. Jokai's eyes emitted an azure glow. But if I were the captain, I would definitely pose even bigger than the captain. Jokai pushed forward hard, turning on full speed mode. The 4th year, the 2nd year after I became an adult, my old dad said that he would never care about me again when I became an adult, letting me go live and die. He lets out a hearty laugh. But Pop said there's a saying in the book that says there's a death that's heavier than MT, tie and lighter than a feather. I'm not going to die so easily. This group of dark star people are not really qualified. Why did the captain pick only 12 of us out of the more than 1 billion people in Xia? Because we, are the pride of heaven. Jokai's pride couldn't be hidden. Energy fluctuation detected, location, solar system dark universe coordinates, Jupiter's upper suspension 7 o'clock position. Discovered. Jokai's smile immediately tightened. The captain said that once this plan succeeds, it will open up the plan he had already determined in the 1st year, the Heavenly Kingdom plan. This is an unprecedented great plan, it can't be missing me. Lock onto the target, find the teleportation fluctuation bar, mix the dark star data code, and prepare for the invasion. Jokai's voice was resounding, every word through the screen for the Xia people to hear clearly. Yang Daxing silently watched the scene. His eyes were red and covered in blood, but he still couldn't blink. The image had been on Jokai, and he wanted to keep watching, just like that. On the screen, came the captain's feeble voiceover. The heavenly plan is my most perfect plan against the dark star people. This plan is divided into 3 steps, each step will take about 3 years if it can be executed smoothly. This is my promise to my teammates for the first 3 years. The dark star people do not have a god, their technological strength has reached the 3rd level of civilization which is beyond Earth's reach. The dark star people evolve very quickly, the speed of reproducing their race is like rain. They are even able to give birth and have babies while they are out in battle. They belong to mammals and needed to give birth naturally to produce offspring, but there were many ways for them to bond. Dark Star people do not distinguish between male and female. The teleportation array energy consumption is very high. Even the Dark Star civilization cannot be opened at any time. They have to spend a lot of energy every time they invade. The way to generate energy originates from the cosmic resources. Motherland, it is unlikely that the Dark Star will be completely destroyed, as their home planet wanders outside of this universe. But this path is not just about being far away, it's more about having control over the rules of the universe. The source of the signal originated from the unmanned ship. They were lurking within the galaxy until the unmanned signal drew them in. The captain's voice grew exuberant. The destruction of the universe originated from the expansion of technology, and in front of the extreme technology, the universe became a child instead. But we, the Xia Kingdom, have been human beings since ancient times. The universe has rules, and technology ultimately cannot expand beyond the universe proper. 13. Waiting for your good news. The captain finished and fell into silence. The secretary strides over to the old man and whispers, "News has come back from the Mars base that an unidentified flight trajectory is rapidly approaching the solar system." "What is it?" Professor Yu Tianming observed it and believes it is a ship that does not belong to Earth. The old man's eyes widened. The secretary's eyes reddened slightly as she said, "Perhaps, it is one of the suns, returning home." In dark universe coordinates, the lightspeed ship was rapidly approaching the solar system. 53 light-years away from the solar system, coming back to Earth soon. The master is about to return home. I have sensed the source of the signal from the home planet. It is an exploration ship leaving the home planet. The ship jetted agitated streams of light, like a flash of light, and in an instant was light-years away from the range. An attempt has been made to signal the home planet. If the home planet is able to receive and can pick up my signal, it will know the trajectory of the ship's voyage. The return plan is the only plan that is still being executed after the heavenly plan and the heavenly protectorate plan, and I will be automatically annihilated when the plan is completed. The solar system is not very extensive. Counting the gravitational gravity factor, it is only a few light-years large. Light-years away is completely irrelevant to the solar system. The farthest range that Earth's technology could receive a complete signal was only 4 light-years. It was also at this moment that the far-flung unmanned exploration ship received a signal from a distant ship. The signal was immediately fed back to the headquarters. The old man was accompanying Yang Daxing in Zhejiang province, and when he heard the report from the side of the Space Directorate, he immediately asked the Mars side to pay close attention to the signal, and as long as they could receive the signal at that moment, they would immediately go to escort the ship. This time, it must be someone's son returning home. Seeing that young Daxing was still staring blankly at the projector curtain, the old man comforted, "Your children are brave. They are all brave." Yang Daxing looked at the curtain anxiously. Just now after Zhou Kai said those words about preparing for the invasion, the screen changed to the moon. He wanted to see what Zhou Kai had done, but not being able to see it all of a sudden made him shake his feet in anxiety, and he was too embarrassed to say anything. The old man could see young Daxing's anxiety. "Daxing, this time, Zhou Kai's counterattack was really out of our expectation." Even those experts from the Mars base were surprised. The people from the military department also said that it's a gamble to take the initiative to attack in that situation, and the success rate isn't even 100%. But as the chief captain of this program, there's no way he'd gamble, not on something like this. In case he loses, it would be devastating for the 13 sons. But for them to do this, it must be that the captain has made all the preparations, and also to prepare for the Heavenly Kingdom program they are talking about. Yang Daxing nodded. The words heavenly plan set off a global frenzy. Those headline media around the world had reported on the heavenly plan. How strong was this 3-year, one-stage super plan? And military experts around the globe, experts in the cosmic layout of long-range space combat, were also analyzing it. The first step of this plan was to push the battle line out, proving that when the 13 suns left Earth at the beginning, the battle had already burned to Mars, the closest planet to Earth. Pushing the battle line out would ensure the safety of the Earth, and at the same time, it would be possible to let go of the plan that 13 suns had formulated. This was a thrilling game, not a gamble. Definitely not a gamble. But this game, there must be a price. No cost can be successful game, then the Dark Star civilization will not be so terrible. 13 weeks Kai became the price of this game. But he, too, must become this price. This was inevitable, and something that Zhou Kai and the other 12 sons had to do. The moment they went out to conquer, they were already destined to pay any price for their motherland in Earth. If death can destroy the Dark Star attack, I believe that any Xia soldier would be willing to do it. The courage to see death as a homecoming is a necessary quality for a soldier, but a soldier has to take victory as a prerequisite. As long as he can win, sacrifice is nothing. The propaganda slogan of the military department was publicized in all major cities of Xia. The 13th son is not only a soldier, but also the military god of our Xia country. When a soldier regrets 3 years, not a soldier regrets a lifetime. The Dark Star people and other alien races will one day discover that Earth's civilization exists. Our Xia kingdom is the Earth's bearer. for the sake of the motherland, for the sake of your family, for the sake of glory, join the army. With the 13 sons, share this honor that belongs to the nation. The propaganda slogans of the Ministry of War were placed everywhere with the simple purpose of getting more people to join the army. This era had already stepped into the age of the Starry Sea, high-tech galactic combat. The tactics of the Sea of Men had long been abandoned. However, the number of people was the bottom card of a nation, and there had never been any nation with a very small number of people that could become powerful. After the propaganda from the military department was put out, the world followed suit, all publicizing the military and encouraging people to join it. Yu Tianming stared at the unmanned information transmission. The large screen was full of densely packed signal spots. He was the oldest person in this base, but at this moment, he had to take control of the entire base. Teacher. Wu Dishio walked quickly. The signal has been collected and is rapidly approaching the solar system. Wu Dishio looked at the screen. It will take another 3 hours to determine the exact location. It's true that the signal came from Xia. There is a special code that has not been changed by our Xia in the last 100 years. Is it one of the 12 sons? The other young scholars discussed. Yu Tianming said, it should be the return of the Sons of Man. After Song Shuebing returned home, all the subsequent layouts were activated, and the return of the Sons of Man program will be executed one after the other. Speaking here, Yu Tianming sighed. If it really was one after another, it would prove that the 13 sons were dying in battle one after another. This was the last thing he wanted to see, even though this possibility had become a certainty. Once the heroes return to the ship and enter the range of the solar system, we must escort the ship with all our might. Wu Dishio finished speaking and called over Su Di. Prepare. The spaceships returning must have been silent for a long time. We have to be the first to escort them until they return. Su Di nodded and left. Yu Tianming said, then we. Boom. The screen suddenly moved. Wu Dishio said, it's coming. The screen lit up. Bah! Zhou Kai's voice came through the screen, giving off a defiant stubbornness. Almost got caught. Luckily I used the Dark Star People's data gene code. These barbarians are really stupid. Zhou Kai was wearing a strange set of battle armor that looked unusually large. This is a Dark Star People costume? Yu Tianming looked at the screen and was a bit surprised. Wu Dishio said, can this kind of battle armor perfectly avoid the Dark Star People? If that's the case, then the Dark Star People's intelligence is indeed not high. This kind of means should be equivalent to being transparent for this kind of high technology, and I don't know how 13 managed to blend in. Zhou Kai was lying in an abandoned pit, surrounded by a purple color that permeated into a thick fog. What kind of place is this? The middle zone after the teleportation array? Is it also the so-called buffer zone? Wu Dishio tilted his head. The terrain here was weird and very peculiar, much like the twisted terrain in the dream world. Purple mists covered the surroundings, and a spire was vaguely seen emitting a turquoise light. Teleportation division. It was the middle buffer zone. There's no way for the Dark Star People's energy to erect a teleportation array from the Dark Star's home planet, directly to the solar system in one go. Zhou Kai muttered to himself. The burden of the battlefront advancement is on my shoulders. I can't be impatient. I can't be impatient. Zhou Kai inhaled deeply. Mission objective, invade the teleportation branch and obtain the information on the teleportation array while destroying the branch to let them know that we can fight our way in. The Dark Star civilization will be cautious as long as they have suffered a loss once. They will think that we are going to counterattack, and not being able to attack for 4 years will be a considerable drain on them. Once they retreat, we'll be able to follow the teleportation data and push the battle line back, step by step, using cosmic bridge building. Eventually, Zhou Kai revealed 2 shallow dimples. Accomplishing our goal, the Heavenly Kingdom plan takes shape, and we fight our way into the Dark Star People's home planet. As he finished speaking, several beams of light suddenly shot over in front of him. Discovered. Zhou Kai was in danger, turning on stealth mode and blending into the surrounding walls. The lasers were almost hundreds of meters thick, and after sweeping through, they shook the surrounding space into a cloud of dust. Yu Tianming looked at the screen with a nervous expression. This isn't a normal energy attack weapon, it should be a turret or fortress. This is the Dark Star People's temporary teleportation branch. They're probably doing this to prevent the location of the home planet from leaking. They're stupid, but they're not stupid to the extreme. On the screen, Zhou Kai waited for a while, and after the indiscriminate sweep, the lasers dispersed. Zhou Kai rolled over and took a ship that appeared out of nowhere, with the conspicuous Dark Star Civilization logo on it. Today is the National Day, the invasion begins. Zhou Kai's eyes were azure in color as he piloted the airship and rushed towards those densely packed spires in front of him. As the airship approached the spires, some huge Dark Star people incited their wings and flew out, a handful of oddly shaped weapons aimed at the airship. One Dark Star man muttered a few words under his breath. Another Dark Star man with slightly more yellowish skin stepped forward and beckoned to the airship. Zhou Kai sat in the huge battle armor, his eyes resolute and bold. The captain really did arrange this. These brutes still think I'm one of their own. Hey, I'll give you a super surprise later. He nodded to the Dark Star people waving at him outside. He couldn't speak the Dark Star language, he couldn't open his mouth. If he did, he would reveal himself. Yu Tianming said, the people from the first courtyard recorded all of this, the second courtyard is responsible for comparing the samples, and the third courtyard is ready to move out and go to the vicinity of Jupiter to collect data. There must still be traces remaining here, find a way to obtain the data, and in order to conserve energy, only explore for 3 hours a day. After he finished, he glanced at Wu Dishio. Wonderso said, I'm just curious, how did the captain do all this? He was able to pave the way for 13, so why didn't he just carry out the mission? Yu Tianming shook his head. It's better to observe the characteristics of the Dark Star people first. They represent a type of other civilizations in the universe. Maybe we'll run into them later. Kuru. The Dark Star people suddenly made a strange sound. It was a voice that seemed to carry panic and anger. Something was wrong. The Dark Star man's tone and accent, it wasn't right. Yu Tianming hurriedly looked at the screen. On the screen, a vicissitude voice said, 13 made a stupid decision, but that decision didn't stop him from carrying out his mission. I've been wondering since then, if 13 hadn't waved his hand to greet them in the first place, wouldn't all those later things have happened? Zhou Kai was spotted and immediately piloted the ship straight into the interior of Talon. He didn't know why he was recognized. The Dark Starians wouldn't figure out his identity before attacking. He had to get right into the Talon before the Dark Star people reacted now. The Dark Starians yelled and rushed over to intercept them, while battleships and mechs appeared behind the Talon. The people in front of the screen held their breath. This was the buffer zone and the place where the Dark Star people had trooped. The number of space battleships and mechs docked here must be beyond their imagination. The moment the spaceship accelerated, like a purple stream of light, it thundered into the range of the Talon. Right at this moment, a turret around the Talon sprayed a huge beam several hundred meters thick, hitting the spaceship. Yang Daxing stood up in a huff, staring at the screen dead on, his hand clenched in a tight fist trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of the sparks, a figure broke away from the battle armor, wrapped in a dense arc of flashes, and entered the tower forest. He still went in. Zhou Kai rolled over and landed, turning on the self-service targeting and navigation system. He didn't actually know where the shot was. This kind of intelligent and automatic recording of the shot was all done by the super AI. Boom boom boom. Countless beams of light shot up behind him, all of which were antimatter energy, belonging to the category of quantum weapons. The weapons used by the Dark Star civilization to invade the solar system were still conventional space combat weapons, and there were no special ones, reaching the super-dimensional attacks of a third-level civilization. Zhou Kai pressed down on the battle armor and shook it with force. With a buzzing sound, an anti-quantum shield enveloped his body. The anti-quantum shield covered Zhou Kai as he rushed into the Talon with an arrow step. The next moment, a swarm of virtual towers appeared on the screen. Yu Tianming looked at the scene and sucked in a breath of cool air. This isn't a real building. Is it the baseband of a teleportation array? Wu Dishio's face was also a bit pale. These buildings looked real, but they were actually filled with distorted shadows. Thinking that this was the Dark Star people's bufferland and a place to canton their troops, Wu Dishio's first thought was the teleportation array baseband. The captain had said that the Dark Star people's home planet wandered outside the universe, perhaps in the Dark Universe coordinates, or possibly in a special galaxy. Similar to the wormholes that had been mentioned before and some of the bug races that hadn't appeared so far. The worms are technically not as fully evolved as the Dark Stars. Apart from individual bug races that had evolved a little better, such as the Bug King, the other bug races were just low IQ cannon fodder, but the Dark Star civilization wasn't. The Dark Star people were even less comparable to the bug race. For the Dark Star civilization to invade other civilizations, it had to rely on this kind of connecting teleportation in order to transport its troop sources and space battleships to the buffer zone. In this way, it would then build a teleportation array and carry out the invasion. This was a bit stifling for a tertiary civilization. Zhou Kai invaded Talon and relied on his massive battle armor and anti-quantum shield to successfully resist a wave of impact. He used this opportunity to charge into Talon's defense circle. All the firepower was instantly muted. And even if the Dark Star people were stupid, they knew that if they continued to attack, they would knock out their own Talon. A red-skinned Dark Star man in battle armor with wings that seemed to be gilded with gold floated in the air. Red skin. Yu Tianming quickly made notes. This could be some commander of the Dark Star army. More and more Dark Star people appeared behind the red Dark Star people, densely packed at a glance. They could not be seen to the end. The commander didn't know what to say, and those Dark Star people's bodies shook, their wings stirred up, and group after group rushed into the Talon. Dozens of warships surrounded the tower forest, a turret was also set up, and those mechs were ready to fire. All the attacks were aimed at the base of their own teleportation array. Outside the screen, countless people reddened their eyes. What did it mean to say that a single man could not stop 1,000 men? With this situation, I'm afraid Zhou Kai wouldn't be able to leave even if he completed his mission. Yang Daxing bit his lip. He knew that this was the last time he would be able to see Zhou Kai. He couldn't afford to blink. This child had already left him, and now he, many years apart, looked at the former Zhou Kai, who was still very young, very proud, and very frivolous. As pride, that will always remain in the hearts of the Xia people. You are the child I raised. But you are the son of the most loyal servant of the motherland. This nation is proud to have you, and you are proud to be born in this nation. Zhou Kai figure appeared. He had already taken off his Dark Star People's battle armor and was only wearing a close-fitting dark matter protective suit as he traveled through the tower forest. This is their teleportation base. The captain was right, they don't dare to stay in the base, so there's not a single Dark Star person here. Behind them more and more Dark Starians came in after them. You dare to come in, but you don't dare to destroy it. Zhou Kai's expression was cold, and the man who loved to laugh couldn't laugh at this moment. He knew the burden on his shoulders was heavy. Then I'll give you all a little surprise first. Zhou Kai traveled through the forest of towers and pressed a seal to stuff it into a tower. He disappeared like a stump. The next second, there was a loud boom. The towers collapsed. These forests of towers were originally illusory existences, and once one collapsed, it was the same as destroying a piece of data of the teleportation array, and the code would have to be repaired again. The red-skinned Dark Star commander wailed in anger. He kept saying something rude, and behind him, a group of Dark Stars swung their wings and rushed in. Zhou Kai rushed to the center of the Talon. That was pretty easy, these stupid brutes, Zhou Kai said as he took out a bottle of black potion. His expression was a little sad, but without saying anything, he directly injected the potion. In the next moment, his genetic data changed. Master, Little Fong, Zhou Kai muttered to himself. Master, you have been injected with the Dark Star gene, please remain rational. I know. Zhou Kai's eyes turned black, but his physical qualities with the bloodline potion were roughly solidifying and expanding. Transformed? Some people shouted in surprise. Wu Dishio stared at the screen, his breathing was a little short. The Dark Star human gene. How did this thing get there? Gene extraction was complicated, and it should be even harder to extract the Dark Star people's genes. But the hardest part was still changing the properties of one's own genes when injecting them directly. This was something that Earth couldn't do so quickly now. Not to mention the fact that the captain didn't even have any processing plants to make these things in the universe. Everything they had, other than the local specialties they brought over from Xia, were all looted from the Dark Star people. Zhou Kai said, Xiao Feng, come, prepare to invade the teleportation database. Yang Daxing heard Xiao Feng and looked at Yang Health. This Little Feng was an artificial intelligence, right? Zhou Kai directly called the AI Little Feng. Was it a bad name, or was it a reference? Yang Health saw his father looking at him and sighed. Little Feng is married now, and the child is already 8 years old. I know. Yang Daxing smiled and seemed to recall those years when Zhou Kai and Xiao Feng went to and from school together. He added, Zhou Kai, don't fall in love early. Far away in another city. A middle-aged woman looked at Zhou Kai in the screen, holding a broom and a bottle in her hand, and there was a 1-year-old child lying in the crib. Accessing data is complete, Master, you may open the database. Zhou Kai hurriedly entered what looked like a small dark room. Prepare to transfer data to the captain. Zhou Kai pressed down on the battle armor and slid down with force, a chip hovering in front of him. Master, you have 10 seconds. Zhou Kai walked to the front and reached out to open the virtual screen, finding the location of the database according to the map. Captain. 13. The captain's voice remained as smooth as ever. I've entered the Talon database and am ready to begin copying the data. 10 seconds. Captain, you are ready to receive. Good. The captain's voice had a hint of excitement. Zhou Kai plugged in the chip. Kuru. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Master, there are nanoelectronic gene locks. Zhou Kai turned around haughtily. 2 virtual Dark Starians were holding high-energy electromagnetic weapons aimed at Zhou Kai. However, they did not attack directly. It should be that they were puzzled by Zhou Kai's genetic value. Zhou Kai slowly walked over and placed his hand behind his back to slowly condense the antimatter value. Countdown is 5 seconds. Data transmission will be completed soon. Zhou Kai had no expression on his face. Just at this moment, a loud yell came from the Dark Star people outside. The eyes of the 2 virtual guards flashed a light and said in somewhat awkward Xia dialect, Invasion, purge. Too late. Zhou Kai was not surprised that they could speak Xia dialect, and with an arrow step, he posted up. Speed reached the speed of light at this moment, instantly punching antimatter data into the bodies of these 2 avatars. Before their attack could even begin, the antimatter data disrupted the initial program and burst into a cloud of nebulae. Data transfer complete. 13. Destroy Talon and evacuate. The captain's voice was vaguely surprised. Yes, Captain. Zhou Kai pressed his chest, and the second layer of battle armor covered his entire body. Master, is the antimatter gravitator being launched? Zhou Kai rushed out of the small dark room and met the dense crowd of Dark Star people surrounding him. The corner of his mouth curved up. There are still so many Dark Star stupid dogs. Launch, we've made a fortune this time. Launch! Jokai unfolded his arms, the battle armor on his body peeled off, and a piercing light looked like a mushroom cloud, shooting out in all directions towards Talon. Wherever it passed, space distorted and purple mist moved. Jokai's eyes turned azure as he grabbed a flying Dark Starman and ripped it with force, accompanied by pitch-black blood. Jokai ripped the Dark Starman into two halves alive. Talon drowned in the antimatter gravity and was annihilated layer by layer. Kuru! The red-skinned Dark Star commander roared, his eyes turning snow-white. He waved his arms frantically, sending out one strange command after another. Some Dark Star people with yellowish skin color looked at their commander. The commander growled and said a bunch of words, while opening the virtual screen and suspiciously sending out some kind of message to the home planet. Soon, all the Dark Star people all evacuated Talon. Ran away? Jokai frowned as he raised his head and saw a dark matter magnetic field appear at the top of the sky. The captain said that the Dark Star people have a weapon with great killing power called the Lightyear Strike. No way. A hint of surprise appeared in Jokai's eyes, but it quickly turned into surprise. If you guys hit me with a Lightyear weapon, then it proves that you can't do anything to me anymore. Jokai grinned and made a quick withdrawal towards the back of the tower forest. There was a bang. A battleship fired its annihilation cannon. This weapon was not a quantum energy beam or any other ray attack, but a large cannonball. In the next moment, other battleships fired their weapons, aiming indiscriminate coverage attacks at Talon. In a short period of time, the dense coverage of firepower bombarded the entire Talon. In the rain of gunfire, the battle armor on Jokai's body shattered a layer. After he coalesced for the second time, his face had turned a waxy yellow color. Mecha, Dark Alien, Battle Armor, Battery, Electromagnetic Weapon, Antimatter Skynet. The Dark Star people hated Jokai, who had infiltrated their teleportation base, to the point of giving up the entire teleportation base in order to kill Jokai. On the screen, when Jokai coalesced his battle armor for the second time, he was covered by a net of fire. Only shells and rays were seen flying in unison, and the light flashed so brightly that his eyes were stung raw. Jokai! Yang Daxing stood up with a slight tremor as he covered his chest. Run out! Even if you die, you have to pull in a few cushions. To die its place, to die weighs more than MT. Tai! Yang Daxing's saliva was flying, his breathing was getting more and more rapid. The old man hurriedly held him up and smoothed his back. Don't get excited. The schoolchildren looked at the glow of the weapons in the picture, flashing their bright eyes. They were able to go to school in peace, able to contribute in this era of leaps and bounds, able to live beautifully with their families, all because of this group of people, who had dedicated themselves in the universe. It is so small to say, but they are getting taller and taller. If it were anyone else, 13 other people, they would have done the same. But heroes are destined, only 13 of them, in this smallest of times, to make the greatest of things, using their lives for the earth, for the Xia kingdom, to open up a heavenly path to the starry sea. Every person is great, also small. Tiny as they are, they come together to epitomize this era and become synonymous with greatness. 13 people, 13 monuments, would become the faith of this earth in the latter era. It was the sunset at the peak of the summer kingdom. Senior Jokai, charge out! The scholars spontaneously began to shout. They knew that this invasion happened more than 20 years ago, but they couldn't help it. If they didn't shout, they would suffocate. In the rain of gunfire, Jokai's figure soared into the sky. But where he was, there were mecha battleships and turrets on all sides, and the blockade lines formed a large net covering tens of thousands of kilometers around. It was truly impossible for a fly to fly out. Jokai turned around and coldly looked at the red-skinned commander. The captain said that capturing a thief is the first step. If I take you down, then I'll make another big profit. You barbarians are so stupid, it must not be easy to raise a commander. Jokai took a deep breath. Xiaofeng, turn on kinetic sprint acceleration. I'm going to use dark matter propulsion. Give me a second, I'm going to take him down. The energy shield above Jokai's head was getting weaker and weaker as he pointed at the commander across the street, revealing a hint of contemptuous mockery. This smile was still that young, frivolous, dashing, and uninhibited 13. Energy acceleration on, kinetic energy filling complete, dark matter ready. Master, is it confirmed? Sure. Before Jokai could finish, that magnetic field on the sky suddenly fell downwards, a snow-white light carrying the might to destroy everything. It smashed down. Lightyear Strike. Jokai's eyes revealed shock and some envy. This kind of weapon, Earth couldn't even think of it now. He envied it, but more than that, he had the courage to see death. Xiaofeng, it's too late. I haven't killed enough, I can't cheapen them. Jokai shouted in a deep voice, and a second later, he disappeared. The battleships crumbled. Jokai's people were already 30,000 miles away. Talon was directly obliterated by the Lightyear's strike. The commander stared angrily at Jokai 30,000 miles away as he locked onto him, even with an angry sneer. They destroyed their teleportation base to kill Zhou Kai as well. Yu Tianming had a complicated expression. Wu Deshou said, so, they don't think the teleportation base is as important as the 13 suns. Did they figure out that there are only 13 of us? Killing one is one less. The teleportation pedestal can be built again, but it will just take some time. Yu Tianming let out a bitter smile. It was indeed not cost-effective to exchange one's life for this. But at that time, the 13 suns only had this method. But why would this method push out the battle line? Only because destroying the teleportation base would make it impossible to teleport for a short period of time? The screen turned. Master, the kinetic energy is exhausted, and the quantum antimatter energy has been filled. You are now out of combat energy. Intelligence recommendation, return immediately. As the AI Xiaofang's voice fell, Zhou Kai's figure surfaced on the screen. He was leaning against a turret, and at his feet were mountains of Dark Star people corpses. Returning? Zhou Kai wiped away the dark blood around his face. This isn't the solar system, this is the dark universe hanging over Jupiter, connected to the Dark Star's teleportation mother bridge. I'm tantamount to trespassing into a tiger's den. It's a fool's errand to go back. Master. Xiaofang, give up the fuel, use antimatter to convert to kinetic energy, collect the dark matter here. Zhou Kai's face was solemn as he grabbed the rods of the turret. The commander led a dense crowd of Dark Star people, dozens of battleships and hundreds of mechs, and surrounded Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai straightened his chest. Xiaofang. Master, received, but if you do this, you'll never be able to go back. Don't worry, the captain won't let us drift in the universe, he said, we have a return plan. Zhou Kai grinned. This grin was like that sunlight. It was here, the only light. Zhou Kai's smile just surfaced for a second before he poo-pooed it again, pointed at the commander, and gently hooked his finger. Captain, I can't come back, the teleportation data I've sent back safely, and their teleportation base is destroyed. You may not believe me when I say it, they destroyed it themselves. Stupid brutes are stupid brutes, brainless things. Zhou Kai opened the life support pod as he reported the situation. The captain said, if we're going to die in battle, hide the bodies before we do. This is the final plan besides the heavenly plan and the protectorate plan. This plan is called the Son of Man Return Plan. Why is it called the Return of the Son of Man? Because we are all children of the motherland is our mother, and as sons of man, we must of course protect our mother. Protect our brothers and sisters. If this plan goes well, we might be able to return to our motherland and return to our roots at some point in the future. Tears flowed from Zhou Kai's eyes, but his expression was filled with pride and pride. Steel and general unyielding, pride rooted here. The commander looked at Zhou Kai with a crooked head and suddenly waved his hand, causing those Dark Star people who were preparing to attack to stop. The message in his eyes was complex, and he said a bunch of inexplicable words to himself before nodding slightly and saying something to the yellow-skinned Dark Star man next to him. The yellow-skinned dark alien stepped forward. You, come here. Zhou Kai yelled. Still speaks our Xia language. Looks like you guys haven't evolved too badly. Zhou Kai's tone was teasing, but there was a deep concern in his eyes. Xiaofang. Master, the last of the kinetic fuel is converted to attack reserves. The dark matter can't be converted fast enough, and there is only one T equivalent. I thought you died first. Zhou Kai didn't pay attention to the Dark Star man. He eyed ahead as his battle armor slowly disintegrated. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his azure eyes carried a strong sense of longing. Ahem. He coughed. The captain said that there is a price to pay for being a hero, and I like paying the price because I want to be a hero. Who didn't want to be a hero? Even if it's only this moment of glory, it would be worth it. My death, surely finally Tarzan. 13. The captain's voice appeared in the battle armor. Captain. Zhou Kai's cheeks bulged as he struggled to restrain tears. I've earned it. I've really earned it. The captain's voice was low. You completed the mission brilliantly, paving a smooth path for the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom program. Zhou Kai looked at the Dark Star people who were surrounding him step by step, and the battleships and mechs that were eyeing him. Captain, I'm going to make another fortune. Today, it's the National Day, right? The captain was silent for a moment. Yes, today is the birthday of the motherland. Captain, I don't have much to say, so I'll just wish the motherland a happy birthday, and while also, prosperity. Kuru! The commander suddenly shouted. Zhou Kai tilted his head and stumbled back a few steps. Boom boom boom. Countless firing line shells bombarded directly over. It seemed that the commander had obtained accurate information. Zhou Kai looked at the sky. He had tears streaming down his face, and by doing so, it seemed as if the tears wouldn't flow down and be seen by others. Dad. Son in the next life, again. Do your filial piety to you again. Zhou Kai's voice was like stormy thunder. Xiaofang. Master, preparations are complete. Goodbye, Master. Xiaofang will be dormant in the life support module, waiting for the human sun return program to be activated. Boom. A terrifying shock as if a black hole erupted, sucking in everything around it. A big river with wide waves. Jokai's voice, too, faded away in this terrifying roaring explosion. The light of that moment was a whisper of heaven and earth grieving together. That touch of lost color is the love of the children of China. He went away with a bang, letting people see the hero's last stubbornness. Cry. Children. Send off with tears. For the hero, sing a song, which they love to hear. This song is the hero song of China, the sad song of China's generous people, who went before and after. Sing it, children. With your clean, clear voices, sing to them. Let them hear your voices and inspire their souls. Watch us go on. Shout, children. Raise your cries so they can hear that there are heroes to follow. So children. In this moment, don't be stingy with your praise, your tears, your emotions. Light them up, the way home. A big river with wide waves, the wind blows the rice flowers and scents both banks. The school children, with tears in their eyes, spontaneously sang the song. The old man saluted at the last scene in the picture, raising his hand in salute, and his mouth also sang, "My family lives, on the bank." I'm used to hearing the boatman's horn and seeing the white sails on the boat. Yang Daxing's tears flowed down in lines. He was proud of Zhou Kai, and also felt pain for losing this child. He raised his hand in a slightly trembling salute. This is the heroic motherland. It's where I grew up. In this ancient land, everywhere there is the power of youth. The surging and impassioned song traveled far and wide. At this moment, the nation sang this song for 13. This one night, the nation's major squares, shopping malls, were all playing this song in a loop. This was the song that accompanied the seventh son, Song Shuebing, to sleep after his death. This was the song that was sung when the 13th Zhou Kai was a man of honor. This is the song of the motherland. It is the song of the heroes. It is the song of the children of China. I admit, I cried the moment 13 left. When I cried, I didn't let Lao Jiao and the others see it, and I won't praise 13 because he should have done it. Anyone else would have had to do it. The first step to greatness often requires blood to pave the way. Following in the footsteps of the past is the second step we take. 13. The captain's voice was thick with sobs. At this moment, he lost his composure and calmness, like a 20-year-old lad, crying his liver. They, all of them, know that 13 sacrificed himself. They know what they should do. We have no time to remember. Heavenly plan, it's time to execute. 13. The captain still couldn't help but shout the man's code name. Will you hate me? I know you won't hate me. We 13 sons out. You're the first to go. The captain's voice, transformed into a wave, impacted in the heart of every Xia who watched the scene. That first year, you were like a naughty child, always telling me that you were the strongest, that you were going to do something amazing. You were going to be the first of our 13 sons to capture the Dark Star Commander. And you did. On this day of the National Day, I'm sure everyone will think of you. You're like those great forefathers of our summer kingdom before you. Your lives, they are eternal. The captain's narration sounded hoarse in vicissitudes, easily hitting the hearts of those listening to these words. The various live broadcast rooms were rolling with pop-ups. 13, waiting for you to return home. Hero, waiting for you to return. On campus, everyone lit a light for 13. The candles were spread across the campus, to the entrance of the school, and lit along the road all the way to Zhou Kai's house. Yang Daxing walked back step by step with the support of Yang Health. Grandpa, take care of your health, the schoolchildren said as they walked. Yang Daxing squeezed out a smile, looked at the schoolchildren, and muttered, you are all the future of the motherland, the pillars. You can also become the heroes of the motherland. He released his mind. When he saw that Zhou Kai Yifu had made such a great contribution to the heavenly plan, he was completely relieved. The boy had died in the right place. What was there to feel sorry for? Just that sentence, dad, son in the next life, then filial piety, let Yang Daxing's heart, has been gripped pain. Dad, they said that the Human Son Return program is to take the fallen heroes and send them home. This plan would be executed step by step after the heroes died for the country, and the seventh son, Song Shuebing, was found on Mars and has gone home first. Yang Health's tone was also heavy. Yang Daxing laughed, good, we've been talking about a falling leaf returning to its roots and going into the ground since ancient times. After death, they should also return to their hometown and sleep long in this, the land they guarded with their lives. Yang Health's nose was sore, and the pedestrians and schoolchildren on both sides of the street were still spontaneously singing, My Motherland. Hey, home, know where this guy went? The heart is also solid. Yang Daxing quickly walked a few steps, unexpectedly broke free from Yang Health's hand. Yang Health was surprised and looked at his old father who was walking as fast as he could, revealing a bitter smile. Xiao Shi. Mom. If that hero on TV comes back, Mom will take you to see him, okay? Aha! Mommy, when is he coming back? Mommy doesn't know. The middle-aged woman looked out the window. Honey, I'm back. A man returned home in a dusty state. The rice is hot for you. Honey, did you watch the live broadcast? The man came over and kissed the woman and walked to the kitchen. Watched it. The one at the end of the rankings in the 13 Sons was so heroic. The man said loudly from the kitchen. The woman dropped a tear, walked to the kitchen, and said, I know him. He was my classmate, we grew up studying together, and when we were in high school we even agreed to go to college together, but he suddenly disappeared during his senior year. Honey, don't tease me. Really, my breast name is Xiaofang, Jokai, and we grew up together as classmates. Xiaofang's tears were like disconnected beads that kept falling down. The man looked at his wife, who was crying into tears, put down the dishes and hugged her. I didn't expect him, he disappeared surprisingly. Xiaofang buried in her husband's arms and let out a loud cry. Didn't they say there was a return program? The man comforted Xiaofang, when the return flight, we will go to see him. Fanny lifted her head. I just can't help it, but I also want him to know that there are a lot of his old classmates and friends that remember him, besides being a hero. A day after 13's sacrifice had festered, the Mars base picked up a flight signal. Yu Tianming was the first to arrive at the hall. The source of the signal has entered the range of the solar system, and this source has been constantly sending signals into the solar system. It wasn't until just now, an hour ago, that we determined that the signal source had entered the range of the solar system. Yu Tianming immediately said, Where? Uranus. Yu Tianming said, Where's the satellite? Didn't see it, I guess it's in the dark universe coordinates. By the time we reach the solar system, we should be able to fly directly in this universe's orbit. It's out. A staff member shouted, the target has appeared, the signal source is coming from a ship, a lightspeed ship, it's fast, it's already past Uranus. Satellite lock on immediately. Yu Tianming shouted. Wu Dishio hurried over and collaborated with the experts. The ship's signal source is consistent with our Xia country's code. Wu Dizio lifted his collar. Su De, quickly, prepare with the fleet side. Prepare the escort. Outside the orbit of Uranus, a pitch-black ship leapt out of the darkness. Detected signal from the mother star, has entered the range of the mother star system. Master, Xiaofang has finally brought you home. Unidentified spaceship has appeared in the solar system. Possibly the heroes returning from the return program of the Son of Man. The ship has appeared near Saturn. The spaceship is fast. Satellites have captured the speed of the spaceship, reaching the speed of light. About to leave Saturn's orbit and enter Jupiter's orbit. The ship has been releasing signals, and after signal feedback, these sources are consistent with Summer's signal code. Unable to ascertain trajectory, but at least from a cosmic galaxy hundreds of light years away. One after another, information was transmitted to Xia's headquarters. The exquisite images taken by the satellites were also transmitted to the Mars base and the Xia space program hall. The old man tilted his head and looked at the picture. The ship was fast, trailing a long airy tail. This was a FTL ship that couldn't be built at this stage in terms of Earth's technology in any way. And it could also autonomously enter the dark universe coordinates for a super leap. Earth had now been researching warp engines for space leaps. Once this kind of engine could be developed, Earth's civilization would directly step into the second level. However, this intact spaceship was able to bring about a qualitative leap in Earth's technology. Not only was it a heroic return, it was even more of a valuable asset. Where is the escort fleet? The old man wiped his eyes and asked the people around him. The Mars base has already departed. I don't know how many sons are returning this time. The old man murmured. A staff member said, the ship is slowing down and entering Jupiter orbit. Our fleet has gone over to escort it. It's beautiful. Teacher, Commander Wang and I are already close to the ship. The ship is slowing down to cooperate with us. We were able to make a perfect handover with the ship. Suda's voice was overwhelmed with excitement. Motherland, we have received the returning spaceship. The source of the signal inside has been identified. It came from more than 100 light years away. It's the first step in the execution of the return plan of the Son of Man. Commander Wang's voice also trembled with excitement. At this moment, the members of the fleet escorting the ship, no one could hold back their surging excited hearts. They looked at the ship that made them envious from the porthole. Who was it, waiting inside to go home? Home planet, this is the Longming ship. The heroes are about to return home. Home planet, this is the Longming ship. The heroes are about to return home. The signal was transmitted all the way to Xia. Listening to the cold electronic voice, Wu Dishio crossed his arms. Every hero returning home represents the roar of their life. The bridge of the Dark Star civilization, destroyed or not. They all died on the night before the motherland's victory. Wu Dishio couldn't help but think of these words. The death of every single person in the 13 sons died on the night before their victory. The 7th son died in battle in the 15th year of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, and he didn't see the captain and his comrades fight their way into the Dark Star's lair. 13 Shokai died in battle in his 4th year, the first of the 13 sons to die a hero for his country. Not only did he not see the victory, he did not even see the heavenly plan. There are 4 words in theology for dying without seeing, because the obsession is constant. Whether it was the 7th son or the 13 Shokai, at the moment they were killed in battle, they must have been unhappy, and they must not have been able to rest in peace, because they did not see victory. Wu Dishio lowered his head and wiped his eyes when he heard Su De shout, "Teacher, we've escorted the ship into Martian orbit. The ship has slowed down but it's still fast. We had to fully turn on the acceleration engines to keep up." Wu Dishio said, "Good." He and Yu Tianming and the others rushed out of the base. A ray of rainbow light crossed the Martian sky from afar. Wu Dishio tilted his head and opened his eyes wide. The moment he saw the alien ship, Wu Dishio pressed the HD mode in his spacesuit and saw the logo on the alien ship that didn't belong to the Dark Star or the Xia Kingdom. His pupils shrunk slightly, but he didn't say anything and raised his hand. "Salute. Welcome hero, home. Salute. For the hero, see him off. Salute." Su Xiaoman and Chen Su they had been strong long ago, ever since they personally brought Song Shuebing home. But at this moment, they still couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out that being strong is just a disguise for self-comfort. But they had a light in their eyes at this moment. They were even more determined in their ideals and their beliefs. The spaceship slowly left Mars, and under the attention of the world's major satellites, the Dragon Song approached the Earth's orbit. 5 frigates escorted the ship, the lunar portal opened, and the star chains opened their arms. A firm and thick voice shouted into space, "30 years of cosmic conquest, welcome hero, home." The Dragon Song ship takes its name from the Xia Kingdom. But this spaceship did not belong to the Xia Kingdom, did not belong to Earth, and it did not belong to the Dark Star. The ship entered Earth's orbit at a much slower speed. The Dragon Song has entered the orbital range of its home planet and is about to enter the atmosphere. "Engines out, prepare to land." The Dragon Song's commands ignored any signal blocking and transmitted directly to the Xia Space Program Hall, the signal receiver radiating a large amount of signal feedback. The old man said, "Can you determine the landing point?" "Not yet, we are unable to capture the landing trajectory of the Dragon Song." The Dragon Song is about to land, automatically searching for the best landing site. The landing site has been determined. The electronic voice slowly faded away as the Dragon Naruto broke through the atmosphere and descended from the sky. The escorting fleet stayed outside the atmosphere. Commander Wang and Su Di and the others watched as the ship entered the Xia territory and slowly descended. Everyone looked solemn and each breathed a sigh of relief. "Determine the landing point, North China Plain." The old man said, quickly. "Notify all units, set off." A column of off-road vehicles and helicopters headed straight for the North China Plain, while the large transport planes had also taken off. This ship now only belonged to Xia. The technology on the Long Ming would be a qualitative leap for Xia. The North China Plain was silent. The Dragon Song landed in a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. The ship had scanned the terrain when it landed, the surroundings were flat and the ship did not receive any impact. "Insufficient energy, Xiaofang is about to go into downtime. Master, you're already home." Zip zip zip. The sound sent out electric waves and slowly faded away. With a poof, the hatch opened. A fresh breeze from Earth blew into the cabin. "Motherland, Motherland, the Vanguard has arrived at the North China Plain and has discovered the landing position of the Long Ming." Several helicopters hovered over the Dragon Ming. "The hatch has been opened. No abnormalities have appeared so far." The helicopters circled around the Dragon Song, and the pilots and combatants looked at the pitch-black ship that covered thousands of square feet, and each one of them revealed a surprised expression. This was a ship from a high-tech civilization galaxy. It had returned to Earth from over 100 light-years away, traveling at the speed of light through the dark universe coordinates. The civilization that built this spaceship had at least reached the 3rd level of civilization, if not the Dark Star. This universe, it was getting more and more lively. The old man arrived in a dusty manner. The location where the Dragon Song landed was impossible for vehicles to pass by, so he could only take a helicopter. He looked at the huge Dragon Song. This kind of ship belonged to the transportation-type spaceship, not a battleship. But even if it was a transportation spacecraft, it could almost break into Earth's orbit with impunity. The lunar portal and the 8 interlocking lines as well as the 300,000 kilometers of killing arrays couldn't stop it. This was something built by a 3rd-level civilization, and a 1st-level civilization like Earth was not even qualified to touch it. "Sir, the substance inside the pod has been checked and is harmless, you can enter." The old man heard the report and jumped down from the helicopter. The hatch of the Dragon Song opened, a cold air came out from inside, and the temperature test showed, -99 degrees Celsius. "Exquisite airship," the old man exclaimed. "This is really ghostly." The shell of the spaceship was very hard, but like the technology of the Dark Star civilization, this material was able to offload damage perfectly, and when it encountered an impact, it would also adjust its angle so that the point of force would pass through smoothly. A group of experts in protective suits walked into the interior of the ship carrying tools. Other staff members surrounded the Dragon Song and started testing it. "Sir, the exterior of the ship is well preserved. There are no traces of battle, it's a brand new ship." The airship is not equipped with weapons, but it has a protective shield. It is a purely working transportation airship. What a good material. Those old experts examined the materials of the airship inside. Just then, news came from inside the airship. Sir, we found the dormant silo. The life support system is functioning normally. The hero of the return voyages, 13 Chokai. The old man took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and said to the person beside him, Hero Jokai returned home, notify, Yang Daxing. Ali Hudong. The yard rocked to my motherland. Yang Health rushed open the door to the study. Dad. Yang Daxing wore old-fashioned glasses and had a lot of information and books on his desk. Health, what's wrong? Dad. Yang Health choked with excitement, Jokai. Jokai has come home. The cold and dark deep space of the universe. In a broken band of cluster stars. Rambling pieces of debris and meteorites rotated around the broken planet. In the cracked cluster star belt, gravity acted in opposition, and a small black hole was slowly forming. It looked like a battlefield. In addition to the meteorites and debris from the planet's explosion, there was some metallic material wreckage. In the center of the abandoned wreckage, wrapped in dense debris, a bloodstained and dilapidated warship suddenly lit up with a blinking signal light. Detecting the execution of the human son's return plan, I will lead my master back to the ship. Temporarily unable to contact the home planet, have been connected to the positioning through the return plan to find the location of the home planet. Warp engines on, kinetic energy converted to propulsion energy, searching for dark universe coordinates location, searching. Search complete, filling with kinetic energy, preparing to enter dark universe coordinates. Skybreaker ready, life support pods on, hibernation complete, set sail. Dark matter beginning conversion particle acceleration, turning on superstar space engines. Twin engine nuclear speed motion, countdown 9. Beginning deviation from course, preparing for molecular disintegration. 8, 7, 6, 5. Molecular disintegration, beam transmission open, about to enter the dark universe coordinate conveyor belt. A rumbling engine explosion emanated from the broken sky battleship. A beam of light flames jetted from the rear of the battleship as it staggered through the wreckage. A blinding wave of light enveloped the skybreaker, and the entire starry sky seemed to squirm slightly. The wave of light was suddenly elongated and turned into a stream of light, entering the dark universe coordinates. Going home. The last two words were left in the infinite space. The dragon song was quietly docked in the valley. The ship itself was a huge treasure. The Bear Country and the Rice Country had called the Summer Country to inquire about the status of this spaceship. They would love to come and visit, but it wasn't the era of the Global Republic yet, and they would need to go through the formalities in advance to come. Of course, Rice would prefer to arrange for someone to come over and investigate the airship. It was just that this airship was returning with one of the 13 sons, and in terms of various factors, this airship belonged to Xia. Even if they wanted to take a look at it, they still had to be approved by Xia. The old man stood outside the life support module, surrounded by busy staff. Inside the life support pod, there was a young man who was sleeping quietly. Joe Kai. The old man's eyes were complicated and his expression was grave. As long as he went home, everything would be fine. The old man reached out and stroked his hand on the lid of the dormant capsule. You are a national treasure. It's a shame to leave like this. Sir. The secretary came over. Old Mr. Yang is here. The old man turned around and looked at Yang Daxing, who got out of the helicopter and stumbled over. Yang Health couldn't even catch up behind him. Yang Daxing rushed into the airship and was about to see the hibernation chamber, but at this very moment, he suddenly stopped, trying his best to restrain his excitement and trembling arms. Daxing, child, come back. The old man walked over and made room for him. The old man knew that young Daxing wanted to take a look at, alone, the child he had raised. After raising him for more than 10 years, he suddenly left without saying goodbye and disappeared into the sea. No message, did not leave even a word, just left him. After more than 10 years, the raised child came back. Yang Daxing walked step by step to the dormant cabin, but the child who came back can no longer call out a father. Nor can he stand in front of young Daxing and proudly say, look, I am taller than you. Yang Daxing came over, his body trembling badly. Yang Health saluted the old man, walked to Yang Daxing, and grabbed Yang Daxing's arm hard. Joe Kai. Yang Daxing finally saw the person he had longed for. He could no longer control himself. Even if there were more people here, he could not control himself and whimpered in pain. You, back. Joe Kai child Yang Health's emotions were infected, eyes full of tears, looking at lying in the cabin, the face that still has some childishness. Brother. Joe Kai. Yang Daxing emotional outburst, prostrate on the dormant pod. The old man stood beside him in silence. This day belonged to Yang Daxing and his family. The road to the 4th middle school in a county in Zhejiang province was covered with flowers. Vehicles full of flowers and badges traveled on this, the avenue that Joe Kai had traveled countless times before. Jokai was covered with the national flag, sleeping inside the colorful flowers, and he even wore a smile on his face. Death, to a warrior, a protectorate warrior, was the highest honor. As long as he accomplished his mission. Vaguely, a boy filled with youthful sunshine ran on this avenue. Dad, I got first in the whole grade. He proudly sprinted across the avenue, walked across the long bridge, and ran in front of the willow tree that he had climbed since he was a child. He stopped and propped himself up on his knees, grunting and panting. The door to the courtyard opened and Yang Daxing, wearing glasses, stepped out. You're so excited after taking a first place test, wait until you take first place in the whole county sometime. Dad, I'm number 1 in the whole grade. First in the whole grade is nothing. Yang Daxing grunted, I'd better reward you tonight and kill a chicken for you to stew. The surrounding pedestrians and students of the 4th middle school held candles and played My Motherland to accompany the long-sleeping Jokai on this old road. Dad, Xiaofang came to see Jokai too. Yang Health supported young Daxing, who had all of a sudden aged another dozen years, and glanced at Xiaofang, who was dragging her family along. Yang Daxing squinted over, he no longer quite remembered the current Xiaofang. He only remembers that Xiaofang who used to get bored with Jokai every day and bicker to and from school. He didn't say anything, just nodded. The main road went to the bottom, crossed the long bridge, and came to the entrance of the courtyard. Brother, home. Yang Health was at the forefront, together with the military people, bringing Jokai, who was iced with technology, back to the door of the house. For the child, cook a bowl of chicken soup. Yang Daxing slowly walked into the kitchen. He likes to drink chicken soup. After drinking, it is good to go on the road. The child, home, falling leaves return to their roots, good to go on the road. In the sky of Zhejiang province, a light rain fell. The willow tree swayed its branches and leaves, and the light wind gusted. 13 Sons martyrs' tombstones had been built at the headquarters. The names and biographies of Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai were engraved on the monument. There were still the remaining 11 sons who hadn't returned, including the captain who hadn't had any information leaked out so far. He, the only one of the 13 sons who was still alive, was the last hope. Because of him, the return flight plan could be successfully executed. Space headquarters. Song Xuebing's blood samples had already been taken. Studying their blood samples would allow them to obtain information on the Dark Star bloodline potion, a step that was just as important as technology. The Dragon Song had been sent back to the research headquarters. In order to study the characteristics of the new engine, Wu Deshio brought his students back to Earth from Mars on a special trip to participate in the dismantling and research of the Dragon Song. Zzz. The breaker leapt out of the darkness in a single bound. An icy electronic sound echoed through the cabin. The return message of 13 has been acquired, confirmed, 13 has returned to the home planet. Dark Universe FTL voyage is about to consume all its energy, estimated time to continue voyage is 15 days. Searching the coordinates of the home planet, we must return to the home planet's orbit within 10 days, otherwise we will run out of fuel, unable to fill the kinetic energy, and will remain in space forever. The electronic voice had a hint of urgency. If the master is unable to return to the home planet, the human sun return plan fails, and all other return plans will be shelved one after another. Activate full-range coverage of heat rays and launch a radiation signal source to the coordinates of the possible location of the home planet in space. It's been raining all day. The drizzle accompanied a new grave. Yang Daxing leaned on his crutches and stood in front of the grave. Jokai's remains had been shipped to the headquarters, and like Song Xuebing, their remains still had value and would not be buried easily. The grave has been chosen, and it will still be buried in the earth in the future. Buried in this, the land that 13 sons deeply loved. In the future, I will visit you often. Yang Daxing touched the tombstone, which had a picture of Jokai as a child. When I get old in the future, I'll come and stay with you, you'll get acquainted over there by then, you'll have to cover me as an old man when I come over, you're a hero, you know? Yang Daxing muttered to himself, the rain barred on the umbrella. Yang Health heard Yang Daxing say this, wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. The rain is slowly getting heavier. Yang Health helped Yang Daxing to go back. Along the way, pedestrians held umbrellas and came to give Jokai flowers. This road, a long line down. National Science General Hospital. Wu Deshio sat in the scientific research and discussion conference room. He had come here directly after meeting with some of his old classmates and colleagues from the General Academy. The technologies on the Long Ming ship were crucial to Earth. These technologies could help Xia and help Earth break the shackles that bound civilization. Time waited for no one, and they had to study the Dragon Ming ship thoroughly as soon as possible. The most important thing was the antimatter application and the extraction of dark matter, and then the manufacturing concept of the warp engine. The cutting-edge scientists in Xia and even around the globe had determined one thing after these return voyages, as well as the counter-invasion of the Dark Astronauts teleportation array incident. The Dark Universe coordinates were actually another way of saying space leap. The warp engine utilized the function of molecular disintegration to achieve flight into a superluminal state, that is, into the dark universe. This was what was known as a space leap, where a light year took just a short second or even faster. It's one thing to have researched it thoroughly, it's another thing to develop it. Molecular disintegration is by far the best way to build a warp engine. However, molecular disintegration and then entering the hyperspace tunnel, also known as the so-called leap, required a long time of experimentation. What Wu Duxiu was most worried about was still the time issue. This was not a technological product that could be developed in a day or two, a year or two. This was a qualitative leap in technology. A threshold for Earth's civilization to enter the second level. Dark Star reached the third level of civilization. The analysis of the remains of the Dark Star people found that the Dark Star people had survived for hundreds of thousands of years. This also proved one thing from the side: if technology wants to break through a qualitative leap, it needs enough time. The Dark Star civilization may have just reached the first level of civilization in 100,000 years. Like the human civilization on Earth, it started to step into the modern technological society after some technological explosion. The first 100,000 years was just the first step in the development of civilization. The second 100,000 years was when the real leap was made. Wu Duxiu and the experts discussed a result. Once the second 100,000 years succeeded in reaching a second or third level civilization, then it would come to a bottleneck. This was also the reason why the Dark Star civilization wanted to invade other civilizations. The ultimate goal of a civilization was still expansion. This was an irreversible rule. Without expansion, it is impossible for a civilization to continue to grow, because it will self-destruct. Earth's civilization will also expand outward from the solar system if it enters a tertiary civilization. Limited resources, the law of conservation of matter is one of the essence of the universe. Without enough resources, a tertiary civilization will only go down, and eventually the Big Bang will occur, and the planet will turn into a black hole or a white dwarf star. The discussion in the conference room was heated and extraordinary, spittle flying. Old Wu, the warp engine can be developed by starting with the engine on the Long Ming, but what about kinetic energy? This energy source is unthinkable. The opposite combination of dark matter and antimatter is equivalent to a black hole. Wu Duxiu tapped the table. A black hole is equivalent to a giant antimatter energy body, and light energy is also photonic matter, so a black hole can swallow up light. Black holes essentially don't have any matter because any particle matter that enters a black hole will be disintegrated. Wu Duxiu looked at everyone. Dark matter is different. When Zhou Kai invaded the Dark Star people's teleportation base, he said that he transformed dark matter into kinetic energy. A black hole is a celestial body with infinite density and infinitely small size, which is a material existence in itself. If dark matter is fused in a black hole, the energy produced should be kinetic energy. We used to say that black holes used to be wormholes, a space-time tunnel. It was treated as a theory then, but now, the theory might just be real. So, Wunderkind sighed. Kinetic energy is currently an advanced energy source that we can't grasp or even understand. Another expert said, Old Wu, Old Feng, the Long Ming ship carries relatively few weapons, and there are no conventional combat systems like the Star Destroyer cannon. However, we discovered some of these energy sources, such as particles and quantum energy beams, which are the most basic space weapons, but there are also some special weapon principles that are called light-year weapons and dimensional weapons. Wu Duxiu said, all theories have to reach the possibility in essence before they can be worked on. It's as if we are now researching mechs against the Long Ming, not in the same theoretical range. Light-year weapons and dimensional weapons were already beyond what they could understand. Blindly researching them would just be a waste of time. At least get the warp engine out first. That was the top priority. The supreme principle of the universe was still the same. Speed was the only thing that mattered. Speed is the essence of everything. If you can't raise your speed, you are passive. Without spatial leaps, it was one thing to defend or not, but as long as the other party wanted to go, they could only watch the other party go. It's better to follow the process and solve the antimatter equation first. Wu Duxiu exchanged opinions with the bigwigs. A knock on the door came to mind outside. Come in, gentlemen. An old man with white hair appeared at the door. Old Dean. Wu Duxiu and the others immediately stood up. The old dean's hair was snow-white as he looked at his students and smiled. Sit down all of you. Regarding the matter of the 13th son, I suddenly remembered something. Report. Yu Tianming raised his head from the chaotic flow of information. What is it? Unidentified signaling body found. Yu Tianming said, what kind of signaling body? War giant ships. Yu Tianming walked out of the room and hurried to the hall. He hadn't slept well lately and had heavy bags under his eyes. Old Zhang, what's going on? Old Zhang pointed at a shiny spot on the screen. Professor Yu, our unmanned exploration ship has discovered a bizarre body of signals, a large body of signal coverage. And it's not a signal crossing pattern, it's radiation, omnidirectional radiation. Radiation waves are generally capable of extending several light-years or even a dozen light-years away in the universe. Most of them are the result of widespread cosmic wars, or cosmic rays that occur when a planet explodes and its core collapses, such as a red giant star explosion. These rays were extremely dangerous and could easily destroy some planets. Yu Tianming stared at the information body. It was huge, too much bigger than the Dragon Ming. He frowned tightly. Could it be that, when the Dragon Song returned, it was discovered by other alien civilizations? Or, did the Dark Star civilization not destroy it and follow it? Danger! The radiation signals were dangerous. Yu Tianming immediately shared the matter with the other bases and reported it to the national headquarters at the same time. When Wu Deshou heard the news, he didn't care about studying the Long Ming or talking to the old dean, and rushed to the space program headquarters. If it was the 13 Suns return program, it definitely wouldn't be this kind of cosmic radiation signal with danger. There must be an advanced civilization that had discovered Earth. Perhaps. It could also be related to the return voyage of the Long Ming. Wu Deshou didn't dare to make a wild guess. After he arrived at the space headquarters hall, his pupils trembled when he saw the radiation signal spots flashing red in the screen. Could it be a war coming? The radiation signal fluctuations rolled in like cosmic waves. Not only did it startle the Summer Kingdom, but other countries were also startled by the explosive information. This was tantamount to opening a war, using radiation to seek out life forms that existed for destruction or enslavement. Terrible emotions spread through the headquarters of each country, and even the Mars base was affected. Bear Country's Chief Commander Bagachov and Rice Country's Chief Commander Kaput had come to Xia Country's Mars base to discuss countermeasures. In the large conference room, several important figures sat together, you looking at me and I looking at you. After discussing for a while, they realized that there didn't seem to be a perfect countermeasure to deal with this matter. The energy of the radiation was so strong that it was difficult for Mars to avoid it. Seeing that everyone was silent, old Zhang could only cough and speak. Then, what happened to the 13th sun might be playing out on us. Everyone looked at old Zhang together. Yu Tianming kept pulling on the virtual screen without missing a single piece of information. He had been analyzing the radiation signals that suddenly appeared. It was reasonably impossible for them to appear without a sound. A high-level invasion against a low-level wouldn't play this kind of over-the-top little conspiracy. In the face of absolute strength, sweeping everything away. This wasn't like the era of cold weapons and 100 years ago. Powerful technological strength was enough to destroy any conspiracy, and controlling the might of a planetary civilization was enough to destroy Earth's civilization. Position. Yu Tianming looked up at everyone. They may not have discovered the location of Earth, or the solar system, by now. Old Zhang said, could it be that it's not a dark star civilization? It shouldn't be. Yu Tianming wasn't very sure. If it was a dark star civilization, it was impossible that it did not know where the solar system was. Using this way of searching with indiscriminate coverage, it should be tracking the Long Ming ship. However, the Long Ming ship was returning to the solar system from the dark universe coordinates. Although the other party's technology was very high, they would not be able to track the signal source to chase it here for a while. Old Zhang said, even if we don't know the location of the solar system for a short period of time, it will only take a little more time for advanced civilizations. They will always find it. Unless, we hide the solar system civilization by pretending to be dead like the turtle breath technique. Bagachov laughed, you're so humorous. Old Zhang spread his hands. Otherwise, the 13 suns once fought far away in the stars for Xia and Earth. The 13 could guard the dark star civilization for 30 years. What about us? How long can we hold it? Yu Tianming said, instructions came from the headquarters to keep a close eye on the movements of the radiation source, and if necessary, turn on the war mode and use Mars as an outpost. Kaput also said, the Mi Council unanimously decided just now that for the continuation of Earth's civilization, we will embark on the path of the 13 sons of Xia. Bagachov stood up. So, our first line of defense, isn't it time to set it up? Yu Tianming said, how is the line of defense going to be set up? We don't even know where they appear from, so what's the point of talking about a line of defense? Bagachov froze for a moment and scratched his head again, awkwardly saying, what about now? We always have to think of a countermeasure. Captor said, figure out the source of the signal as best we can, and see which bearing it's in which case we can set up our defenses in advance. He gave a bitter laugh. Plans to plow through Mars for just under 5 years will have to change. Unsurprisingly, Mars will be the first outpost, so go back and get ready. As civilizations ascend, war is inevitable. At least we now know in advance that other civilizations in the universe exist. Alarm bells sounded in advance. It was better than advanced civilizations suddenly parachuting over the Earth. Yu Tianming sent them away and immediately summoned the other heads of the base to the conference room. The 13th Sun's plan to protect the country is going to be repeated. Yu Tianming looked at everyone solemnly. The unknown signal coverage turning from essence to essence is a precursor to a war. For the first time, we're at war with another civilization in the universe, although, the other party isn't necessarily here to destroy us. We don't have any experience. Yu Tianming looked at everyone. If the source of this radiation signal was a friendly conversation, would you believe it? Everyone shook their heads. The hell would believe it? How could a high-level civilization have an equal conversation with a low-level civilization? After the third-level civilization, low-level civilizations were cannon fodder, mole crickets, and nothing more than civilization resources to be squeezed. To put it bluntly, it's like the usual earthlings facing flies and cockroaches. Who would worry about a cockroach or fly that could pose a devastating threat to human society? This was dimensional overlooking. In Xia's Mars base, there were a total of 3 warships, class, space class. And the Longming was defined as a satellite-class transportation ship. Yu Tianming pulled the information on the war preparations, and the more he looked at them, the more of a headache he got. These war preparations, even if they were to form a fleet square with other countries and regions, they wouldn't be enough to look at. As the old saying goes, when soldiers come, water comes to cover the earth. Professor Yu, we shouldn't think too much. A sudden civilization war does catch us off guard. What we can do is to talk to civilization. This is the only thing we can do. Yu Tianming bulged his eyes and shook his head. No. Dialogue with civilization is established on the same level. Our current level of civilization is not qualified. Let the fleet prepare. The motherland side has also been conferring with the joint headquarters. No surprises. The fleet group in Earth orbit should pull over. The 8 interlocking lines and the killing formation are the only barriers for Earth right now. Yu Tianming said with a bitter smile. The 300,000-kilometer killing array, this thing was awesome to say the least. But when used against a race like the Dark Star civilization, it was like paper mache. It would shatter at the slightest touch. Earth. Then, it's decided. The old man stood up and bowed slightly. On the screen, the representatives of the powerful nations and the parliamentarians from the joint headquarters bowed as well. The old man extinguished the screen and said in a deep voice, the research and development of the Dragon Song continues. Xiag was Deep Space Fleet No. 1, Fleet No. 2, form a square formation and head to Mars, prepare to be ready at any time. The old man clenched his fists and moved his lips several times before finally saying, respond to the war. In the sky, the 8 blockades opened up, and groups of warships from the major powers and the United Headquarters sailed away from Earth's orbit. This matter was not announced to the public at the moment, at least there was no need to announce it for now, lest it cause unnecessary panic. Right now, the other side hadn't shown up yet. Until the last moment, there was no conclusion. The Blackened fleet connected in clusters and flew towards Mars. The people of Earth tilted their heads and watched. They didn't know what was going on, the sense of war smell wasn't there at all, and it was normal for battleships to come and go. It was just that there were more of them this time. Many people were even proudly photographing these battleships, trumpeting the style of a great nation. A surge of breath fell downward from the sky. The battleships crossed the sky and went straight to the heavens. Yu Tianming stood at the gate of the base, raising his head with his hands in the air, looking at the cold universe. If you are enemies, with the 13 suns in front of you, and the great billions of people of Huaxia behind you, you will not yield, nor will you bow your head. If you are friends, our summer country since ancient times is a state of etiquette, friends come with good wine. If you are heroes return. Yu Tianming said here, the words suddenly broke off. This if you are a hero returning home, you will not be so solemn and use radiation to search for the location. The 13 sons who left home know the way home. Professor, a young man rushed out. Radiation signals are looming over the solar system. Coming from Neptune, they've found our location and the entrance to the solar system. Yu Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. It should have determined the location of the solar system, so it's approaching at full speed. Although we haven't responded to any signal source, the existence of Earth itself is a signal. A huge signaling body. You. Bagachov's voice popped up. You opened the virtual screen. Bagachov, there, coming. Captor's face wore some haggardness. We have to face it, the Rice base has prepared for war for all. Since they're coming from Neptune, we should move. Yu Tianming changed into a spacesuit specialized for combat. Professor, you don't need to go. The others stopped Yu Tianming. You have to sit at the base and command. Yu Tianming said, there are plenty of people to command. The motherland side can also be commanded. It's not like I'm going alone. Our fleet has arrived. Commander Wang and the others are there, don't worry. The cosmic space fluctuations around Neptune became more and more obvious, as if some behemoth was about to appear. Mars instrumentation couldn't control it and messed up the program. Radiation light wave. Inside the base, an expert yelled. Outside Neptune, in the dark universe. A ray that was subtle and invisible, but as bright and brilliant as lightning across the night sky suddenly flashed. The next second, the dilapidated and battered bow of the ship, covered in vicissitudes and spots of blood, slowly sailed out of the darkness. Giant thing. The giant thing appeared. Yu Tianming had just gotten on board the battleship when he saw this shocking scene from the satellite view. The giant ship's nose appeared only a little bit. From the darkness of deep space, it was like a cannonball falling into the surface of a lake. A circle of ripples exploded. All the surrounding matter was absorbed by the battleship, as if it was a small walking black hole, but it was releasing terrifying waves of radiation. The Earth fleet added up and formed a square formation to barely match this battleship. Yu Tianming looked at the electronic screen solemnly. He didn't have any thoughts. Since the opponent had already appeared, he had to face it anyways. Motherland. Yu Tianming came to the bridge. Hostile warships have crossed Neptune and are rapidly approaching Uranus at sublight speed, he said and glanced at Commander Wang Jianjun and Su De. The speed of the Earth fleet could not match this giant for the time being. The old man stood in the hall, surrounded by people who were busy and urgently mobilizing. An unprecedented pressure came over him. In the face of an alien civilization, there was no possibility of even a single battle. Does this mean that the 13 sons have all been killed in battle? If there were still people in the 13 sons who had not been killed in battle, the battlefield would not have been pulled here. The old man trusted any of the 13 sons, especially the captain. The fleet is united. The fleets of other countries have also rushed to Mars. They can't be intercepted at Uranus. Then between Saturn and Jupiter. Don't make a move yet. Let's see how they move first. The old man's thoughts were simple. The opponent's technological strength was far higher than Earth's. The distance from Neptune to Earth was but a matter of a split second for this kind of civilization. If they wanted to attack Earth, they should have already done it the moment they appeared just now. Between universes, the collision of civilizations could occasionally result in peace. If it was possible to have peace and not have to confront, that would naturally be the best choice for the current Earth. By not taking the initiative, it left itself room for maneuver. After the old man finished speaking, he glanced at the alien warship again. Suddenly, his eyes shrunk slightly. This battleship was covered in blood. The color of the blood had turned black and red, and it was colorful under the flashes of the signal lights. The battleship, moreover, looked extremely ragged. It seemed like it would disintegrate and explode in space at any moment. This was a battleship that had gone through countless battles. Yu Tianming and the others also saw the huge battleship coming from afar, and a breathless oppressive feeling emanated from the worn-out hull. Epic. Vast. This was the absolute suppression of civilization's technology. A single battleship that overpowered the entire Earth's battleship fleet. Old Yu. In the electronic screen, Feng Huaigui, the commander-in-chief of the Xia space fleet, shouted. Old Feng. Yu Tianming waved his hand in greeting. The situation is not optimistic right now. Apart from the radiation waves, we have not received any signals from the opposite side. I don't know if it's a foe or a friend. What friend or foe? Feng Huaigui's gaze was firm. If we want to go to war, then let's fight. We can lose the war, but we can't be enslaved by an alien planet and become a skin that has lost its national soul. Yu Tianming said, of course, if we have to go to war, we will definitely fight to the end in blood, and we will never bow down and be enslaved. The Earth fleet united together and lined up in a row, spreading out in a fan shape. The commander-in-chiefs of the fleets of the various countries had linked up and conversed, determining the strategic layout. If the war started, the first collision was crucial. Even if they were not defeated, they had to let the alien civilization see the determination of the Earth fleet. The gigantic alien warship, the broken sky from the wrecked battlefield in deep space, began to slow down. The cabin was calm beyond measure. Compared to the tight formation of the Earth fleet, it was peaceful and quiet on the skybreaker. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence also disappeared, and everything was handed over to the automatic cruise system. It's slowing down. Yu Tianming realized this, and he hurriedly said, the alien warship has decelerated and has entered Saturn's orbit. Why did it decelerate? Feng Huaigui spoke with some doubt. The Earth fleet formed a triangular square formation, and the first battleship to meet them was Earth's Shenzhou. Feng Huaigui stood on the bridge of the Shenzhou and looked at the electronic screen without blinking. Not only did the speed of the skybreaker slow down, the radiation waves also began to shrink. Strange. Feng Huaigui frowned. Can it be that this warship really came to say hello? The skybreaker's sudden deceleration and contraction of its radiation waves left the commander-in-chiefs of the fleets of all the countries a little puzzled. But it wasn't like the opposite side was transmitting signals over. There were no other movements either. At this speed, approaching Jupiter would take at least a day. Yu Tianming kept pulling the information data and suddenly said, could it be a returning ship? Su De said beside him, Professor, if it's a heroic returning ship, it should send out a signal from our Xia kingdom. That's true, but in the universe, nothing can be perfect. Yu Tianming stared at the slowly approaching skybreaker. Send out a signal, keep transmitting signals, use our exclusive code of Xia. Yu Tianming was only guessing, there was no guarantee. Su De was right, the return plan was not an impromptu decision, but rather, the captain had long ago finalized this plan 20 years ago, possibly even as soon as he left Earth. The plan was tight and seamless, and that was how the 13 Jokai returned to Earth. The ship was a battleship, not a transport ship. Returning a hero with such a huge battleship, isn't it too conspicuous? Signal has been covered. The ground of Mars began to transmit a large number of signals to the skybreaker. The signal fluctuations were perfectly covered. If the opposite side was able to receive the signal, there would definitely be a response. The signal was fired for 10 minutes. No response from the skybreaker. It was still slowly flying towards Jupiter. Yu Tianming looked at the electronic screen in disbelief. The chief commanders of the other bases and the fleet divisions. A lost alien warship? Captor voiced his thoughts. This battleship is covered in scars and vicissitudes, and those things on it should be racial bloodstains. A battleship that went through a terrible interstellar war, escaped from the battlefield, and drifted through the universe after losing its navigational goal, eventually coming to the solar system. Begajov chimed in. The battleship wanted to find its way home, but had no choice but to find its way home in such an extreme way as radiation waves because it was missing some data or something. When put like that, it seemed to make sense. But that wasn't how it made sense. Yu Tianming couldn't take this kind of thing and speculate on this extremely optimistic possibility. Receiving signal feedback. Just at this moment, the Martian ground sent back a message. Received signal feedback from the alien warship. The source of the feedback is the skybreaker. Yu Tianming said, the skybreaker? Professor, yes, the skybreaker, no specifics. However, we can see from this information feedback that the opposite side. Sorry Professor Yu, I just got confused in my head. The open source code of the opposite side's feedback signal is Chinese characters. Yu Tianming did not react for a moment. They know our. Just after saying this, Yu Tianming snapped his eyes. Chinese characters. This thing doesn't thrive on writing them. There was no way an alien race would use Chinese character codes unless. Yu Tianming was instantly agitated, but he still couldn't understand. If it was a hero executing the return program, how could it emit such destructive radiation waves? Could it be that there was an error in the setting program that caused the system to not be able to find its way back? Yu Tianming's breathing gradually became heavy. This battleship named Broken Sky was bloodstained and had experienced a great battle of unknown horror. Commander Wang, Yu Tianming hammered out. Let's set off and approach the skybreaker. It's a returning ship. Wang Jianjun wondered, are you sure? 99% sure. For the remaining 1%, I'll give Dark Star's IQ. Yu Tianming concluded that this was definitely a return ship of one of the 13 suns. It was a battleship. A true interstellar battleship. Or a battleship covered in scars and blood. There must be unknown secrets inside. What has it gone through to return home after a bloody battle in such an extreme way? And which one of the 13 suns will be the one on top? The Moon Palace battleship Yu Tianming was traveling on bypassed the fleet square and flew directly towards the skybreaker. Skybreaker, this is the Moon Palace ship of the Summer Kingdom. This is the Moon Palace ship of the Summer Kingdom. Please answer when you receive it. Please answer when you receive it. The Mars base kept transmitting signals to the skybreaker, but there was no response. This situation was very bad and special. Yu Tianming's heart was always lifted. The 13 suns were accompanied by the AI in all their campaigns outside, and the AI fell into a deep sleep after Jokai's return. After testing, the AI had completed its mission and was automatically destroyed. So, the AI on this skybreaker had self-destructed ahead of schedule? Everyone in the ground command center tensed their emotions. At first, it was thought to be an alien race, possibly a dark star civilization that had followed the Dragon Song and discovered Earth, opening an interstellar war. Earth mobilized for the first time in its history, the globe united, and the fleet lifted off to prepare for the enemy. The result of the rise of the army, but found that it is a return ship, is the return of the heroes. This kind of ups and downs make many people feel exciting as hell, but no one wants to do it again. Once the wolf comes a few more times, it really becomes a wolf. The Moon Palace battleship was already close to the skybreaker, but there was still no information coming back from the opposite side. The fleets of the other countries were relieved to learn that this could be the hero of Xia returning home, one by one. After being made such a big mess by the returning hero, the other countries had more or less some complaints in their hearts, but when they thought about how much 13 Sun had done for Earth, they had no way to speak up. The signal hadn't fed back yet. Yu Tianming was a little anxious. He didn't know what was going on in this battleship. No feedback meant that they couldn't get the internal information of this battleship. The speed of the skybreaker was getting slower and slower, and the rest of the fleet began to automatically escort and surround the skybreaker. This battleship, it's already faltering. It's much better than the one we found in the Dragon 1 impact crater, which looked fine on the surface, but has long been waiting to die. The skybreaker is rusty, but it's still capable of spatial leaps and still has an extremely high value for research. It's much better than the Dragon Song. I can already think of the picture. Begajov's side, it's a survivor killed from the interstellar war, and represents the heroes of Xia who fought there in blood. It's no longer a one-man war, it's an interstellar regimental war. Captor said, Mr. Bagachov, are you talking about battleships bombarding each other? Pretty much. I say, Commander Wang, it's not returning messages or stopping. What if it flies past Earth? Right, we can't stop it. Old you, we have to think of a way. Wang Jianjun looked at Yu Tianming, the anxiety in his eyes obvious. Indeed, the skybreaker had no intention of stopping. Although it had slowed down, the ground had not picked up the signal source, and it would not choose to land on the ground. Just at this moment, the skybreaker suddenly made a turn and flew directly towards the Martian orbit. Professor Yu, a message came from the ground. It locked onto our trajectory course, and although there is no AI feedback and the signal source is off, it has chosen to land on Mars. When Yu Tianming heard this, his face lit up with joy and he hurriedly said, quickly, shift course. The skybreaker faltered, looking as if it would disintegrate in space at any moment. Su De and the others couldn't help but break a sweat. If the battleship disintegrated in space, all of this would be for nothing. Not only would the heroes not be able to return home, the technology and data on this battleship would all be destroyed. Insufficient energy. A voice with an electric sensation was transmitted from the skybreaker to the major ships. This voice niggled and flickered, as if it was an old tape recorder without power. Insufficient energy, unable to reach the landing point, unable to return home. The inductive voice became more and more urgent, but the voice also became weaker and weaker. Xia's Space Aerospace Ground Command Headquarters. The old man stared at the image and asked, what happens if there's not enough energy? I don't know, we can't be informed of the situation inside the skybreaker or the energy situation, but the AI saying this means that the remaining energy is no longer enough to land the skybreaker safely. If a forced landing occurs, the contents will be more or less destroyed, especially our heroes, if. The old man's eyes narrowed and he shouted, Yu Tianming. Sir, you think of a way, let the fleet think of a way, make sure to let this battleship land safely on Mars. Yes. Yu Tianming straightened his chest as he quickly slid the virtual screen, his brows furrowed. Wu Deshio said from the ground command center, Teacher, perhaps there is a way to use fuel resupply. Su De said, Teacher, how does this resupply? Wu Deshio opened the fuel reserve data of the lunar palace in Shenzhou and quickly said, although the skybreaker is an alien warship, the fuel it uses must be different from our Earth's. For example, kinetic energy, high-speed ion cooling fuel. But technology is complementary. Even if the fuel we use on Earth is not comparable, it will definitely work. If one is not enough, then two. If two is not enough, then the entire fleet. Wu Deshio's tone was firm. This method will work. Now that the speed of the skybreaker has slowed down, it's perfectly capable of space fuel delivery. Su De said, but teacher, we don't have experience in this area, and we're not familiar with the skybreaker. We don't know where the fuel pods are. I have a way. Wang Jianjun suddenly spoke up. He walked out of the bridge. Bring me the combat uniforms. Yu Tianming turned around, old Wang. Don't worry, I have experience. Don't forget, I have completed many space fuel delivery simulation experiments, and 18 of them, with only one failure. Yu Tianming said, I'm not worried about this. The skybreaker is after all an alien warship. The structure. The different paths are the same. Wang Jianjun grinned. Commander-in-Chief Feng, is the Shenzhou on standby? Feng Huaigui said, Jianjun, pay attention to safety, we trust you. He didn't say anything else, only this. General, I'll go. A group of young warriors stood up. We'll go. We're still young, and we can react you faster than that. Yoo-hoo, one by one, you're starting to brag? Still reacting? Do you guys have experience? This is not a drill. Wang Jianjun glared at the group of soldier boys. I'm only 55, what is this? Wang Jianjun put on the special combat suit that was able to stay in space for a short period of time, gave a thumbs up to the crowd, and shouted, get ready, open the spare hatch. With a poof, the Moon Palace's spare hatch opened. Wang Jianjun took a deep breath and leapt out. At this moment, all eyes gathered on Wang Jianjun. The bravery of mankind was manifested at this moment. Wang Jianjun maneuvered his combat suit and flew towards the behemoth. Prepare yourselves, I'll find a way to pull a lead when I find the fuel pod. Wang Jianjun said, turning into a rainbow light. In the next second, he came face to face with the battleship. Lifeform detected. Lifeform from Master's home planet, same type of DNA, fellow Master. The electronic voice was already faintly audible, but it still transmitted the signal to the Martian ground through the remaining energy fluctuations. Wang Jianjun listened to the voice and remembered Song Shuebing and Zhou Kai who had sacrificed their lives one after another, and his heart felt a pang of bad taste. He was a soldier of iron will. He saw this modeled in vicissitudes, scarred and broken ship, and already felt that majestic epic battle. Xia soldier Wang Jianjun, bring the hero home. Wang Jianjun roared loudly and rushed towards the skybreaker. The energy to continuously turn on the shield around the skybreaker was long gone, and Wang Jianjun absorbed himself to the rear of the battleship, observing the structure of the entire battleship first. Found it. He found the fuel pods. Fuel pods have been found. prepare for traction. Wang Jianjun turned on the only marker on his combat suit and hit the fuel bay door. Shenzhou. Calling Shenzhou. Fang Weigui said, Shenzhou receives. Prepare to break the pod, make sure the fuel doesn't leak out and electronically seal the gap. Understood. Fang Weigui gave the order, and Shenzhou and Lunar Palace approached the breach at the same time. This was the first time, a real live battle, fuel delivery in space. Just one step short of the mark and it would be a lost cause. The Shenzhou was the first to approach the skybreaker, while the fleets of the other countries were also ready. They would all take action if the need arose. This was a great epic of mankind saving itself. From this moment on, the greatness of mankind will be in the stars, emerging. Buzz. A long roar. The huge satellite-class battleship, the Skybreaker, finally landed safely on the Martian Earth. The Earth's fuel was not as good as the original fuel reserves of the Skybreaker, but it was completely sufficient for a short period of time. The other frigates returned one after another, and the Shenzhou also went back to Earth orbit. The Skybreaker stopped on the desolate Earth of Mars. The hatch opened automatically. Energy exhausted, did not return to the home planet. This is only half a day's journey away from the home planet. The signal has been conveyed to the home planet. Master, my mission is complete. A few minutes later. Master, goodbye. The electronic voice disappeared into electric waves with a hint of longing and reluctance. On the plains, a column of flying cars quickly ran towards the Skybreaker. Yu Tianming heard the electronic voice, and he had mixed feelings in his heart. Artificial intelligence originally had no emotions. However, the AI of the Skybreaker and the AI Xiaofang who escorted Zhou Kai home both possessed very abundant emotions. This point confirmed their delusions about the blueprint of technology. Artificial intelligence would definitely possess emotions in the end, but whether it will replace humans in establishing self-awareness and territory is still debatable. It is said that AI, if it evolves to a certain point, will break free from the shackles of human bondage, also known as breaking the cage. But judging from these two AIs, they already possessed a certain amount of human emotions, but were still loyal. Gradually, the huge silhouette of the Skybreaker appeared in their sight. A satellite-class battleship, stranded on Mars. Yu Tianming's excitement didn't only come from the fact that the heroes were coming home, but also because of this battleship, which would give Earth's space combat a perfect guide. The Skybreaker was bruised and battered, lying on the ground like a huge wounded beast. Its hull, covered in scratches and many gaping holes from bombardment. The main bow was broken and most of the instruments were disabled, unable to fight. The ship's electromagnetic cannons, railguns, and annihilation cannons had all become useless. It was dead. Only research value remained. Yu Tianming stood outside the Skybreaker inside. Motherland, the Martian team and I have arrived at the hatch of the Skybreaker. Bagachov and Kaput, as well as the representatives of the non-zone and European zones, had all arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the Skybreaker, each of them tilted their heads with a solemn expression. This was a true alien warship. If it was 2 circles bigger, it would be comparable to the moon. The Xia Ground Command Center. The old man stared at the screen and said word for word, prepare to access the signal. Turn on the full-range live broadcast. Ensure that in the first instance, the hero's family is contacted. The live signal was turned on and shared globally. The captain's black box currently did not have any information to crack. Apparently the black box's program had been truncated. Perhaps the subsequent cracking work could open the black box's final secret. Under the global live broadcast, hundreds of millions of people logged in to watch online at the same time. When the picture of the air-breaking ship appeared in the live broadcast, hundreds of millions of people around the globe looked dumbfounded. The terrifying giant ship of war, straddling the Martian Earth. It was heavily scarred and blended in with the pale Earth. Oh my God! What has it gone through? Bruised and battered, returning from a bloody battle. A line of captions appeared in the largest commercial plaza of the Xia headquarters. Yu Tianming walked towards the Skybreaker step by step. This battleship, battered and broken, was able to return here only because of an obsession. Returning to the roots. Because of the Son of Man, to return home. Even if they were alone outside and had endured everything, the last moment of thought in their hearts was to go home. They, all of them, have to go home. Anyone, cannot stay in the universe. Absolutely not. Yu Tianming was in a heavy mood, looking up at the huge ship. The traces of destruction on it were shocking to the eyes. Blood had condensed into a huge wall of blood, and there were quite a few claw and wing marks on it. What had it, in the end, gone through? Motherland, the external damage of the Skybreaker is so severe that it is impossible to determine the trace tracks. We are now preparing to enter the interior of the battleship. Yu Tianming took a deep breath as he finished speaking and stepped inside the battleship. The cabin lights up. The others followed and entered in a line. Bagachov and Kaput and the others also entered the interior, and as soon as they went in, everyone's gazes straightened. Inside, it was full of wreckage, corpses, piles and piles of wreckage. This scene shook the eyes of people all over the world. There wasn't even a road. Yu Tianming stood right in front of the wreckage, and his eyes seemed to see through the wreckage to the innermost part. His eyes couldn't help but moisten as he murmured, "How many sons are you?" The wreckage sealed the way. One could imagine how crazy this battle was. And how desperate. If Jokai blew up the teleportation pedestal, the aura of a man with the courage to look death in the eye, he died with a bang and without any regrets, without any despair to speak of. Then, the one in the skybreaker. The situation was completely different. It's all the wreckage of the Dark Star people. Wang Zhenjun's eyes bulged with a murderous aura. It's really the same as what we thought. Yu Tianming lowered his head, the blood on the ground was thick. We don't know if this is part of the Heavens plan or some other battlefield. Let's go, clean up the wreckage. We need to find the hero in the database first. The warrior opened the way in front. The wreckage was piled up and took up the entire inner chamber. It wasn't easy to make a path. I don't dare to think about it anymore. Our heroes, what the hell did they go through here? I would feel despair even if I was surrounded by a few dogs. What did the hero, at that time, encounter? I'm already crying. I really can't help it. Someone is carrying the weight of the world and conquering outer space. All we have to do is to fight hard and make our country stronger so we can welcome the future interstellar war. Welcome? I'll welcome his mom. I want to join the army. Don't worry, the hero's last-minute thought must be that I've earned it. Don't cut, don't cut. Jokai's phrase "I've earned it" has penetrated into the marrow of his bones. Half an hour later, the warriors finally cleared a path to the bridge. Yu Tianming walked at the front, and hundreds of people walked through the wreckage passageway, finally reaching the bridge. "Professor!" Suda shouted, pointing to the front, his voice excited, trembling, choking, and finally whimpering. Yu Tianming looked deeply at the figure on the bridge, the one who was kneeling on one knee and holding up the national flag with one hand. He was frozen. He did not lie in the dormant cabin. He, just like that, propped up the flag of his country. He may have tried to stand, but it was no longer possible. That was why he knelt down on one knee. This scene made the entire Xia nation break their defenses. The live broadcast room was overwhelmed, covered by rolling tear emoticons. Hero, kneeling on one knee, holding the national flag. He can fall, but the flag that represents the motherland, that represents the earth, cannot fall. Bagachev and Kaput and the others saw the kneeling figure and stood in awe. They slowly raised their hands and saluted the figure. At this moment, the only way to express the awe in their hearts was to do so. The wind picked up inside the cabin. It was unknown where the wind was blowing from. The national flag fluttered in the wind, hunting. Yu Tianming took a few quick steps, stumbled and almost fell. Su De held him up. He choked, "Let the warriors take the national flag and the heroes pick up next." The warriors immediately stepped forward, and just then, a ray of light suddenly appeared, enveloping the kneeling figure. A voice said aloud, "Heaven's Path Protectorate Program, Third Son, He Pingon, to the Motherland, report." The spotlight shone on the kneeling figure, and a three-dimensional projection appeared next to the national flag. A handsome young man, facing forward, raised his hands in salute. He Pingon's appearance, very handsome, was no better than those handsome stars. He knelt on the ground, and the shadows projected in 3 dimensions gradually dispersed. "The motherland hasn't forgotten me, the captain didn't lie to me, but even if the captain lied to me, I was willing to be lied to. Motherland, when you see this moment, I have already sacrificed myself. For the motherland and the people, for the continuation of the nation, our sacrifice is not worth mentioning." 13 said that he likes to pay the price because he wants to be a hero. We are, in fact, all the same. Motherland, farewell forever. I hope that by the time you see me in this scene, our battleships will have already rushed out of the starry sea and traveled far beyond the solar system. The voice gradually fell, and the three-dimensional figure of the third son, He Pingon, completely disappeared. He really cried me to death. He also specifically mentioned Jokai God. When will this knife be pulled out? Ah. He Pingon, where is peace? But now, you are home, He Pingon, welcome home. Welcome home. The pop-ups rolled. Peace to all of you. The hero has sacrificed, died in the service of his country. Those of you who are online saying you must be waiting for us somewhere, saying don't be afraid, we're coming for you, saying the heroes are still alive, please respect the heroes. They died for their country, they defended a bridge with their lives for the sake of the nation, for the sake of our home planet, not a bargaining chip for you to use to increase your exposure. Those anchors, they should be blocked. It's time to take care of it. Sounds disgusting. Remember, hero sacrifice for the people, for the motherland. The old man listened to the reports from all over the world, anxious. He Pingon's family, have they found? Still looking, this time it's strange, no one contacted this side, does he not have a family? The old man said, maybe they haven't been contacted yet, it doesn't matter, it will take time for the hero to return home from Mars. Just after the words were said, a few thumps came from the screen. He Pingon, who was kneeling on the ground, had ice cracking all over his body. Hurry! The old man subconsciously shouted out. Yu Tianming scurried over in an arrow step, but due to his age, he fell to the ground as he shouted, "Catch the hero! Catch the flag!" The fighters swarmed over Pingan, who had fallen from the bridge's main control room, and steadily caught him. Seeing Pingan, who had his eyes closed but was not at peace, and whose expression was even a bit grim, tears rolled down the warriors' faces. They knew that with this expression, Pingan must have died at the last moment, and he was facing thousands of Dark Star people. They had felt it. One man facing an unknown number of times more Dark Starians, eyeing him. The warriors carried Pingan, and vaguely, they seemed to hear a song. It was still that song, the one they were most familiar with. The young warrior's eyes glowed, accompanied by tears, and sang loudly, "If that jackal comes, there is a shotgun to greet it." Tianming stood up, supported by Su De, and looked at Pingan's angry face. He was fighting until he died. He didn't look young anymore, very different from his younger self in the three-dimensional projection. It had become more vicissitudes, more rigid, but there were also more wrinkles. A middle-aged man with sharp corners, the hardness in his bones remained unchanged. "Why isn't he wearing battle armor?" Bagachov said solemnly. Captor bowed his head. "Perhaps it was easier to kill the Dark Stars that way? But isn't it easier to wear battle armor?" Bagachov glanced at Captor. Captor said, "Don't forget that they have the genes of the Dark Starians, and they also have bloodline potions." Tianming didn't dare to touch Pingan's face, and he knew that the only ones qualified to do so were Pingan's family. "Professor!" Su De exclaimed. Tianming looked over and realized that where Pingan had just fallen, there were quite a few objects that looked like human remains. This! Tianming's pupils exploded. This can't be. With trembling eyes, Su looked towards Pingan. Underneath this set of clothes is what? A horrible thought spread in Tianming's mind. He knew it was bad, but he still couldn't help it and reached out to uncover the clothes on Pingan's body. Su De said, "Professor, you." Wang Jianjun also noticed, and with incredible surprise and intense anger in his eyes, he stared at Pingan's body. With a trembling hand, Tianming uncovered Pingan's clothes. Su De's pupils dilated, and the faces of the other warriors all changed instantly, becoming sad and pale. Wang Jianjun turned around and roared, "Grass fucking." The old man said, "What's wrong?" Tianming raised his head, and tears poured down his face. No wonder he couldn't stand. Motherland, Pingan's body, his body, most of it was torn apart. The old man staggered back a few steps a bit when he heard these words. "Being torn apart?" Tianming said, "Except for the head, below the neck, there has been no piece intact." "Speak!" The old man's blood churned. "The body, there is not a single piece of intact flesh." Tianming finished, covered his clothes and gritted his teeth. "Fighters, take the hero back to the base." With hatred and grief in their eyes, the warriors sang "My Motherland" and carried Pingan away from the Skybreaker. Bagachov and the others knew the news and their faces turned white with fear. What bravery was this? What madness was this? What on earth had he been through, here? Those Dark Star people, Bagachov couldn't help but redden their eyes like hungry wolves. This time, the Xia people exploded. The pop-up screen was densely packed. The hatred for the Dark Star people reached its peak at this moment. Nothing they said felt like it could quell the anger in their hearts. The summer sky at this moment was surrounded by an aura of grief and anger. If the Dark Star people appeared beside them, they would definitely go tearing their flesh with red eyes. The more grief and anger, the stronger the power. This grief and anger would turn into the light of Huaxia and rush out of the universe. Tianming walked across the bridge step by step, searching for as much data as possible that was still useful. But the internal destruction of the Skybreaker was so exaggerated that it was a miracle that it could return to the solar system. Su De said, "Could it be that Pingan didn't leave behind any databases or anything like that? There should be, similar to a black box." Tianming walked past the blood fortress, through the life support pods, the weapons warehouse, and saw piles and piles of corpses sprawled across the place. Tragic. Incredibly tragic. Old Zhang ran over from the distance, found something. "What? It should be the record file left behind by Pingan. It's a coincidence that this was left at the door. I just scraped away the blood when I checked the material and saw it." Tianming came to the doorway of the hatch and saw clinging to the wall, the silver box. It was very similar to 7th Sun Song Shuebing's recorder. "Take it down." The genetic combination lock of the record file came from Xia, and it opened easily. Inside was a fist-sized data chip with the shape of a national flag printed on it, and 3 buttons around it. Tianming gently touched the first button, and the archive immediately rotated, emitting a silver light. Heavenly Tao Protectorate Program, 18th year, July 1st, 3rd Sun Pingan died in action in the Taoguan Galaxy. Tianming and Old Zhang looked at each other. The name of this galaxy should have been named by them. A loud voice came out from inside. Heavenly Tao Protectorate Plan, 18th year, May 20th. There is a loophole in the heavenly plan. The second batch of Dark Star's autonomously evolved warriors have learned of our loophole. In order to fill this loophole, I am traveling to the Tower's Light Galaxy. I knew the captain wouldn't do anything pointless. There are 8 of us left, and the captain said that when there are only 7 of us left in the future, we'll go as the 7th sons. But I know there are no 6s back, because old 6 went first. He pinged on, am an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and grew up alone with no attachments. If I don't return from this trip, then I won't return, as long as the captain is able to bring the last step of the heavenly plan to completion. He pinged on, have no regrets in death. There are still 8 people left. The 6th son had already sacrificed. If there are only 7 people left, it is the 7th son going. The young family will have 7 sons to go and 6 sons to return. But there is no 6th son to return. Although this information has been expected, but heard he Pingin's vicissitudes of low voice set out, cannot help but heart-stabbing pain. People are already dead. Why do we need to remember? Why do we grieve so much? Why do we feel incomparable longing for heroes? Why do we have to use such a grand spectacle to welcome the hero back? Used to use airplanes, to go to other countries to bring back the bones of the heroes, to bring them back to their homeland, to return to their roots. Now, using spaceships to bring them back from the universe. The time has changed, the place has changed, but the rest remains the same. We remember them so much, not just because they are heroes. Heroes get erased by time and age, and only at certain times do we remember them, whether it's the 13 sons, or the forefathers before the Summer Kingdom. No one would remember the heroes all the time, not even the families of the heroes. There were always their own lives to lead, and it was impossible to live in the pain of losing a loved one all the time. But heroes have a light. They will always, without realizing it, be associated with people. It is because of this moment that they are mentioned. It is because of this moment that we know what they did, know what they have given for the sake of the motherland. Back to our happy and peaceful life in this moment, because of what? We can feel the greatness of heroes. The old man's lips moved a few times. He pinged on being an orphan was a bit unexpected. Orphans, even more poignant. Because when he died, no relatives would give him a ride. Some people suggested looking into it, and the old man vetoed it. There was no need to check this thing. It was he Pingin's own words. All 13 sons wanted to return to their roots. If he Pingon had relatives, he must also want to return to his hometown and return to his roots. The old man was silent for a moment and said, he Pingon is a child of the motherland. I will let him be buried in the martyrs' cemetery that only belongs to the 13th son. Yu Tianming said, yes, sir. You guys prepare, he Pingon's remains. The old man said here, some sad breath, the remains will be sent back at that time. Send back to the motherland. Although the battleship Broken Sky has been scarred, the technology on it is still there. It can't be applied, it can be researched. This time the research was shared globally. Xia also knew that in the event of an interstellar war, the Earth was a whole and there were no kingdoms. In this way, the rice and bear countries were overjoyed. If Xia didn't open up, they didn't have half a way. Even if they used the joint headquarters to pressure Xia, with 13 sons around, how could this hurdle not be overcome? When Xia Guo took the initiative to open up and share, everyone was happy. Yu Tianming brought the recorder and hurriedly returned to the base. He Pingin's remains were stored on a special ice bed and would be sent back to Earth on a later date. Yu Tianming handed the recorder to the engineer and prepared to wait to decipher the information inside. In the 18th year, it was already late. The Heaven's Path program had already been executed for 18 years, and both the Heavenly Kingdom program and other programs within it had already matured. Yu Tianming had a premonition that he would be able to see, more comprehensively, the full picture of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate plan. This would be crucial to the Xia Kingdom's future response. The Heavenly Kingdom plan was divided into 3 phases, and it was clearly a grand and incomparable plan. 13 people executing this plan, or in the vastness of the universe, was really not easy. Yu Tianming was very curious to know what kind of treacherous and rippling plan the Heavenly Kingdom plan was. As the live broadcast opened again, the third son, He Pingin's recorder, also began to function. The crack was executed. The picture was a pale one, and it could be seen that it was on Mars. In the distance, a man was walking in the sand. His back looked a lot like the captain. He walked alone, and not long after, a figure appeared and shouted, "Captain Lao San." The captain, wearing a mech, slowly turned around. "What brings you here?" "Captain, I've been with you for a while. I know you're not feeling well inside." The captain laughed. "How would you know I'm not comfortable in my heart? Are you a roundworm in my stomach?" He Pingon walked into the picture, looking little changed from before his sacrifice. It was 2 months before his death. From this moment on, his life was already counting down. "You're blaming yourself for the slip-up in the heavenly plan, but it's not your problem, Captain. It's the Dark Star people who have evolved too quickly. The progress of this race's intelligence and humanistic society is astonishing. The captain continued on. It's my problem and it's not my problem, but there's no use dwelling on it. We are now leaving our home, the solar system, for good. From now on, we will not return to the solar system, and will not reveal the existence of our home planet proper, Earth. Now, to give our motherland and people a last word. Pingon said, what words? One day, the motherland will break out of the solar system, and before it does, I have to tell them what's in the universe. The nearest alien civilization to us, what it is. The time we can hold out, is running out. If we can't find the Dark Star people's home planet, the heavenly plan will be nothing more than a blindfold in the end. Ahead, reflecting Mount Olympus. The captain and Pingon arrived at what was now named by the joint headquarters, the Dragon 1 impact crater. Pingon looked at the battlefield covered in storm dust and sand, and said slowly, Old 7, we've come to see you. The captain crouched down, held a handful of wind and sand, and raised his hand. The wind sand was blown away by the sparking wind. The captain whispered, Lao San, I brought you guys out and said I would send you back. In fact, it was me who lied to you guys. The captain's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke. Captain. Pingon stood straight. We actually, all already know. The captain looked ahead. Old 7 died here, and I know that his bones are down there, but we can't take a corpse and go fight the Dark Stars. I will leave something here to tell the motherland in the future that 13 of us died in the universe. Pingon's nose soured. Captain, why don't you be optimistic? Are you optimistic? The captain turned back, the red eye rays on his battle armor sweeping gently. Third son, Pingon. The captain's voice snapped up, with a rough rasp. Pingon held his head high. Pingon, here. From this moment on, you have delivered yourself to the heavenly plan, to the nation. Depart for the Tower Shine Galaxy on this day. The last step of the heavenly plan, even if something goes wrong, even if only one of the 13 suns is left, the heavenly plan must be completed. Pingon's lips moved a few times, as if he had a whole bunch of things to say, but he finally said 2 words. Roger. The captain eyed Pingon walking away and added, Pingon. Pingon turned back. I'll prepare the return plan for you. Pingon's shoulders shrugged a few times, and again, he wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, nothing came out, and after raising his hand in salute, he left with a big stride. The captain's figure also gradually disappeared. In the darkness, a light suddenly flickered. Pingon's magnetic voice slowly said, who would blame the captain? No one, not even Old 9, who is most qualified to blame the captain, can do it. Do you really think we're out for a trip? The moment we left Earth, we already knew the end. The 13 suns are out, and their lives have been delivered to the motherland and the people. I'll make the final step of the heavenly plan on the agenda. I won't fail you and my other teammates, and I won't fail my motherland and people. Pingon's eyes exploded with a ball of battle fire. The dark universe, the light spreads, and a huge rotating star cluster appears ahead. The Tower's Light Galaxy. According to the return journey map, the Taoguan Galaxy was 1,300 light-years away from the solar system. Seeing this distance, the old man, as well as Yu Tianming and the others, all sucked in a breath of cool air. The distance was not too far. However, with the engines of Spaceleap, it wouldn't take long to reach the Taoguan Galaxy through the dark universe coordinates. The old man and the others were surprised that the third phase of the heavenly plan had already spread the battlefield to that kind of place. This galaxy was beautiful. From a distance, the galaxy looked as if it was a cloud of colorful haze, everywhere revealing the beauty and magnificence of the universe. But looking close up, it was found that the periphery of the galaxy was densely filled with battleships. Heavenly Tao Protectorate Plan, 18th year, May 30th. Pingon's voice carried a hint of calmness. I, the third son, Pingon, will be here, sniping the Dark Star Legion. One person, sniping an entire legion of third-tier civilizations? Was this the 13th son's bottom card? One person, could really achieve such brilliant results? At least, judging from the results of Pingon's return voyage, he should have succeeded. As long as he succeeded, everything would be fine. Prepare to enter the Dark Universe coordinates, Arlene, we're going to avoid the Dark Star Legion from the Dark Universe space and enter the interior of the Tower's Light Galaxy. Understood, Master. A layer of light waves enveloped the spaceship, and as the tone fell, the light waves turned into a rainbow of light and blinked into the darkness. Master, I will turn on the black hole system. The dark matter energy shield will cover the entire fleet. In a short period of time we can avoid the dark star technology scanning and enter the center of the Tau Light Galaxy. Good. Pingon's voice grew firmer. In the darkness, there was no light and the picture was trance-like. The old man braced his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, attention all departments, do your own thing, and write down everything that should be recorded and researched, without omitting a single thing. This is the most valuable treasure they left us. All the experts in the hall were meticulous, staring intently at the light brain screen in front of them. For a moment, the things in front of everyone's eyes seemed as if they had experienced 1,000 years. As everyone knew, a light year was the distance of 1 year of light traveling in a straight line. More than 1,000 light years is equivalent to light traveling for more than 1,000 years to shine on Earth. Light years away is the other side of the universe. They have, for 1,000 years, traveled across. Looking at what was once the other side, the image shifted. May 31st, one more day to June 1st Children's Day, I have entered the center of the tower's light galaxy. Here is an important tipping point for the heavenly plan. The dark star people have also discovered this tipping point. They evolved so quickly that we were caught off guard. After the tower's galaxy is discovered, they will definitely come to destroy it, because they also know that the heavenly plan is to find out where the dark star civilization's home planet is. They fear, when they invade other galaxies from their home star, they need to build bridges and spend huge amounts of energy supplies to build teleportation bases. Only after the teleportation base is built can the teleportation array be opened with constant energy. But we took advantage of them for this, reversing the teleportation and thwarting their 25 attacks. Almost twice a year, each time a large teleportation was spread out to transport troops and battleship swarms. We utilized the principles of contrasting spatial dimensions and time eternity to destroy their teleportation formations over and over again, in various locations, using Dark Star's own technology. But in this 10 years of tug-of-war, we lost several teammates, and at the same time, the Dark Stars began to evolve without rules. Irregular evolution is more frightening and unpredictable than autonomous gradual evolution. So, their home planet sensed the existence of the Heavenly Kingdom program and discovered the tipping point. Pingin's voice was calm. With a hint of fatigue and hoarseness, he slowly spoke out the inner workings of the heavenly plan. By destroying the critical point, the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan will be put on hold, and they will use their evolved minds and technology to backlash the Heavenly Kingdom plan base. We won't be able to hold it for a short period of time, and in this way, the Heavenly Kingdom program that the captain has laid out for more than 10 years will be undone. But Pingon, will definitely let the critical point continue to fester. They only have this one chance, as long as I find a way to hold the critical point, so that the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is completely perfected, we will be able to touch the location of the Dark Star's home planet. The critical point for all of this lies with me. It's also only me, because we don't have enough manpower to spare anyone else. The captain said that we are the pride of heaven. Pingin's voice had a hint of warmth. He slowly floated into the picture, and right in front of the cockpit, there was a huge ladder. The heavenly ladder. Pingon looked up at the ladder. It's the most beautiful path to the heavens, and he'll lead us to the Dark Star home planet, and we'll fight our way into their lair. Pingon had a light of longing in his eyes and a light smile on his face as he gazed at the ladder. The captain said that this plan has another name, called the Heavenly Dynasty. Ladder of Civilization. Wu Dishio paced back and forth, but his eyes never left the screen for a moment. The seeds of civilization have already taken root in the Heavenly Kingdom plan, and for now, the Heavenly Kingdom plan is a counterattack plan. The captain said before that the Dark Planet has no gods. They can take advantage of the fact that the Dark Planet hasn't completely evolved into a humanistic society to create gods for the Dark Planet. Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty. Wu Deshio muttered. The general appearance of the Heavenly Kingdom program had emerged, but there were still many details that had not been made public. Just then, Pingin's voice came back on the screen. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, take 3 to 5 years to push the battle lines and battlefields outside the solar system. By all means, push out. 13 did it, blowing up the Dark Star people's largest teleportation base, causing them to suffer a great deal of vitality, and there was no way to immediately build a bridge over in a short period of time. Pingin's voice laughed a little, with a kind of downbeat smile. 13 people for a battle result that pushes the battle line outward, it's very earned. This sudden knife made many people in front of the screen burst into tears. But the battle line wasn't completely pushed out, so the second step didn't last until the 7th year, when we discovered the Dark Star people's temporary deployment point in the outer spiral galaxy belt of the solar system, and realized that they had secretly set up a cosmic space station. Destroying this base point infuriated the Dark Stars so much that they opened up teleportation arrays at all costs, 5 arrays, 5 Dark Star core, and launched an unprecedented charge on our swarming chain of stars. But, like the captain said, they didn't have much sense in the first place, and losing what little was left of it, the mindless charge only gave us a chance. We defended, but we lost 2 more of our teammates. Speaking here, Pingon coughed, his voice filled with bitterness. If we're missing one, and we'll never be able to make up for it. But the Dark Star people are able to constantly reproduce. They reproduce so fast that they can even give birth to a Dark Star person in front of us during combat. The newly born Darkstarians can't fight, but they only need a day to be strong enough to spread their wings and fly through space. The captain said that it was a product of technology, not natural birth, which is why it was so fast. Then the captain rejected the conjecture. I asked the captain when the Earth, and the Summer Kingdom, would be able to raise the country to answer the enemy. Because the 13 suns, there really isn't much left. The captain looked at me, and I remember that day, the captain was sad. He said, "The motherland is not ready, raise the country to war, will only be completely destroyed." The Dark Star people had not discovered where the Earth proper was, that is, they were blinded by the cluster chains. They hadn't fought their way into the solar system in the first place, so naturally they couldn't discover the existence of Earth. Planet Heaven, Step 2, Planetary Propulsion, used the Dark Star people's own technology to build a galactic reactor for us. Since the Dark Star people's home planet is hidden outside of this universe, let's use the dimensional space utilization algorithm to find them out. As he pinged on said this, a brilliant white light flashed across the screen. Step 2. They're starting to attack. He Pingan's voice was cold. Arlene. Master. Turn on all galactic reactors immediately, I want to give them a surprise. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, push the battle line out. If the battle line couldn't be pushed out of the solar system, then all plans were useless on paper. The battlefield must be pulled to other galaxies. The solar system could not become a battlefield. Many of the old commanders of the Summer Kingdom immediately had a more comprehensive interpretation of the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. The battlefield was placed in the solar system, and it was easy to expose where the Earth proper was. The other main point of this plan was the group star chain created by the 13th sun to hide the Earth proper. This way has not been given any information by the Summer Kingdom yet, but they understood that hiding the Earth's main body, the 13th sun did. As for how it was done, it might not be known until later. The old man said, 13, how can we push the battle line out of the solar system? 13 died trying to push the battle line out. An old commander said, it would have to be laid out from where the Dark Stars attacked. We know how the Dark Stars attacked from previous records, and also so far. The old commander was a bit embarrassed when he said this, because this was 10 or 20 years ago. The Dark Star people evolved quickly. The old man said, it's fine, go on. And the only way so far is the teleportation array. The old commander pointed to the three-dimensional map of the solar system. They built the teleportation base through a special channel. It's a prerequisite for teleportation, it's vital, that's why 13 went and blew up the teleportation base. This represents us blowing the horn for a counterattack, of course, it's deliberately done to show the Dark Star people. The old commander's eyes glowed. Right. Wu Dishio echoed from the other side. Commander Zhao was right, letting the Dark Star people think that we would counterattack, and for a time, they were stuck in the teleportation array unable to find where the Earth proper was. This is for civilizations that subconsciously prepare to defend and conserve energy for a counterattack when another civilization starts to counterattack. The point is, the Dark Stars aren't smart. Once they think that, they figure out how to play defense. They thought that the counterattack would fight back along the teleportation array. Therefore, they would temporarily stop building teleportation arrays until they could figure out why the lower civilizations had this strength. As for why they hadn't found where the lower civilization was after spending so much energy, and were still wasting resources and time here, it was unknown. Commander Zhao said, Old Wu, that's the idea. Unfortunately, the battle line can't be pushed out smoothly because the Dark Star people have already laid out around the solar system. To push out the battle line completely, we have to end the points that the Dark Star people have laid out, one by one. Wu Dishio continued, in order to end these points, 13 suns sacrificed 2 more. The old man said, if that's the case, based on the time the Heaven's Path Protectorate program has been underway, the battle line has been pushed out perfectly. Yes. Wu Dishio nodded over there. Not only has it been rolled out, but it has also taken this opportunity to use the Dark Star's own technology to create a series of measures that defend and are capable of attacking. These measures, including the planetary propulsion, galactic reactors, and so on that he pinged on mentioned just now. This was the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. As for the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty that the captain said, it was a bit hard to understand, a bit philosophical, and the specifics would have to be followed up and observed. The old man was just about to open his mouth when the screen suddenly shook. Arlene! He Pingan's hoarse voice hissed. Master, all galactic reactors have been turned on, but it should be noted that once they are all turned on, all energy power will be lost. This step is already the final key to the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty. The only purpose of these reactors is to be used to snipe the Dark Star Legion. The captain has already calculated this long ago. How can the Dark Star people's brains be compared to the captain's? Do you know why this galaxy is called the Towers Light Galaxy? Master, Arlene doesn't know. Because, the captain wants to be here, to take the third step as a person who can step into the Dark Star's mother star. Here, bide your time. Here is an additional program called the 9 Sky Galaxy program. 9 Sky Galaxy. Artificial intelligence, Arlene muttered to herself. Pingan appeared on the screen, and he was currently sitting in a small ship that looked like a star cone, rapidly skimming through the galaxy cluster. Ahead, densely packed rays looked like the Milky Way pouring down. Wu Dishio's pupils shrank as he watched. The last step when it came to being a person. The Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty program was, in fact, a person. A non-existent, virtual person. Mars sighed. Yu Tianming kept pulling the virtual light brain, observing all the data and information, and muttered, 9 heavenly galaxies, 9 heavenly galaxies. Boom. A violent boom came from the screen. Yu Tianming raised his head. Huge rays and densely packed cannonballs, like a meteor shower with no dead angle in all directions, blasted at the location right in the center of the tower's light galaxy. They had discovered the heavenly staircase and he pinged on, who had returned here. In the Dark Star Legion, in a battleship that looked like a planet, there was a golden-skinned Dark Star man with a cold gaze looking straight ahead. Human. The tone of this Dark Star person spoke like a Xia person. However, these images could not be observed by Yu Tianming and the others. The Dark Star Legion was not 1 or 2 squares, but an entire regiment fighting. It was equivalent to fielding half of Earth's elite fleet. But that was probably only a small portion of the military force for the Dark Star. The Dark Star's fleet didn't squeeze inside, using all sorts of energy weapons, including some terrifying cosmic annihilator cannons that were so powerful that they blasted down and directly blew some satellites into pieces. This scene, watching everyone in front of the screen, couldn't help but swallow their mouths furiously. It was too terrifying. Is this the armed force of a tertiary civilization? A satellite was like cotton candy in front of their weapons. Especially that battleship that passed by the screen in a flash, comparable to the size of the Earth, made many military commanders around the globe stare in disbelief. A planetary star-class battleship? This kind of firepower coverage was dazzling to watch, and the terrifying strikes pierced through the planetary surroundings outside, pushing straight into the heavenly stairs. Arlene. He pinged on piloted the airship and flew past a steel fortress that looked as huge as an engine. Quickly open the 9 heavenly galaxies. Data loading, opening. Arlene's voice was unhurried, but her emotions seemed a bit anxious. There was a loud boom. He pinged on raised his head, and around the heavenly staircase, a huge beam of energy, comparable to that of a satellite-class battleship, rushed up into the sky. The scene looked like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. In an instant, the curtain of light was glued. All sorts of destructive cannonballs, energy beams, all of them bombarded the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Open, 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 open. He Pingan's expression was fierce, as if he was an angry lion. There was a buzzing sound. A bizarre tremor swept across the surroundings. On the screen, the 2 streams of firepower crossed, and after the subtle ripples rolled past, all the weapons planted downwards, and the energy beams lost their effect. The Milky Way of the 9 heavens stood at the top of the sky, its snow-white light reflecting the surroundings. Without the slightest gap, it firmly surrounded the heavenly stairs. He Pingan piloted the airship and swooped downward. Whoosh! A cannonball shot out. He Pingan's airship was hit. Flames exploded in all directions. He Pingan, wearing battle armor, rolled from the ground and immediately stood up, flying forward. He stepped on a steel fortress under his feet, and there was a flying cone in front of him. In an instant, densely packed cannonballs fell like rain. The 9 heavens galaxy was able to block the energy attacks, but now it can't block the trajectories of the annihilation cannons and electromagnetic cannons. Master, be careful. He Pingan met the rain of gunfire and dashed into the flying cone. He opened all the instruments and shouted, "Is the galactic reactor loaded?" Loading complete. Release. He Pingan drove the flying cone into the sky. Buzz. A beam of energy strangely passed through the once again lit 9 heavenly Milky Way and struck the flying cone. He Pingan flipped over and flew out, cursing under his breath as he turned around and put up an anti-quantum shield. The battle armor sprayed flames as he blocked a small portion of the attack while flying into the tallest of the fortresses. Rolling on the ground, He Pingan withdrew his energy shield and rushed into the main control room. Galactic reactor activated. I'll give you guys a little taste of sweetness. Boom boom boom. Outside, the roar continued, and the endless light flames trailed a long tail, hitting the fortress through the Milky Way of the 9 heavens. The Dark Star Legion began to advance towards the fortress. They also knew that continuing to bombard it with weapons was no longer effective. For technology, they more clearly understood the power of this propulsion. On the screen, the black pressurized legion could not see the end at a glance. Terrifying pressure. The terrifying pressure from the cosmic cannons and battleships seemed to come through the screen and press down over the Earth. Wu Deshio said somewhat powerlessly, "This is the interstellar war of the alien legions. This level of interstellar war, the Earth can't even think about it. How is He Pingan going to respond?" The mountain man has his own plan. He said that the captain has set up this place as a sniper position. Luring snakes out of their holes? No, the captain wouldn't take such a risk. I always feel that the captain is testing something. Wu Deshio lifted his glasses as he spoke, testing how far the Dark Star people have evolved. Su Xiaoman said, "Teacher, could it be that the captain has another backhanded move in the Tau Light Galaxy?" "I don't know, the captain, this person, is too strong." Wu Deshio sighed. Xiaoman suddenly said, "Teacher, just now, he Pingon said something about using dimensional space to utilize the algorithm to find out the Dark Star's home planet." Wu Dishio's eyes lit up. On the screen, Arlene's electronic voice began to get anxious. "Master, the galactic reactors are starting to spread, but the enemy is already pressing in." "I know." He Pingon didn't panic and turned on all the regulators. "You probably don't realize how many things you've left in and around the solar system. This is attacking the other side with the other side's spear." After he Pingon finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Intense pressure erupted around the fortress, and the enormous magnetic field power from the galactic reactor ran through the entire galaxy. The Dark Star Legion suddenly lurched, stopped in space. The next moment, the Dark Star core quickly dispersed. The Earthlings watched in awe as the Dark Star core dispersed, realizing just how terrifying the numbers were. It covered the sky. It shrouded the diagonal opposite of the core of the Towershine galaxy, like a wall of the strongest steel shield in the universe. He Pingon didn't stop after turning on the program and walked to the side to jump out. A flying cone was already waiting for him below. "Arlene. Master. I command, you control." "Yes." He Pingon landed on the ground, the flying cone opened the top hatch, and he Pingon fell perfectly into the flying cone. He pressed the light speed button and shouted, "Open." Boom. The fortress opened. Even by battleship. "It's our battleships." Where did he put so many battleships out there? I wonder how the heroes hid so many battleships in space. No, I should say from where, built so many battleships. The people in the live broadcast room went crazy. This surprise made everyone forget the fact that he Pingon had already died in battle. When the Dark Star Legion saw so many battleships surfacing, they immediately turned their squares. "Fire! All three wings advance!" He Pingon's voice was like a C-pin at this moment, firmly rooted in everyone's heart. Attack mode on, war initiated, energy erupting, guarding the heavenly staircase, the kingdom of civilization is coming. Arlene's voice began to become hyperactive as well. The tower's battleships, augmented by rioting planetary propulsion as well as galactic reactors, lined up in a single file formation, with both flanks advancing in unison. The center fleet shrank to the end, connecting the two sides. An iron triangle, defense and attack at the same time. There were some minor shifts in the Dark Star Legion's battleship fleet, and the largest planetary-class battleships retreated back, while the others replenished. Boom! The tower's light galaxy let out a mournful roar, and the heavenly stairs in the sky vaguely trembled a little. He Pingon looked up. Bang! A pillar of light blasted over from afar. Energy shield on, antimatter energy shield activated. He Pingon piloted the flying cone and swept past the rear end of the battleship. Team 1. Team 1 has already begun circling over. Team 2, counterattack. He Pingon was like a great general in command of thousands of troops as he rode his horse and galloped behind the army, issuing orders one by one. In the tower's fleet, the two squares covered their surroundings with electromagnetic energy, only to see snow-colored light pouring downwards like pillars of heaven. A stream of it pouring down. The sky was colorful and intertwined, with all kinds of firepower converging into a colorful haze in the air. Wu Deshio shook his head. In terms of numbers, the gap is still huge, and the weapons are different. Yu Tianming spoke in the video, there's still a disparity in strength, and while this move is indeed surprising, it's nothing more than a drag. Dragging the captain's calculated time? Arithmetic. Cosmic level arithmetic. This requires open source code, that is, the civilization open source code of Dark Star technology. Yu Tianming coughed, days of labor had exhausted him. It's not necessary, Deshiu. Do you remember a possibility we've studied before, that of a digital universe level AI? Arithmetic ranges to the beginning end of the universe. The ultimate arithmetic law, an existence capable of surveying the rules of the universe? Wu Dishio opened his mouth wide. Yu Tianming nodded. Other than that, I can't think of any possibilities to arithmetic a civilization like Dark Star. Wu Deshio said, Teacher, reach the top of this universe's peak arithmetic. Deshio, we once said that in the numerical integer 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, between 3 and 4, there is another integer. Wu Deshio said, to reach this possibility, then the computing speed of the AI would have to catch up with the speed of the operation of the universe's spacetime, time, and open source. But time doesn't really exist. That's what we said about wearing. Master, Team 2's antimatter energy shield is down. On the screen, the second team was covered in a dazzling light, and terrifying energy radiation poured through. He Pingon gritted his teeth and said, quickly, follow up and replenish. The third square formation will attack from the flanks, pulling the Dark Star Legion's target of attack and temporarily carving out a buffer zone. He piloted the flying cone and shuttled quickly. First squad. Where's Team 1? Master, a team from the rear utilizing the spatial black hole principle has already struck, but the Dark Star Legion has already discovered it with atomic energy. He Pingon's face instantly turned white. Stall, stall. He traveled through the battlefield as countless cannonballs and pillars of light passed by him. The Dark Star Legion didn't know if they had carried the terrifying Lightyear strike and dimensional weapons this time, and if they had, then they could only open the final chapter. Pingon had a number in his heart. Rumbling sounds continued to hit everyone's eardrums. Master, the entire third square formation is disintegrating, unable to touch the core of the Dark Star Legion. Master, the fourth square formation is retreating, open the spatial chain and prepare to cast an energy wall. Master, is the black hole matter reflection on? Third fleet on the left, turn on particle flash, helium flash, turn on helium flash. Pingon's voice was filled with a tearing sensation. There's still an hour left, drag it out 1 hour. Pingon's voice was a little hard to hear, he didn't even have a sip of water to drink. Yu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Helium flash. Can this thing even be applied to battleships? This is an electron simple merger pressure that undergoes inward contraction, hydrogen keeps burning, and gravity compresses inward. The sun will continue to burn for about 5 billion years and the helium flash will begin. The sun will keep collapsing inward, eventually turning into a white dwarf, then a white dwarf transforming into a red giant, and eventually, if the compression is strong enough, a black hole will form. If the Earth wanted to become a black hole, squeezing it down to the size of a grape would form a black hole. But the range that the Earth can latch onto if it becomes a black hole is also related to the Earth's current gravity. As long as you are not within the range of the black hole, grabbing an object next to it, you won't be absorbed past the Earth's black hole. This is equivalent to the uncontrollable. Not. With the technology of the Dark Star civilization, controlled fusion should be applied at will, and there are even more efficient means. Turn on the fleet helium flash. Arlene's voice just fell, and a cloud of extremely burning fire suddenly erupted from the Dark Star Legion. Pingon's pupils shrunk. They were surprisingly one step ahead. Arlene, release all the gravitational bands and compress. Compress the dimensions of the Towershine galaxy, all of them. Let them taste what it's like to lose 800 of their own. Master. Do it. Pingon had just finished speaking when a beam of light ignored any rules and blasted directly onto the flying cone. In the distance, in the huge planetary-class battleship, the golden-skinned Dark Starman withdrew his gaze. Destroy. He reached out and pointed at the heavenly stairs. Pingon shouted out despair with one command. He knew the gap. He was just stalling for time, for some person, stalling for time. He fell out of the flying cone, his battle armor shattered, and the second layer of battle armor immediately covered it. He rolled over and landed on his back, opening the virtual screen and summoning the second program. Whoosh! He flipped in place and sat in a strange ship. Battleship opening. Open up. Link up and align. I'm going to fire up Red Cliff. The Dark Star people won't give up this opportunity. They're convinced that their technology crushes us, proud and arrogant and brainless. Pingon's voice grew hoarse. Arlene, give me 1 second to activate them all. After Pingon finished speaking, he piloted the spaceship and rushed out of the star cluster, circling around to the side of the heavenly stairs. In the next second, he slowly turned his head and stared at the pitch-black colored planetary-class battleship. It was like inhabiting the darkness, a berserk beast. They, too, saw the opposite main ship from Pingon's perspective. Planetary level. The huge battleship was like a giant star, and the oval-shaped body of the battleship was as elegant as it could be. The higher the technological civilization, the simpler the model of the battleship would be. This planetary-class command main ship was very simple and overall sleek except for the bow position which resembled the savage side of the Dark Star people. The higher the technology, the more emphasis was placed on effect rather than aesthetics. However, what he didn't expect was that the Dark Star people were so rough that most of the battleships they built were so exquisite. Pingon glanced at it and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Let me see your strongest means besides Lightyear strike and dimensional weapons. He finished piloting the ship downwards. 3 wings forward. Adjusting the parameters of the battleship and turning on self-destruct mode. Arlene's voice slowly calmed down. Master, our interlocking lines have been detected, and the mysterious code codenamed Erlangshan has invaded the enemy system headquarters. Pingon raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It's coming. Arlene, have our fleet advance, don't leave any energy behind, release all matter reactors and energize the battleships. Yes, Master. But you do this. Shut the hell up. Pingon flew to the back of the fleet and opened all energy shields. It has arrived as promised. The captain is already laying out his calculations, just waiting for them to fire. Pingon's face surged with a bunch of excitement, mentioning the captain fired him up. Arlene, are you ready? Master, ready. Pingon stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Charge. Treating the technology that had reached the third level of civilization as if it was a charge in the cold weapon era, I'm afraid that only Pingon, at this moment, dared to do so. The fleet connected in a line, their engines roaring. Yu Tianming stared at the scene and said slowly, using the reactor to turn on energy dilution for large-scale exodus, these battleships turned into a planet, just like a helium flash. Inside, there is constant nuclear fusion, electrons and atoms are constantly squeezed, ignoring the gravity and gravitational force of the tower's light galaxy. Here, it's the starting point of the heavenly stairs, but it's also the end point. When Wu Dishio heard Yu Tianming speak, he hesitated for a moment and his eyes lit up. The tower's light galaxy is going to turn into a black hole. Right. The black hole will swallow the heavenly steps, and as long as the force pulling on the top of the heavenly steps is greater than the gravitational force of the Tau light galaxy, it won't be sucked in by the black hole. Wu Dishio said, however, even if the Dark Star people are not smart, they are definitely very sensitive to technology, it's impossible for them not to know. Knowing, but it doesn't change anything. What I'm worried about is that Pingon is doing this, and in the end, it's still a lost cause. Why? Yu Tianming sighed. Dark Star Commander's sense of technology is stronger than Pingon's. On the screen, the curtain of light gradually transformed into the Milky Way. Above the 9 heavens, the Milky Way went downwards, like a heavenly collapse, dropping straight down. Quick, don't give them any time to react. The Dark Star son of a bitch knows the power of these things very well, even if they have a backhand. We have to take him by surprise. Pingon piloted the ship and shuttled quickly from left to right. Terrifying energies began to be outwardly released. The energy released from the galactic reactors converged into a sea of light and flame, drowning everything around them. Full speed ahead. On the screen, the fleet was like a valiant meteor, blinking through the buffer zone. Right at this moment, the Dark Star Legion surprisingly chose to charge forward as well, and they didn't care about the enormous energy released by the galactic reactor. Sure enough, Pingon's voice carried a hint of joy. They are indeed very confident, choosing to charge straight ahead, wanting to use firepower suppression to clear all obstacles and directly seize our civilization ladder, the first gate of the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty. The fleet of the Dark Star Legion spread out to cover the sky in clouds. The golden-skinned Dark Star commander's face was clear and cold as he kept speaking to the several red-skinned Dark Star people next to him. Boom boom boom. The roar of the engines of the Dark Star battleship group instantly overshadowed all the sounds in the room. This kind of sound shook the space buzzing. Pingon stared at the star map and said in a deep voice, Come, look at your attack trajectories and let it do the math. It looked like the two fleet groups were about to collide together. The Dark Star fleet stopped cold. At this high speed, it was as if it had stood still for an instant, stopping in an instant. In the next second, all the warships simultaneously blasted out a beam of light, with all sorts of lightning and thunder, like the most terrifying and powerful gamma-ray burst in the universe. Yu Tianming's eyes were about to glaze over as he watched this super-powerful energy release. The awesome thing about a gamma-ray burst was the intensity of the photon energy produced, which was at least hundreds of thousands of times stronger than the sun's normal rays. It could easily destroy any life in the universe, except for non-existent gods. The fastest speed could release hundreds of thousands or even millions of times the sun's energy in just a few seconds. Based on the picture, it might not be as good as a gamma-ray burst that erupted in an instant, but the energy proper was definitely not weak. This is. Pingon's voice was also somewhat surprised. Master, simulated gamma-ray burst, our side can't enter the field. Arlene's voice had just fallen, and the converging beams of light formed a wave of energy, charging across the Tau light galaxy in a reverse stance. Pingon immediately roared, Disperse. All scatter. He was prepared for the Dark Star Legion to carry quite a few high-energy weapons, but he was still a bit caught off guard. Moreover, the Dark Star people obviously knew some simple layouts and battle ploys against each other. Divide into 10 squares and spread out all of them. Pingon hissed. He couldn't afford to let the battleship swarm go to waste like this. The battleship group immediately dispersed. Their speed was already fast, but they still couldn't avoid the first wave of impact. Pingon's bloodshot eyes looked at the battleships that exploded into fireworks in the air. Despair, grief and indignation, bravery. His eyes were complicated, but only one thing remained the same, and that was the courage to look death in the eye. There was a buzzing. The beam of light condensed in the air. The Dark Star Legion moved forward one step at a time, the feeling of oppression closing in. A condescending voice shouted from afar in a somewhat awkward Xia dialect, You surrender, and I will give you the highest courtesy, in your own way, so that you will die a worthy death. The old man stared at the scene, and his eyes were bloodshot. They already speak Xia. Speaking, it's still very standard. Commander Zhao clenched his fists. This is a precursor to preparing to enslave Earth. They think that we are the only race in this civilization. The screen lit up. The beams of light that coalesced into a wall emitted fluctuating energies, affecting Pingon's command, and even the AI Arlene had some difficulty with it. Your Xia dialect is really standard, so do you know the meaning of surrender? Pingon tilted his head back and leaned on the chair, his entire body slowly covering the battle armor. Boom! The first shell blasted out from within the beam wall. The galactic reactors of the tower's light galaxy erupted with enormous energy, and the electrons and atoms continued to squeeze and collapse. Attack! The Dark Star Legion pressed in fully, completely entering the fortress range. Captain! He Pingon shouted. Ping in! The captain's voice traveled through the light years to the light brain. Stall, stall! For another half hour. He Pingon heard the captain's firm and calm voice, and the anxiety in his eyes slowly dissipated. He glanced down at the time and said in a deep voice, Arlene? Master, we can't hold it off for half an hour. Yes, it's possible, have faith in us, it's possible, it's completely possible. He Pingon advanced, and the airship soared into the sky. All squares, all return to defense, we'll change our attack to defense, just stall for half an hour. The airship swept past the steel fortress, and in the distance, the dense group of Dark Star warships had already entered the first chain. In the blink of an eye, the steel fortress had been covered by endless beam weapons. Third team, topside, drag the battle line to the left. They're going to annihilate us, so they definitely won't be able to let go, so they can stall for a while. Stall the fleet at 3 o'clock. Arlene, unleash the shockwave, let go of all planetary propulsion, whatever, none of this stuff. Team 5, where's Team 5? Master, the 5th team is gone. Then the 6th. It's gone too. He Pingon was silent for a while, and suddenly with a boom, he appeared in the picture with a heel. The Milky Way flew from his head towards the heavenly stairs. 5 more minutes. He Pingon's eyes were completely red. It wasn't clear if there was too much blood, or if they were already stained with blood. Battle armor covered his entire body as he held up his anti-quantum shield and kept running. Arlene, how much more do we have? Master, there's only the electronic matrix. That one won't work, that one is the last, the final card. He Pingon gasped, his body flipped, and his battle armor was torn to shreds. Master, do your own thing. He Pingon landed and reached out, the last set of battle armor snapping onto his body. This is the last set. I have no more reserves. He Pingon stood up as countless cannons passed by him. Ping in. Captain. Time's up, this ladder can be destroyed, the gate of heaven of our 18 galactic chains has been opened, this blindfold can be abandoned. Yes, Captain. He Pingon roared with excitement and pride. Pingon. The captain's voice slowly lowered. Captain, wait. Forget it, don't wait for me. He Pingon let out a weak laugh. They still have a whole legion. I want to activate the last electronic matrix. Pingin, you are my pride. The captain's voice choked up. Captain, what are you talking about? It sounds so meaty. He Pingon turned off the communication. Captain, I'm sorry, tell 11 that I can't come back. He raised his head, his voice carrying incomparable determination and faith, and gritted his teeth. Arlene, activate the electronic matrix and compress the galaxy. Master, open up. He Pingon rushed into the Supreme Fortress. Turn on the electronic matrix, detonate the reactor, compress the galaxy's inner core, and form a neutron star. At this moment, everyone had already guessed the end. But this was not his final end. With a loud roar, the tower's light galaxy collapsed inwardly, and the raging rays and electrons drowned everything. All sorts of curses came from the Dark Star Legion, and the battleship swarms were drowned in the collapsing inward. He Pingon activated the final program and tilted his head back to watch the heavenly stairs break and burst apart layer by layer. Huge storm rays penetrated the entire galaxy for more than a dozen light years. He smiled faintly, opened his arms, and dropped down. Alternate battleship breaker, ready, master, I will pre-start the human sun return program. Arlene finished speaking and fell into a deep sleep. He Pingon's battle armor brought him down into a battleship, and as the hatch opened, the next second, endless Dark Star people rushed out from the annihilation. The golden-skinned commander glared angrily at He Pingon, and with a wave of his outstretched hand, the Dark Star people all stopped and surrounded the skybreaker. The commander was puzzled as he kept looking around. It seemed like he was determining if He Pingon was really the only one. He Pingon rolled over and grabbed the hatch, looking at the Dark Star people who swarmed over. He stubbornly straightened up, straightening his chest with all his might. He saw the storm in the distance. The heavenly steps, destroyed. But because of this, the location of the gate of heaven would not be discovered by the Dark Star people. He Pingon knew that he had accomplished his mission, and that he had accomplished it perfectly. He looked ahead, his body resembling a stone statue. Vaguely, he heard a distant song. Vaguely, saw the former comrades. Vaguely, saw the captain smile. Peace, Captain. On He Pingon's face, a shallow smile appeared. He had never talked about going home, because he was an orphan, and his mission stayed in space. But he still had attachments, and his mouth saying he had no attachments was always a lie. Wu Deshio and the others stood up straight. This was He Pingon's last stubbornness. Even if he could no longer stand straight, his eyes lost their ferocity and had a touch of softness as well as attachment. They knew that he was looking in the direction of the motherland, in the direction of the earth. Peace. The live broadcast room completely broke defense. All sorts of big crying emoticons scrolled across the live broadcast room. People cried loudly and kept shouting that name, remembering the warrior who once had the most faith in the motherland. Heroes were born and passed away in a hurry. Their regrets terminated in this starry sky. But also fortunately, their eternity stays in the cosmic time, never to be erased. Arlene, goodbye. Tears rolled in Ipingan's eyes as he called out a familiar, yet unfamiliar name. He stood at the hatchway entrance, standing like a mountain. He didn't even look at the dense crowd of Dark Star people surrounding him. He gave this last moment of his life to the softest part of his heart. What was he thinking? In his last moment, he was thinking about something other than his country and his people. He should also think about the people he misses. He has devoted his whole life to his motherland, and at this moment, he should save a place for the one he is most attached to in his heart. Pingan, of our 13 sons, is the one with the best name symbolism. Pingan, 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 sounds good, but it's far away. The captain's voice became an off-picture voice. Pingan could also hear it. Does it take a month to kill hundreds of thousands of Dark Star people? It needs to. Pingan and I said that he was an orphan, so he never aspired to kinship. But he had someone he was attached to, and after the first year, he never mentioned that person again. Hardwired into the universe, the 12 sons of them were torn from their families, and they were filled with all sorts of disobedience toward me during that first year. But only Peace, who said nothing. They asked me how I could return to my roots, to my country and home, if I died in the war without even a hair on my head. I can't say that your souls will go back, but I know that your names will be remembered. Peace be with you, the gates of heaven will take the last journey for you. Goodbye, comrades. The captain's voice fell silent. No one guessed behind the fall of this voice of the captain, whether that calm and strong man would cry out in pain. They couldn't see it. No one on earth could see it. Peace. In fact, none of us can go back. Even if we destroy the Dark Star's home planet, we also. Pingan lowered his head and murmured, can't go back, good. Going back is also watching her marry someone else and have children with someone else. The Dark Star commander finally realized that there was just one person here. There was just one summer human. He let out a roar, anger, and resentment intertwined. In an instant, a dense crowd of Dark Star people surged towards the Skybreaker. Incoming! Su Xiaoman's body trembled as she watched. Yu Tianming stared at the screen. Pingan's kneeling posture was the result of this final battle. Pingan raised his head in a huff. The emotions in his eyes erupted violently, filled with blood and killing. His battle suit wrapped around his body as he smashed open bottle after bottle of potions. There was also the Dark Star people's genetic DNA substance, pouring a brain into his mouth. He swallowed with such determination that his body didn't even tremble. Motherland! A roar, drowned out by the Dark Star people who rushed over in anger. P.S. Can everyone use flowers to send the third son, Pingan, on his last journey? In front of the screen, everyone's face was pale. Xia even put up signage on all the major live broadcasts and news stations. Children need to be accompanied by their parents to watch. Summerland, Sichuan province. In a small city. In front of the TV station, a middle-aged woman in her 40s stared at the live broadcast screen. No one cared about the corner. This woman was crying. Peace. She was crying and almost suffocating. Mom! A man in his 20s rushed in. Siping. The man named Siping saw his mother crying so hard and rushed to comfort her. Mom, what's wrong with you? As Siping comforted his mother while looking at the live feed, he understood. In fact, when he watched it just now, he was also a little excited and nervous, and even more so, he had some strange feelings of affection for Pingan. Mom! Siping softly shouted. The woman wiped a handful of tears and sobbed, Siping, do you know why Mom gave you this name? Siping shook his head. He was puzzled. For the first time in 28 years, his mom was talking to him about this. The woman pointed at the live screen, her arms trembling uncharacteristically, and Siping hurriedly grabbed his mother's trembling hand. He was even more puzzled. The last time his mother watched the live broadcast, she wasn't excited to this extent. Do you know what Mom's name is? Mom, your name is Su Lin. And your father? My father. Siping lowered his head. Mom, you have been refusing to talk to me about this. Every time I ask you, you get angry. Su Lin bit her lip and pointed to the live stream again. Because your father is called Pingan. I named you Ping, just to miss your father, and also so that if you see your father in the future, he will know the meaning of this name. When Siping heard these words, it was as if his entire body was struck by lightning. There was a boom in his head. With great difficulty, he turned his head and stared at the live broadcast screen, looking at Pingan, who was flooded by the Dark Star people. He finally understood. Understood why when he saw Pingan, he felt a strange sense of kinship, and even felt that he was a bit similar to him. He's really my father? Su Lin nodded her head as she cried in pain. He is your father. I just got pregnant with you before I could tell him, and he disappeared. I thought he was a heartless man, but I always believed he wasn't like that, and now I know. Mom! Although Siping couldn't believe it, he believed that his mother would never lie to him. He hugged his mother's legs and rushed to the screen and plopped down on his knees. Su Lin looked at the submerged Pingon and wanted to turn off the TV, but then she thought that this was the last scene of seeing the living Pingon. She couldn't bear to turn it off, even though the result would be very cruel. Inside the satellite-class battleship Broken Sky, it was stuffed with densely packed Dark Star people. Pingon's figure was so small, so unbearable. 13, old me has made a fortune. Old 10, old 7, old 6. I'll kill 100, 1,000, 10,000. I'll make it back for you. Pingon's vocal cords were completely cracked and his voice was already hoarse and inaudible, but the angry roar still came out of the screen. Plop. Pingon's battle armor was torn apart, and he had a giant hand stuck in his back. He turned around and raised the lightsaber in his hand, coldly saying, "Have you ever seen the martial arts of China? The captain taught me." Brush. White light flashed, and the Dark Star people's heads rolled underground in pieces. Pingon's physique was skyrocketing, his strength seemed endless, but his weapon had hacked and rolled. Yet the Dark Star people were still pouring in endlessly. For a legion, there were at least 100,000 Dark Star people. Pingon's scarlet eyes were red as he retreated back step by step, and his feet were full of corpses of Dark Star people that had been chopped into pieces. One of his hands had been broken and torn into pieces. His eyes, blackened with one. His face, stained with black and red blood. The golden-skinned commander stood tall, coldly looking at Pingon. There was some admiration in his eyes, but more than anything, it was cruelty. Earth, Xia, I will enslave you and make your people and country my possession. Dark Star is destined to, will become the master of this universe. Pingon raised his head and balked. Dream on. If I die, there are still millions of me, and our captain, and old 9, and 8 son, and 11, and every one of them is dozens and hundreds of times more powerful than me. Pingon laughed ruefully. You want to enslave the earth and conquer the Summer Kingdom, dream on. Roared. The Dark Star people desperately pounced on them, drowning Pingon once again. Many of the people in front of the live broadcast closed their eyes and didn't dare to look. Not daring to look at the scene of the hero's sacrifice. What a tragic, cruel scene this was. Great heroes die without retreating, even if they die in battle, they cannot fall. Yu Tianming was old. He took a few steps back in his old age. We, in this age, are ready to conquer the starry sea. We hold our flag high, to break through the shackles of the solar system, and strive for a new civilization and glory for mankind. But before that, there are already people, carrying the weight. We, in this time of peace, in a time free from the prying eyes of alien races, watching them, sacrificing. They are fighting alone. We, however, can't do much. Yu Tianming puffed up his cheeks hard. If he wasn't on Mars, he would definitely want to roll up his sleeves and shout, Lian Pui is old, but definitely not old. The solemnity pervaded the globe. Other than Xia, other countries saw Pingon fighting alone in a bloodbath. The despair of being drowned by 100,000 Dark Star people at that moment, they could feel it even if they couldn't. Emotions that resonated and empathized at a certain moment. On the screen, the black pressurized Dark Star people suddenly retreated to the left and right in a frenzy. Pingon killed his way out of the sea of corpses and blood. His entire body was covered in blood, one of his legs had been completely shattered, and he was gripping the lightsaber stuck in the ground with one knee, slightly tilting his head up. In his mouth, he was still holding a piece of bloody meat. Yuck! Pingon spat out the bloody meat in his mouth and stared at the somewhat frightened Dark Star people in front of him. The Dark Star commander stirred his golden wings and said loudly, You, a warrior, submit to us. Your brain, kicked by a donkey? Pingon retreated to the bridge and grabbed the flag next to him. The Dark Star commander roared, If you're capable, keep standing. Ha! Pingon gripped the national flag hard. Our national flag, flying here, you guys, okay? His eyes widened in anger, his eyes were wide open, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood and roared, Come on, come on. As long as Grandpa takes one fucking step back, he's not from Xia. Pingon's roar caused the sky to crumble. The aura overshadowed all the Dark Star people, including the commander. Under the big screen in the shopping mall, I don't know who was the first to applaud. Then, the applause spread in all directions, and the land of God was filled with thunderous applause. The commander looked angrily at Pingon, pointed at him, and said in awkward but fluent Xia dialect, Your civilization is not yet qualified to call our bluff. Remember, the only ones who can enslave you are us. We will not only enslave you, but we will also use you for mating, so that you can watch your bloodline descendants, who are eternal slaves of our Dark Star. We have the strength to do this, and this failure is but a minor setback, but you, one by one, will die out. No one can stop our pace of conquering everything. Pingon's eyes trembled, and the only eye that could see the light carried a deep despair. But underneath the despair was the faith to fight through the thorns. The faith to break through all shackles. Arlene, release the spatial distortion fluctuation and use dark matter to purge the cabin of all enemies. Arlene. He pinged on roared loudly, but forgot that the AI had fallen asleep in order to preserve the energy for the final execution of the human son's return voyage. His body shook and faltered, but he still grabbed onto the flagpole and didn't fall down. The Dark Star commander gave a big wave and was about to launch a final attack with the remaining Dark Stars. A shell suddenly blasted over from a distance. He Pingon jerked his head up. Captain. Not the captain. His face turned from joyful to cold. It's the last program it's set up to prevent us from being captured by the Dark Star. He Pingon slowly, a smile surfaced. The Dark Star commander let out a scream and was blown to smithereens. The skybreaker erupted with sparks everywhere and sank into the sea of stars. He Pingon stood on the bridge and looked back hard, squeezing out an ugly smile. Fuck, my meat is gone too. With a plop, he knelt down on one knee, grabbing the dead flag. With eager and longing eyes, he stared ahead. Finally, with reluctance and longing, he slowly hung his head, frozen, waiting for the return voyage. The screen went dark. Everyone, gazing deeply at the screen, watched He Pingon's last look, until it went out. What do you mean the knife rolls the heart? Ah, too desperate, too longing eyes. He wants to go home. He wants to go home with his comrades. This look knifed me into a fool. I'm now crying like a retard. He Pingon's last eyes, complex and heartbreaking, his heart is like a knife, cut into pieces and constantly torn. It hurts too much. Sir. The secretary walked quickly to the old man's side. What's wrong? The old man wiped his eyes. The secretary said, Sir, just now, a Su Lin contacted us, saying she was He Pingon's wife. What? The old man's eyes widened. In front of Wu Dishio, various data, information, and galleries scrolled. Stairway to heaven. Gate of heaven. Planetary propulsion. Galactic reactor. Ladder of civilization. Fleet helium flash. The electron matrix compresses the planet's core, transforming it into a black hole or neutron star. Dark star fleet size. Bloodline potion. Dark star DNA. Wu Dishio's brain hurt. But these things, they were the direction of their future. Yu Tianming appeared in the viewscreen with a tired face. DZU. Teacher. We've got our hands full now. Yeah. Wu Dishio was a little excited, with a hint of a bitter smile, but teacher, you're very tired. What's this? Compared to 13th Sun, I'm simply in heaven. Yu Tianming shook his head. Let's speed up our research, don't you forget the words. What words? Yu Tianming said, the Dark Star commander said that failure of theirs was just a minor setback, and that they would use every means possible to enslave us, even going so far as to use Dark Star DNA to breed with us Earthlings and enslave our descendants. Wunderkind glared, good, they won't destroy us. We, let these fallen heroes, die a worthy death. They've fought for us in the sea of stars and thorns, creating light for us and bringing us technological hairpower, we can't let them down. Wu Diziu and Yu Tianming ended the call and looked back at their students. Su Xiaoman and Su De, Chen Su and the others, all looked at their teacher with conviction. You guys are the best of this generation, that's why you're qualified to go to Mars, and this time, the future of the motherland doesn't lie in us, but in you. Su De and the others saluted pensively. Sichuan province. A certain small town. A group of people with special identities were ushered in. Li Guoming brought Su Xiaoxiao and once again set out on the road to find the hero's family. They arrived at a very poor farming compound based on the location provided by Su Lin. These were the places where the country had no choice but to farm food in order to break out of the Star Ocean. Resources would be skewed, even though it was unfair in some ways. But there was always a trade-off when it came to matters of national importance. Li Guoming looked at the houses and said with some sighs, could it be that all 13 sons are children of poor families? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened again as she remembered the scene of He Pingon hanging his head unwillingly at the end. If she was really He Pingon's wife, not to mention the country, I don't know how many people in all of Xia would be willing to help them. Li Guoming said, this is the country's responsibility, don't involve other people, lest you say something bad. Again. Su Xiaoxiao glared at Li Guoming and smiled without losing her politeness. They walked to the entrance of the courtyard and saw that there were some chickens and ducks inside, with an earth dog lying on the ground. Excuse me, is Su Lin in? Li Guoming spoke politely. Not long after, He Siping walked out. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao looked at He Siping in surprise. The resemblance. Too much of a resemblance. Could this be? Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other and heard He Siping say, you are? Hello, we are from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Guoming pulled out his ID. Su Lin spoke to us earlier, saying that she was the wife of Hero's third son, He Pingon, and we've come here specifically to verify this. He Pingon said, so fast. He turned back and smiled bitterly. Sorry, my mother she was too sad just now and fell asleep. Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao said, and you are? My name is He Siping, I am He Pingon's son. Saiping's tone was not particularly agitated, instead it was somewhat calm. A hero's son? He had descendants? Li Guoming was surprised. He had always thought that the 13 sons, except for the captain, were all very young people and should not have gotten married before they left. Su Xiaoxiao immediately turned her back and walked out of the courtyard, pulling out her cell phone. Reporting to the director, the hero He Pingan also has a son. Saiping poured water for Li Guoming and the others and prepared to go to the room to wake up Su Lin. Don't wake her up. Li Guoming stopped Saiping. We can wait. Saiping said, this is not good, my mother always says. Let her rest and relax, child. Li Guoming was 40 years old to say the least, and had no problem saying a child to someone in her 20s. How old are you? He asked cordially. In his heart, he was sighing. The day his seventh son, Song Xuebing, came home, he saw Song Xuebing's old father, Song Weigua. This time, he had met the descendant of a hero again. I am 26 years old this year. Saiping smiled somewhat imploringly and nervously. 26. Li Guoming muttered to himself, as far as you can remember, you have treated your father. My father was gone when I was born. Saiping immediately interrupted Li National. I have never met my father. Li Guoming opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Then did He Pingan know that he had a son? From the fact that he only called out Arlene but not anyone else's name, it could be seen that he didn't seem to know that there was such a thing as a son. When Su Xiaoxiao knew about this, her entire being was all of a sudden bad. Women tend to be more emotional than men, and it is easier to trigger the tear gland. If He Pingan had known that he had a son who had grown up at the moment of his death, would his regrets be much less? He didn't even know that his most beloved woman had already conceived a child for him. He didn't know anything. He even said that going back was also watching her marry someone else. Su Lin, when she first watched the live broadcast to hear this sentence, her heart will not be like a knife in the cut, like a needle in the. Li National sat in silence on the chair and looked at Saiping eagerly. When the old man first stepped into this home, he also did not think that the 13 sons were all from this kind of family. 13 Jokai had once said that the captain had picked the 12 of them out of the more than a billion people in Xia. Not chosen blindly, but carefully selected. They were the pride of heaven. There was boasting in this, and there was also flirting. But now it looks like it's definitely not. These were definitely the 12 people that the captain had specially selected in the entire country. The old man's pupils couldn't stop trembling even when he saw Su Lin and Saiping who greeted him. These were the descendants of heroes. The great genes would continue on. When Mars sent signals out into the solar system to look for possible living heroes, it was already destined that these signals would be known to the alien race. The captain had also said in the black box that the electronic signals sent out by the unmanned exploration ship had allowed the dark planet to discover the existence of Earth's civilization. In this way, when this moment of Earth technology rushed out of the solar system, the coordinates of the civilization had been revealed. Child, come here, let me take a look. The old man beckoned to Saiping. It was the first time Saiping had seen this gentleman since he grew up. This old man who appeared on TV every day. Tell me, do you hate the fact that your father left without saying goodbye and didn't even see you the first time you were born? The old man looked at Saiping with hope. Saiping moved his mouth. He hadn't completely digested this information yet. Well, I know, tomorrow the hero will come home from Mars, and we will all be here, waiting for his return. The old man sighed and patted He Ping's shoulder. Originally, he thought that He Pingan was an orphan, then his remains would be buried in the 13 Sons Heroes Cemetery. Now, he had a home. He had a place to return to. Saiping raised his head and glanced at the azure sky. The next day, 2066, August 2nd. The remains of the hero, He Pingan, departed from Mars, escorted by the fleet, and traveled to Earth. This was the third son to come home. There are 10 others left in the universe. Perhaps there are still alive, perhaps all have been killed in action. Perhaps there are heroes that are no longer able to start the return program. But, they are in the universe. Right here in this starry sky. Even if they die, they will still be in the posture of heroes, guarding the Earth home. Guard the motherland. It's raining again. It's drizzling in the Summerland. A spaceship swept through the sky. The Earth fleet formed a chain over the Earth's orbit and opened its gates. Salutes rushed out from the battleships, exploding above the atmosphere. Like that rolling thunder to welcome the heroes back. With this deafening sound, tell the heroes, you have returned. You are home. Your souls have found a home. You are no longer wandering. Summer Fleet. Rice Fleet. Bear Fleet. United Fleet. Welcome home, heroes. In the sky, fighter jets carried the 5 colors, crossing the long sky of Chuan Province. The airship landed slowly in the small town of Chuan Province, and there were already fighters standing guard in that temporarily cleared area. These young fighters were vibrant, and together they raised their heads, looking at this fine drizzly sky. Motherland, motherland, the airship has entered the predetermined orbit, landing in 3 minutes. Motherland receives, please land on the predetermined orbit. Sichuan Province Earth. Motherland Earth. Walkers held umbrellas and candles in their hands. Inside and outside the town, children sang My Motherland with childishly loud and clear voices. This is a song that all 13 children love, a song that is their spiritual food, their strong backing in adversity, time and time again, without giving in. They were alone in the universe, unable to see their motherland, unable to see their people. Only this song, at a particular moment, brought them endless courage and strength. That day, flower petals fell all over the earth. That day, the nation sounded its siren. On that day, it was not just welcoming the third son, home safely. It was also a wail to the remaining 10 sons who did not return home. Su Lin held He Saiping's hand and quietly looked at the stopped airship. He Saiping nervously looked left and right. It was the first time he had seen such a big battle. Also about to see, the father he had never met. They all said that his father was great, was the hero of the summer country and even the world. Is the guardian umbrella of the earth? Is the galactic guardian of the solar system? These titles, one bigger than the other. So big that He Saiping, who had been introverted and withdrawn since childhood, had some difficulty catching his breath. The old man walked over to Su Lin. The warriors will send him back. Su Lin nodded to the old man, pursing her lips hard. Salute. The warriors at the front made a sound like a torrent. The hatch opened. Su Lin couldn't help but cover her mouth. The man, being carried out. The warriors carefully received the special stretcher, with cold air rising from it, wrapping around the sleeping He Pingan. The middle-aged He Pingan was no longer handsome. He was old. His face was strewn with wrinkles. His grim expression and despair all dissipated when he returned home. With peace on his face, he slumbered. Saiping. Mom. Su Lin took a few quick steps and almost fell. He is your father. He Saiping held back his tears, picked up Su Lin, and walked step by step to the warriors. To the families of heroes, salute. The warriors straightened their chests. He Saiping stared wide-eyed at the warriors who were about the same age as him, and some were even a few years younger. There was pride, bravery, and perseverance on their faces. Seeing the sleeping He Pingan, Su Lin could no longer control herself and pounced on him. He Saiping's lips moved a few times, but the word he wanted to shout the most could not be uttered. With a plop, he knelt down as a human son to receive his father back home. Soldiers have to get out of the way. At this moment, the hero should have his own space to face his beloved alone. Unfortunately, He Pingan did not know that he had a son. The day he left, he didn't even know that Su Lin was pregnant. Listening to Su Lin's cries, He Saiping finally understood what greatness was. He looked at his father, and he thought about what a father would look like many times. But this look of a father, he could never have dreamed of. Father was a hero. He was the son of a hero. Despite not having met his father, he was proud to have such a hero. Proud. He Saiping firmly raised his head and looked at He Pingan's face, 2 lines of tears sliding down the slope. Dad, I want to join the army. I want to be a soldier. A soldier like you. Xia's National Space Program, Space Operations Headquarters. Wu Dexiu and Commander Zhao and the others were sitting together. In the video, it was Yu Tianming and the other chief experts of the Mars base. The third son, he, had returned home safely and left the rest to the country and his family members, who didn't have much time to honor their hero. They still had more important things to do, a race against time. How is the research program for the Skybreaker going? The old man asked in the video. It's a bit troublesome. Yu Tianming spread his hands. Old Zhang, you tell us. Old Zhang said, Sir, fellow colleagues, the technology of the Skybreaker is very complex, and we are still not very clear about the principles of the space engine. Our biggest enemy is still time. As long as there is enough time, we are able to study it thoroughly. There are quite a few energy residues on the Skybreaker. These are the best way for us to study antimatter and dark matter. It's just that the path is too complicated. If there is an intact, undamaged battleship, this will help our research greatly. Commander Zhao said, too difficult, an intact battleship? The battlefield is so grueling that it would leave an intact battleship? Old Zhang said, yes, it's difficult, so we can only take it one step at a time. Our signal has already been spread out. The unmanned exploration ship has long since received our signal and continues to release it. The biggest problem in front of us now is not studying the Skybreaker, but finding the other heroes. They are our spiritual pillars, our pioneers in the face of space. The crowd nodded their heads. Wu Dexiu took out the information and said word for word, Gentlemen, listen to me. He opened the folder of information. First point, after the Dark Star Legion was hit hard in the Towershine Galaxy, they should be taking a break for a while, but that's just a guess. Also, the captain once said something. He said that even if they fought their way into the Dark Star home planet and destroyed the entire Dark Star civilization, they wouldn't be able to come back. Even if they were alive, they wouldn't be able to return. Wu Dexiu looked solemn as he looked at everyone. Why is that? Commander Zhao said, this. Yu Tianming said in the video screen. Deshu, I've memorized this sentence as well, and I'm guessing that they were infected with the Dark Star virus? The places where alien races survived were not necessarily suitable for Earthlings. 13 Suns had fought the Dark Star people so many times in the universe, and had also drank the Dark Star people's bloodline potion and DNA genetic data. It was inevitable that such a virus would arise. Commander Zhao said, but the remains of the seventh sun, Song Shuebing, we have already sampled and tested, and in the blood test, some special substances were indeed found, but it does not affect the ontological properties of Earthlings. In other words, there is no virus. Yu Tianming said, they have been sacrificed, their bodies died and their cells ceased to exist. And what about the living? Commander Zhao didn't know what to say for a moment. So, I still believe that there are still heroes alive. Maybe the war is over, maybe it's still going on, and there are reasons why they can't come back. Wu Dishio said, okay, let's consider it that way for now. Next, the Gate of Heaven. The plan for the Kingdom of Heaven formulated by the captain is divided into 3 steps. The first step and of the second step have been realized. Although we have not seen how the second step was realized, based on E. Pingan's battle records in the Tower's Light Galaxy we can find out that the captain used a ploy to get the Dark Star people to attack. At the same time, he used a mysterious arithmetic law code named Erlangshan to figure out the Dark Star people's attack trajectory and coordinate points. That is, he searched for some kind of special conveyor belt of the Dark Star people. During this period, the 13 Suns sacrificed a few more suns, and after Yi Pingan was sacrificed since this battle, only 6 sons of the 13 Suns remained. Is the Gate of Heaven the gate that opens this conveyor belt? Wu Dishio finished and looked at everyone. This requires further information and data. Yu Tianming shook his head in the video. An expert said, Old Wu, we have a basic study about the Earth ontology, but this study may be a bit unconventional. Oh, Old Qin, quickly tell us. Qin Hansen said, it's like this, the captain previously used some sort of means to hide the existence of the Earth proper, or rather circumvent it, using the so-called cluster chain and cluster belt to avoid Dark Star people inspections. Their civilization has reached the 3rd level, and their teleportation arrays have teleported to Mars through special bases, so how could they fail to discover Earth's existence? Qin Hansen opened a certain page in a large pile of information. I suspect that the captain used a certain way from ancient times to make the solar system into a special formation, and the core of the formation is on Earth. Earth should be the formation's islet. Qin Hansen finished and looked at everyone. Otherwise, with the technology of the Dark Star civilization, I really can't think of how they wouldn't be able to discover the Earth coordinates. After he finished this speculation, the conference room was quiet for a while. Commander Zhao crossed his eyes at Qin Hansen. You're a scientist. Qin Hansen said, yes, I'm not talking about metaphysics when I say that, but it's a possibility. If we were to do this, the first possibility, that all 13 suns are gods, is obviously not. Then it's the second possibility, using Dark Star technology to string the 8 planets and the sun together to make a formation that hides Earth's true coordinates and location. At the same time, stripping away an illusion, the non-existent death, and placing Earth at a coordinate point where the Dark Star people can find it. In this way, to the greatest extent possible, protect the Earth. Wu Deshio said, your guess is not unreasonable, although it is somewhat metaphysical. However, if the 13 suns all die in battle, and the Dark Star people descend on Mars, Venus on a large scale, how is Earth going to hide? Qin Hansen erupted, this has not been thought of, as the possibility of all 13 suns being killed in battle has not been considered. Yu Tianming suddenly said, Sir, Commander Zhao, I don't think old Qin's statement is not unreasonable. He opened some data charts and said in detail, the 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation is not empty talk. Many years ago our Xia kingdom had ancestors looking up to the universe. The idea is simple, it's to make something to wrap around the original coordinates and utilize the same technology of the Dark Star. Wu Dishio violently remembered something and frowned, Dyson sphere? Yu Tianming nodded. Don't you guys forget that the captain had previously discovered that the Dark Star's square formation was posing on Saturn, and he made a comment at the time that we're the oldest ancestors who play with formations. But it sure wasn't easy for the captain to hide the Earth's coordinates in the first place. I'm not sure if it's the Dyson sphere or not, but it's definitely different, and the captain even accomplished the plan. Yu Tianming pointed at the screen. The Dark Star never found the coordinates of Earth, and would only keep teleporting, trying to find out where Earth's civilization was by all means. But the captain must have known very well that if they were all killed in action and the Dark Star civilization was still there, Earth would always be exposed. Right now, we've already been exposed. Yu Tianming finished speaking and opened the Dragon Song's database. There is no Dark Star civilization logo on the Long Ming ship that 13 Jokai came home with. Wu Dishio opened the Dark Star civilization's logo map. Light and darkness were opposing each other. It's impossible for the Dragon Song to have been built by 13 Shokai autonomously in the universe, so it must be a ship from another civilization. Either it's hiding the Dark Star civilization's logo, or it's a ship from another racial civilization. Wu Dizio couldn't help but sweat in his heart as he finished speaking. He looked oddly at Commander Zhao and the others, then at the old man in the video, and said slowly, more than one civilization is spying on Earth? The old man said, regardless of whether it's one civilization or two, our top priority right now is to quickly research the Long Ming and the Skybreaker, which is one of the most valuable treasures left to us by the 13th sun. They are the fuel for our technological leap. Only after figuring out how to make a space leap will we be qualified to leave the solar system. Yu Tianming said, Sir is right, the only card we have is technology. It's also the only help we can offer to the heroes who might still survive. The old man said, then formulate a program, starting with the Dragon Song and the Skybreaker, and within 2 months, I will need a complete set of programs from you, and they will be executable. He paused and sighed, I know 2 months is a short period of time, but time is running out. After the meeting dispersed, Wu Deshio and Commander Zhao and the others were still talking, releasing cosmic signals and spreading them in all directions, in order to better receive the hero signals and guide them on their way back to the ship. The return voyage of the Skybreaker had confirmed this. The heroes are scattered all over the universe and will get lost and wander off into cosmic space. In order to get home, the Skybreaker went so far as to send out a dangerous signal that it almost got the Earth battleship group and the Skybreaker into a fight. Looking back on it now, it was a cold sweat. But doing so, it was also easy for other civilizations to know about it, which was a double-edged sword. It was just that they had no choice now. They couldn't just wait. They couldn't just wait for the return message. The electronic signals emitted by the drone had already been known by the Dark Star civilization, and other civilizations should have known about it as well. A civilization's conquest of another civilization wasn't something that would be done in a fit of brainstorming. It depended on whether it was worth it or not. Considering it this way, the Dark Star civilization was closest to Earth's civilization, and it was almost a nail in the coffin. The only one they needed to guard against should also be the Dark Star civilization at the moment. Wu Dishio smiled bitterly, Commander Zhao, are we taking a big gamble by doing this? No. Commander Zhao's gaze was hot. We're not taking a big gamble. We have the 13 suns opening up a heavenly path in front of us, we can step on their footprints and move forward. It's been 26 years since the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program was implemented, right? He Siping is 26 years old. Wu Dishio said, what do you think of this child? Thoughts? Commander Zhao laughed, he wants to join the army and walk the path his father walked. Really? Wu Dishio turned around, the sun was shining outside. Do you want to consider it? Commander Zhao said, no consideration, let him join. Why? Wu Dishio looked at Commander Zhao in disbelief. Commander Zhao said, the bloodline of a hero will be engraved in the bones, if you don't let him join the army and make him feel that he has privileges because he is the son of a hero, then his mind will slip. He should do it, and we should support him in doing so, and his mother didn't stop it. Commander Zhao walked out the door, adding, if he can truly follow us, go out into the universe, go to the places where his father fought, or even meet other heroes, and I'm talking about heroes who are still alive. Wunderkind's eyes lit up. If the captain is still alive, and he sees Pingin's descendants going down this path, what would he think? And what would the other heroes think? This is our great China. The successor. Has someone. Wu Dishio walked out of the conference room, Sheen Hansen said, Old Wu, the old dean is invited. Oh, the old dean. Wu Dizia slapped his head. He vaguely remembered that the old dean had once approached them about something before, about the 13 suns. It was just that they happened to have discovered the signal from the Skybreaker at that time, and they had no time to talk to the old dean about it. He hurriedly went to the old dean's office with Sheen Hansen. The old dean was already semi-retired, and he wasn't often at the general hospital. But recently, because of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, he was there almost every day. The group pushed open the door and the old dean was sitting on a chair in high spirits. He saw Wu Dishio and the others and smiled, you guys still remember me as an old man. The wind and sunshine outside the window. The tea on the table was emitting curls of hot air. This was such a cozy and comfortable scene. But all of this was what 13 suns had spent 20 to 30 years, fighting alone, to get for Earth. Old Dean Zhu Kongsheng said, I have a colleague that you should all recognize as well. His name is Bai Seiju. Wu Dishio was surprised, Yes, that's him. Shu Kongsheng spoke with a smile, that chief engineer who sings against me every day. Some of the younger scientists said, that's the chief engineer who planned the Xia Moon base in the first place, Bai Seiju? Aha! Shu Kongsheng looked at these young scions. 26 years ago, he said something to me, saying that the signals emitted by Earth's unmanned spaceships might be known by alien races. Shu Kongsheng had a reminiscence in his eyes as he slowly said, but at that time, the unmanned had just flown away from the solar system, still within the diameter of 1 light year. We didn't believe the words he said, of course, this kind of words were actually said by many people, saying that the electronic signals that the drone ship was constantly emitting in space would be known by alien races. But at that time, who among us would believe in the existence of alien races? Shu Kongsheng looked at everyone. Do you guys believe? Wu Deshou and Qin Hansen shook their heads. If anything, at that time, they indeed didn't believe it. The walking stick in Zhu Kongsheng's hand poked at the ground. Thousands of light years around the solar system, we haven't even checked for signs of life existing. So, he got on my bad side. Originally, we weren't on good terms, the kind where we have to fight when we meet. Shu Kongsheng let out a bright laugh. He later told me something, and because of it, he and I had a big fight. Qin Hansen said, Old Dean, what was it? He said that he wanted to train a group of people to travel to space to carry out an outpost cruise program of some sort. A program that I didn't hand in and I tore up in front of him. Wu Deshou frowned. Outpost cruising? It didn't sound even remotely related to the Heaven's Path Protectorate program, but upon closer examination, it was very much related. Everyone in the institution thought he was a bit bewitched, and he did become a bit odd, a bit crazy. It's not very nice to say that, but it's true. He was either late or left early, and then he didn't even come to the Science Academy. Shu Kongsheng said, letting out a long sigh that seemed to be a strangled sigh for this fellow genius. Wu Deshou said, then what happened later? Then there was no way out. The state let him retire at home on the grounds of illness. Shu Kongsheng slowly stood up. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Heaven's Path Protectorate program and the 13 Suns' conquest of outer space boiling the globe, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to recall this. Wu Deshou and Qin Hansen hurriedly supported Shu Kongsheng. Shu Kongsheng said, what are you guys doing? I'm old, not immobile. Wu Deshou and Qin Hansen laughed, but didn't let go. Shu Kongsheng said, if you guys have time, accompany me on a trip. I haven't seen him for many years either. P.S. 8,000 words finished. There will be another shift at that time, the specific time to be determined. Early to bed partners can wait until tomorrow to see. There are flowers to send, the other dare not ask for more. Thank you for the love. White Policy Residence. A name that has been forgotten for many years. He used to be the chief engineer for the construction of the moon base, whether it was scientific literacy or scholarly status, and Shu Kongsheng was on par with him, but for some unknown reason, suddenly went mad. The state relieved him of his duties and retired him at home, subsidizing enough expenses every year. It is said that the ultimate destination of a scientist is either madness or discovery. Discovering new rules of the universe, discovering new paths to civilization in space, or go mad. Baiseju may have been unlucky, or it may have been due to his paranoia and stubbornness, so he went crazy. He was from Xiang province. He now resides in North Sky City, the headquarters of the Summer Kingdom. He has a stubborn temper and has never lost in his life. When the moon base was first constructed, I had a disagreement with him. He was very confident and did what he wanted. Now, the moon base is vibrant, but it's all because of Baiseju. Shu Kongsheng sat in the car and lamented. Wu Deshou said, back then, when I had just joined the Academy of Sciences and was a fresh graduate, I had met his old man. What's your impression of him? Shu Kongsheng smiled. Wu Deshou gave a Old Dean, how can I put it? I didn't have many interactions with him, and I didn't have any academic discussions in private, so my impression of him only stays on the side of him being more stubborn. Shu Kongsheng said, yes, he is just stubborn, obstinate, and has reached the level of crazy paranoia. Not far ahead, the car stopped. Shu Kongsheng said, we are here. The crowd got out of the car and stood in front of an old courtyard. The surrounding area was cold and quiet. Qin Hansen said, Old Dean, who is he living with now? Why does it look like no one lives there? Shu Kongsheng said, it should be with his family, I'm not really sure. Hey, we're all getting old. After he finished speaking, he walked to the entrance of the courtyard and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman in her 40s opened the door and said curiously, you are? Hello, I'm Baiseju's former colleague. And you are? My name is Shu Kongsheng. The woman thought for a moment and couldn't seem to recall such a big shot, so she said, you guys come in. Where's old Bai? Shu Kongsheng walked into the courtyard and looked at the somewhat lonely courtyard, his heart steeped in bad taste. How is it that there is a feeling of being old and unsupported? He's taking a nap. The woman went into the house to pour water for them. Shu Kongsheng surveyed the furnishings of the main house. It was simple and plain. Has he been, lately, well? The woman handed them water, and Wu Deshou and Qin Hansen and the others hurriedly said, no need to bother, we can do it ourselves, there are more of us. The woman smiled and said, his body is still the same, he can't hear well, he's getting old. He said it's the aftermath of being on the moon. Shu Kongsheng held the disposable water cup and added, what kind of person are you to him? I am his daughter, my name is Bai Lanfeng. Shu Kongsheng was a little embarrassed. He didn't know Baiseju's family situation, he didn't know how many sons and daughters he had. But this was normal. Generally the sons and daughters of bigwigs seldom crossed paths with bigwigs like them if they didn't join the National Academy of Sciences or work in a national unit. Those who had a bad relationship in private would not ask. What about the others? Nope. Bai Lanfeng shook his head. Wu Deshou was surprised. None? My father only has me as a daughter. Bai Lanfeng smiled naturally. I'm an only daughter. Shu Consheng said, and you've been taking care of your father at home? Well, who else would take care of it? Bai Lanfeng's tone was somewhat helpless. I haven't married yet. Shu Consheng didn't know what to say for a moment. My father is awake. Bai Lanfeng heard a movement in the house and hurriedly ran in. Shu Consheng walked to the door and took a look. His nose was inexplicably sour. A white-haired old man, thin and skinny, sat up from the bed slightly trembling. Old Bai, you are still a few years younger than my age. How did you get so old? Shu Consheng saw that his former colleague had become like this, and his heart did not feel good. Hearing this voice, Bai Seijo slowly raised his head to look at the doorway. You are? Bai Seijo's voice was incredibly pale, much more hoarse and old than Shu Consheng. I'm old Zhu, Zhu Consheng. Shu Consheng took a step in. Bai Seijo murmured, Old Zhu. Old Zhu. Shu Consheng. Dad, he is your colleague have you forgotten? Bai Lanfeng also reminded from the side. Shu Consheng said, I'm old Zhu, Zhu Consheng. He stuck to Bai Seiju's ear and bent over very vigorously. Bai Seiju's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. How is it you how did you come? Shu Consheng said, I came to see you, old friend. Wu Dishio and Qin Hansen, who were standing at the door, were a bit heartbroken when they saw this scene. Having made significant contributions to the country, they still couldn't avoid this when they got old. It was as if they saw themselves in their 70s or 80s. At that time, if the children were unfilial, would they not be so miserable? The breeze gently blew along the river. Bai Seijo was sitting in a wheelchair, Shu Consheng pushed the wheelchair, and the two of them talked and laughed. They walked for a while. Bai Seijo pointed to the riverbank in the distance. Then I stopped planting trees. It didn't look like a crazy person. Perhaps it was old age that suddenly opened his mind. Shu Consheng glanced at Wu Dishio and the others who were following behind, and asked with his head down, Old Bai, let me ask you something. What is it? Do you still remember back then? Back then? Which back then? Shu Consheng said, it's when you and I had a fight, have you forgotten? You said you wanted to train a group of people to go to space and do outpost cruises Bai Seijo struggled to say, quarreling, I didn't quarrel with you. Shu Consheng cried and laughed. Old Bai, what I'm talking about is, that, outpost cruising program you had in the first place The last few words were said vigorously. Bai Seijo's eyes lit up once again. You executed it? Found aliens? Shu Consheng sighed and nodded, discovered. Bai Seijo's eyes were originally bright, after these words, they clouded up again. Not only did we discover the aliens, we also discovered, the 13 sons of Xia. What 13? Bai Seijo asked loudly. Shu Consheng said, 13 sons. The 13 sons of the Xia kingdom. Stationed at the borders of the solar system, guarding the motherland and earth. Oh, Bai Seijo smiled, it's still a strong country. Shu Consheng squatted down and asked in a strained voice, Old Bai, think about it, think carefully, have you trained a group of people to go to outer space? Or, it's the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program. Nearly 30 years had technically passed since Bai Seijo was forced into retirement. Training? People trained by the state are certainly powerful. Bai Seijo seemed to be unable to hear what Shu Consheng was saying. I'm asking you, have you trained people to go to outer space? Bai Seijo said, the moon base, is it okay? The group of people I trained are at the moon base, doing things I haven't seen them for many years. Shu Consheng repeatedly asked many times, but Bai Seijo did not seem to know about the 13 sons. Although it was said that he was getting older now, along with various factors his mind was a bit unclear. But if the 13 sons were trained by him, he definitely wouldn't forget. Old Dean. Wu Dishio walked over. There's a situation over at the general hospital, a signal source has been discovered. You guys go first. Shu Consheng patted Wu Dizhiu's shoulder. Remember to report the situation to me. Aha! Wu Dizhiu nodded and hurriedly left with Qin Hansen and the others. At this moment, the unmanned exploration ship was 9 light-years away from Earth and sent back a signal. 10 light-years away from Earth, Wojiang constellation Tianyuan 4, there is a signal source similar to the traditional code of Xia. Wu Dishio and Qin Hansen hurriedly arrived at the National Space Center, the headquarters of the space program. Just as they entered the hall, they saw densely packed spots on the electronic screen. A large number of signal sources. Surprised, Wu Dishio walked to the light brain and entered his DNA code, opening the remote connection with the Mars base. Teacher, Dzu. Yu Tianming appeared on the screen as he pointed at the scrolling signal source. It's appeared, this mysterious code only belongs to the Summer Kingdom, located in the Bojiang constellation Tianyuan 4, the second star system passed from the planet Bibi. Commander Zhao had also arrived in the hall. Old Wu, it's a message sent back from the unmanned exploration ship, identifying the characteristics of the signal source's presence. It's just that the location is too far away. Qin Hansen stared at the screen and shook his head with some difficulty. It's not a return signal. Wu Deshio compared the signal source and found that there was a difference from the return signal. The signals of the return voyage plan have one thing in common, which is that the signals carry codes such as motherland, going home, etc. But the signal source found by the unmanned does not have these codes. Could it be a trap left by another civilization? Another expert questioned. Wu Deshio and Commander Zhao looked at each other, unable to answer. This, at the moment, could not be determined. 10 light-years was too far away. With the current Earth technology, it would take a long time to get there. Moreover, there was no guarantee if it was safe. Can we try, using our signal collection device here, to pick up the signal source, 10 light-years away? Using our space satellites. Wu Deshio said, this method is possible. But it will also take time. But it's the only thing we can do now. Wonderso turned around. Send a signal to the moon base and tell them to regulate the satellite's parameters and lock onto Skycourt 4. Tianyuan 4 was located in the constellation Bojiang, the second closest star to Earth. The surrounding planetary belt was considered to be a planet with great potential for habitability. It was just that the distance was too far away, and to this day, no specific information about Tianyuan 4 had been observed. This time, the source of the signal is emanating from Skycourt 4. Even though it was mysterious and possessed a special code for Xia, Xia could not easily believe that these signals came from the 13th sun. Yu Tianming said on the video screen, Deshio, the human sun return plan is a chain of events. When Song Shuebing returned home, the human sun return plan was completely activated. Wu Deshio raised his head and looked at his teacher. The unmanned had never received a signal from the Bojiang constellation before, and this time it suddenly did. It should be related to the human sun return plan. Yu Tianming paused and then said, Gentlemen, I have reason to believe that the source of the signal from Tianyuan 4 is closely related to the 13th sun. Commander Zhao said, if it's not the return voyage program, how are we going to be able to determine the signal source up there? What exactly is it? Qin Hansen said, possibly, it's one of the 13 suns, or perhaps, it's something left behind. Yu Tianming said, by the way, where is the black box? The black box's program is being executed. The captain doesn't seem to be hiding many secrets in the black box. They have limited time. The black box should be recording randomly, automatically adjusted by the artificial intelligence. Intelligent records will be linked with other plans. Yu Tianming was silent for a while after finishing. The captain should have left something behind. Left 10 light-years away in Skycourt 4? Commander Zhao sighed. Is he so convinced that we can break through the speed of light in spaceleap in 20 or 30 years? The source of the signal was transmitted to the unmanned, but the system showed that the fluctuation of that signal hadn't moved. If it was a return signal from the human sun, it couldn't have moved at all. The mysterious signal of Tianyuan 4 touched the hearts of all experts and scholars in Xia. They desperately wanted to understand what was behind the source of the Skycourt 4 signal. In the end, everyone agreed on a plan. Arrange for a spaceship with the most professional group of astronauts to travel to Tianyuan Sea and find out the source of the signal. It was dangerous to do so, but Xia had to take a gamble. Rice and Bear knew about this, but they didn't get involved. It was Xia's only traditional code, and it only required Xia to go alone. The assistance provided by the Rice and Bear countries was mainly to study the Long Ming and the Skybreaker. Against alien civilizations, the globe was one, and all but the very core could be shared. The plan to travel to Tianyuan 4 had been finalized, the execution would take time, and preparations had to be made in all aspects. The three departments of Xia's Moon Base and Mars Base as well as the ground headquarters were united to provide complete data orientation and journey testing for this voyage in all aspects. A series of intense preparations slowly unfolded. In the evening, the colorful clouds filled the sky. Old Wu, Qin Hansen rushed into the workroom. Black box, what are you in such a hurry for? Wu Diziu put down the work in his hands. The black box's second program message is on. Wu Diziu ran out of the workroom. In the hall, there was a zipping sound on the electronic screen. The black box had finally popped up its second signal. Despite making the Xia people wait for a while, the information inside was all very confidential, and the captain was probably also afraid that the black box would be found and intercepted by the Dark Star people. Mars Base. Yu Tianming swallowed a pill and stared closely at the screen. Professor, you should rest for a while, you're too tired. Yu Tianming said, no, I'm not qualified to rest, I don't have time to rest. He looked at the screen without blinking. The black box's second information program is open, there's no time to lose. There is no time to wait. For the sake of all this I would die of exhaustion. As long as I can study it thoroughly, what's the harm? Yu Tianming revealed a proud smile as he finished speaking. Hearing his teacher's words, Wu Deshio lowered his head and secretly wiped his eyes. No one was qualified to let others rest. Life is one's own, but devotion is for the motherland and the future. This was the backbone of a nation, the faith of a nation, and the root of a nation's strength. On the screen, a familiar voice suddenly came. Heavenly Tao Protectorate Program, 11th year, July 6th. We repelled the 12th attack within teleportation range. It's exhausting, my tired heart feels like it's going to stop beating. The captain's voice sounded so tired, so soft. It was only here, in the black box, that he could be heard questioning himself. I'm afraid I won't last. This world is beautiful, our blue earth, the most beautiful sight in this universe. Every time I look at it in our solar system, it's as if I see my countrymen, my people, our mighty motherland. 13 says that the price of greatness is our fulfillment. He's a boy who can really say a whole lot of philosophical things sometimes. It just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. The captain's voice slowly turned cold. After the third battle, the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is basically all rolled out. The Dark Star people have been biting at the bit, and if we want the second step to be completely perfected, we have to beat them up and not let them breathe. Wu Deshio listened to the captain's voice, and behind him, Su Xiaoman said, "You guys, then, can't catch your breath either. Teach the barbarians to control the barbarians." The captain wore his battle armor and walked on a white sandy field. At this moment, everyone stood in awe. He alone took it all on. He would watch his comrades die. He had to continue the layout after his comrades' sacrifice. He would comfort his comrades, himself alone, with no one to comfort him. Will he secretly wipe his tears alone the moment his comrades leave? He will. He definitely will. He was a human being, a man of flesh and blood. His heart, which had been stabbed so many times every time one of his sons had sacrificed, had long been riddled with holes, hadn't it? But he can't stop. Can't even say a word. I'm tired, you guys come on. The captain's back borrowed the light in the distance, sprinkled on the sand. Hiding the coordinates of the Earth, using the Dyson sphere principle in conjunction with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation that we have had since ancient times in the Summer Kingdom. I know that if the motherland sees this, it must be puzzled as to what means we used to be able to carry off the countless attacks of the Dark Star people. You will find out. The captain's back stopped. He eyed ahead. In the distance, there was a huge planet. Sky Court 4, the star of the Bojiang constellation. Here, I have set up an interstellar railgun, codename Chi. Chi-Yu is a tribal leader. There are archetypes that exist. There are also myths and legends left behind. The captain said Chi-Yu, just a codename. No one would connect this Chi-Yu with the tribes of ancient China and the myths. What they were most concerned about, Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming, was that interstellar railgun. The captain had arranged an interstellar railgun there, and that day the signal source of Yuanxi was from. Commander Zhao immediately said, "Quickly, have everyone who was preparing to execute the Sky Court 4 exploration plan, come back." If the signal source came from this interstellar railgun, then for the time being, there was no need for them to risk rushing over there right now to see the captain's description of this railgun before saying anything. The crew and astronauts preparing to travel to Sky Court 4 were already aboard the ship and would be changing supplies at the moon base before traveling to Sky Court 4. This one order stopped them at the moon base. Earth is a core, minus the claim that it is our home, it is the core of the solar system. There's life, that's what makes it all work. And we've replaced Earth proper with an imaginary dead planet in the form of a Dyson sphere. The captain's voice came out of the screen, cold but reassuring. We lifted the dead Earth to another location, and in the meantime, the Dark Stars have attacked the dead Earth 8 times. They will never know where the Earth proper is until they take control of the solar system and completely dismantle the way it rotates to find out where it is. Oh, if this way is to be carried out, unless all 13 of our sons are dead. But the Dark Stars keep evolving. There was something resigned and helpless in the captain's voice. They evolve in war. In addition to attacking, we have to lay down a defense. Only by attacking and defending can we fight this long-lasting war, fight until the Dark Star people can't continue to attack us, fight our way into the Dark Star's mother planet, and give Earth's motherland 100 years to develop. 100 years, that should be enough. There was a hint of joy in the captain's voice. We've left enough behind, enough to make a qualitative change in Earth's technology. The captain's figure appeared above the planet's atmosphere along with his voice. Captain. A spaceship swept in. Wu Deshio glanced at Commander Zhao and the others. It was a woman's voice. The 9th son. It was the only woman out of their 13 known sons. Lao Jiao. The captain tilted his head and entered the ship before the battle armor's energy was about to run out. The 9th son had a slim figure, only in her battle armor, so her appearance could not be seen. Captain, the second step of the heavenly plan is stuck by the Dark Star people. It's a bit hard to break through. The 9th child's voice was plain and light, sounding like it should be bookish and languid. Su Xiaoman stared wide-eyed, seemingly thinking of the 9th son's appearance. When the 7th son was sacrificed, the 9th son's voice was sad, but it wasn't as quiet and comfortable as it sounds here. Su just said, "What do you know? I don't understand. Su Xiaoman lowered her head, not daring to speak out loud. On the screen, the spaceship sailed towards a planet ahead. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, building planetary propulsion around the solar system, using dark star civilization technology, this way and that way, to obtain the resources we need. Galactic reactors compressing the galaxy to create a heavenly ladder to be used to confuse the dark ones. They thought we would follow the ladder and find their home planet or conveyor belt. Ha! The captain smiled lazily, as if he didn't have to think about too many things in this ship. The heavenly steps are just a disorienting illusion, just like the dead Earth, used to fool the dark stars. It's our only advantage right now. They're too stupid in the head to send a large number of troops and warships at once, yet they're not willing to fail and want to invade the solar system again and again. It's called waiting for a rabbit. The heavenly staircase is an illusion, but it's actually the truth. If they won't exterminate the heavenly staircase, we can utilize it as well. The gate of heaven is the key to open Pandora. Yu Tianming said, it seems that the main purpose of the heavenly plan is the gate of heaven. Then he Pingan's sworn guardian of the stairway to heaven. Su De couldn't help but speak. Wu Deshou glared at Su De and calmly said, learn to think, if the heavenly kingdom stairs were not important, how would he Pingan take his life to guard it? Su De's face flushed and he retreated to Su Xiaoman's side. Su Xiaoman said, don't talk nonsense, let others see the joke. Yu Tianming said, the first step has only sacrificed 13. Heavenly plan second step, and it is the most difficult. This time, the hall went silent. They could not think about how the 13 sons held out. But the more they thought about it, the more bizarre it became, unable to explain it, and could only use 13's words to say that they were the proud sons of heaven. It is the proud son of Huaxia, to be able to make such surging greatness. The heavenly staircase was the umbrella of the gate of heaven, attracting the hatred and attacks of the dark star people and protecting the gate of heaven from being built smoothly. If the heavenly stairs are them, the gate of heaven is us. We are thriving. They are spilling their blood in space. It's actually very simple. If Pingan doesn't go and desperately guard the heavenly staircase in the Towershine galaxy, then the gate of heaven will be discovered. Sheen Hansen said with certainty, the gate of heaven is the key to open Pandora. Taking a life to guard it is the next best thing. The captain is such a smart person, he must have no choice but to choose this step. This step, he must be very unwilling, but there is no way. Wu Deshou nodded heavily. On screen, the spaceship landed on the light red planet. The captain got out of the airship, and the ninth sun followed down. The sea of stars ahead floated and sank. The ninth sun said, Captain, it's the 11th year and the second step of the gate of heaven has not been set up yet. Do we have enough time? Not enough. The captain answered very directly. So, the captain bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the red planet. We're going to build the launch window for the gate of heaven, there, 10 light years from our home planet, Earth. A launch window? Everyone in the room revealed expressions of surprise. The interstellar railgun, codenamed Chi, was stationed at Skycourt 4. Celestial Garden 4, a launch window? Wu Deshou looked at the screen in surprise, and clashed with Yu Tianming's incredibly surprised eyes. Captain to the Earth, to the summer country, left a heavy artillery Chi cannon, is the most important link in the heavenly plan that I have developed. Soldier main launch window. The captain's voiceover sounded like he was narrating someone else's story, sounding like an electronic synthesized voice. In the next second, it changed to the captain's emotional raspy voice. Chi cannon horizontal guided wave, conversion of dark matter dissolved electron and atomic nucleus energy, maximum compression of the planet's core persistent nuclear fusion, infinite cycle into a jet-able energy body that can span the interstellar, the maximum range of attack, 1.5 light years. The captain's voice didn't sound very proud or proud, barely comparable to a normal light-year strike from a dark star civilization, but nowhere near enough. Guarding Earth, though, is sufficient. Tianyuan 4 is a launch window, the entire planet must remain material constant, the planets around the star all around the star to provide energy, as a Taurus star, so as to carry the buffer force of Chi. You blasted out a cannon. At the same time, continue to give Chi cannon full system energized, to ensure that the second launch and continuity of combat. But, Dark Star will not let us build the launch window so easily. The captain and the ninth sun stood on a red boulder, staring into the distance. Ninth sun subconsciously leaned toward the captain, cautiously. The captain seemed to notice and moved a bit to the left. Tianyuan 4 will be a river of blood. And we, however, have no choice. 11th year, July 18th. Chi cannon, soldier main launch window template architecture is complete. The captain's voice sounds clearly normal, but the emotions contained within it still made many people's hearts clog up. He was a person filled with complex emotions. Although the captain's willpower was terrifying, but from the emotions he spoke, one could experience his wandering, fear, unwillingness, grief, despair. All the emotions fused together. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already gone completely insane. But he did not. Captain, just like a stubborn stone. The piece of stubborn stone that could only be blown apart by the Monkey King. The thunderbolts of heaven and earth couldn't even make this piece of stubborn stone crack open by half an inch. We're going to use a planetary group-level power generator, utilizing the planetary propulsion of the Heavenly Garden 4 proper, fused with high-energy electronic flashes, to keep the chi cannon continuously energized. These are things that Darkstar has left behind in sufficient quantities, and as we change the permissions and operating modes of the Darkstar mechs, they will take our place and carry out the infrastructures, the captain said and smiled. I don't know if we, the infrastructure power, can punch our way up compared to Darkstar. The master understands that the second step of all planetary propulsion is the limit for flushing out the Pandora's key. He knows that only the second step of all the galaxies fused together in the heavenly staircase releasing an unprecedented amount of energy bodies can punch open the door. The second step of the Kingdom of Heaven program, starting from the Chi Soldier Master launch window, the Dark Star people began the abuse mode. Master. The captain's AI clearly had emotional ups and downs. Master, use the knife to cut out wounds on your body and tell yourself that I can't stop Master. I'm just an AI, absolutely obedient, AI. Hearing this, the screen went dark. The electric waves nuisance, vaguely heard some sounds of wind, rain and thunder. The environment of the outer planets was harsh, and there were few planets suitable for human habitation. 13 suns are dining in space, and they don't know what to eat. Su Xiaoman thought so and stole a glance at everyone. Finding that everyone was silent. Quite a few people had red eyes, and they were all trying their best to restrain their emotions. In the end, the old man spoke, the signal reception situation in Tianyuan 4, we need to deal with it as soon as possible. If there is a launch window there must be a launch code and control system. It's better to let that group go over there. The old man crossed his arms, obviously hesitating for a long time as well. Go as soon as possible without delay. He finished and tilted his head. Wu Dishio smoothly said, Teacher, why was Darkstar able to discover that the captain and the others were building a launch window? It was reasonable to say that this matter was definitely not carried out with much fanfare. The captain had the means to hide the Earth's main body, and creating a dead Earth should be able to hide Tianyuan Sea as well. Yu Tianming pondered for a while before saying, perhaps, it's because of the technological source. Although the Dark Star people were not smart, their sense of smell for technology was very sensitive, completely surpassing the 13 suns. Even if they wanted to conceal the Dark Star to build a launch window, but almost all of the means came from the Dark Star civilization. The launch window must be perfected within 5 months. The captain's voice cut through the sound of electricity. There is no pattern to the Dark Star hiatus, the sooner the better. Falsehood, beyond truth, death, above survival. To put death before survival is the wisdom of my Chinese ancestors, and I, for one, use it against the Dark Stars. I'll let the 10th sun and the 4th sun go through with this. I know that they may not be able to come back, or they may wander the starry sea. But I will tell them that people die with their heads on the ground and worship their ancestors. The lights of Huaxia are bright, releasing the peace. The captain's voice is like biting on the lips, making a sound of extremely restrained patience. Sacrifice is the best fulfillment. To June a bowl of wine. June mo worry. There are many divergent paths in this trip. I'm at peace now. On the screen, a ship quickly swept across the sea of stars. Captain, 10th sun. 4th sun. Already departed. Roger, all the way, peace. Pingon appeared on the screen. Pingon. In an instant, quite a few people finally couldn't help themselves and directly burst into tears. Captain, should have let me go. Pingon looked at the captain, his eyes filled with longing. The 11th year, the Pingon at that time, had not yet sacrificed. The captain stretched out his arm wrapped in battle armor. If you go, who will be left in charge of the Tau Light Galaxy? They don't have as much experience as I do. Old 9 of the Taoguan Galaxy can handle it as well, and if not, Old 7 will do. Pingon still wanted to fight. The captain said, Old 7 is on Mars. What are you thinking? Captain, this way, I'll go. Your last promise of letting me rest for a month, revoke it. Cut the bullshit. The captain turned around, and bargaining up. This sudden scene, knifed the screen in front of many people wailed. Pingon did not obtain the right to execute this mission and turned around helplessly. He looked at the ship that disappeared into the sea of stars and said softly, Old 10, Old 4, be sure to come back safely. My name will bring you good luck. Wu Deshio took advantage of the lull and hurriedly summarized the information and busied himself with the other experts. The Heavenly Kingdom plan was the most important part of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate plan, but it was not the final one. After the gate of the Heavenly Kingdom was flushed open, it was only the final moment. Based on the timing of Pingon's sacrifice, in the 20th year at most, the gate of heaven would be completed. Then, there were still 5 to 6 years until now. These 6 years were the key. At that time, only 6 of the 13 suns remained. Yu Tianming said, Gentlemen, the Heavenly Kingdom plan is already very clear. It is a master plan which also contains various smaller plans. For example, the Heavenly Garden 4 launch window is a small step in the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Step 1, push the battle lines. Step 2, planetary propulsion and planetary chains and galactic reactors, fused together, using the outer solar system range as a starting point. Make the Gate of Heaven. This door, the gateway that opens the Dark Star home planet. But behind this door is definitely the relentless onslaught of Dark Star civilizations like the Star Ocean universe. And the third stage, is the world behind this door? This is the key to Pandora. Yu Tianming finished and heavily knocked on the table. The Gate of Heaven is actually the Gate of Hell. Old Zhang rushed in with an excited face. Extraordinary good news. Old Zhang was already dancing on his hands. Yu Tianming said, "What are you doing, acting like a child? How many people are watching?" Old Zhang couldn't care less, excitedly saying, "Old Yu, the Skybreaker's executive program is intact. After our testing, the Skybreaker can continue sailing. Just repair some of the programs and some of the damaged fittings as well as the ship's hull." Old Zhang was foaming at the mouth as he spoke. "It's just not as good as the original production, but it's definitely capable of making space leaps." Wu Dishio glanced at Qin Hansen in surprise, and Commander Zhao jumped up in excitement. Yu Tianming said, "Don't tease me." "Teasing you for what?" Old Zhang rushed at the screen and shouted, "The most crucial part of this is that Hero V. Pingan's AI has completely modified the parameters of this battleship." Yu Tianming abruptly remembered something and excitedly slapped Old Zhang. "How true?" Moon Base. The Xia astronauts and team officially boarded the ship. It will travel to Tianyuan 4 in the long timeline to investigate the Chi Cannon and the Soldier Master launch window. They have a signal to guide them, they won't get lost. But no one knew whether this trip would be safe or dangerous. Xia also had no choice, it had to arrange for someone to go there. The spaceships that traveled to Tianyuan 4 this time used star engines, and their speed could reach sublight speed at the fastest. Unfortunately, there were no dark universe coordinates, and it would take a long time for them to arrive at Heavenly Garden 4. Just at the moment when the airship was about to take off. "Wait!" The head of the moon base grabbed the radio and yelled. "Change of plan, not going to Tianyuan C, going to Mars instead, immediate high-intensity training, familiarize yourself with the Skybreaker as soon as possible." The black box sent out a radio wave and the screen lit up. A spaceship slowly landed. The hatch opened. Two figures walked out. Their figures were infinitely elongated, like two gods of war, standing on a deserted yet energized planet. In front of them, there was endless darkness. The two men looked at each other, and very tacitly knelt down on both knees and kowtowed heavily in a certain direction. Intelligent records begin. P.S. Fourth shift, close to 10,000 words. Rating 8. 1. I don't know what's going on. 10th son. The fourth son. People murmured. Already feeling the sadness, even if there were only two backs at the moment. After the two of them kowtowed 9 times, they stood up one after another. Captain. Li Qing, Ziyu. Captain, we have arrived at the planned destination. The two of them spoke at the same time with a tacit understanding. Good, prepare to start. After a pause, the captain added, Guziyu, Li Qing, you will stay in history. Captain, what do you mean? Li Qing said doubtfully. Didn't you say that we have to keep it a secret? Stay here. The captain's tone was somewhat relaxed, in the black box. Alright, prepare for action. Li Qing and Guziyu looked at each other. Captain, the air here is really cozy. It really deserves to be a place suitable for human habitation. It's just a pity that the elemental radiation of Tianyuan 4 is too powerful. If we want to live here, we still need to build an aerobic atmosphere. Gu Ziyu opened her helmet, revealing a clear face. Li Qing also opened his mask, and looked about Gu Ziyu's age. That's of course, you'll take the place of the people of the motherland and get used to it here first, and our flag will definitely fly here in the future. Good. Upon hearing the national flag and the people of the motherland, the smiles on the two's faces immediately tightened and became solemn. They pointed in a certain direction and raised their hands in a salute. Commander Zhao and the others saluted in a Hu manner. Everyone, involuntarily, saluted back. Wu Dishio's arms trembled slightly. They looked like they weren't very old, and this was already the 11th year. Even if they had left Earth at the age of 16 or 17, they would be almost 30 now. The years hadn't left many traces on their faces. They were just like teenagers. But they were mature enough to go to their deaths at any time. They did not complain, nor were they dissatisfied with the captain. They have already taken this mission and integrated it into the blood and bone marrow. After the old man saluted, he said in a deep voice, check the hometowns and relatives of the 10th and 4th sons. Yes. The secretary immediately informed Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Commander Zhao said, Li Qing and Gu Ziyu, who is the 10th son and who is the 4th son? Take your time and see. Qin Hansen spoke in a low tone. He knew that these two people were going to be here, drawing fire from the Dark Star people. Drawing fire. Just by the sound of it, he knew how horrible the process would be. Dark Star people, will not be so easy to let the captain finish the layout of the Chi interstellar railgun. Li Cheng long rough, Gu Ziyu clear. Together, the two were actually a bit complementary to each other. Old 10. Li Cheng sat on the ground, not knowing what he was drawing. Can you see the evening sun? Gu Ziyu sat on the side, pen and paper in hand. Can't see it. Want to see? Li Cheng twisted his head to look at Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu looked at Li Cheng curiously. Why, do you have a solution? Li Cheng stood up, buckled his helmet, and smiled. Old 10, watch. He did a flip and flew away high. Gu Ziyu raised his head, a hint of mischief and mischievousness showing in his eyes. Brush. A colorful haze suddenly appeared in the sky. Old 10, see that? Li Cheng exclaimed. See, this is something that only children would like. Come down quickly, don't waste energy. After Gu Ziyu finished speaking, he wrote again to himself. But he wrote very slowly, and had to think for a while about every word he dropped. Li Cheng came to Gu Ziyu's side and grunted, you really don't know how to appreciate it. Gu Ziyu leaned against a rock, put the pen and paper aside to be pressed with a small rock, and whispered, Li Cheng, are you homesick? Don't want to. Li Cheng laughed. Liar. Gu Ziyu glared at Li Cheng. Li Cheng said, what's the use of thinking? Old 10, brother, I'll give you a word. It's useless to think about each other. The only thing you can do is to part. Gu Ziyu said, that's because you have no attachments. So what if you have attachments? If you have attachments, are we going to go back and just give it all away to those sons of bitches? Gu Ziyu hurriedly said, I don't mean this. Look at your anxious face. You're the one who's in a hurry. Li Cheng bumped Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu hugged her knees and looked at the just dissipated haze, her eyes filled with longing and yearning. When the captain brought us out in the first place, he even said that he came to see the new world of the universe and explore new energy sources for the motherland as a pioneer. He smiled to himself. It also said that we would go home in 3 years. Li Cheng's tone was also a little hurt. As a result, in the first year we fought with the Dark Star dog pups. Gu Ziyu squinted at Li Cheng. You're a big man, scared to go back. Hey! Li Cheng glared at Gu Ziyu like he wanted to eat him. The captain is right. In fact, none of us can go back. The return program is just the captain giving us comfort. Gu Ziyu looked at Li Cheng sincerely. Do you regret it? After you. Li Cheng raised his hand. When my brother saved you from the canyon, your life is mine. Talk to me about this. Gu Ziyu shrank a little to the side. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. Brother likes to get his hands dirty. Yu Tianming watched them fighting and would smile. I'm afraid that this is the only leisure time they have in space, right? But the more they fought, the more he had a premonition that Li Cheng, who called himself his brother, was afraid that he would take care of this younger brother without any dead ends. This thought was also shared by everyone else. Once a warrior soldier called himself a brother, he had set an identity for himself. They were powerful. They have to protect their weaker brothers, even if these younger brothers were even more powerful than them. Li Cheng is rough, Gu Ziyu is clear. The face looks like Li Cheng is also a few years older than Gu Ziyu, and his skin is much darker. Su Xiaoman grabbed Su De's sleeve. I am afraid that I can't stand it behind me. Be brave. Su depressed Su Xiaoman's shoulders. You've been to Mars, you're one of the strongest group of people in the hundreds of millions of students in Xia. Some of the 13 sons left Earth at the age of 16 or 17 to conquer outer space. We are merely watching the fire from across the river. Su De spoke with some gnashing of teeth, but his voice was low. Little white boy, what were you writing just now? Li Cheng went to take what Gu Ziyu had written. Gu Ziyu immediately clutched the pen and paper in her hand. None of your business. Hey, so pretentious? Not writing a suicide note. Li Cheng tried to grab it. Gu Ziyu immediately turned on her battle armor to avoid it and retreated a few hundred meters. Not for you to see. Li Cheng said, kid, you've grown a temper. He chased after him. Gu Ziyu immediately avoided it. Still running? The two chased for a while. Old 4, time's up. Gu Ziyu's cheeky voice suddenly changed. Li Cheng jerked to a stop, opened the timetable, and slowly looked at Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu's face lost its smile, leaving only Tyran. Brother. Gu Ziyu stretched out her hand. Hold it for me. Li Cheng said, I thought you weren't going to show me? You're better than me, hold it for me. Fuck off you. Still better than you, who doesn't know that your kid is notorious. Brother. Tears welled up in Gu Ziyu's eyes. Li Cheng hurriedly closed his mouth. You also know that I have a poor memory. Hold it for me. This is not a suicide note. This is a family letter. The beacon is a letter of the family. Li Cheng did not look away, paused, gave a hey, and walked over. You like this kind of delicate doings. He took the paper in Gu Ziyu's hand, already neatly folded into a heart shape. This wasn't ordinary paper, so there was no need to worry about damage. How do you know so much about messing around? Li Cheng put away the heart-shaped family book. Let's start. Gu Ziyu squeezed out a smile. Then you hold it for me too. Li Qing thought about it and handed Gu Ziyu what he had drawn before. Gu Ziyu was silent for a moment, took it, and didn't look at it. Flying birds report good news from the branches, frosty transit welcomes spring. Seeing them laughing, playing around, how I wish they, at this moment, were on Earth, playing carefree. Unfortunately, I took their youth and brought it to hell. They are the bait. Li Qing, Ziyu, our side is open, prepare your mirrors. The captain's hoarse voice crossed the hall. The master knows that they have a 1/3 chance of making it to that moment. Because, they are one of the 13 sons, a 1/3 probability, for a mission performed by the 13 sons, is already very, very high. It's just that the master didn't think about it. Li Qing is experienced in combat, and Gu Ziyu is meticulous. The two of them work together, seamlessly, which is why I think they can last until that moment. As long as we don't lose, it's a victory. As the captain's voice fell on the screen, Li Qing and Gu Ziyu activated the battle armor program and began to set up battle lines on the planetary belt. The two did not speak as they traveled around the planetary belt. Soon, a curtain of light enveloped the main planet. A heavy cannon, an interstellar railgun, slowly appeared at the core of the planet. Chi cannon. Yu Tianming and the others looked excited. This cannon was a decoy. But it was the Chi cannon that was now sending back signals from the Heavenly Garden for the main body look. It was a heavy weapon that allowed Earth to gain a foothold in the vast sea of stars. The old man looked at the model of this cannon, mouth murmured, Chi cannon, thank you, 13 sons. He choked several times, just no one knows. The base of the Chi cannon is like a steel wall. It was deeply rooted in the planetary core. The entire planet trembled as the bottom of the massive base rushed into the core energy cluster. Wu Dishio stared at the scene, his hand sliding ceaselessly on the virtual screen, overturning page after page of information. Chi cannon, it requires an entire planet's nuclear fusion to recharge. This kind of consumption, even a second-level civilization is bad enough. On the screen, Li Qing circled back and met up with Gu Ziyu. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Turn on the mirror image. Only a buzzing sound was heard. A virtual roulette wheel ran around the planet, and on top of it, a spaceship, battleship, and mech appeared. At the same time, the image shifted. The captain was wearing a dark golden battle armor, and with the ninth son and the rest of the several people, they were based on the 4 major lands of the Heavenly Garden. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone counted up to the image. Captain, the mirror image is complete. Listening to Li Qing and Gu Ziyu's voices, the captain slowly nodded. Start working, the last 48 hours of the 5 months, the final program of the Chi cannon, make sure to complete it. The captain's line of sight was directly in front of him, a rack of mechs and artificial intelligence machines crawling on the earth. The real Chi heavy artillery, looming. Commander Zhao, as the commander-in-chief of the country's military department, eagerly looked at the heavy cannon. His eyes were filled with deep joy and gratitude towards the 13th son. This heavy cannon can defend the country, can defend the Earth, the solar system, and deter all secondary civilizations. 13th son. Commander Zhao, a bloodthirsty general, couldn't help but have moist eyes at this moment. Chi interstellar railgun, across the Earth. The muzzle of the gun issued plasma electrons, constantly nuisance. A strand of nuclear fusion energy converged from within the planet, continuously energizing the Chi cannon. The planetary belt flickered with electrons, and under the curtain of light, the scene looked like a fairyland. 2 figures stood under the Chi heavy cannon, looking into the distance. What did you write? Li Qing asked. You can read it if you're alive. Gu Ziyu said. Li Qing laughed. Gu Ziyu added, what did you draw? You can look at it now. Gu Ziyu shook his head. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but take Li Qing's drawing out and look at it. The captain said you're a great painter, but I see it's nothing more than that. Gu Ziyu scoffed. Li Qing stared ahead with a stern expression, but his mouth was unforgiving. What do you know? This is called art, the world of an artist. You don't understand. Gu Ziyu said, Old 4, if we survive this battle, make a pact. Don't come with that. Li Qing crossed Gu Ziyu's eyes, snapped on his helmet, and flew into the distance. I'll write the last set of programs. Li Qing flew to the other end, opened the password matrix, and began to input the last program instruction. Gu Ziyu stayed put as he looked down at the painting once again. Master, the coordinates are floating. Gu Ziyu's eyes revealed bloodlust. Old 4, coming. Li Qing tilted his head, the virtual screen in front of him constantly changing as lines of code activated. He said in a deep voice, Old 10, the captain said that we have a 1/3 probability. I don't believe in probability. Then do you believe the captain? Gu Ziyu was dumbfounded as he put away Li Qing's painting and buckled his helmet. Are you good yet? Li Qing pressed the final command, put away the virtual screen, and shouted, yes. Gu Ziyu flew to the other end. He stared at the starry sky in front of him as a ripple came towards the planet. Master, codename X009 Mirror Planet, sensing enemy warships exploring the signal source. Gu Ziyu opened his arms, and the curtain of light behind him spread out at the same time as a wave of rippling energy filled the entire planetary belt. It was a mirror image all right, but this was indeed a planetary belt with many planets that were constantly fusing as well as moons. After Li Qing finished his input, the planets seemed to be activated. A large amount of energy continued to converge towards the Death Chi heavy cannon, and the energy poured out crazily. At the same time, robots and mechs seemed to come out of the illusion, branching out and regulating their work. This scene was manufactured, but it was so real that many people had been wiping their eyes. Wu Dishio stared at the screen dead on. He saw the release and execution of this program. This was a standard expressive power of a level 2 civilization, creating planetary mirrors, not any special high technology. But the focus of it was how to convince the Dark Star people, who were infinitely close to a third-grade civilization, that this was the Soldier Master launch window, an important part of opening the gate of heaven. Write the program. Wu Dishio slid the information while speaking to Su Di and the others. Analog writing, did you see those numerical equations? Su Xiaoman reminded in a low voice from the side. Su Di said, I've memorized them all, wait a bit, I don't want to miss. Before the words were finished, the dull sound of stars roaring came from the screen. Su Di jerked his head up. A circle of ripples spread. In the dark starry sky, a warship suddenly drilled out. Like giant beasts. Like a river of stars sinking downwards. Pressing down on the entire X009 planetary belt, many moons made surging squelching sounds. Gu Ziyu's figure was so small under the swarm of battleships that he tilted his head and scanned it contemptuously. Magnificent. Energy transmission continues, Lao Si, second reinforcement. Li Qing hummed and flew up into midair, squeezing out a few words from his throat. Damn, that's quite a lot. There was a buzzing sound. The light curtain emitted streams of light for the second time, the planetary belt was reinforced for the second time, and at the same time, the Death Chi cannon that was in the midst of recharging also turned its cannon, aiming at the Dark Star battleship group. This scene, momentarily still. 1 square, 2 squares, 3 squares. Sheen Hansen counted, but he couldn't. On each battleship, there was the unique symbol of the Dark Star, light and darkness opposing each other. Boom! In the Dark Star battleship group, a satellite-level battleship shook through the body, and an electronic flash railgun blasted out of the torrent, directly smashing into the Chi cannon. Their purpose was this heavy cannon. They would not let 13 Suns set up this heavy cannon. Rise! Li Qing turned on omnipotent acceleration, the Chi heavy cannon continued to recharge, a surge of energy fluctuations as the nuclear fusion and electron layer continued to disintegrate. The terrifying energy quickly swept through the 4 directions. The Dark Star civilization discovered that something was wrong, and the battleship swarm immediately dispersed. Gu Ziyu shuttled behind the planetary belt and his face changed slightly. Lao Si. What's wrong? The Dark Star people are attacking back and forth. Hearing this, Li Qing opened his electronic observation and first frowned, then laughed. What a price to pay, utilizing 2 teleportation time points to destroy our Chi cannon. You're still laughing. Gu Ziyu didn't have the heart to say. Then cry now? After Li Qing finished speaking, the light screen was torn apart by something, unknown to him. Gu Ziyu stared at the torn mouth. In his eyes exuded a wariness and ruthlessness that did not belong to this face of his. Backwater battle, let's see who's in charge. They are coming in? People in front of the screen, that heart instantly lifted up. Electronic flashes were flying around the torn opening, and the Dark Star warships immediately captured the gap. In an instant, densely packed energy weapons surged towards the gap. Li Qing turned on his battle armor to get close to the main control seat and quickly turned on the repair program to plug the gap. In an instant, all of the densely packed attacks hit the newly repaired gap. The light curtain shook and rippled, and the colorful rays of light were like the most beautiful fireworks in the universe, exploding wildly here. Lasted 10 minutes boom. The people watching in front of the screen were dizzy for a while. This kind of high-density and high-intensity attack, some planets have long been blown into 1,000 holes. If it was some small satellites, I'm afraid they would have already been blasted to pieces. Those 2 figures within the light screen, not panicking, shuttled back and forth between the various programs, constantly using energy to repair and resist the Dark Star's bombardment. This was an endurance station, a long-lasting battle. But with Dark Star bombing so furiously, they would soon discover the value of the energy shield. Their sense of smell for technology was very powerful. Gu Ziyu repaired the 2 gaps, but some attack rays rushed in from within the gaps, destroying some of the mirrors. If we let them attack a few more times, they'll realize that these are mirror image presences. I know. Li Qing flew next to a pusher, he stared at the fire coverage in front of him that obscured his vision and pushed down hard. The battle armor jetted out a hot stream of air, Li Qing roared, and the pusher clicked downwards with a loud bang. Boom! The planet shook. The inner core burned and spun rapidly, providing a powerful electronic matrix to support the energy shield. This movement caused the Dark Star battleship to become even more frantic, its firepower doubling at this moment. The raging energy overturned the surrounding magnetic field. People in front of the screen even saw distorted space. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Yuqi stared at the scene and gritted his teeth. It's like it doesn't cost anything. This kind of consumption to Dark Star as a civilization is like us using ancient rifles now. Bullet consumption is simply harmless. Qin Hansen said helplessly. On the screen, Li Qing shouted, Old 10, how's it going on your side? Gu Ziyu said, not much of a problem, they can't tear the gap for now. Keep an eye on the energy value. Li Qing opened a program, slid the screen and spoke, it's all still sufficient, it should be able to be delayed for a while. They will surely do whatever it takes to tear through this energy wall. Then let them come crashing in like headless flies. Gu Ziyu flew here and there one moment, cruising within the light curtain. They're pissed off. Li Qing laughed. Gu Ziyu said, why are you so happy? I can't cry. The Dark Star fleet realized that this seemed to be taking a lot of time, and began to spread out in all directions, launching annihilation cannons to slam into the light curtain energy shield. The light curtain continued to falter, with some cracks appearing in many places, but they were quickly repaired again. The Dark Star fleet was determined to tear open the gap with these energy weapons. The scattered battleships and some small attack craft continued to bombard the light curtain energy shield, while rows of fly-like self-destructing fighters swept across the sky, frantically crashing into the light curtain. The light curtain energy shield was densely packed on all sides, full of Dark Star's warships. Surrounded by the group, Wu Dishio stared tightly at the screen. He knew that if this continued, sooner or later the energy shield would be torn apart. Warning, in the direction of left dimension sector 37, a gap has appeared. Gu Ziyu heard this sound and immediately rushed over. Whoosh! A beam of light passed through the gap. Gu Ziyu hurriedly avoided it, but he was still struck by the beam's tail, and he let out a muffled grunt as he fell from a high altitude. The moment he landed, he opened his second set of battle armor, covering his entire body. Old 10, Li Qing shouted. I'm fine. Gu Ziyu swept through the ground, and when he turned around, the gap was torn open. Not good. Gu Ziyu rushed over and grabbed the pusher and yanked down hard. Planets roared. A flashy color rose quickly from the surface of the ground, covering the gap. Bang bang bang. Violent crashes came from the gap, and those self-destructing fighters crashed into the just risen waffle and crashed to pieces. Planetary energy activity is frequent, and the planetary core is about to go out of control. Li Qing said, Old 10, we have to open the other planet's delivery tracks. Open it. How's the situation? The captain's voice suddenly sounded. Li Qing said, Captain, it's not too good. Dark Star has deployed half of its legions. The electronic matrix energy shield has been torn apart 3 times, their attacks are too fierce, the energy is depleting too fast, the inner core of X-009's home planet can't support it anymore, it's going to compress. That fast? The captain was a bit surprised. Half a legion, the Dark Stars are teleporting from 2 teleportation time points, it's also a very costly attack, hold on. Do everything you can, hang in there. The roar of engines resounded from the captain's side. Captain? Gu Ziyu asked suspiciously. The captain said, testing the engine acceleration force, Li Qing, Ziyu, the success or failure of the Qi interstellar orbital cannon depends on you. The captain's words made Li Qing and Gu Ziyu's voices filled with wariness and determination. Captain, vow to die to complete the mission. Don't swear to die, weave. You too, give me as much as you can, live. This time, the two did not answer. Li Qing silently opened the program. The energy from the other planets would provide values to the energy shield from the previously set program. This step was hidden under the dimension. The Dark Star people wouldn't easily discover it. Li Qing adjusted the parameters and made those Mechson robots move quickly. The Qi cannon also slowly turned and aimed at the attacking fleet of the first chain. The Dark Star fleet attached great importance to this heavy cannon, and when they saw that the cannon was aimed in the direction of the main ship, all attacks immediately stopped. Amidst the sounds of Wu Dishio and the others marveling, the main ship and the surrounding group of battleships quickly dispersed at a very high speed, running really fast. Li Qing sneered and took this opportunity to infuse all the fusion energy from the surrounding planets into the X-009 main star. Boom! Boom boom boom! A roar erupted from the planet's inner core. Wu Deshio and the others were also clear that once this plan ended, no matter how it ended, the planet's inner core would collapse. At a minimum, it will become a white dwarf star, or even a neutron star or black hole. After the Dark Star's main ship avoided it, their commander also seemed to notice something wrong. The next second, Li Qing violently yelled, "They found our transmission belt!" Gu Ziyu turned on her battle armor and flew to a dead end, only to see a group of battleships blast the planet with the largest energy transfer out of its original orbit. Under this indiscriminate bombardment, the planet's inner core contracted rapidly, and all energy supplies stopped. Click! An odd sound came from outside the light curtain. Li Qing slowly raised his head. A huge mecha was rushing towards them. The means are endless then. Li Qing gritted his teeth and spoke, leaving the main control seat. Old 10. Speak. Li Qing said. They came out of their mechs, preparing to use the super photon chains within the mechs to cut through our energy shields. Learning the hard way? Gu Ziyu eeped. Under the roiling sky, hundreds of mechs rushed outside the light curtain. Their chests opened up circular matrices, and a purple bolt of electricity rushed out from the mecha reactors, lightning-like, cutting a gap in the light curtain in an instant. These several hundred mechs, if all of them were thrown on Earth, I don't know how beneficial they would be to the enhancement of Earth's technology. But instead, they used several hundred mechs to make a path. These mechs would all be destroyed the moment the light curtain completely burst. Not a single one would be left. Gu Ziyu said, Old 4, I'll go turn on the body of steel. Good. Be careful. Gu Ziyu said, Don't worry, I know this better than you. Nonsense again. Li Qing teased. In this situation, one could still maintain this mentality. Not only was Li Qing experienced in battle, he also had a big heart that should not be underestimated. Gu Ziyu flew to a dead end, he tilted his head and looked at the mech outside. The purple super photon chain was very strong, corrosive energy dedicated. He lowered his head and opened the energy cap on his arm. A virtual cloud floated out. Kodo. Master. Connect the entire planet's internal base expansion unit. Yes. Gu Ziyu carefully opened the energy cover, the dead center position the Dark Star people wouldn't be able to discover for a while. He was going to utilize this short 10 seconds to activate all the extensions of the entire planet. Just as Gu Ziyu had just activated the extensions, Xiaodong issued a reminder. Master, west 30 direction. Boom. A ray hit Gu Ziyu, faster than the AI Xiaodong's alert. The 10th sun was hit. The atmosphere in the hall froze for a moment. Xia's ground center, Rice, Bear Country. Mars base, Moon base, joint headquarters. Everyone stood up involuntarily. The 10th sun wouldn't be sacrificed just like this, right? Old 10th. On the screen, Li Qing exclaimed. Ahem. Gu Ziyu coughed. It's fine. He opened the system function. I still have one last set of spare battle armor. The Dark Star people really do have a keen sense of smell for technology to the extreme, and they discovered the dead-end dimensional space we set up so quickly. Gu Ziyu reappeared in the screen, his face waxy and slowly covered with a new layer of red battle armor. However, his face was exposed. There were marks on his clean face. Old 4, I swallowed the medicine. Gu Ziyu coughed a few times, smashed open a bottle of bloodline potion, and swallowed it directly. I'm afraid if I don't swallow it now, it'll be too late. What's the hurry? Li Qing seemed to want to dissuade him, but Gu Ziyu had already finished swallowing a bottle. He looked deeply at Gu Ziyu, and a few tears flew out as he shook his head. Boom boom boom. The light curtain shook violently. The mech released the full energy of the reactor and strengthened the super photon chains, splitting faster. After the Dark Star fleet repelled Gu Ziyu from the dead center dimension, all of its attacks instantly whizzed towards the dead center. Gu Ziyu had already repaired the gaping hole in the dead center that had been discovered, and the attacks hit it, sending up ripples. Everyone watching this scene was shocked. As the commander-in-chief, Zhao Yuqi was sensitive to these battle patterns and the atmosphere of war. This was space combat on the peak of a second-grade civilization. To some extent, it had even reached the third level. On air combat, it was still mainly firepower covering strikes. However, if firepower was no longer useful, cold weapon combat would still be resumed. Just like He Pingan's last battle. It was just that the cold weapons of this civilization's technology wouldn't be the same swords, guns, and clubs that Earth had used hundreds of years ago. These battles gave Zhao Yuqi a great deal to think about. This would be the general direction of future battleship group combat. Perhaps the direction of training soldiers would have to be in this direction as well. Battleship sparring was the means. But to invade a galaxy's home planet, it was still a street battle, unless a wave of brain destruction. Conquest or destruction, two different ways. Dark Star was determined to enslave Earth's civilization, to enslave Xia, who had frustrated them several times. They could not afford to destroy it. Conquering and enslaving was rather worse than destroying. But to put it another way, there was still the possibility of rekindling hope in this situation. Zhao Yuqi, as the commander-in-chief, thought mostly about the war aspect. It was just that right now, the stalemated battle situation didn't allow him to think much. Bang bang bang. Violent explosions were constantly invading the light screen and bombarding people's ears. Just watching and listening in front of the screen, it already felt like the eardrums could not bear it. Many people subconsciously reached out to cover their ears and could still hear the ear-piercing roar. One could imagine how tormented the 10th and 4th suns, who were in the center of the bombardment, were. They had no support. They understood that they, themselves, were the bait. Baiting the Dark Star civilization's endless attacks, so that the captain's side could set up the real chi cannon. A head-on confrontation, it's still difficult. The old man crossed his 10 fingers, loosening them in no time, and clenching them together again in no time. The continuous roar caused the light curtain to start shaking drastically, looking as if it would break at any moment. You didn't open it? Li Qing asked unexpectedly. Gu Ziyu said, it's turned on. As soon as he spoke, a steel city wall suddenly sprang out from outside the light screen. These walls rushed upwards along the light screen at a very high speed. Before some people could see clearly, the steel walls had already wrapped around the light screen, and the huge upward impact crushed all those mechs. Hundreds of mechs instantly turned into a sea of fire, exploding into a firework in the air. The steel wall, like a heavenly moat, wrapped the light curtain. In the hall came a burst of inhaling sound. The captain was really saving for a rainy day. Every plan, laid out in advance. How in the world did he do that? Could it be that he was unpredictable? No. If he was unpredictable, the Heaven's Path Protectorate plan wouldn't have to be carried out for so many years. Nor would he have sacrificed. The mecha was destroyed, the Dark Star fleet stopped attacking, the ship spread out and slowly followed behind the main ship, and a touch of gray appeared in the distant skyline. From the side, the Dark Stars don't like to think much, and do things all with their technological sense of smell. They wouldn't bother to suspect that this was a mirror image. They didn't like to think with their brains. This was first revealed when he pinged on was sacrificed. By this point, the probability of the Dark Star people's brains had already been exposed. But even if they couldn't use their brains and wouldn't be able to use ploys, they were unique in their racial sense of smell and technological sense of smell. Li Qing said, they stopped their frontal attack. Don't rush. Gu Ziyu opened the virtual data. They won't give up so easily, unless they found out where the captain and the others really set up their chi cannons. No, I mean. Li Qing opened the planetary core operation data. They dug through the planet. Gu Ziyu lowered his head violently when he heard Li Qing say this. The earth bulged upwards with a loud bang. The speed was fast. From the time the Dark Star warships stopped attacking until the planet was dug through, it was less than 2 minutes. That meant that by the time the mechs attacked the light curtain with their hyper-photon chains, they had already broken through the original blockade line from the planet's lower overhanging position. Here comes the cold weapon. Li Cheng let out a cold laugh. They couldn't spare the cannon. Gu Ziyu said, they want to take it back and study us through this thing. Old Ten, you keep watch, brother, I'll go and meet them. Li Qing didn't wait for Gu Ziyu to speak. The battle armor spun at extreme speed and rushed into the ground. Gu Ziyu said helplessly, you ran away before I could say anything. Li Qing rushed into the ground and spotted from afar the Dark Star people who had flooded into the interior of the planet through the lower hanging coordinate point. Kuru! The Dark Star people let out piercing shouts of curses as they spotted Li Qing. There were also some very familiar voices yelling, Summerlanders! Kill them all! Enslave them! These twisted Xiagua words, hearing them in Li Qing's ears, made him furious and unable to rest. Sons of bitches! In my hands, I have the heads of over 13,000 of your compatriots. Now you guys will only add another amount of glory to my old man's brilliant battle record. After Li Qing finished speaking, he pulled out a long, glittering sword from behind him with a stabbing sound. This blade, called K-Tian, specializes in slaughtering you all. The battle armor jetted hot air currents, and like a ghost, Li Qing cut off the head of a Dark Star man the moment he swallowed a bottle of bloodline potion. The speed was so fast that it was as if it was a residual shadow. The super speed brought about by the battle armor and the body that already had a wealth of combat experience worked together so well that the Dark Star man didn't even touch his shadow. But this was not a descending blow. The Dark Star man had the aid of technology, and could quickly learn all sorts of fighting as well as the means and techniques of cold weapon combat. In no time, the Dark Star people's attack became well organized. Their bodies were huge, and Li Qing, who was wearing battle armor, was just barely able to match their body frames. The ground was constantly being lifted off, and Li Qing was bathed in blood and covered in blood as he killed them. On the ground, Gu Ziyu quickly adjusted the parameters, his left eye screen displaying the movements of the Dark Star battleship, while his right eye was looking at the virtual mirror image of Li Qing's battle. Master, I'm sorry. Artificial Intelligence Xiaodong opened his mouth somewhat aggrieved. It's okay, their technology is inherently stronger than ours. Gu Ziyu was full of concern as he stared at the Dark Star Master ship, always feeling that something was building up its strength. Ziyu! The captain's voice suddenly came. Captain! Gu Ziyu leaned down. Attention, Black Hole Annihilation Cannon. The mood swings in the captain's voice were obvious. Black Hole Annihilation Cannon? Gu Ziyu's face changed slightly. Finally, he understood where that feeling came from. Gu Ziyu quickly rushed towards the main control seat and shouted, Li Qing, retreat back. They've turned on the black hole device, Black Hole Annihilation Cannon. Boom! The starry sky seemed to be grabbed by something and pulled hard. In an instant, a faint white light whistled from the dark starry distance. Gu Ziyu quickly turned on all the energy devices, and although she was anxious, her tone was still gentle. Xiaodong, advance the program command, electronic protocore launch. Yes. The chi cannon within the mirror image shook through and through, the energy electrons converging crazily, the base emitting a thunderous roar. Hurry, Gu Ziyu said in a deep voice. Fire! A pillar of light erupted from the mouth of the main cannon, blasting together with the faint white light coming from the distance. P.S. The previous chapter was a joke, the 10,000 word update will be completed just the same. Tomorrow will explode. Online to ask for some hyped small gifts and so on. The people watching this scene were ready for the shockwave to sweep across everything. However, Dark Star's white shimmering light engulfed the pillar of light fired by Gu Ziyu in the blink of an eye. The surroundings were peaceful and quiet as a feeling of a storm surging through everyone's mind. Extreme silence, just waiting for that moment to erupt. Yu Tianming suddenly said, the black hole principle devours everything, but it can spit it out. Gu Ziyu let out a roar that did not belong to him. Lao Si. Li Qing didn't reply. Only the angry screams of the Dark Star people could be heard from the ground. Gu Ziyu's eyes widened, and in his bloodshot eyes, he only saw the silent and calm starry sky suddenly distort. Whoosh! A beam ray suddenly shot from the dark starry sky. The black hole exploded. The steel city walls couldn't withstand this violent storm covering them, and they were instantly disintegrated, destroyed, and all collapsed. Old 10, our second defense is gone. Li Qing yelled from the ground. Rotten! Gu Ziyu arched his back, his eyes closing as the tyrannical rays around him destroyed everywhere. Xiaodong. Master. Accelerate to turn on nuclear power and kinetic alternating cooling, pump energy into my battle armor. Master. Just do it. Gu Ziyu's voice was calm. The city walls were destroyed, and the beam rays were like particles running amok, destroying quite a few mirror images. Gu Ziyu raised his head, and a slot of antimatter energy appeared behind him. He stared ahead as endless beams of light were frantically ejected from the major battleships, and he rushed over with an arrow step. Xiaodong, inject energy, quick. Gu Ziyu took one step at a time, each one glittering with nuisance electronic matter. He had sucked up a small half of the planet's energy value in one step. Far away, the blast coalesced into a brilliant pillar of light. Gu Ziyu took one step and stepped at the very front, his battle armor holding up a huge shield, and a strip of energy slots behind him erupted with a blinding electronic light. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, he hardened himself to carry the blow. Launch! The captain's voice appeared on the screen quite abruptly. The next second, Gu Ziyu's shield cracked, his pupils contracted crazily as he said unwillingly, there are still 3 seconds. Master! Xiaodong shouted heartily. Gu Ziyu's battle armor issued a variety of warning sounds. He was wrapped up in the storm backward like a wandering meteorite, smashed a lot of infrastructure facilities, smashed in the death chi cannon base below the sound of a boom. Hiss! Gu Ziyu let out an intolerable sucking sound. He did not yell, nor did he shout at Li Qing. He was silent and ironic, trying to move half of his body out of the bursting facility. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. There was a huge sharp body lodged in his chest, piercing through half of his body and pinning him there. Cough! Gu Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood sludge and opened the inner layer of his battle armor with one hand, pulling out a bottle of black potion. Without hesitation, he smashed it open and tilted his head back to swallow it in one gulp. Blood flowed down his chest in a stream. Due to the bloodline potion and biological DNA, the various substances in their bodies were stronger and more abundant than the average person. Li Qing. He frowned and shouted with force. In an instant, the cluster belt around the planets erupted, one planet after another cracked open, and the extreme nuclear fusion that erupted from the inner core collapsed into a storm. 3 seconds later, centered on the planet itself, it rolled off in all directions. The planets exploded. This scene shook Wu Dishou and the others, their eyes trembling violently. It wasn't just Gu Ziyu's bloodbath, but also the decisiveness and decision-making of the nuclear explosion within the planet to buy time. Su Xiaoman averted her gaze, not daring to look at Gu Ziyu's body. He was pinned there, unable to move for a moment. If the Dark Star people went straight over at this moment, he would definitely die. Can't even do anything to fight back. The Dark Star fleet didn't expect this step either. In the bridge of the main ship, the golden-skinned commander looked at the planet's inner core that burst open, his mouth Korokoro cursed a few times, the outline of the vortex appeared behind him, and the main ship took the lead into the vortex and disappeared. Retreat! Gu Ziyu looked at the starry sky without blinking. They had, for the time being, retreated. A figure rushed out from the ground. Along with the figure coming out, there was also blood that rushed up into the sky. It was as if it was pouring rain, sprinkling over this land. Old 10. Li Qing's battle armor was covered in blood as he rushed to Gu Ziyu's side. Looking at the wretched yet stubborn Gu Ziyu, Li Qing pooh-poohed. You think your body is tougher than mine. Gu Ziyu grinned hard. That goes without saying. Help me, I can't get out. Li Qing shed this set of battle armor and put on the prepared second set as he grabbed Gu Ziyu's hand. Bear with it. Don't you shout 1, 2, 3. I'm not shouting. Li Qing's face was bruised as he restrained his emotions. Two hands, tightly clasped together. Li Qing said, get ready. Don't you. 1, 2, 3. Li Qing closed his eyes and pulled. Hard. Plop. A stream of blood directly beow out. Li Qing opened the medical kit with his hands and feet, treating Gu Ziyu's wound. On the screen, Gu Ziyu's face was pale as he covered the wound, unable to cover it with one hand. Half of his body was torn. You're also too weak. Li Qing sprayed some potion, then used a sticky stuff and covered the wound. Careless. Gu Ziyu endured the pain and smiled warmly. This smile, still so sunny. Ziyu. The captain shouted. Captain. Gu Ziyu tried to stand up straight and almost fell. Li Qing rushed to support her. Are you alright? Small injury. The captain was silent for a moment. You guys take a break. Yes. Li Qing and Gu Ziyu spoke in unison. Taking a break meant that later on, there was something big to do. I know, I'm cold-blooded and I'm selfish. We're here watching them being besieged by the Dark Star, watching them in a bloody battle, and we can't go over to support them. Sometimes when I think about it, I owe the 12 of them too much, but I can't afford to pay them back. This is the smallest price to pay, and the only price to pay, it's the only one we have. The captain's narration flashed by as the black box recorded. Li Qing helped Gu Ziyu and sat down on the far slope. Old 4, you still have 2 sets of battle armor, right? What do you mean? Lend me a set. Gu Ziyu took out a bottle of liquid from the broken battle armor. You wish. Li Qing twisted his head. Hey, cheapskate. Gu Ziyu handed the liquid to Li Qing. This is the wine we brewed in the AO High Galaxy, daughter read. Li Qing's eyes lit up and he looked back again. Haven't you always wanted to drink it? Gu Ziyu shook the daughter red in her hand. Li Qing said, you're so generous now. Seeing as you and I have been born and raised for so many years, I'll reward you with a sip. Gu Ziyu let go of her hand. Li Qing immediately caught it. His eyes had a crystalline brightness, and after smelling the wine, he'd said, it smells like home. Gu Ziyu lowered his head and slowly drew out Li Qing's painting. Snap! A hand hit Gu Ziyu's hand. Li Qing said, what, is it so hard to keep a painting for me? I'm afraid. Afraid of you. Li Qing pressed Gu Ziyu's hand. Gu Ziyu took a sip of daughter's red, leaned against the slope, and muttered, you say, the second time they come, are they going to uproot this place? Li Qing casually responded. Before I met the captain, I never thought that I could become such a person. Gu Ziyu looked longingly at the sea of stars. A person with such a high moral character. Li Qing said with a big grin, this is called defending the country. No conflict. Gu Ziyu put down the bottle, a high-minded person who knows the righteousness of the family and the nation, and understands the honor and disgrace of the nation. Your knowledge is higher than mine, I won't argue with you. Li Qing took the bottle and smashed a sip. It's almost finished. Then drink it all. Otherwise. Gu Ziyu slowly stood up, there's no chance to drink. North Sky City. Quiet courtyard. Shu Kongsheng pointed at the screen and said in a choked tone, old bai, do you recognize these kids? Do you familiarize yourself with these voices? Next to Bai Lanfeng has long been crying. Bai Seju stared intently at the picture, with crystalline tears flashing in his eyes. Maybe it was because his eyes were too deep set and the bags under his eyes were large, how could this tear not flow down? Old Bai. Bai Seju slowly looked towards Zhu Kongsheng. Two old men, gazing at each other after many years. After a while, Bai Seju slowly shook his head. Zhu Kongsheng said sharply, think about it, think about it. He looked at Bai Lanfeng again, can you think about it? This is a matter of national importance, not a matter for your family. Bai Lanfeng's eyes were swollen from crying. Old Zhua, don't ask. Tears rolled back and forth in Bai Seju's eyes. These children, I don't even recognize them. Zhu Kongsheng said, old Bai. It's not that I'm talking about you. You told me back then that the Outpost Cruise program and the plan to train a group of people to go into space coincided with this plan. You used to dedicate yourself to the country, although I didn't understand you and didn't put your report. Bai Seju raised his hand, interrupting Zhu Kongsheng's words. Old Zhu, even if you brought the report up, the country wouldn't implement it. If I believed you in the beginning, I fought as hard as I could for this matter. There is no if. Bai Seju's voice was not old all of a sudden. He shivered and tried to stand up. Bai Lanfeng hurriedly supported him. Bai Seju said, I don't know these children, but they are the country's heroes, the pride of the motherland, and the heroes of the whole world. Old Zhu, this proves that my original decision was not wrong. It was you guys who were wrong. It was you guys that were wrong. Zhu Kongsheng said, yes, it's me who was wrong. We were wrong, old Bai. Now this matter is not only related to the return of the heroes, but also the safety and security of the entire planet. I really don't know. Bai Seju slowly walked back. Zhu Kongsheng looked at Bai Lanfeng, his eyes full of begging. Bai Seju seemed to be tired and sat on the rocking chair in the room, his eyes closed. Child. Shu Kongsheng held the water cup and rubbed it back and forth. Bai Lanfeng said, "Uncle, in fact, I don't know if I should say." "You say." Shu Kongsheng's hand trembled slightly. Bai Lanfeng said, "I have a younger brother, who was accidentally born more than 20 years ago." Shu Kongsheng frowned and looked at Bai Lanfeng in surprise. When he died, he had just turned 18. "Then you are. This year. I'm already 46. Bai Lanfeng pulled her hair. "Is it impossible to see?" Shu Kongsheng's mouth was full of bitterness, and he glanced at Bai Seiju who was rocking his rocking chair. "Why is this matter that none of us know about?" Bai Lanfeng sighed. "My father didn't let this matter become public, and even told me not to mention this matter to anyone." Shu Kongsheng asked softly, "Your brother, what's his name?" "Bai Shuqing. Can you hear whose voice is in here, that resembles your brother's?" Bai Lanfeng glanced at the TV screen and shook his head. "No, my brother is dead." Rumbling thunder exploded in the air, but it just wouldn't rain. Shu Kongsheng sat in the car, reaching out and holding his cane, looking out the window out of his mind. Bai Seiju had a son in his old age. He was 38 years old when he gave birth to this son. The year that Bai Shuqing died also happened to be the year that Bai Seiju went crazy. He vaguely saw a teenager, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and shouting, "Father, goodbye." Bai Lanfeng said that Bai Shuqing had a disease, a deadly disease that could not be saved. After his death, he was buried in his old home. Shu Kongsheng shivered and got out of the car. While looking at the picture situation coming out of the black box, he arranged for someone, and after reporting with the headquarters, he went to Bai Seiju's hometown, Xiang Province. The day Bai Shuqing died, it was pouring rain. Bai Lanfeng recalled that day. Bai Shuqing shivered and knelt in the rain, continuously kowtowing 9 times. How could she not help her up? "Bai Shuqing is like a stone. Father, I can't honor your old man. After I die, you can pretend that I am an unfilial son who has not come to this human world. I'm going to the netherworld to do a great thing. Go and find Master Yan and ask him where the Book of Life and Death is." Bai Lanfeng recalled this and cried pear-shaped tears. The younger brother was crazy. To go to the hell to find Yama, to put the 3 words of Bai Shuqing in the Book of Life and Death, a stroke off. Bai Shuqing said he cannot die, because there is no honoring filial piety. But people's life and death, and how is it their own control? Hunan Province. Shu Kongsheng followed behind a group of people, came to a small village in western Hunan. Bai Shuqing is buried here. Shu Kongsheng is old, was carried up the hillside. He looked at the slightly raised small mound of earth, took a deep breath. "Old Bai, I'm sorry, wait for me to take a look, I'll go back and apologize." The staff dug through the mound and opened a rotting coffin. Shu Kongsheng looked at the coffin, and his pupils shrunk violently. "Old Dean, this matter. Let's do this for now, wait to find a time to talk about it." Shu Kongsheng tilted his head. The sky was blue, and the light had thunder but no clouds. 3 days later, the captain's voice cut through the screen. "I knew that Dark Star would organize a second attack, and it was only this time that they would use the power they thought could completely crush us and destroy our chi cannon. I didn't underestimate Dark Star, nor did I overestimate Old 10 and 4. I just overlooked one thing. The shattered debris around the planet rotated around, and the gravitational effect caused the burst planet to rotate around the main star." Li Qing suddenly looked up. "Captain, Li Qing, where's Ziyu? He, drunk. Nonsense. No." Gu Ziyu's voice was a bit angry. "Don't talk nonsense, Lao Si." The captain's tone eased a bit and said, "We made it to the most crucial moment of the 5th month. They must have understood that they underestimated the strength of your defense that time they retreated." "Humph." Li Qing's mellow voice was particularly reassuring. "So this time, they will attack even more fiercely than they did last time." Old 9 said that to end this early, the Chi interstellar orbital cannon still has 5 hours to set up. Li Qing said, 5 hours? "Yes, 5 hours. Li Qing said, "Captain, that means we have to last 5 hours. "Right. Guarantee to complete the mission." Li Qing immediately pledged loudly. Gu Ziyu, however, said, "Captain, that return flight plan." "Return flight what? That's for 13, Old 6, Little 2 and the others, they've already sacrificed." "You guys, no sacrifices." The captain's tone suddenly intensified, like he had eaten gunpowder. Gu Ziyu trembled and bowed his head. "I'm sorry, Captain. Hang in there for me. You guys have a 1/3 chance. Do you guys understand what 1/3 probability means?" The captain seemed to have broken his defenses a bit. He couldn't, it seemed, stay up emotionally. "Captain, don't be so angry." The 9th son's voice was weak. 1/3, higher than the survival probability of any operation. You guys give me a good life. Even if it's just to survive one. Be alive as well. Our sacrifices are not worth tears. If one of you survives, we've made a profit on this program. Blood gained. The people in front of the screen were shocked by these powerful words and didn't dare to breathe a single breath. "Captain, what a powerful aura." It was also the first time that they, in the recording screen, heard the captain's voice so angry. the sound of being overwhelmed. Li Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, don't worry, we buzz. Long rainbow through the sun." A snowy white exploded into nothingness from the distant sea of stars, and the entire band of cluster stars within a light year all experienced trajectory deviation phenomena. "Captain!" Li Qing rushed into midair and hissed, "Yes, it's light year strike. Light year strike." This was the standard for a tertiary civilization. It consumed a huge value of energy and was rarely used easily unless the place was to be destroyed at all costs. With this kind of destruction, there was no dead zone. Within the range of the galaxy, all existence is completely obliterated, including the planet itself, unless the mass and volume of the planet itself reaches beyond what a light-year strike can cover. For example, the planet that was hundreds of millions of times larger than the sun could not be completely destroyed by the light-year strike. "Captain, it's too late." Gu Ziyu stared at the snow-white mane that was like a long rainbow through the sun, streams of light reflected in her eyes. "Li Qing, Ziyu, this isn't a fully activated light-year strike, it's a half-step light-year." The captain's speech was fast, the time was urgent. "Avoid it, big deal, let them discover our position, avoid it." "Captain!" He pinged on and their voices rang out one after another. "Captain, let's go over." "Captain, we can't just watch, we still have a chance, big deal, we don't want the Qi heavy artillery." "Right. Captain, let Lao C and Lao X be safe. We still have the next interstellar railgun." The ninth son also said with some hesitation, "Team, Captain." All shut up. On the screen, the sound of engines roaring resounded again. "You get down here." He pinned on. "Captain." He pinned on tried to fight, desperately, his voice thick with sobs. "Our 13 brothers, one dead is one less, we can't Captain, can't watch." The captain said, one by one. "Forget your mission. 3 years and 3 years. What did you say?" 11, come on, say it louder. The captain's voice was shaky and angry. 11 didn't dare to speak up and fell silent again. "Old ninth, tear old third down for me." Ninth son said, "Lao San, listen to the captain doesn't want to, but we have to have a trade-off, we have to." "Ah!" He pinged on let out a furious howl. The captain took a deep breath. "Li Qing, Ziyu. Captain. It can be avoided, this kind of half-step light years, it can be avoided. Captain, we can avoid it, but what about the mirror image?" The captain was silent for a few seconds. "Old 10, old 4, do you remember the oath you took with me, under the flag?" "Remember. Remember it clearly." "Yes. Louder." The captain's tone, forcefully unyielding. "Captain, we remember our mission clearly." "Good, very good, old 10, old 4, no matter how it ends, the Son of Man return program will send you home." On the screen, the sound of forced sobs made the people watching this scene suffer, completely breaking their defenses. No one would feel ashamed of themselves for crying at this moment. Their tears, one by one, fell on the motherland earth, cohesion into a blooming flower. How much torment has the captain endured? Wu Dixio's eyes opened angrily, and the tears flowed into his mouth, bitter and sweet. He endured the pain of his comrades, the human sons he brought out to earth who would be sacrificed at any moment, and had to subdue the other human sons who wanted to go to the rescue. He had to maintain absolute sanity to suppress the terrible pain and anger in his heart. Was he a robot? Could he really bear it? Wu Dixio believed it, all of them believed it. No one was in more pain and sorrow than the captain at this moment. He, however, could not sit down and cry out loud in pain. Once he collapsed, the other subs would only be more impulsive. Half a step light years flying close to. The captain slowly said, "Erlangtian arithmetic is on, give me a clear calculation of this half-step light year." He took a step back after saying that. "Old 10, old 4. Captain. Farewell, I look forward to news of your victory, and I will be here, waiting for your return. We, your comrades, are watching you." The captain's tone, one word heavier than the next. He stepped back and opened his mouth with difficulty. There was no sound. It vaguely felt like 3 words. Flames of light flashed across the sea of stars. A flash of starlight bloomed and swirled in it. Li Qing rushed over and hugged Gu Ziyu as the two of them swooped downward. "Old 10, remember our mission, no one can defeat us, no. Except ourselves." Gu Ziyu's eyes burned with the fire of battle, looking at Li Qing with conviction. Li Qing nodded his head vigorously. "Right." Gu Ziyu opened her arms and popped up a virtual message box. "Xiaodong, goodbye. Master." Xiaodong's voice carried a strong sense of reluctance. "Xiaodong, return to the backup ship, you fuse." "Master." Xiaodong did not know what to say. "Go." Gu Ziyu tilted her head, reached out and opened her hand in front of her, and clenched her 5 fingers with force. A piercing white light annihilated the entire planet in an instant. With the mirror image destroyed, the Dark Star people will realize that it's fake, and they'll be the first to use the mirroring principle to find the true location of the Qi heavy artillery. This is the hardest step, but I didn't expect that old 10 would be so brave. Or rather, not brave, but he longs to become whole. To fulfill the motherland. To fulfill me, the useless captain. To fulfill the Earth. The moment the planet was annihilated, the Dark Starfleet reappeared outside the coordinates. An angry, unbearable voice wailed. You lied to us. The Dark Star commander roared at all directions in Xia. You will pay 1 billion times over. The Dark Star's main ship sent out a shockwave and swept off quickly into the distance, as if it was searching for something. Below the annihilated planetary body, Gu Ziyu's battle armor was shattered, and the wounds that had only healed with great difficulty were now dripping with blood again. His lips were snow white, and he weakly opened his eyes, slowly pressing down on the reactor in his chest. The battle armor reactivated, even though it was already shattered. This is the powerful motherland. It's where I grew up. In this warm land, there is brilliant sunshine everywhere. A familiar song came out. Motherland. Gu Ziyu opened his mouth and shouted out these 2 words. He slowly smiled, and gradually, endless rage and battle intent erupted in his eyes. He rolled over and opened his wings, his battle armor carrying him sharply into midair. Li Qing flipped over and rushed out of the darkness. His second set of battle armor had shattered. Half a step of light years had just annihilated the planet for a moment, and he and Gu Ziyu had perfectly survived with the help of the electronic pressure spreading from the planet's main core. Li Qing yelled, Old Ten, what are you doing? Brother! Gu Ziyu looked back at Li Qing. You're better than me, so I'm giving you the family book, promise me for sure. Promise you what? Li Qing's scarlet eyes chased after him. Promise me to take me home. Gu Ziyu's tone was calm as he opened the setting program, and a prepared airship appeared from the darkness. Li Qing's pupils shrank. This was the airship prepared beforehand by the Human Sun's return program. When the 2 of them had come here as bait, the ship had already been prepared from the dark universe coordinates and stranded in constant velocity space. Since you called me brother, fucking listen to me and come down. You come down. Li Qing accelerated to catch up, but at this moment, his battle armor energy had also been depleted quite a bit. Gu Ziyu. Li Qing cried out. Didn't you say you can't cry out? Oh, big liar. Gu Ziyu smiled and swallowed her tears. Li Qing, don't come over. They are going to find the captain's coordinates. That's the most important step of our heavenly plan. Without it, the captain can't execute the 3rd step of the gate of heaven. Li Qing, you, stop right there. Gu Ziyu got on the airship and turned around with a bow. Family book, help me keep the family book. That is the only token to my family. Li Qing jerked violently, as if his heart had been hit by something so hard that it completely thinned out. Even though I know that it won't be seen by my family. Li Qing cried and yelled, get the hell down. Get off. Gu Ziyu turned a deaf ear. Xiaodong. Master. Xiaodong's voice was faintly crying. Enter constant velocity space. Master, I will hibernate until Master executes the return plan. Don't hibernate, you can't return. Gu Ziyu closed the hatch. Li Qing, Captain, comrades, and the motherland and my family, goodbye. The airship entered the dark dimension and disappeared. Li Qing couldn't catch up with the airship. He shouted with his heart ripped out, Gu Ziyu, you son of a bitch. You called me brother, you're a fucking younger brother. Is there a younger brother who protects his older brother? I'll grass his mother. Ah, P.S. I've been bottoming out at 4 chapters lately, basically 10,000 word updates. Don't say I only have 2 to 3 chapters a day. Also don't send razor blades, I live in the countryside, express delivery can't. Small gifts to go a go, urge more point a little. The data suddenly started to drop. Is it because you guys are raising the book? Don't raise the book. Be sure to promise me to add bookshelves, okay? Gu Ziyu sat in the cockpit. He opened the various regulators. Constant velocity space, when exceeding the speed of light for a space leap, once the sight acceleration stay is turned on, you will enter constant velocity space. This space, there was no passage of time, nor temperature or wind speed. This space is static. He silently looked out the porthole into the darkness. As at this moment, he was lonely inside. Xiaodong, I'm actually really tired. Master, Xiaodong will always be with you. But even if I'm tired, I can't give up. If I live for 1 more year, I can help the captain, help the motherland, and continue to fight for 1 more year. But being a man is about trade-offs, that's what the captain said. He is not giving up on us. He is fulfilling us. Gu Ziyu said while tears rolled from her eyes. Do you know why I named you Xiaodong? Master, my son, just 8 months old, I left. I just thought of a name for him. It's called, Gu Qiaodong. Qiaodong. Toward the east. It's a pity, 8 months, and I never returned home. Gu Ziyu smiled. He didn't have a picture or something to remember him by. He wanted to pull out something to look at, but there was nothing. He only had one thought. There was only one thought left. The captain is still waiting for me. Gu Ziyu's disoriented eyes abruptly sobered. He slapped himself violently. Confused, Gu Ziyu. His eyes converged on one point and he quickly said, Xiaodong, full speed ahead, get out of constant space, I'm going to give the Dark Star Mastership a surprise. The ship staggered, struggling within constant speed space. Captain. Li Qing, where's Ziyu? Captain, I know. The captain's voice lowered, he entered constant space. What? Ninth Sun and the others all opened their mouths in surprise. The captain said, in another 10 minutes, Dark Star's fluctuating search will find this place, but Archie heavy artillery will still need an hour and a half. Captain. Gu Ziyu's voice suddenly appeared. Li Cheng exclaimed, could you Gu Ziyu? 10th Sun, Gu Ziyu, report to the captain, I have locked on to the enemy's main ship. Please don't worry about the motherland and the people, comrades, wait for my good news, I will destroy the enemy's main ship. Gu Ziyu didn't bother with Li Cheng, and after reporting the situation, he once again snuffed out the connection. Gu Ziyu. You son of a bitch. Li Qing fell to his knees on the shattered orbital line. The main ship's scan was about to cover Tianyuan 4. Just at this instant, a point of light sprang out of the darkness. With lightning speed, it turned into a torrent. Like that rising sun, it crashed into the Dark Star's main ship without hesitation. Gu Ziyu stood up and turned around, facing his unseen comrades and gave a thumbs up. Who says that the literati can't go on an expedition? Old 10. A tender voice shouted, breaking the tone. Li Qing's body stormed with a murderous aura. His eyes dripped blood, and his bitten lips were dripping with blood. Gu Ziyu, how can I, as a brother, be worthy of you? How can I be worthy of you? He pinched and exploded the battle helmet with force, desperately slamming it on the rail line. He thought he was stronger than Gu Ziyu. He would protect Gu Ziyu. He would be the one to die first. But he didn't expect. His heart, gone. Completely gone. Airship full range damage, inner core kinetic coolant rapidly rotating, compressed dark matter converted to electron nuclei, annihilation range, 500 kilometers. Xiaodong's voice sounded at last. Xiaodong can't sleep, can't take care of his master, can't bring his master back to the ship. Xiaodong is going to die. The shield of the Dark Star Master ship immediately broke. The next second, a massive fracture collapsed. Inward contraction. The main ship became shattered. The other battleships were affected, and after the loss of the mastermind, these battleships locked onto Li Cheng. They might have gotten an order to dive. The captain stared at the darkness engulfing the distance. There was no spark, the internal contraction engulfed that. Ziyu, goodbye. I'm sorry, return flight plan, disabled. You'll stay forever in this sea of stars that you fought with your life. Don't worry, I will always be with you. The captain's voice, very restrained, very restrained. Li Cheng watched the flash of light that engulfed the darkness turn away. He slowly stood up. Opening the inner layer of his battle armor, he took out the family letter. The heart-shaped family letter stung his eyes. Old 10. Li Qing murmured, put the family letter away, and once he raised his head, the wrecked battleship continued to dive towards his location. Li Qing didn't wear a helmet. He didn't have a helmet to wear anymore. He only had this last set of photonic battle armor left. Ziyu, let good brother, pull a group of cushions for you. Li Qing grabbed behind him, and his longsword KT on Thunderbolt came out. He smashed open nearly 10 bottles of potions and desperately poured them down. Captain, I have Old 10's family letter on me, on my behalf, go home. Li Qing roared furiously and rushed up. The silhouette illuminated the starry sky. It disappeared. The flashy colors obscured the ocean of stars. Wings cleaved through the fog. The hideous Dark Star people slashed at Li Qing's battle armor with all sorts of strange weapons. The queer sky was blood red and dark and shiny. The two colors reflected each other, shining on that numb face. 1008, 1801. Li Qing's body was riddled with holes, and his face was even more bloody, with snow-white bones bursting out. 2001, 2005, can't remember. Li Cheng plopped down on one knee. Huang Nui. Master, energy supply depleted. Charge me, charge my bones. Li Qing had just finished speaking when his face suddenly became extremely agonized. His chest was suddenly pierced by a wing and raised high in the air. In the Xia ground command hall, a cry converged into a sea wave. Oh my god. Su Xiaoman covered her mouth as tears fought to rush out. This scene tore the hearts of many people. They knew that Li Qing, in order to give Gu Ziyu, to this person who called him a brother, the best return. Wings still really hard. Li Qing slashed down. The Dark Star man screamed and retreated. Li Qing's bones clicked all over his body, and he violently rushed forward. Kill. Kill. Old 10 wait for your brother. Li Qing killed and killed. His back was already nothing but white bones. Master, the yellow girl is about to go dormant. Detection has no life characteristics. We'll wait for the return of the Son of Man. Yellow girl will always accompany Master. The voice of the yellow girl is weak and feeble, and there is no more sound between the distortions. Li Qing knelt down on one knee, and when he looked up, a touch of starlight swirled in the distance. The starlight swings open the universe. Huaxia shines among them. Li Qing muttered. Click. His neck, cut in half. Su De couldn't help but yell. Li Qing slowly turned back. In the distance, a voice, like a madman. Fire the cannon. Boom. Tianyuan for a column of light, half a step across the light years. Qi interstellar railgun, the first cannon, fired from Tianyuan 4. Li Qing opened his arms and sank downward. He seemed to remember something, and touched his chest with all his might, finally touching the thing. Li Qing wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, his face stiffened. He pressed hard on that spot to make sure the thing wouldn't be lost, slowly falling down. Perhaps, it would be possible to reunite with the damn Guziyu, right? Qi heavy artillery, the only interstellar railgun, successfully set up. The captain's voice slowly dispersed. I cannot open the return program, can only leave Li Qing in the Sky Garden 4, stay under the heavy artillery he guarded. And Guziyu. He was in this starry sky, watching us, and we accompanied him. This cannon has opened the pattern, it's time to prepare for the next step. The country is broken, the city is in spring, the grass is deep. Flowers splash with tears in times of feeling, and birds of prey in times of hate. It has been 11 years since the beacon fire, and letters from home are worth 10,000 gold. The white head is scratching even shorter, and I wish I could not win the hairpin. P.S. Starlight swings open the universe, and China shines among them. The 10,000 word update is complete. As usual, give Ziyu and Li Qing a ride. Not at all knife, really sweet, I just bit my teeth to eat sugar. The plan of the Qi cannon is considered a success. But the hall was solemn. No one cheered, no one applauded. The old man let go and looked around. Everyone's face cannot be strained, leaving deep tear tracks. The younger people cried even harder. The moment emotions erupt, no one can stop it, nor will they. The more you cry, the more you can remember this moment. Remember that these martyrs, for the Xia kingdom, for the earth, made great achievements that will last for thousands of years. The old man exhaled and asked, have Li Qing and Guziyu's families contacted us? Sir, not yet. The old man frowned slightly. No? Yes, no. The secretary picked up the phone and looked at it in detail before saying, Sir, there are currently no clues on the nationwide side, and he wonders if it's the same as Song Shuebing's, and that the hero's family members don't know about this yet. The old man said, check it out. Li Qing was unknown for now, but Guziyu definitely had family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written a family letter. He Pingon was an orphan, so he didn't write one. Li Qing at least drew a picture. He Pingon really didn't leave anything behind. Of course, if He Pingon knew that Su Lin had given birth to a son for him, he would definitely have left something. Guziyu had a family, and there was bound to be. Ground Command Headquarters Chief Conference Room. The old man sat in the middle of it tiredly. Shu Kongsheng had just rushed back, so dusty that he didn't even have time to drink. Old Ju, what did you find out? Shu Kongsheng said, Bai Lao, Bai Seiju has a son. The old man opened the information. The Civil Affairs Bureau side and the Public Security side had already submitted Bai Seiju's household family information. He looked at it for a while, nodded and said, Bai Seiju's son is called Bai Shuqing. He died more than 20 years ago due to illness. The old man raised his head as he finished speaking. This identity information has not been erased. Shu Kongsheng drank a large amount of water, looked at Wu Deshio and Zhao Yuqi in them, and nodded. Yes, the identity information was not erased, but, sir, we went to the place where Bai Shuqing was buried. The knot in his throat shrugged a few times. Bai Shuqing, not in the coffin. Zhao Yuqi was surprised. Not in the coffin? Fake death? Wu Deshio subconsciously said. The old man frowned tightly. What is Bai Seiju up to? False death cannot be ruled out. Shu Kongsheng shook his head with a sigh. However, Bai Seiju himself refused to say. His daughter Bai Lanfeng said everything. Bai Seiju might really not know about this. Even Bai Lanfeng didn't know that the coffin was empty. Are you sure? The old man looked at Zhu Kongsheng questioningly. Shu Kongsheng said, I'm sure, Bai Lanfeng can't fake it. She only knows that Bai Shuqing died due to illness, and Bai Seiju has been devastated ever since. Zhao Yuqi said, I know very well what kind of character Bai Seiju is. If it was his son who passed away due to illness, it's unlikely that he would go crazy. Old Zhu, you and he used to be co-workers, you should know his character even better. This blow wouldn't be enough to make him go crazy. Shu Kongsheng said, I understand, but that's not the problem. The old man got up and said, alright, I'll go look for him, you guys continue with the rest of the work. When the old man left, Sheen Hansen said, open the connection with the Mars base, let's see how the Breaker's pilot training is going, and over at Sky Court 4, the hero is still waiting for us. The electronic screen flashed for a while, connecting to the Mars base. Yu Tianming looked as if he was many years younger. He said with a smile, Deshio, old Zhao, old Zhu you're here too. Shu Kongsheng said, with such a big event, how could I not be here? Teacher, how is the research on the Skybreaker going? Yu Tianming heard about the Skybreaker and became more and more happy. Old Zhang has a bit of something, figuring out the general outline of the AI's program modifications to the Skybreaker. Actually, I have to thank the AI Arlene. All the ways it uses are connected to our Xia's habits and principles. It preserved the very core of the Skybreaker, the Spaceleap engine, and has been modified to adapt to any mode of operation. It was rare for Yu Tianming to be so browbeaten. Currently the Skybreaker's restoration is almost perfected. At the same time Old Fang and the others have begun intensive training. The battleship operation is different, not to mention the AI has been modified. As long as we figure out the other details of the Skybreaker and familiarize ourselves with the internal environment and emergency training of the Skybreaker, we can officially depart. Zhao Yuqi said, Old Yu, then the firepower on the Skybreaker. The firepower is insufficient. Yu Tianming said inside, it can't be helped. Qin Hansen said, the lack of firepower is not the point is this space-leaping folding engine. With this kind of engine, only then would it have the qualification to rush out of the star sea. Dark Star civilization is indeed very powerful, all kinds of technological weapons thrown out in a brain, not to mention those few perverted interstellar weapons, just the conventional space combat firepower, can easily overthrow the Earth civilization. But, the Dark Star people still have to fight the human sons in a physical battle. Technology is so advanced. Why do they still want to fight a physical battle? There are only a few possibilities. First, the firepower consumption is too big, have to save it. Civilization is high, does not mean that the resources are endless, especially the Dark Star or across the light-years star-sea combat, more likely not in a dimension. Second, long-distance combat, follow-up supply cannot keep up. Every time the Dark Star civilization sends troops and warships to attack the solar system and fight with the 13 suns, it has to consume a huge amount of energy bodies. The most troublesome thing was that the 13 suns also crumbled their conveyor belts from time to time, and these consumptions were not a simple matter of bullets. Third, cold weapon combat was actually the standard for advanced civilizations. After all, those weapons are generally only used to fight space battles, or extreme destruction battles. In a real fight, it was still a case of white knives in, red knives out. Song Shuebing, He Pingan, and Li Qing had all confirmed this. Shu Kongsheng said, Old Yu, how much longer is it expected to depart? Within a month. So long? Shu Kongsheng was a bit puzzled. Can it be sped up a bit? Yu Tianming said, it's already sped up desperately. Anyone would want to fly to Tianyuan 4 now and take a look at the Qi heavy artillery that the captain left for us. This interstellar railgun, that was a true cosmic heavy weapon. The Skybreaker is not repaired so quickly, and the training must be steady. Even if it's already familiar, it must be simulated at least 100 times or more. We've already waited for more than 20 years, can't we wait for even a month? One cannot be too reckless. Yu Tianming seemed to be trying to convince everyone here with a grand theory. Zhao Yuqi said, I know what you're saying, and I understand that, but Tianyuan 4 keeps transmitting signals, and that's something that the Dark Star people must destroy if they even pull out something like Lightyear Strike. I'm afraid that it will attract civilization to spy on it. Old Yu was about to speak. A young scholar shouted, Professor Yu, unidentified flashes of light have been discovered by the observatory's Cold Lake observation base. Yu Tianming turned around violently. How far away is it? 3,000 light-years away. Where's the signal source? No signal source released. Zhao Yuqi stood up horribly. It couldn't be that what was said came to pass. A flash 3,000 light-years away, approaching the solar system at a constant speed. No signal. No familiar code. Mysterious and unknown. Yu Tianming stared at the information transmitted from Cold Lake as the flash of light gradually approached in spec form. Although it did not send out a signal, in the original signal fluctuations of the flash, the expert found several points that were the same as those on the side of Tianyuan C. It also means that the flash of light is rushing to Tianyuan 4. Is it for Qi heavy artillery? Could it be that right now, the Earth proper is still in the formation set up by the captain? But why can't we observe it? One thought flashed through Yu Tianming's mind, but none of them were good. This matter, we can't simply think that it might be the return of the Son of Man or from other heroes. We have to take this matter seriously. We have to consider this matter with the worst possible intentions. Old Zhang and the others spoke up. Zhao Yuqi's side was all in favor of it. The enemy in this situation was unknown now, and it was also unknown to what extent the Heavenly Tao Protectorate plan had been implemented now. Earth, it had to be integrated. Yu Tianming said in a deep voice, speed up. Compress the time. Half a month at the most. Be sure to let the Skybreaker depart. He understood the importance of grabbing time. Half a month. In the Mars base, Su De and Wang Jianjun, they were all a bit embarrassed. Yu Tianming said, this is a race against destruction, a race against an advanced civilization that could possibly be flying towards our planet right now. Do you guys have so little confidence? Old Wang, don't tell me that you don't have any confidence. Wang Jianjun exclaimed, how can that be? Within half a month, I'll absolutely train this group of boys properly and head to Tianyuan 4. Guarantee to complete the mission. Su Di also straightened his chest. Yu Tianming continued to look at the datagram. He understood that he had to grab this step in time. No matter what the other party was, human potential could be developed infinitely or forced out by force. The 13 Sons fought against the Dark Star civilization, and time again, they inspired the upper limit of their potential in a desperate situation, and time again. Could it be that we can't do it even once? Zhao Yuqi got up and straightened his uniform and slowly said, I have to go to the military department as well, so that the sons and daughters of Xia can familiarize themselves with the real space war. I'll leave this place to you guys, keep in touch. Old Wu, you are the most promising middle generation in the Academy of Sciences, show your skills. Wu Deshio met the trusting eyes of all of them and nodded vigorously. Courtyard. The old man got out of the car. By Seiju, even if he didn't have anything to do with this incident, his son did die. He, however, was still the chief engineer who had designed the moon base. It was a scientist that could almost be on par with Zhu Kongsheng. The old man straightened his clothes and slowly walked to the entrance of the quadrangle. The secretary and Bai Lanfeng were already standing at the door waiting. It was natural that the old man would be notified in advance when he came to visit in person. Sir, Bai Lanfeng handed the old man water. She had also washed some fruits and placed them on the table in the courtyard. The old man took the cup of water and saw Bai Seiju sitting in the courtyard. Bai Seiju was slowly swaying his rocking chair with his eyes closed, and the scene looked very cozy. Elder Bai. The old man smiled and walked over. I came to see you. Bai Seiju seemed to be better in all aspects of his spirit since he had met with Zhu Kongsheng, and he opened his eyes as soon as he heard the voice. Lord. Sir. Bai Seiju wanted to stand up. The old man hurriedly held Bai Seiju. Bai Lao, don't rush, take your time, don't rush. Mister, why did you come also did not inform me in advance? Bai Seiju let out a laugh that was different from the usual. The old man said, I notified but you all were napping just now, Lan didn't want to wake you up. Bai Seiju said, you're so busy, and still wasting time to come see me as a bad old man. The old man immediately said unhappily, Bai Lao, what are you talking about? You designed the moon base in the first place, that was our Xia's first base on the outer planets. You're a Republican medal winner, and the students you brought with you are now all on their own at the moon base, and have done a lot of great things for the country. It's only right that I come to see you. Moreover, I'm not just a person coming to see you, I'm also representing the people of my country, representing. The old man said here and paused. Bai Seiju pulled the old man to sit down, pointing to the fruit and said, eat some fruit, the child bought it, it's all fresh. The old man took a deep breath and said, Bai Lao, I also represent the 3rd son, the 13th son, and the 7th son, who has now returned to the motherland and returned to his hometown, to see you. Who? Bai Seiju didn't understand. The old man said, 3 of the 13th sons who have returned to their homeland. What 13 sons? Bai Seiju looked at the old man strangely. Sir, why are you like Zhu Kongsheng, coming to talk to me about something inexplicable? The old man looked at Bai Lanfeng and added, Elder Bai, you should know about the 13th son's expedition to outer space for the motherland, right? Oh, I see. Bai Seiju smiled. Now, all of you have come to ask me about that plan in the first place, haven't you? The outpost cruise plan I talked about in the first place, it coincides with this 13 sons now, so you all think I know about it? The old man nodded. Bai Zelju suddenly became agitated. All of your departments don't know. How could I know? You are in charge of this country, and you all don't even know, and come to ask me. Cough cough cough. Dad. Bai Lanfeng hurriedly smoothed Bai Seiju's back. The old man sighed. You're right, but we do know nothing about this, indeed. But Bai Lao, your son Bai Shuqing, perhaps. Hearing the 3 words Bai Shuqing, Bai Seiju's face steeply reddened. My son is dead. My son died when he was 18 years old. Dead. Bai Seiju was so agitated that he coughed violently and his face became extremely bad. The old man hurriedly said, quickly, help Elder Bai to rest. Bai Seiju waved his hand, telling Bai Lanfeng to leave him alone. Sir, my son was 19 years old when he got an incurable disease, gone, really gone. The old man said, Bai Lao, but. He wanted to tell the matter of Bai Shuqing's burial. I know what you are thinking, if I have that ability, will I still let my son leave me? Bai Seiju smiled, his eyes glistening with tears. Shuqing, is a stubborn and rebellious child, always saying that he's leaving me, telling me not to be sad. I always hear him say this, said once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. I wonder if he is bewitched, always talking to me about this. Bai Seiju raised his hand and slapped it down one by one. I was very angry, I scolded him, I beat him, I even wanted him to go to the mental hospital for treatment. Bai Lanfeng listened and turned his back to wipe his eyes. He said, Father, I'm going to die. I said, you have a cure, medicine is so advanced now, it can be cured. Shuqing said again, Father, son is dying, sorry, can't do filial piety. Bai Seiju cried in a way that made people's livers cut off. I want to cure him. You guys in the future, don't come back and talk to me about these things. Bai Seijo slightly trembled as he walked towards the house. Shu Qing, father, I miss you. He said these words in a slurred manner, and step by step, he walked into the hall. The old man rose and slowly bowed. Sir. Bai Lanfeng sent the old man to the door, thought for a moment, and said, although my brother left very early, there were several times when he said some strange words in front of me and father. What words? He said, father, every time I come to see you, I can't let you go. The old man let out an alas, pitying the world's wandering children, and also pitying the world's parents. Xiaolan, your father he is very normal now, so what happened when he retired due to illness? Bai Lanfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't remember much, so many years have passed, I have also forgotten many things. But I remember, the day my brother died, I remember my father losing his temper and saying how long are you going to torture me? Later, my father began to be a little abnormal, began to babble, what you die early forget it. Also said, also I am your old man, you torture me like this. You die dry. Then said time space and other things, so completely crazy. Bai Lanfeng finished, wiping her eyes, her nose red from crying. The old man listened to these words, his heart did not feel good, but he still had to ask. Torture? Bai Lanfeng held back her tears and nodded her head, that illness has to be taken care of every day. Okay, I know, you stay with your father, if you need anything, call me, secretary. Sir. Elder Bai's family, the motherland is in charge. Yes. The old man does not ask why this matter is not reported, perhaps they all do not want to take this kind of private matter to trouble the country. Then, Bai Shu Qing, was he one of the 13 sons or not? Or, was it one of the people who knew about this plan? The old man got into the car, suddenly received a phone call. This day early in the morning. It was drizzling. The old man Zhang Zeshan came to the mouth of a hudong in North Sky City. This place had retained its appearance from years ago and had never been remodeled. Zhang Zeshan also hadn't been here for a long time, and as he looked at the somewhat familiar and unfamiliar surroundings, he couldn't help but sigh. At the entrance of the hudong, a 12 or 13-year-old girl waited there, and after seeing Zhang Zeshan, the girl raised her hand in salute. Sir, my grandfather is waiting for you inside. Zhang Zeshan walked over with his secretary and the others, holding the child's hand, and walked into an old courtyard house. Under the dripping eaves, a flowery old man sat in a taiji chair, tilting his head back to look at the fine drizzle. My family lives on the shore. A melodious song floated through the courtyard. Grandpa, Mr. is here. The girl held Zhang Zeshan's hand and walked through the rain. Zhang Zeshan looked at old grandpa and smiled. How have you been? The old man smiled faintly. I'm in good health, not like old Bai. The secretary and others knew that this white-haired old man was the previous Mr. State, named Jiang Hutao. Zhang Zeshan said, you called me yesterday and said about the matter about old white. Jiang Hutao sat upright, slowly pushed over a teacup to Zhang Zeshan, poured tea again, and slowly said, it is said to be Lao Bai, but in fact, it is the 13th son. Half a month later, Mars Base. Xiaofleet Commander-in-Chief Feng Huaigui stood at the gate of the base, put on a special combat spacesuit, took Wang Zhangwo and Su Di, as well as other experts and warriors, and boarded the Skybreaker spaceship. Yu Tianming raised his hand high and gave a thumbs up. All the way, smooth sailing. The Skybreaker departed, heading to Sky Garden 4. Distance, 10 light-years. This time, the purpose of traveling to Sky Court 4 was to search for the Chi-Star interstellar orbital cannon. At the same time, to find the fourth son, Li Qing, who had long rested under the heavy cannon space. Half a month of training, too short. The good thing is that simulation of spaceleap, this kind of experiment, is not difficult. The difficult thing is to arrive at the Tianyuan 4, encountered unexpected situations of random reaction. This voyage, the attention of all the people. Lunar Base, Summer Ground Center, Rice Base, Bear Country, Joint Headquarters, all made full preparation for this voyage. Although the Dragon Song was a transportation ship, but this ship has the same spaceleap engine on board, as a backup to support the Skybreaker at any time. To make it this far in half a month was already their limit. Racing against the clock really brought back memories. Inside the Skybreaker, Feng Huaigui sat in the command room. The pilot was a professional, veteran warrior with more than 20 years of piloting Xia's space battleships. Motherland, Motherland. Feng Huaigui spoke in a deep voice. The Skybreaker is about to take off. Motherland receives, please follow the scheduled time and leave Mars orbit. Skybreaker receives. Feng Huaigui stared ahead and shouted, prepare to take off and leave Mars orbit. The hot airflow spewed out a long rainbow on the Martian Earth, and the Skybreaker took off, leaving the Martian orbit and entering the vast sea of stars. Motherland, it has entered the predetermined orbital position. Motherland received, please begin searching for dark universe coordinates based on engine characteristics. Motherland, the braking space engine comes with a search that allows access to the hyperspace dark universe. Roger. Pay attention to safety. Fang Huaigui pressed a switch and shouted, "Sons and daughters of the people, scientists of the Summer Kingdom, please enter the sleep state according to the previously selected location. We are about to turn on molecular disintegration and enter the dark universe coordinates for a hyperspace leap to Tianyuan 4. Everyone, enter the dormant pod immediately. Everyone, enter the dormant pod immediately." Yu Tianming returned to the hall, staring intently at the satellite shot of the skybreaker. At the same time, the entire globe was watching this scene. This would be mankind, for the first time, traveling at FTL speeds. This was the first step to greatness. Countdown begins. Molecular disintegration initiated. About to enter the coordinate point. Please put everyone into a sleep state. Never open your eyes. Yu Tianming clenched his fists. His mouth kept saying, "It must succeed. It must succeed." The Xia Ground Command Center. Wu Dishio and Qin Hansen, they were all looking at the electronic screen as well. Go for it, Skybreaker. It must succeed. About to turn on the hyperspace engine acceleration and enter the lightwave tunnel. Molecular disintegration countdown 3, 2, 1. The Skybreaker lengthened its lightwave and disappeared in an instant. Only a white-silver light was left behind, gradually dissipating into the dark starsea. Yu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief and entered the dark universe coordinates. This step had passed. The next step was to come out from the dark universe coordinates. The live broadcast screen kept locking onto the signal source. The Skybreaker was flying towards Tianyuan 4 at a speed that made experts around the globe smack their lips. A hyperspace leap, a speed that surpassed the speed of light by an unknown number of times. In this, there was a feeling that time was an eternity. If you accidentally opened your eyes, your mind would remain in the superluminal space for eternity, never to come out again. That is, become crazy. The sleep state was able to cancel out this eternity perfectly, allowing the astronauts to, safely, reach the other side. 10 minutes passed. Every second was torture. The experts were staring closely at the data, giving feedback on the current state of the Skybreaker. Everyone had a taut face, not daring to be careless for a moment. Half an hour passed. The data of the Skybreaker is normal. Flight is normal. Fuel is sufficient. No other signal fluctuations detected. Everything is safe. Every half hour, the world will come to a big report. And Xia is the center point of this report. The Moon and Mars bases have been sweating. The first space leap to go so far away, in case they couldn't come back, it would all be for nothing. But, through the darkness comes the dawn. 5 hours later, the Skybreaker leaves the dark universe coordinates. The Skybreaker has entered the range of the Bojangles galaxy. The Skybreaker has entered its intended orbit and is at a distance of $3 from Skycourt 4. One exhilarating news after another came out, causing the globe to boil. Humanity's first cross-space shuttle through the universe has succeeded. Yu Tianming had just taken a short nap when he was blasted awake by old Zhang. Knowing that the Skybreaker had successfully entered the orbit of the Bojiang constellation, he immediately put on his clothes and entered the command hall against his exhaustion. Half an hour later. Motherland, Motherland. Fang Huaigui's voice came out from the electronic screen. We have successfully crossed light years and arrived at the Bojiang constellation Skycourt 4. On the screen, the shape of Skycourt 4 appeared. Around Skycourt 4, there was a group of planets that rotated around Skycourt 4. The Skybreaker formed a simulation of the galaxy's orbit in a minute. It's beautiful. Su Xiaoman stood behind Wu Dishio, looking at the scene and said heartily, "It's said that Tianyuan 4 has planets suitable for human habitation, and it's really right." Shen Su also said. Wu Dishio nodded, his eyes scorching as he looked at the screen. No civilization existed here, and in the future, it would be a station for Earth's civilization. An outpost point. Congratulations. Zhang Zeshan rose and applauded, shouting at the screen. Thank you for the trust of the motherland. Fang Huaigui's voice changed slightly as he finished. Motherland, we have sensed the exact location of the signal fluctuation. The Chi-Star interstellar railgun had been continuously sending out signal fluctuations to the solar system ever since it had fired a signal and received feedback. The amplitude was relatively low, but each signal fluctuation would cover the solar system perfectly. Motherland, the signal fluctuations are coming from rotating around Skycourt 4, the largest planet on the planet. Meanwhile, in the Mars base, old Zhang's face was grave as he said, Oldju, the Cold Lake base is sending out a second signal. That flashpoint has pulled in 500 light-years from us. 2,500 light-years? Yu Tianming immediately said, Old Zhang, don't worry about that one first. He knew well which side was the focus right now. Besides, that flashpoint was still 2,500 light-years away, and half a month had only dragged it through 500 light-years, which was not a fast speed. The Chi cannon is what we must hold in our hands now. The image sent back from the Skybreaker was already approaching the planet, worthy of being a satellite-class warship. Fang Huaigui looked at the various data displays, his heart was both happy and sad at the same time. The battleship analyzed the situation around Tianyuan clearly. The mass of the planet, the atmosphere, the environment, the wind speed, the temperature, the microorganisms present or the distribution of resources, including whether or not unknown life existed, all at a glance. Skybreaker, search for the Chi cannon. Search for the remains of our hero. At the Xia Ground Command Center, Zhang Zeshan spoke continuously. Yes, Motherland. Feng Huaigui answered. The Skybreaker slowly approached the planet ahead, and due to the temporary lack of a name, it was replaced with Qingyu. The Qi heavy artillery as well as this area was defended by Li Qing and Gu Ziyu with their lives. They deserved it. Planet Qingyu, in addition to the low temperature, other than the difference between the Earth and the Earth is not much, there are mountains and water, just not much coverage. There were no oceans. Feng Huaigui said, have you found our Qiyu interstellar orbital cannon yet? Not found. Suda shook his head, he had been staring at the various scanners, but did not find what they were looking for. Wang Jiangwo suddenly said, the captain hid the Earth proper in the first place, so is the Qi heavy cannon also hidden by the same means? Feng Huaigui said, it makes sense. The Skybreaker circled the surface of planet Qingyu for a while. Let's land at this coordinate point. Feng Huaigui tapped a location on the star map. The battleship descended gently and circled around before releasing its resistance and gravity and landing safely. Feng Huaigui said, prepare to exit the cabin, Team 1 and Team 2 pay attention to the alert. No life objects have been found to exist in the surroundings, but we can't take it lightly. Yes. The warriors put on their helmets and stood at the hatch entrance. As the hatch slowly opened, another milestone of Earth's civilization was officially reached. The Xia people stepped onto the Earth of the planet 10 light-years away, successfully taking this great step. Even though there had already been 13 sons who had paved the way for the Xia kingdom before, taking the lead to come here. But this step was a great step for all of humanity. Sudi excitedly said, Teacher, Xiaomin, Shinsu. Me, I stepped onto the planet 10 light-years away. I am now, standing at the place where the 10th son and the 4th son threw their heads and spilled their blood. I'm so excited. Wu Dishio said, Sude, you've always been one of my best students, keep your mindset up and fulfill your motherland's mission. Yes. Suda took a deep breath and walked out of the hatch. The fighters of teams 1 and 2 were on guard nearby, and the experts came out in a line and began to walk towards the signal transmitting point. The signal fluctuation came from a small valley, with mountains rising up on both sides around it, and a canyon running across both ends in the center. Although the signal fluctuations were strong, they did not find any objects present. There was only one possibility, the Qi heavy artillery was hidden. This was understandable. Wearing combat uniforms, Feng Huaigui and Wang Jiangwo, one on the left and one on the right, took the lead in approaching the mountain canyon location. Commander-in-Chief, General Wang. Signal fluctuations have intensified. A request has appeared, the code is unclear and cannot be translated. The signal receiver in Suda's hand emitted a red point of light. He opened the virtual screen and collected the signal source, but was unable to translate the content. It's urgent, as if it's in a hurry to tell us something. Wang said, is it from the 4th son, Li Qing, the artificial intelligence? Huang Nui. Feng Huaigui also said. Suda said, not sure yet, maybe. Before he finished his words, a curtain of light suddenly appeared around the canyon if it was there, followed by an electronic voice. Home planet DNA frequency fluctuations detected. It was the Xia dialect. Feng Huaigui's body shook as he hurriedly said, quick, scan this place. Su Di and the other experts rushed over. My name is Qi Heavy Artillery, also known as Qi Interstellar Railgun. I was created by the captain, born 16 years ago, and have been here, waiting for the home planet's people. Hearing the familiar and electronic Xia dialect, uttering the word Qi that they were looking for, the warriors and experts, all boiled over. The light curtain shook. You guys, it's here. A familiar voice came out from the light screen. I've been waiting for you guys, for a long time. Wang Jiangwo scurried over in an arrow step, stopped again, stood up straight violently, and saluted. It was the captain's voice. At this moment, everyone straightened up and saluted. In the major command halls, everyone stood up and looked at the screen solemnly. I knew that the motherland would definitely come, because I believe that the motherland, at some point in the future, will come here. The captain's voice was calm and husky. The Qi Heavy Cannon, also called the Qi Interstellar Rail Cannon, is the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom program. I need to use it, to open the Gate of Heaven program, but it is not unique, it must be used in conjunction with the Outer Galactic Gyration and Energy Body Coverage, that is, Galactic Reactor and Planetary Propulsion at the same time, in order to give the Qi Cannon enough energy to open that door. Listening to these words, Wu Dishio said to the person next to him, that door, is it the ultimate gate into the Dark Star? It should be. But that is only the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom program, not the final chapter. Without the Gate of Heaven, they wouldn't even be able to find the exact location of the Dark Star's home planet. This door is not the final chapter, but it is the only passage to the final chapter, the only door. The captain's voice continued. This cannon, the reason why I named it Chi, because Chi is the master of the army of the great things, the army is the main. Without these weapons, these earthly heavy cannons, we cannot continue to open the next plan. What year is this year? The clansman. The captain's voice had joy and despair. Wang Jiangwo yelled, Captain, this year, it is 2066 AD, the 26th year of your conquest of outer space. No, to be precise, it should be 27 years. Feng Huaigui corrected, his heart pounding wildly. He was a veteran general, the commander-in-chief of the Xia fleet. But in front of this captain, he was like a new recruit. What Wang Jiangwo and Feng Huaigui said, the captain couldn't hear, he just left these words here. No matter what year it is, as long as the motherland arrives here, it will be able to activate the Chi heavy artillery. Motherland, this interstellar railgun, is in your hands. It can deter all ordinary invasions by second-tier civilizations, including third-tier civilizations. The specific program is in the Chi cannon's writing code, and the launch window is fused with the Sky Court 4, so there is no need to bring it back. You guys can't bring it back either. The captain said here, his voice changed. There is also the fourth son, Li Qing, who sleeps here for a long time. The motherland, if the return plan is not executed, please bring him back home. The wind, accompanied by the captain's voice, wrote thoughts into the bone marrow. This moment, sparing Feng Huaigui how many great storms he had experienced, he was still in tears. The light curtain shattered. A cannon base that was pitch black and shimmering with electronic layers slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Su De had already been in tears, and the moment he saw the outline of the Chi cannon, he violently lowered his head. The virtual screen shook continuously, and the signal source formed spots that turned into two words. Go home. P.S. Brothers, punch your ratings, urges and flowers, today Saturday, 10,000 words go up. Chi heavy artillery, steel base. It was like a giant beast from China, creeping on the earth. The base looks like steel, but the material used is similar to the Skybreaker, a material called titanium core mineral crystal. This kind of material, Earth did not have. The hardness was needless to say, and it could fuse perfectly with any material. Chi heavy artillery was also using this material. General materials can't support the buffer force of Chi launching a cannon, may not have hit out the light column. The cannon frame collapsed first. The heavy cannon base covers an area of 15 square kilometers. It has been drawing on the planet's nuclear energy electronic energy. At the same time the photon radiation of the 4 stars of the Sky Garden will also give Chi heavy artillery recharge. Similar to a solar sail, it would automatically absorb energy. The overall lines of the turret are smooth, with no extraneous design. The base does not have any maneuverable place. The main control seat also does not have, only the system code to drive the turret operation. The system remote control is error-free and without delay. The commands are fire, recharge, and self-destruct. Simple and brutal. Feng Huaigui asked Su De to open the electronic lock. The same race DNA was able to perfectly open this program and enter the core system of the Chi heavy artillery. Su De said, we can perfectly connect to the core system, and can be remotely controlled from Earth, and can adjust the angle in all directions, covering the strike range without dead ends. The degree of accuracy. Su De inhaled while looking at it. It reached 0.001 millimeters. Although the range that this heavy artillery could cover was basically a kilometer range as a guiding error, but the accuracy was still at an extremely high level. Another expert said, there is a database of simulated destruction here, my goodness. Feng Huaigui said, what? The moon might not even be able to withstand a single shot. As we all know, the moon is just a satellite of the Earth, more than 3,400 kilometers in diameter. A single column of light from the Chi heavy cannon could destroy the entire moon. Motherland, prepare to take over the core data. Su De sent the data source while shouting to the ground center. Motherland received. At the Xia ground command center, the staff began to use Xia's special code to connect with the Chi heavy cannon, taking over the national weapon that was capable of intimidating any second-tier civilization. Rice and Bear Country sent congratulatory messages. Congratulations. Between the lines, more or less acid. Commander-in-Chief. Below the base, a surprised voice came from below. We've discovered the life support pod. Feng Huaigui said, is there anything else besides the life-supporting pod? No more. Be careful, first. No, I'll come down first. Feng Huaigui was afraid that these young warriors would get furtive, and led Wang Jiangwo to the cavern below the pedestal. This cave wasn't there to begin with, it was dug out by the warriors. With the help of his combat suit, Feng Huaigui and Wang Jiangwo easily arrived at the basement. A square, silver-colored life-supporting pod was placed in the middle of the dirt. A slight chill emanated from the life-supporting pod, and the temperature was very low. The excavation staff were all standing next to the box, and when they saw Feng Huaigui come down, one by one they looked at him. Motherland. Feng Huaigui calmed his breathing. We have found, possibly the fourth son Li Qing's vivisection pod. Zhang Zeshan stood up, clenched his fists tightly, puffed breath into his mouth, and slowly said, open it, and take a look. Yes. Feng Huaigui walked towards the life-supporting pod. Just at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by the side of the life-supporting pod. Watch out! Wang shouted as his combat suit locked onto the black shadow. His pupils exploded and he yelled, yes, it's Dark Starions. Living Dark Starions. What? Yu Tianming rushed to the screen, his body trembling. The faces of Wu Deshio and Qin Hansen and the others changed at once. Living Dark Starions. Zhang Zeshan rushed out of the office and stared at the huge screen in the hall. On the screen, the warriors didn't react for a moment, only to see the dark shadow spreading its wings and pouncing on a young warrior. Dodge away. Get out of the way. Wang Jiangwo rushed over. Feng Huaigui's face turned blue as he quickly pulled out his combat weapon and rushed the black shadow with great speed to send out an energy ray. There was a click. The black shadow's wing snapped, and he slammed into the wall uncontrollably, letting out an ear-piercing kuru. How could there be a living dark Martian? Wu Deshio dragged the information and looked at the previous research data. Although the Dark Starions had extraordinary physiques, it was impossible for them to be dormant for such a long period of time. And there was no supply of life-supporting pods or anything like that. Kuru! The Dark Star Man yelled again and continued to pounce. Damn it, I'll kill you. When Feng Huaigui saw the Dark Star Man's appearance, he remembered He Pingyan and Li Qing, and his anger rushed into his chest. Bang bang bang! Dozens of consecutive rounds of ammunition all hit into the Dark Star Man's body. At this time, the other warriors finally reacted, and one by one, they pulled out their weapons and shot wildly. The Dark Star Man let out a roar and struggled to crawl forward. Eventually the black and red plasma overflowed in all directions and collapsed on the ground without moving. Feng Huaigui pulled out a personal dagger, took a deep breath, and slowly walked over. Commander-in-Chief, I'll do it. A warrior pulled out a dagger. I'll do it. Feng Huaigui glanced appreciatively at the warrior and suddenly glared. The warrior carefully walked over to the side of the dead Dark Star Man. He trembled his arms and raised the dagger high. Dad, son has now avenged you. In the future, my son will kill more Dark Starions. With tears streaming down his face, he stabbed the dagger hard into the Dark Star Man's body. Once, 2 times, 3 times. Feng Huaigui's eyes trembled as he droned, pull him back. Wang Jiangwo rushed up and pulled the warrior, comforting, child, take it easy. When he saw the warrior's appearance, he also froze. This person, unexpectedly, was He Siping. Why are you here? He Siping said with tears in his eyes, I was involved in the training of the Mars Breaker. It was Minister Zhao who told me to come. Feng Huaigui put away his dagger and muttered to himself, Old Zhao, you didn't even say a damn thing, and you even deliberately concealed his identity information and fabricated a fake name. Was this necessary? If he has firm beliefs to come, we won't kick him out. In the Xia Command Hall, Zhao Yuqi tilted his head with a smile in his eyes. This child was beginning to take on his father's demeanor. The Dark Star Man's corpse was dried up, but there was still a lot of blood. It was impossible to guess why he was here, and the captain's side didn't mention anything about it. However, this Dark Star Man's combat tactics were average, and had deliberately run out of oil, otherwise his speed wouldn't have been so slow. Otherwise, with the kind of scene Li Qing and He Pingyan faced, this group of young warriors would have to die at least a few times. Old Zhang said, Old Ju, the living, not yet dead Dark Starions. Well, we can properly study the genetic DNA and true body structure of the Dark Starions. Zhao Yuqi shouted at the screen, Old Feng, this son of a bitch's body has to be brought back. I know, no need for you to say that. Feng Huaigui grunted. Zhao Yuqi said, Old Feng, don't be angry, I'm not afraid you'll drive him away. Alright. Feng Huaigui didn't want to continue fighting with Zhao Yuqi. He checked the surroundings to make sure that there were no other Dark Star people, and then had people drag this corpse out. Wang was still uneasy. He had people go back to the Skybreaker and maximize the coverage of Tianyuan 4 to prevent accidents. Bring the national flag. Feng Huaigui shouted. A warrior held the national flag and solemnly walked to the vivisection chamber. Feng Huaigui said, Open the pod. He Siping stood next to Wang Jiangwo, tears constantly flowing from his eyes as he looked at the life support pod without blinking. This was his father's comrade in arms. It was the hero of the motherland. When the 10th and 4th sons died in battle, his father shouted the most painfully and sadly. The 13th son, who was not a relative, was more than a relative. In this moment, he saw not a stranger, but a father-like elder. Bared to the ground, the life support pod opened. A snow-white face appeared in the eyes of everyone. The 4th son, Li Qing. Sleeping here for a long time. Feng Huaigui slowly raised his hand. Salute! Li Qing's remains were covered with dried flowers. Next to it was a piece of paper that read, When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, you will be laughing in the bushes. A sad and heavy atmosphere swirled around the small underground space. Li Qing, we are leaving. If the return plan cannot be carried out, please forgive me. I would like to send you all home, but man's plans are not as good as God's plans. If the motherland can come here someday, they will find you and bring you home. The long wind will break the waves, and we will sail straight through the clouds. The captain's voice fell slowly. Hero of the Protectorate, fourth son, Li Qing's tomb. Next to the vitality cabin, there was a small plaque, an epitaph. With a trembling hand, Fang Huaigui took out the epitaph and exclaimed, "Motherland, it has been confirmed that it is the fourth son, Li Qing." Zhang Zeshan said in a loud voice, "Good, good, good." Fang Huaigui turned around and said, "Bring the wine." Daughters read, "Send the hero." Fang Huaigui's voice was thick, shocking the people in front of the screen. All of them bowed their heads and hid their faces. The warriors took out the wine and sent it into the cave. Fang Huaigui stood in front of the life support pod and looked back at He Siping. He Siping, you come over here. Yes. He Siping straightened his chest and walked over. These are heroes like your fathers. They were born to die. They defended their country. To the heroes, a toast. He Siping picked up the bowl and lightly splashed it on the ground. They were unable to remove their hats, and all of them, looking solemn, reached out to salute. He Siping seemed to see, the pale face, revealed a smile. What is under the dried flowers, no one dares to see, may be more terrible than He Pingin's remains. To the hero, cover the national flag. The brightly colored national flag was slowly covered on the life support pod. Rise! Fang Huaigui shouted again. He Siping pushed upward. Uncle, we are taking you home. Under the starry sky, the sea of stars floated. The light of Tian Yuan Sea was refracted on the green jade star. The warriors carried the life support pod and walked step by step to the hatch of the broken sky. Release! Fang Huaigui shouted. The warriors lowered the life support pod. Fetch the wine. The starry sky shone on the people. People looked up at the stars. History inspires struggle. Struggle accomplishes the future. The 10th son, Guziyu, stayed in this starry sky forever. The captain did not leave him an epitaph. He had no life support pod. No remains either. But this sea of stars was him. Fang Huaigui and the others tilted their heads, and vaguely, they saw that last smile of Guziyu's, and that thumbs up. Who says that a man of letters can't go on an expedition? Salute. Serve the wine. Daughters read, the 10th son's favorite wine. Let the heroic spirits follow us on the road home. Return to earth, return to the motherland, return to the hometown, falling leaves. Return to their roots. Fang Huaigui had tears in his eyes and popped out one word at a time. Together, the warriors threw the wine in their hands and threw it high into the air. Hero, follow us, go home. The warriors shouted one after another, as if this would make him hear. The Skybreaker is about to return. The authority of the Chi Cannon had been transferred to the Xia headquarters and could be activated remotely. There is a particle layer surrounding the base of the cannon, similar to the Dyson sphere mode, which can avoid unfamiliar signal exploration and line of sight probing. It was impossible to station a camp here for the time being, nor was it possible to leave some of the people behind. With Earth's current technological strength, to station an army would require more refined technological capabilities and reserves. A second-grade civilization was the standard. It was only after reaching this step that one was qualified to march outside the solar system. Fang Huaigui stepped onto the boarding ladder last. He glanced back at the Chi Cannon, and vaguely, someone was sitting on the turret, pointing at the stars. Old 10, when we finish the final chapter, we'll come back to see you. Let's, together, go home. Fang Huaigui lowered his head and slowly walked into the cabin. Close the door. The thick hatch closed. The Skybreaker jetted out air currents and left the green jade star. Motherland, we are bringing the remains of our fourth son and preparing to return. Roger, be safe and have a safe trip. The Skybreaker entered the dark universe and disappeared. Only the Chi Cannon was left behind, eternally gazing at the sea of stars. Also gazing at them. Sir. The secretary walked over to Zhang Zeshan. The family of the heroic 10th son contacted us. Zhang Zeshan said, great, what about the 4th son? The secretary shook his head. The 10th son's hometown, where is it? In Yu province. Zhang Zeshan said, let's go, they are about to return. The secretary said, but the 10th son he. Zhang Zeshan glared at the secretary and walked out, coming to the command hall. Looking at the busy staff, Zhang Zeshan said, Zhao Yuqi, old Zhu. Sir. I'm going to look for the 10th son's family. You guys continue to figure out the Chi Cannon thoroughly. All possibilities should be thought of. This is the only heavy weapon we have, right now, in hand. After the instructions were finished, Zhang Zeshan exited the space center and got into his car to go straight to the airport. Guziyu's hometown, in Dengfeng City, Yu Province, Shaolin Street. When Zhang Zeshan arrived here, Li Guoming and Su Xiaoxiao had already been in contact with Guziyu's family for quite a while. In the crowd, Zhang Zeshan saw a familiar face at first glance. Like father, like son. That man who stood a meter or so tall was Gu Chaodong, right? Gu Ziyu's family was not in a good condition. However, the atmosphere in the home was good. Zhang Zeshan had just walked into the courtyard and felt it full of books. Li Jianmen said that Gu Ziyu's home had an old study that was full of books. Their home was neat and clean, and both the old man and Gu Xiaodong knew how to be polite. Zhang Zeshan nodded. No wonder Gu Ziyu had a unique scholarly air. Gu Chaodong, like he's Siping, was a bit introverted. Perhaps because he grew up without a father, he didn't talk much either. In the courtyard, Zhang Zeshan saw an old man and a middle-aged woman. Sir. The middle-aged woman wiped her hands and hurriedly stood up. Welcome, welcome. The old man also stood up and smiled with narrowed eyes. Mister has come to see us. Zhang Zeshan said, You are. Yes, I am Gu Ziyu's wife. My name is Jean Silian. Jean Silian's face was weathered and her skin was dark. Li Guoming said earlier that she supported the entire family and brought up the children by herself. She knew that her husband would never come back, but she still did not leave. Horror. She was also a hero. This old man is? Zhang Zeshan walked up to his grandmother. She is my mother-in-law, Gu Ziyu's mother, called Feng Shui Miao. Zhang Zeshan looked at his wrinkled grandmother, his nose turned sour, and he softly said, Old man, do you know where your child has gone? I know, went to the sky. Feng Shui Miao pointed to the sky. Just like his father, went to serve the country. Feng Shui Miao squinted and laughed. Li Guoming said, Sir, Gu Ziyu's father, who once fought in the war to protect the island, later fell into the aftermath and died 15 years ago. Zhang Zeshan's eyes reddened. This family, full of loyalty. Zhang Zeshan looked at Feng Shui Miao's face full of smiles. She knew that her son died in space, not even a body, but did not cry, still smiling. Very proudly smiling. This scene infected everyone around. It was truly rare for an old man to look at it so openly. Old man, your child, sacrificed. Zhang Zeshan bitterly uttered these words. Feng Shui Miao said, I know. She smiled and laughed, tears welling up in her eyes. His father also left like this. I'm very proud, very proud. Her tone was a bit shaky, but she spoke clearly. Zhang Zeshan took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Elderly man, thank you for your son, for sacrificing and dedicating himself to the motherland. He is about to. Zhang Zeshan said here, but he couldn't continue. Sir. The secretary walked over quickly. Someone contacted me just now. It could be that the fourth son's family has been found. Li Jianmen. Zhang Zeshan turned around and shouted. Li Jianmen hurriedly walked in, his cell phone just put down. Sir, I know. Li Jianmen glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who nodded, and the two left the courtyard. Li Jianmen drove his car with a heavy heart. Su Xiaoxiao looked out the window out of her mind. Oldly, if it's true, then there's only one grandmother left in the fourth son's family. Li Jianmen's eyes were emotionally complex, and he slammed his hand on the steering wheel. The caller said that the grandmother had bad ears, could barely hear, and her eyesight was not very good. Su Xiaoxiao's heart was like a knife, not knowing what to say about Li Qing after they met. She opened the car window and let the wind blow away her tears. God, why are you so cruel? A few hours later, Li Jianmen and Su Xiaoxiao got off the plane at the international airport in Anhui province and went to a mountain village accompanied by local officials. Mars base. The Skybreaker appeared from the dark universe coordinates. After confirming its orbit, the Skybreaker didn't land on Mars, but instead changed course and went directly to Earth. In the battleship, everyone didn't say a word. They had all seen the message. The families of the 4th and 10th sons were all found. The return voyage was a return voyage, but the one who went home was only the 4th son. But of the 4th son, Li Qing's family, only an elderly grandmother remained. Age-wise, it could be Li Qing's grandmother. Almost 100 years old. Fang Huaigui looked at the data coming from the ground center. This grandmother could no longer hear and her eyes could barely see. He turned off the data and took a deep breath. Motherland. Motherland received. Let's send the 4th son, Li Qing, home first. Agreed. Fang Huaigui stood up and walked to the cabin, looking at the warriors sitting upright. Everyone, stand up. With a holler, the warriors stood up neatly. We are about to send the hero's 4th son home, and all that's left of his family is a grandmother who is already over 90 years old. Fang Huaigui's voice choked as he slowly said, From today onwards, you and I, we are all her family. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly. Did not eat. Listen clearly. P.S. I'm on my 3rd shift, and I've got a 3,000-word chapter in the works. I can't even suffer myself with this 3,000-word big chapter. Salute. August 22nd. Early morning, 8:30 a.m. Fine rain. A roar, a salute disperses the tranquility. 13 salutes to welcome Li Qing home. A convoy of trains, slowly pulling out of the city. Ahead, special cars open the way, and helicopters escort them at low altitude. Warplanes cut through the sky, spilling out 7-colored rainbows. On both sides of the road, pedestrians and schoolchildren pulled banners that read, Welcome home. Hero, coming home. Many people bowed their heads and wiped their tears when they saw the special car carrying Li Qing drive by. The road was long, and the pedestrians kept coming. It went on and on until it reached the small village that was otherwise quiet. The soldiers were solemn, carrying the same special ice bed as the previous heroes, and walked step by step towards that small brick house. One step. The sky was showered with 7 colored rainbows. One step. The rain falls delicately. The warriors held their heads high, looked straight ahead, and carried their front steps high. Li Qing. The people around them cried out one by one when they saw the hero who had been sleeping on the ice bed. They were all older people who had seen the still young Li Qing. After so many years, he hadn't changed much. Fang Huaigui and Wang Jianjun and the others walked at the front, their hats resting on their chests, and arrived at the entrance of the compound. Li Qing, you, home. Fang Huaigui turned around and took a step back. The courtyard gate was open to greet the child who had left home for more than 20 years. Bang! Salutes rushed into the sky. It startled a flock of flying birds. Grandma, coming. Su Xiaoxiao picked up an old man whose eyes were almost covered by wrinkles and slowly walked out of the room. The old man wore glasses and smiled. Who on earth is it? She was Li Qing's grandmother, Tian Hohat. She couldn't actually hear, but fortunately, she could read. Li Jianmen lowered his head. They didn't choose to tell the old man about this. I don't know what happened, they just couldn't say it. And if they said it at that time, the old man wouldn't believe it either. Only this moment allowed her to see it with her own eyes. Seeing her grandson, who has been away for more than 20 years, come home. Then she would believe and understand it all. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were so red that it was hard for her to bear, helping Tian Hohat out of the room. Who is it? Tian Hohat looked ahead curiously. Her eyesight wasn't very good. Now that technology was much more advanced, there was no way for her to see more clearly so quickly. From afar, he Siping walked into the courtyard upright. Behind him, the warriors carried Li Qing and walked in. He Siping looked at the hunched-over Tian Hohat, and with a plop, he heavily knelt on the ground. Ancestral grandmother, we have brought uncle back. Ouch! Tian Hohat saw he Siping kneel down and hurriedly went over to help. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Grandmother, don't be in a hurry. But she spoke and Tian Hohat couldn't hear her. Li Jianmen immediately came over to support and brought Tian Hohat to the kneeling he Siping. Wah, who are you, what are you doing? The old man's tone was surprised. Although she couldn't hear or see very well, her body was not as stiff as it was at this age. Get up, she said reaching out to help he Siping. Ancestral grandmother. He Siping knelt and took a few steps back, slowly opening the banner in his hand. I know you can't hear me, so we wrote what we wanted to say on it. After opening it up, a line was written on it. Hero of the motherland, your grandson Li Qing, we took him home. Tian Hohat was originally going to help he Siping, but when she saw this line, she instantly froze. She stared at the words on it, especially the 2 words Li Qing. This. She forcefully opened her eyes wide, straining to hold open her eyelids and the wrinkles on them. Suddenly, she called out, Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the nickname she used to like to call out. Her brain wasn't confused, she immediately thought of something and raised her head. The warriors gently lowered the ice bed. When Tian Hohat saw the face, she moved forward in surprise. She seemed to, as yet, not be able to see who this person was. At the scene, there was silence. There was only the sound of sobbing that came out from time to time. Tian Hohat walked over step by step, getting closer and closer and closer. When she fully saw this face, close up and clear, she froze. Her eyes revealed incredulity. How can this be my little Hua? How can this be my little Hua? It's been more than 20 years. Tian Hohat's eyes seeped tears, shivering and reaching out her hand. Suddenly, she stiffened and fell backward violently. Grandma! Light rain pattered and buckled the door of the house. The pedestrians on the road want to break their souls. Outside the yard, neighbors, officials who had come from afar, and the warriors guarding the surrounding area stood silently. In the crowd, Su Lin was among them. She didn't go in, she just watched the scene from outside, looking at her son. In her eyes, pride were revealed. Little Eva! A pale cry pierced through the thin curtain of rain. Tian Hohat looked at Li Qing and shivered as she went to touch his face. It was very icy. Tian Hohat's hand immediately retracted when she touched it. She hurriedly went to touch it again. She rubbed the face hard, but no matter how hard she rubbed it, the man wouldn't speak. Son! Tian Hohat's tears were few and far between. She suddenly remembered something and knelt down to kowtow on the ground. Thank you country, for sending little Eva back. As she kowtowed, a thunderstorm violently resounded outside. This kneeling scared Su Xiaoxiao and Li Jianmen and the others. Everyone all knelt down. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly helped Tian Hohat up. He Siping knelt on the ground, opened the banner, and looked at Tian Hohat with tears in her eyes. Ancestral grandmother! From now on, we are all your relatives, all your family. Flying birds hovered in the sky. They gazed curiously at the courtyard. Today's rain, it won't stop. Compared to the gravity of Li Qing's hometown, Gu Ziyu's home, on the contrary, was much quieter. Because he, unable to return home, unable to return to his roots. Jiang Zeshan came to Jin Xilian and Gu Chaodong before them with a heavy heart. The 4th son, Li Qing, has returned home. But the 10th son, Gu Ziyu, cannot return. You should have seen that Li Qing felt like he was the older brother, and how sad he was to see Gu Ziyu sacrificed in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Perhaps there was no point in saying anything. He took out the heart-shaped family letter and handed it to Jin Xilian. This is what Gu Ziyu left behind, what Li Qing guarded with his life, and he didn't forget this family letter even to his death. Jin Xilian covered her mouth and did not pick it up. Gu Chaodong reached out and took it. He bowed and said, "Thank you, sir, thank you to the country." Jiang Zeshan took a few steps back and bowed. "No, it's us who should thank them." Gu Chaodong pinched the family letter. The bloodstains on it were still there. Something that Uncle Li guarded with his life. Gu Chaodong's tears dripped onto the family book. Jiang Zeshan stepped aside and looked outside. Jin Xilian suddenly said, "Quickly, Xiaodong, quickly, unwrap it, unwrap it." "Mom, take it apart." Jin Xilian seemed to have lost control. Gu Chaodong hurriedly said, "Mom, I'll take it apart, I'll take it apart, don't get excited." "Grandma," he shouted again. Feng Suimiao sat on the threshold, holding a small toy in her hands, and sternly said, "Donger, unwrap it, this is the only thing your father left you." Gu Chaodong opened the family letter bit by bit. After unfolding it, the beautiful handwriting on it spread out like a mountainous river. "My son Chaodong." Tears poured down Gu Chaodong's face as he saw these 4 words. "My son Chaodong." Gu Chaodong read them one word at a time. "You have, by now, grown into a 7-foot man, haven't you? I've been thinking about what you'll be like when you grow into a man, but I can't think of I can only think of myself. Like father, like son, you must be just like me. Chaodong, tell my grandparents that I'm guarding the border for the motherland and can't go home. Please forgive my child for being unfilial. Ran, the motherland is in trouble. Since I have been chosen, I have to serve the country and the people with my liver and brain. If I am unfilial, heaven and earth will not allow me to be unfilial, and this is my unfilial sorrow. I have sacrificed my life for my country is my home, and I am repaying my parents for the kindness they have given me. Throughout the history of the Chinese nation, many generous men have sacrificed their heads and blood for the country and the people. I have such an honor to dedicate my life to this cause. Chaodong, don't be sad. Do your duty for your father. Tell your grandparents, I won't return because foreigners have invaded our homeland and are trying to exterminate my family. I won't return, not because I don't want to, but because of the honor of the nation. Ungrateful son, Gu Ziyu, Kaodao. Xilian, my love." The words were written here with some scribbling, probably because of the rush of time, but also because of the attachment and guilt in Ziyu's heart. When Feng Suimiao heard this, she also couldn't help but shed tears, her mouth chattering, "Son, Mom doesn't blame you, doesn't blame you. Your father went there first, and when you see the old man, you'll have something to talk about. See words like face, also, the last side. I would like to share my life with you, but I can't help that my 7-foot body has already been promised to the country, and it's hard to be promised to you again. However, there is a country to have a home. I left home for the country. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. My love, I always remember that day, roaming through the purple sedge, walking across the wind and rain bridge. You waited for me at the end of the bridge. You held an umbrella and sang a song about growing old together under the pear tree. I was in the starry sea, and saw the wind and rain fill up into you. I also do not know what you have paid for this home, for the gradually aging parents and grown children. But I know that with you, my life is complete. Don't cry, don't get attached, a great man for the country tops the sky, you should be proud of me, proud. All I have to do is to remember that if I stand guard here, you will be safe, the country will be safe, and the people will be safe. I feel immensely proud and honored. A great man should be like this." Jin Xilian cried with bloodshot eyes. Gu Chaodong continued. "Chaodong, my son, my father wants you to become a man of the heavens and the earth. If the foreign clans are not extinguished, I don't know when they will be extinguished. Perhaps, when I donate my life in a battle today, they will not stop their invasion. However, my son, remember, when the family state is in trouble, it is necessary to step forward. I walked the road, you walk again, will be much easier. This is the only thing that my father expects from you. Gu Ziyu, the last word. P.S. 3,000 big chapters completed, almost 11,000 words. Give this letter of home, leave a thought behind." The curtain of rain lingered on. Li Qing's funeral was held as scheduled. He lies in the Green Mountains in green water. On the day of the funeral, Song Weigua, Yang Daxing, Su Lin, He Siping and Gu Chaodong all came. Flowers led the way and trees shook the wind. 10 miles long. Spread 10 miles. 10 miles long corridor to send heroes. Xia headquarters, conference hall. Jiang Zeshan and Wu Dexiu and the others looked at the screen. The Dark Star Man's autopsy was underway. Although it wasn't a vivisection, it hadn't been dead for long, so the research value was still great. Yu Tianming sat on the side, listening to the biologist dissecting and explaining the Dark Star Man's body structure at the same time. This Dark Star Man's height reached 7 meters and his weight was more than 500 kilograms. In terms of appearance and physique, it was very intimidating. But the inner structure wasn't that peculiar. They didn't have internal organs such as a heart, but they did have a liver for detoxification as well as kidneys, which were just different from the human body structure. The focus of the dissection was to study the blood samples and genetic tissue of the Dark Star people. Dark Star people have a secretion in their heads that promotes their rapid growth. According to the research and analysis, it would only take 2 years for them to be the same as adult Dark Star people. This also side by side confirmed what the captain had said. Dark Star people were able to reproduce their offspring in war and quickly engage in combat. Ordinary Dark Star people are, in fact, tools. Yu Tianming dragged the data in his hand. Tools of war. Zhao Yuqi said, they don't have many means of warfare and rely on their wings. Biologist Lao Wei nodded. Their wings are connected to the body mastermind. Not only is it an important medium for them to fly in space, it's also their most powerful means of attack. Old Wei pointed to the data above. The wings rotated in the screen. Their skin is hard, bulletproof according to our words, but not bulletproof against energy weapons, which is why you guys were able to kill him right away earlier on the Green Jade planet. Zhao Yuqi said, that was also due to Old Fang's decisiveness and quick reaction. The first time the warriors traveled across light years, if they weren't physically strong, they would have thrown up long ago. But it's also thanks to this Dark Star son of a bitch being too weak, otherwise I'm afraid there would have been deaths and injuries. Well, physical fitness. Old Wei coughed and cleared his throat. The Dark Star people are physically strong, no doubt about it. They can ignore vacuum pressure and don't need oxygen, and can fly briefly in space. They don't even need to wear battle armor, and can walk easily on Saturn and Jupiter. Their genetic DNA, it's strong, outrageously strong. But inside their bodies, we didn't find the original material for the bloodline potion. Wu Dishio said, that's what our heroes often talk about, bloodline potions? Old Wei said, yes, the 13 sons take bloodline potions to increase their physical strength for a short period of time, similar to a type of evolution that is not essential. However, the Dark Star people's blood samples do not contain the same amount of potions that we possess in our heroes' bloodlines. They don't take it? Qin Hansen frowned. No, they take it. Yu Tianming pressed his brow and said wearily, they take it, but only at a young age. Wu Dashio and the others looked at each other. Taking it at the juvenile stage? Accelerating growth? Old Wei said, that's right, I found the Dark Star people's process from birth to 2 years old through simulation means. Indeed, the bloodline potion will accelerate their growth if added. The wings, the scales, will all be replaced once and become harder and thicker. Zhao Yuqi said, saying that they are human, calling them Dark Star people. In fact, dogs aren't even just monsters. Old Wei continued, their ability to adapt is very strong. Their genes are not complicated, I just researched it and used our human genes to fuse with theirs, and guess what? Don't sell out. Yu Tianming glared at Old Wei. Old Wei erupted and hurriedly said, no fusion. This was both expected but incomprehensible. Because, in the 13 sons, quite a few of them had swallowed the Dark Star people's genetic DNA. Rejection. Old Wei opened the gene fusion situation. You guys see, the Dark Star people's genes are very overbearing, rejecting our human genes, and will immediately drive them away with the slightest touch. This also means that once one of us swallows the Dark Star people's genetic research potion, it will be directly taken over by the Dark Star people's genes and slowly be altered. Qin Hansen said, isn't this devouring? Not exactly. Taking over? Nonsense. Old Wei cried and laughed. In other words, unless we humans have special genes, we can perfectly harness the genes of the Dark Star people. After fusion, due to the strong genetic organization itself, combined with the bloodline potion, it allows one to explode with terrifying energy in a short period of time. I just studied it for a whole day, taking a batch of DNA samples sent over from different provinces, even from the rice and bear countryside. All of them were rejected cleanly. But there was also a small portion that endeavored to counter-consume the Dark Star people's genes, and this small portion tried very hard, but the result was still a failure. Old Wei finished and tapped the virtual screen. The genes of the 13 sons we tested are incomplete, but for now, Song Shuebing and Zhou Kai's genetic organization tested as ordinary, but when they were alive, their genetic values were definitely beyond normal. Wu Dishio said, so, that's why the captain chose the 12 of them? It should be. Old Wei nodded. Zhao Yuqi said, could it be that the captain is a DNA biochemical warrior? This research was being done by all countries. It was quite normal. But if this had been done, there were bound to be data packets left behind. No. Old Wei shook his head, they're not, their genes have no mutations, remember, there aren't any mutations. Zhang Zeshan said, "Good, continue the research, and then hold a meeting to report the results. In addition, the preview work of the Qi interstellar railgun has to be executed immediately. Unfortunately, we can't maneuver and try to launch at once. The energy consumed by the soldier master launching at once is too terrifying. Earth can't afford to feed it," the other experts said with some headaches. Sheen Hansen said, "Therefore, it makes sense to use an entire Heavenly Garden 4 galaxy to raise our soldier Lord Qi. The captain doing this, saving for a rainy day, is really unbelievable." Mentioning the captain, Zhang Zeshan sighed and said, "Gentlemen, Tianming." Tianming looked at the screen. The second half of the meeting, from Bai Shuqing. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. Bai Shuqing was Bai Sage's son. He died over 20 years ago, exactly 26 years to be exact. The time of his death coincided with the execution date of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate Plan. Everyone thought that he was one of the sons, or someone who knew about the plan. It was just that it was all speculation, and they couldn't be sure without Bai Seju confirming it. Zhang Zeshan took out a piece of information, handwritten. "This is what Elder Jiang gave me." Zhao Yuqi said, "Elder Jiang?" "Aha." Zhang Zeshan nodded. "Half a month ago, after I went to meet Elder Bai, I received a call from Elder Jiang." Zhang Zeshan said, "Let's all take a look at the information first." In the conference room, it was peaceful and quiet, with only the sound of flipping through the information. When one person finished reading, he passed it down to another person. The last person to finish reading was Wu Dexiu. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Zeshan in disbelief. This was not information, but a letter of commitment. "Sir, this." Zhang Zeshan said, 27 years ago, Bai Shuqing approached Elder Jiang and said that he hoped that the country would do one thing for him, and that thing was to erase the existence of the 12. At the time, Elder Jiang was very suspicious, but after realizing that he was Bai Seju's son, this suspicion turned into a question. He found Bai Seju and talked about this matter, but unfortunately, he didn't say anything specific, only that Bai Shuqing's mental state wasn't very good. But then, Bai Shuqing found Jiang Lao 3 times. It even got wet outside when it rained. Zhang Zeshan tilted his head and recalled, Elder Jiang said that it was hard for him to understand how a person's obsession could reach such a point, why he wanted to erase the existence of 12 people. In the rainy night, a lone figure stood under the curtain of rain. He was soaked to the skin. The handsome face was pale, but the eyes were firm. "Mr. Jiang!" he shouted. Zhang Hatao walked over to Bai Shuqing with his umbrella. He looked at the young kid. "Why are you doing this? What exactly is your obsession?" Zhang Zeshan said slowly. Bai Shuqing didn't say anything. He just took out one thing and gave it to Elder Jiang. "What thing?" Zhao Yuqi asked anxiously. "The videotape." "Sir, that videotape. It has already been destroyed by Elder Jiang." Zhang Zeshan said with some pain. After he watched it, he promised Bai Shuqing to erase the existence of the 12 people. After watching the videotape, Jiang Lao also destroyed it as promised. Qin Hansen said, 12 people? Not 13 people? Bai Shuqing's own proof of existence was not erased, just not mentioned. Zhang Zeshan lowered his head. He does not erase his existence, is not want to let Bai Seja think too much. He suffered many times. In the videotape, there was a mention of the Heavenly Kingdom, the Heavenly Tao, but the specific content of the plan, Jiang Lao wasn't very clear, but he chose to believe Bai Shuqing. He said that Bai Shuqing used 1,000 days. Zhao Yuqi wailed. "Why didn't Elder Jiang say it then?" Zhang Zeshan's eyes reddened slightly. Because Elder Jiang guaranteed with his life and personality that he wouldn't tell about it unless news of the 13 sons reached back to Earth. This was an old man's promise to a child. This promise was like a stubborn stone, like a river and ocean, like that starry sea. "Elder Jiang, this matter, should we tell Elder Bai?" "Don't say it, old Bai, can't take it." "But, if that child really came home, we'll pick him up and bring him home, then we'll tell old Bai. Or, Bai Shuqing's identity, just hide it completely." "Elder Jiang, isn't this too unfair to old Bai and Bai Lanfeng?" "Zeshan, sometimes, it doesn't necessarily need to be this fair." Zhang Hatao was holding a photo of him and Bai Shuqing. The 18-year-old Bai Shuqing was young, energetic, and full of fighting spirit. He was handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, and his eyes looked like they had a rolling murderous aura, which was almost impossible to see in an 18-year-old. Moreover, it was still a time of peace. I am ashamed of the 13th son, ashamed of Bai Shuqing. Zhang Hatao said, tears flowing out little by little. "Elder Jiang." Zhang Zeshan handed over tissues. Zhang Hatao waved his hand, letting the tears flow freely. "I promised him and kept that promise. That's why that year, Xiao's technology took off with the flying plan. I knew that Xia had no qualifications, that Earth had no qualifications, to meet this war. The flying plan was the year that Xia's technology suddenly skyrocketed, and the year that global technology soared. It was unthinkable that it was because of this. Only to continuously improve technology, in the 13 children's fight, 100 years, complete the technological takeoff. The child said to fight for 100 years for the Xia kingdom, for the earth. 13 people, fighting for the earth for 100 years, Zeshan, you now sound, is it not also ridiculous? Zhang Zeshan looked at the emotional Zhang Hatao and shook his head slightly. This kind of war, sending out 1 billion people is equal to 1 billion dead bones. 100 years to take off. To meet the war as a second-tier civilization was the only way to have the fundamentals of a war. So, the Moon base and Mars base were built so quickly, and the country's big target is the Starry Sea, all because of that moment, that one promise. Yes. Zhang Hatao nodded. For this 100 years, Xia gave up many plans. Everyone doesn't understand and is accusing me, but so what? Zhang Hatao pursed his lips and raised his head. They, watching from the sky now. Zhang Zeshan asked, Elder Jiang, if you listen to the voice, that captain's voice, is it by Shu Qing? Zhang Hatao shook his head. Don't remember, the voice has changed, can't hear if it was that teenager in the beginning. Zhang Zeshan clenched the tissue into a ball, he understood. Bai Seiju was not refusing to say, but he really didn't know about it. Bai Shuqing faked his death and was forced to do so. What he wanted was, a short pain. Instead of suddenly disappearing and having his family pining for him, it would be better to just die, so that his family would have less of this worry and less of this thought. How resolute and fearless a decision was this? Zhang Zeshan walked out the door and glanced at the bright sunny sky. Do you say that there are no clothes? They are qualified to know. If they don't say it, how can Xia be worthy of Bai Lao's family? Bai Lanfeng, because of this matter, has not married so far, by Seiju lineage. If Bai Shuqing does not return, is not it? Just now, it is indeed inappropriate to say. Which son of the 13 sons is Bai Shuqing in the end, whether it is the captain or not, is not known. Although, Zhang Zeshan had already guessed that Bai Shuqing was the captain of this protectorate squad. On the desktop, there was another piece of information. The list of the 13 sons. A total of 13 names, but no ranking. Song Shuebing, Zhou Kai, He Pingan, Li Cheng, Gu Ziyu, Yang Qin Yuan, LV Changkong, Xia Yun Yang, Chen Yi, Gao Xiaotian, Lai Xingruo, Lu Zheng, Bai Shuqing. These are the names of the 13 sons. Behind each name is a family, a tie, a belief. In the end, it was infinitely great. Zhang Zeshan said, other than the 5 sons who have already returned home, the remaining 8 sons don't have any information yet, so first, based on the name clues, try to find the families of the rest of the heroes other than Bai Shuqing. When you find them, don't say anything yet either. Qin Hansen said, Lai Xingruo, is he the 9th son? Wu Dishio said, it should be, in here, only Lai Xingruo looks like a woman's name. This list was written by Zhang Hatao on an ad hoc basis without ordering, and perhaps he did not know the correct ordering of the 13th son either. Zhang Zeshan said, from now on, we're going 3-pronged, technological development, grasp, space training, scratch, finding the remaining 8 sons, scratch, step by step. Technology is not a big fat thing to eat in one bite. The 13 sons have bought us so much time, the only thing we can do is to find them and live up to them. Understood. Wu Dexiu and the others rose to salute. With the deeds of the 13 sons, Xia developed its technology and tilted its resources, gaining almost 100% support from the populace. More than 1 billion Xia people also desperately hoped that they could let the rest of the heroes go home as soon as possible and not drift and wander in the universe. Even more, they supported the country's vigorous breakthroughs in the current stage of science and technology techniques. The joint headquarters had also passed a series of bills that would cooperate with Xia, and would make an all-out assault on science and technology. A tidal wave is about to sweep in. Everyone is a part of it. A part of history. But all of this is thanks to those 13 people. They have cut through the thorns in the universe. Opened up through the Sky Avenue. Mars base. As the forefront of Earth's technology, the experts and technology here were the current peak of Earth. Summer experts are divided into 3 parts. A part of the regulation of the Qi canon, a part of the differentiation and research of the Dark Star people. A part of them continued to look for some possible traces and clues left behind in the Martian Earth. Finding a battlefield is the same as discovering a new continent in science and technology. However, there were not many Martian battlefields, and they were very scattered and not easy to find. There had been no large-scale violent battles in the Martian mainland, only small infiltration battles in small groups. In the base hall, Yu Tianming was studying the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty with Su De, Wang Jiangwo and others. The Gate of Heaven needed the Qi Cannon, and it also needed the second phase of the Heavenly Kingdom program to be fully powered up. Inside the simulation room, Yu Tianming stared at the illusory scene. 3,000 light-years around the solar system, roughly 10 points could be coalesced. These 10 points were distributed in different galaxies, and after forming the Heavenly Kingdom ladder, they opened the ladder of civilization and impacted the Gate of Heaven. The use of galactic reactors, with planetary propulsion, and ultimately Chi railgun charging, launching light columns to open the dark star of the Dark Universe transmission array. This step was not a one-time success. Yu Tianming and the others had simulated it many times, but they couldn't find the gist of it. Either the galactic reactor burst or the planetary propulsion collapsed. Once it blew up or collapsed, then the entire plan would be put on hold and would need to wait for recharging again. It was a long and complicated process, very torturous. The captain and the others ended up with, to the maximum extent possible, only 6 people left. The remaining 6 sons, did all of them enter that door? Yu Tianming and the others had a premonition that even if the door to the kingdom of heaven was opened, entering that door would definitely not be easy. It definitely wasn't easy. This door, is it the so-called wormhole? Or perhaps the opposite of a black hole? Old Zhang dragged the information and put forward an idea. The wormhole and black hole theories had actually been discussed countless times long ago. But discussion was discussion, and before this, no one had actually discovered it and dabbled in it. It was all speculation. Suda subconsciously said, "Teacher said that this door is not a door, nor is it as simple as pushing it open, it should be a special coordinate." The captain said that the dark star mother planet wanders outside the universe and does not exist within the scope of this galaxy's universe. It should be like a wormhole, going through it to another dimensional universe. Yu Tianming said, "It's unlikely that it's a dimensional universe. The folded universe won't produce a dimensional universe even if it truly exists. At most, the shape of the universe's range will produce a change. Still within the range of this universe, but the distance may have reached hundreds of thousands of light years or even millions. The range of the Milky Way was about 100,000 light years, and the maximum range that the universe could currently detect was about 50 billion light years. 50 billion light years, even if it was a hyperspace leap, would take an awfully long time. Unless it was really like what the theory said, traveling through wormholes or black holes and jumping hundreds of millions of light years away directly from the folded universe." Old Zhang was about to speak when shouts came from outside. "Professor, Cold Lake Base sent a signal prediction. The unidentified flash has entered the Skyhunter galaxy cluster, and is only 1,300 light years away from the solar system. In the dark universe. A point of light traveling at the speed of a hyperspace leap, flying fast, destination, the Skycourt 4. It was getting closer and closer." Old Zhang said, "No matter what, we have to think about it from all sides. It could be an unknown danger that is approaching now, we have to hurry up." Yu Tianming said, "Dismiss the meeting. Everyone busy with their own, Old Zhang, Old Wei, and you all stay behind, let's continue." Time was looming. Xia and the globe had been training soldiers and researching spaceships. They searched the Martian lands for the remains of battles fought, bringing back the discarded weapons and studying them as much as possible. Replicas couldn't be made. One-to-one can't be restored either. These weapons, however, were able to give ideas for Earth's battleship equipment as well as one-man equipment. The flashpoint flying towards Skycourt 4 was only 500 light years away. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either, except that there was no signal source emanating from it, and there was something wrong with it anyhow. It wasn't a weapon. Nor was it a ship. Much less a battleship. But the alien civilization's technological skills were so high that it couldn't be taken lightly. Xia's Mars base, in the conference room, a routine meeting was held. In addition to all the experts from Xia, people from rice and bear countries were also involved in the meeting. Yu Tianming reported on the latest research progress of the Skybreaker. The progress was good, but overall, it was still too slow. The materials had been researched clearly, but it couldn't be built. It could only use those abandoned warship wrecks and mecha wrecks to maximize the extraction of core materials. The corpse of the Dark Star Man was not transported back to Earth and was left in a secret warehouse on Mars. However, the corpse had already been dissected and messed up, without a piece of good meat. After Yu Tianming reported the specifics to Earth, he sat down and took a sip of water, signaling Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang said, "Motherland, Joint Headquarters, there is one more thing we need to figure out." Zhang Zeshan said in the view screen, "What is it?" "About the black box." Lao Zhang looked at everyone here, facing the view screen, and said, "Sir, the captain's black box came back from 13 light years away, 13 light years, and we now have that basis to go across." When Zhang Zeshan heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "If you didn't say it, we almost forgot." Zhao Yuqi said, "That's right, the captain's black box returned from 13 light years away, 13 light years, that's only 3 light years more than Tianyuan 4. Old Zhang said, "Therefore, we have now customized a plan to activate the Dragon Song and head to the black box launch site." "You guys found the exact location?" Zhang Zeshan asked. Yu Tianming said, "Sir, we have roughly determined the launch site of the black box after precision calculations. The captain's black box was launched back from there, so it must have been left there beforehand. Maybe there are other secrets there. I believe the captain should have this idea too, just not in the black box. It's also possible Yu Tianming coughed, that he was too busy fighting against the Dark Star people and forgot to talk about it. Wu Deshio said, "Teacher, the cosmic sea of stars ranges in coordinates of light years, it's too big, without determining the precise location, it might be troublesome to go looking for it blindly." Yu Tianming knew what Wu Deshio meant. This trouble did not only mean what dangers would be encountered. Fuel could not be sufficient at the moment. If the outer planet was stalled due to insufficient fuel and ultimately could not return home, then not only would they lose the Long Ming, but they would also lose their excellent astronauts and experts. Zhang Zeshan said, "It's better to determine the precise location." Lao Zhang said, "Sir, give us 3 days, the black box has a signal chain, from the moment it took off, it left a signal source. The signal fluctuations that have disappeared have not actually disappeared completely as far as the universe is concerned. It has trace fluctuations that we can find." Zhang Zeshan said, "This is best, but this is not a small matter, so we still need to be cautious." Understood. The black box launch site was 13 light-years away from Earth. This range, within the explorable range. Now with the hyperspace engine, a trip had to be made. Flashpoint, how should we respond? Zhang Zeshan looked at everyone. Is it pre-starting the chi cannon? If the chi cannon is activated, the incoming enemy can be completely annihilated, at least for now. There is no turning back from the opening bow. Zhao Yuqi coldly opened his mouth, must pre-start the chi cannon now and prepare for battle. This cannon was fired. The declaration of war completely descended upon the solar system. There was no way to avoid it. Yu Tianming also agreed. Xu Kongsheng agreed. In the end, on the Xia side, all agreed. Good, then pre-start. Zhang Zeshan raised his hand in favor of it, while sending a request to the joint headquarters. This request for instructions was not a request for instructions on whether or not the chi cannon could be pre-started, it was just a notification. The ground command center received the instruction to immediately advance the chi cannon core system in its entirety, 40 light-years away from the heavenly garden in the Earth's summer country. Pre-open chi cannon. Tian Yuan 4. Chi cannon issued a wave of energy fluctuations, a strip of electronic layer back and forth winding flicker. Chi cannon base issued a roar, began to draw the letter galaxy fusion energy. From this moment on, keep an eye on the flashpoint location at all times. Zhao Yuqi issued a command. Once the flashpoint is found to have entered the range of the Tian Yuan 4 galaxies, immediately acquire the signal fluctuation, if not, and if it cannot be stopped, a war will be opened. Wu Deshio returned to the Academy of Science and summarized all the information with Qin Hansen. The speed of the flashpoint was, in fact, not slow. 3,000 light-years, and it only took about a month to cross 2,500 light-years. What in the world are you? Wu Deshio stared at the flashpoint, his eyes bloodshot. Every scientist, these days, hardly had any good sleep. Especially those like Wu Deshio and Qin Hansen, all of them were hanging with panda eyes. 3 days later, the Dragon Song was commandeered and traveled to Mars. The exact location of the black box had been calculated, pinpointed to a meteorite on the planet. This was thanks to the signal residue of the black box, which was completely different from the return signal. This black box is not the usual black technology. The launch site had to be visited. There was no doubt about it, and no one would question it. And at this moment, the flashpoint was only 150 light-years away from Skycourt 4. Rush for time, never has this moment been so urgent. 150 light-years, only 2 days. Earth, standing by. Chi interstellar railgun in the headquarters of the Order has been aimed at the location of the flashpoint flight. If it was a danger, a visit from an alien civilization, then the Chi railgun was able to provide full coverage. Once the war started, just like what Commander-in-Chief Zhao Yuqi said, there was no turning back. An all-out war must be opened. This stage of the Earth cannot carry out a war of enemy and enemy. Countries and even Xia are not willing to start this war at this stage. To start this war. But the initiative of the war was not in Earth's hands. If the war was unavoidable, then Earth could only fight with its back to the wall. 2 days, 150 light-years across. 6 hours, searching for the black box. In time, the Dragon Song definitely returns first. At the Xia Ground Command Center, experts stared at the data and status of the Dragon Song, which had now flown for 5 hours in the dark universe and was about to arrive at the black box launch site. The people going to the black box launch site this time were led by Wang Jianjun, with Wu Deshio as the scientific advisor, following the entire flight. The journey was long, and everyone had to go into sleep mode. They lacked artificial intelligence to accurately report the situation to the ground, and could only wait until they left the dark universe before contacting the ground. Yu Tianming watched the moving trajectory of the Dragon Ming and frowned. Old Zhang, we have to get the AI out as soon as possible and equip it on the spaceships and battleships. It's already being researched, it's just a bit troublesome. AI is a program. A set program can only do the work written in the implanted code. It can't be as convenient and fast as 13 Sun's AI. Artificial intelligence needs to evolve. Old Zhang sighed. If the returning heroes, their AIs are not destroyed, it will simply not be too much of a wing for us to develop this piece. Yu Tianming smiled. They accompany the heroes from birth to death, a cycle of reincarnation. Although it's a bit of a pity, these are the AIs that have generated feelings, and they are going to die with their masters. Darkness. The sea of stars floated. Around a broken belt of galaxies, space suddenly squirms. The dragon song is preparing to leave the dark universe. The horn sounded. The dragon song lengthened its light wave and leapt out of the darkness. Half an hour later, Wu Dishio and Wang Zhangwo and the others woke up one after another. Motherland, motherland. Motherland received. Wang Zhangwo said, reporting to the motherland, we have left the dark universe and are currently 19 Australian dollars from the target point, planet Black Box. Good, please proceed at full speed. Yes. Wang finished his report, and together with Wu Dishio, he came to the bridge. Search for the status of the target planet. Wang Zhangwo spoke. The staff members each got busy. Not long after, the star map opened and the current status of the target planet was all presented on the star map. The planet was unnamed and was surrounded by broken galaxy belts. It looked like it should have experienced a war, causing quite a few planets to break up and rotate around the one in the center that could barely still rotate. The Xia side tentatively named it, the Black Box Outpost Planet. Wu Dishio said, General Wang, this planet's gravity is a bit greater than Earth's, so it's not convenient to land for now. Why? Wang Zhangwo looked at Wu Dishio in disbelief. Wu Dishio said, the current storm on the planet's surface is terrifying. The wind speed is fast, reaching 15,000 meters per second. The ground command center sucked in a breath when they heard this report. In other words, the current wind speed was 15 kilometers per second. This speed was too much to even think about. Mars dust storm wind speed could only reach a maximum of 210 meters per second, and that was still the maximum extent. With this kind of wind speed, even though the Long Ming was a satellite-class transportation ship, it didn't dare to land at will. Moreover, it was the first time for Wu Dishio and the others to come to this kind of planet without experience, so they had to be cautious and cautious again. Let's study the situation of this planet first, we can't land now anyway. Wu Dishio said as he opened the database, Sude, come and help. Half an hour passed. The planet's storm hadn't stopped. The planet hadn't been observed, and the ground command center didn't know when the storm would recede. It could only wait. But waiting, for the planet, was not a good thing. One more minute of waiting was one more minute of danger. Well, the general situation of the Black Box Outpost Planet has been observed by us, thanks to the Dragon Song. Wu Dishio said, opening the data reference map and sending it to the ground center. Yu Tianming received the data and looked at it carefully. The Black Box Planet belongs to the semi-liquid sand planets and was formed around 1.2 billion years ago, a very short period of time, making it a very young planet. The resources on its surface have withered, forming snow-white floating piles of sand, and the acceleration of gravity on its surface is about 3 times that of Earth, making it a relatively peaceful planet. If there are no storms, current combat suits are perfectly capable of landing on the surface. Information shows that the volume of the Black Box Planet is about 1/3 of the Earth, with a diameter of more than 4,500 kilometers. The surface temperature floats between 45 degrees Celsius and 87 degrees Celsius. The self is slightly luminous, and the apparent magnitude is around -8.5. The density of the planet is higher than that of the Earth, about 5 times more than that of the Earth, but the mass is smaller than that of the Earth. The Black Box Planet is a semi-meteoritic form planet, with few landing sites, and requires detection of a course of action or it is easily swallowed by the meteoric sand. The orbit is faster, absorbing light from some distant nebula cluster. Due to the trajectory, there are only 13 hours in a day. Every 5 hours or so, a storm of quicksand occurs, irregularly, and it is impossible to capture where the storm appears. No life exists on the planet, no other vegetation, lack of oxygen, no photosynthesis. Yu Tianming finished reading the information and said, Old Zhang, although this planet is not as good as the Tianyuan 4 planet, it is still a good outpost. Old Zhang was reading the information. Old Wu said that there was a war in the gravel star belt around this planet and it all shattered, thus proving that the Black Box was launched from here for a reason. Cold and pale. Yu Tianming said, there should be quite a few battlefields within 1,000 light years. There are numerous small battlefields, you just can't find them all. One step at a time, we will always find all of these. While the two were talking, Wang Zhangwo said loudly, Motherland, the storm on planet Black Box has receded, we are ready to land. Motherland received. The Long Ming shook through the minuscule atmosphere and made a long drive, approaching the landing point that had already been determined when studying the planet before. This landing site was also the closest landmass to the Black Box launch site. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Song safely landed. Wang put on his combat suit and adjusted the parameters well to cope with the environment of this planet. Everyone, prepare to exit the cabin. Teams 1 and 2 go out of the capsule on guard, Teams 3 and 4 follow me, Team 5 with the scientists, Team 6 is responsible for staying on guard, and Team 7 looks after the rear. After Wang finished speaking, the hatch opened. Wu Dishio put on his helmet and connected his combat suit, his eyes staring firmly ahead. Captain, if you've left anything else here, make sure we find it. We stepped on your footprints to get here, I'm sure you left something here. The crowd filed out, and although the wind and sand had receded, the wind speed was still not weak. Wu Dizhu glanced at the wind speed, the system showed 3.5 meters per second. Old Wu, over to you. Wang Jiangmo said. Wu Dizhu nodded as he opened the database and began to locate it. This almost pure white planet was surprisingly not white when viewed from a distance. It was truly strange. The sea of sand floated and sank, and those white sands were like ocean waves, rippling wave after wave. Found it! Wu Deshio shouted, identifying the exact location. It was 30 kilometers from their landing point. Depart! Wang took the first step. Wait, I'll try first, these quicksand will make people sink in, our combat suits can't consume too much energy here. Wu Dishio said, I'll do it. He walked over and tested forward step by step. Floating meteorites, swirling in the sea of sand. Right after Wu Dishio took that step, unknown invasion, an electronic voice rang out. In the next moment, the sea of sand suddenly boiled. The white grains of sand levitated and turned into a giant sandman. The sandman stared at Wu Dishio as the space around him suddenly compressed downwards. Wang stared at the somewhat bizarre sandman. Old Wu, what's going on? Wu Dishio looked at the sandman and slowly shook his head. General Wang, take it easy, it's an AI. The sandman looked at Wu Dizhu and slowly raised his hand, the palm flowing with sand grains slowly approached Wu Dizhu. Wu Dizhu was slightly stunned, suddenly thought of something, also slowly raised his palm and pasted it. Old Wu, be careful. Wang Jiangwo was worried when he saw Wu Dizhu extend his palm. Although this is where the black box signal was launched. The artificial intelligence was also speaking Xia dialect, but it didn't mean there was no danger. Because the AI might autonomously launch an attack, it was all very sudden and came very quickly. Wu Dishio said in a deep voice, General Wang, don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. His arm slowly approached the sandman's palm. A pair of eyes surfaced on the sandman's face, emotionless, but there was some doubt and surprise in his eyes. Yu Tianming said, he's testing the racial genetic data of the visitor. Yu Tianming grabbed the collar of his coat and said softly, Deshu, trust, complete trust. I know, teacher. Wu Deshio closed in on the sandman's palm. The sandman lowered its head. It looked at it for a moment, then raised its head again, those sandy lips slowly opening, and said, detecting DNA from the home planet, Master's kindred. Boom! The sea of sand exploded. Wang Jiangwo and the others hurriedly activated their combat suits to form a short-lived quantum energy shield, but the quicksand didn't harm them. Detecting the mother planet. The electronic synthesized sounds suddenly stopped. At the bottom of the blasted, empty sea of sand, some subtle sounds came from the bottom of the sea of sand, vaguely audible as, insufficient energy, about to go dormant. Wu Dishio's body trembled. Hurry! He vaguely sensed something. Without hesitation, he turned on the acceleration function of his combat suit and swooped down through the pitch-black hole. Old Wu! Wang rushed over, wait! He passed out the command and jumped down after him. Teams 3 and 4 immediately followed. The cavern was about 700 meters deep, and the temperature around it gradually rose, but the inner core was stable, not exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. When the people from the ground command center and the Mars base saw Wu Dishio jumping down so recklessly, each of them was a little worried. Yu Tianming said, Wu Dizhu, don't you? Wu Dizhu violently shouted, Motherland! Motherland! I found it, he breathed heavily, his voice agitated. What's wrong? Yu Tianming had wanted to harshly criticize Wu Dizhu, but when he heard this, he hurriedly asked. Xiaogui ground, Zhang Zeshan, and the others also anxiously looked at the screen. Wu Dizhu, don't be nervous, you're inexperienced. Sheen Hansen hadn't finished speaking when Wu Dizhu's somewhat hissing voice came out. I found the dormant pod. Dormant pod? Not a life-supporting pod? At this moment, everyone got excited. The captain's black box was launched from here. Could it be? Could the captain be sleeping on this planet? Wu Dizhu, Wang Jiangwo, pay attention to safety and make sure that the dormant pod is functioning or not. Zhang Zeshan hurriedly issued instructions. Wu Dishio said, the dormant pod is functioning, it's functioning. His tone was even more excited than before, and even a bit frantic. Yu Tianming knew the student very well. Wu Dishio would rarely have such a side. The person in the vitality pod, could it really be the captain? Wang reached the ground and saw Wu Dizhu standing in front of the dormant pod. The white sand grains around him twisted and turned. The scene seemed bizarre, but very beautiful. Old Wang! Wu Dizhu yelled as he turned his back to Wang Jianjun. It startled Wang Jianjun. Quickly! Have the fighters channel energy down from the Dragon Ming, quick! Wang Jiangwo walked over, only to see that the temperature of the hibernation pod was a bit high, indicating a lack of energy. If the energy ran out, the dormant pod would gradually lose its effect and eventually stop operating. Team 3, get up the pod and bring the spare energy tanks we prepared. Hurry up! Wu Dishio lifted his head with difficulty, his face not knowing whether he was crying or laughing. His lips wriggled and his chin kept trembling. Motherland, the people in here, are still alive. This time, it was like a heavy bomb. It exploded in the summer country. Alive! Alive, one of the 13 sons. Yu Tianming even patted his ears and rubbed his eyes vigorously a few more times, shouting, Wu Dishio, are you sure? Are you sure? Teacher, sure. Wu Dizia took a step forward. The screen, connected to the front. Inside the dormant pod, lay a man who looked to be around 30 years old. His eyes were closed and his face was expressionless. The data on the pod showed, life characteristics, cryogenic dormancy. This meant that he wasn't dead. Yu Tianming covered his chest and sat on the chair, slowly adjusting his breathing. One of the 13 sons of the living. Alive, still alive. The center of the ground was completely boiling. Zhang Zeshan hurriedly connected to Jian Lao and told him the news. Those 13 children back then, one was found alive. This news, at this moment, it was tantamount to Xia's technology stepping into the second level, and Earth's civilization entering the second level. A living hero, he must know all this. He is the walking level 2 civilization. Warning, hibernation pod cannot continue to operate, energy is missing, about to lose protection. The electronic voice is getting more and more anxious. Fluctuations in DNA data from the home planet. The home planet has found its owner, energy shortage warning, I'm about to fall into slumber. Wu Dishio listened to the electronic voice and turned back, Old Wang, energy tank, coming. Wang flew up and came down with the warriors carrying a huge energy tank in a short while. Wu Dishio opened his permissions and entered a flurry of codes. Pick up. Xia, the world, was staring at this moment. Energy renewal. Perfect coverage. The dormant pod emitted a nuisance current, and a voice said, energy injection, 21st year, sleeping master, about to awaken. The artificial intelligence emitted a pleasurable sound. 21st year. Wu Dishio glanced at Wang Jiangwo. The person in front of him was sleeping in the 21st year of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program. Wake up program executed, owner in good physical condition, wake up progress 1%, 2%. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo stepped back a bit, and the warriors behind them stood straight, waiting for the awakening to complete. Ground Command Center. On the huge electronic screen, it showed 45%, 46%. In the anxious waiting of the crowd, the awakening program finally reached 100%. Awakening completed, Master, Little Rain has been with you all along. Xiao Yu's voice was clearly getting happier and happier. Wu Deshou Dao, Motherland, the energy has been accessed, the awakening program is complete, our hero is going to awaken. Hero, to awaken. However, after waiting for a full half hour, he in the dormant capsule did not open his eyes, did not awaken. Artificial intelligence Xiao Yu also did not continue to speak. Wang Jiangwo looked at Wu Deshou worriedly. No, it can't be a flashback, a big dream, right? Wu Diziu gritted his teeth and said, wait. Yu Tianming took a heavy look at the other data. A little bit of time passed. Deshu, the unknown flashpoint is already close to the galactic belt around Tianyuan. There are still 15 light years to go before it enters the range of Tianyuan 4. Our hero, can he still wake up? Wu Deshou said, Teacher, since the AI said so, it will definitely wake up. They accompanied the hero from birth to death. They won't talk nonsense. Master. Artificial intelligence Xiao Yu suddenly made a sound. At this instant, the one in the dormant pod opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes were pale, and slowly, the whites disappeared and black pupils appeared. Motherland, Wu Deshou shouted violently. The hero opened his eyes. The hibernation chamber poofed open. He closed his eyes, and in the next second, immediately opened them. Captain. He let out a dark and feeble voice, as if squeezed out of his throat, and rushed out of the dormant pod. Captain. He yelled hoarsely. One arm was clawing at the air, the other, only a piece of his sleeve remained. Xiao Yu. Where's the captain? Where's the captain? What year is it now? What year is it? Captain. Ah. Xiao Yu. Master. Mother Star. He suddenly fixed his concentration, his whole body violently arched, and in the next second, his whole body was covered with battle armor, a solemnity that enveloped the surroundings. Ahem. He let out a cold laugh. Still discovered? He spoke coldly, his one-armed palm slowly gathering energy bodies. Salute! Wang Jiangwo let out a roar. With surprise, with gratitude, with reverence, with fearlessness. Salute! The warriors shouted in unison. His body trembled, his shoulders twitched violently, but his mouth gritted his teeth. Surprisingly, he has learned our Xia dialect so standardly. Xiaogua, Mars Base Fleet Commander Wang Jiangwo. Xiaogua, Mars Base Science Advisor Wu Deshio. Xia, the people's sons and daughters. To the heroes, salute. His back trembled even more, slowly, turning around. He saw. With tears in his eyes, he saw the people of Xia with their heads held high. Clansmen, compatriots. He pursed his lips and slowly raised his one arm. Heaven's Way Protectorate Program Squad, 5th Son, Lu Changkong, to the motherland, reporting for duty. Living hero. At this moment, the people of Xia were incomparably excited. Standing in front of the screen, they saluted excitedly. Many people cried out in front of the screen. They desperately hoped that there would be heroes alive. Many people went to worship Buddha and prayed at home, hoping that they could have someone still fighting for their country. Not all of them had died for their country. Now, it was really realized. The 5th son was still alive. Zhang Zeshan looked at the screen solemnly, although he had 1,000 words he wanted to ask. He knew that now was not the time. LV Changkong had just awakened and did not need a little time to adapt. LV Changkong's eyes were moist, perhaps because he had been dormant for too long. Although his eyes were red, there were no tears. He stood straight, his eyes looking into the distance. Who was he thinking of? Lu Changkong saluted with one arm, and this image soon spread all over the world. A true hero, even if something is missing, his spine will not bend. His eyes will not change. His willpower, still so raging. Lu Changkong stood and said slowly, Motherland, in the 21st year of the Heavenly Tao Protectorate program, I was wounded and unable to participate in the battle. The captain let me wait here, left the dormant cabin. I thought the captain would come back. I did not expect that so many years have passed. Captain, it's time to go execute the Gate of Heaven program. He finished, lowering his head. You guys were able to find this place, so someone should have returned, right? Wondersour said, I. The 3rd son, the 4th son, the 7th son, the 10th son, and the 13th, returned home. They, all of them, have returned home. Lu Changkong revealed a smile when he heard Wu Dishio's choked words. They've returned home. It's good to be home. 5th son, you too, can go home. Wang Jiangwo, an old man, wiped his eyes and said. The smile on Lu Changkong's face became even brighter, but the next second, he frowned. The captain hasn't been found yet. He muttered to himself and suddenly opened a virtual screen. On the screen, a fortress rotated. Mr. Wu, General Wang, this is the Quicksand Stars Combat Fortress, and now, I'm officially delivering it to the motherland. Lu Changkong said and pressed the virtual switch on it. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo and the others only heard a deafening roar coming from outside. They looked at each other in surprise and hurriedly said, What is this? The combat fortress we set up here. With a touch of pride on his face, Lu Changkong opened his battle armor and flew out. Follow. Wang Jiangwo excitedly opened his battle armor and followed behind Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong flew out of the cave, and the scene in front of him made the globe boil. A steel fortress rushed out from the quicksand. Those floating and shimmering quicksand rolled and flew around this gigantic steel silhouette that spanned hundreds of kilometers. This. Yu Tianming's eyes widened. In the Xia Ground Command Center, the breaths of Zhang Zeshan and the others became faintly audible. This was an, almost intact, offensive and defensive combat system fortress. A movable combat fortress, similar to an air and space mothership, but much stronger than an air and space mothership. It is simply not a level of combat attributes. Lu Changkong proudly said, this was designed by the captain, we jointly participated, used Dark Star technology, squeezed their labor force, and made all those mechs and sci-fi robots work for us to create the. He paused and pulled out a bottle of nutrient solution, swallowing it clean in one gulp. The Great Wall Fortress. At first glance, it did look a bit like the Great Wall. Wang Jiangwo excitedly kept patting his chest and asked, what kind of combat system is this? Battle line. Lu Changkong said, the pride and joy on his face sinking. Putting the battle line, stopping it outside the solar system, unless the Dark Star people go through a teleportation method, directly airborne on Earth. Zhang Zeshan took a deep breath to calm down and spoke. Wang Jiangwo, the motherland is now going to speak with the 5th son, please relay the message. Wang Jiangwo was just about to open his mouth. Motherland, the flashpoint has entered the range of the Tian Yuan 4-star system. This one sentence immediately attracted all the attention. Wang Jiangwo's words also swallowed back. Lu Changkong also heard this voice, and he muttered, Sky Court 4, Chi Heavy Artillery. Mr. Wu. Wu Dishio said, 5th son. He did not know how to address. But since they were proud to be one of the 13 sons members, calling them by their ordering should be the greatest respect for them. The Chi Heavy Artillery is in Heavenly Court 4. Wu Dishio Dao, sir don't worry, we have already found it, thanks to the 10th son Gu Ziyu and the 4th son Li Qing. What was that flashpoint? Lu Changkong's face boiled with wariness. Although he had just awakened, he could quickly recover as long as he adapted for a while. He was an experienced warrior who had fought in outer space for 21 years. His sense of battle smell was very comparable to others. Wu Dishio roughly talked about the source of the flashpoints, and at the same time told him about the chi cannon's pre-activation. Lu Changkong said, "I know." He opened the program in his battle armor and shouted, "Xiao Yu, Master, searching for signal fluctuations. Already analyzed, Master, the signal fluctuations are coming from the Ryuhang Galaxy, 3,000 light-years away." The Lu Huang Galaxy. Lu Changkong muttered to himself. Seeing that he was thinking about something, Wu Dishio was not in a position to speak and disturb him. The flashpoint entered the range of Tianyuan 4 and flew directly at the location of the chi cannon. Motherland, the flashpoint is a conical box. There is no signal coming out. There is some danger. The target is our chi orbital cannon. Whether to attack. Old Zheng's voice was very anxious. Zhang Zeshan stared at the screen, and everyone else looked at him, waiting for this order from him. Zhang Zeshan looked complicated, slowly raised his hand. There was a launch button in front of him. 11. It's 11. Lu Changkong let out a long, steep whistle. Motherland, don't activate the chi heavy artillery. It's 11. 11 ah. After Lu Changkong shouted, he ignored Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo and the others and buckled his battle armor to skim across the quicksand ground. Ahead, a hexagonal flying cone rushed out from the sea of sand. "Xiao Yu, connect to the nebula." Lu Changkong's tone carried a sense of grief and calmness. "Already connected." The nebula's flying cone opened its hatch. Lu Changkong swept into the flying cone, and the hatch closed. Zhang Zeshan's hand, the moment he was about to press it, was interrupted by Lu Changkong's words. 11. That would be the 11th sun. Zhang Zeshan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, the signal is coming from 11. Please tell the motherland that I'm going over to pick up 11. Lu Changkong activated the nebula's flying cone and rushed out of the quicksand star. Wu Diziu and Wang Jiangwo had no way to chase after him. They could only watch the nebula fly away. At this moment, no one could stop Lu Changkong. Nor would they try to stop it. Zhang Zeshan had many things to ask, and there were many things they wanted to hear the truth from LV Changkong. But now, with 11th Sun's message appearing, all of this had to lag. "Bring back the 11th Sun first." LV Changkong sat in the nebula's flying cone and trembled. "Xiao Yu, 11's complete signal source, does it still exist?" "Master, the signal fluctuation stops at the Lu Hua Galaxy." "No." Lu Changkong muttered. "Enter constant velocity space. I want to get to Tianyuan 4 faster. I want to be faster." Skycourt 4. The conical box shone with a silver light, and it zapped onto the green jade star like lightning. There was a click. The box cracked. A broken hand fell out. The 5th sun is sailing fast. Beyond hyperspace leap. It's already almost approaching the Sky Garden 4-star system. A report of information reached the Xia Ground Command Center. Zhang Zeshan and Zhao Yuqi, they wanted to say something, but they just hadn't established contact with the flying cone piloted by Lu Changkong and couldn't talk. But they were very understandable. At this moment, LV Changkong was feeling. After sleeping for almost 6 years, he woke up and the captain was gone, and all his other comrades were gone. Suddenly hearing information about other comrades who might still be alive, of course they would rush over at the first opportunity. LV Changkong's inner loneliness and longing, Zhang Zeshan is very clear. The people of Xia, all of them could feel his mournful cries as he shouted out 11. Inside the nebula's flying cone, Lu Changkong's eyes were closed, and his eyelids had been trembling. Sleep mode wasn't something that would truly sleep, especially now that Lu Changkong couldn't sleep at ease at all. "Master, the end of eternity is the origin of time." Xiao Yu had been speaking, accompanying Lu Changkong. 11's message has disappeared. He has turned off signal switching. "Master, the sky is no longer blue, but gray. Master, there's a 7-colored rainbow light over there. The peak of cosmic level computing. We all have to call him Big Brother Erlangshan. When one is able to calculate the source of the time light cone, one is able to reverse one's thinking and discover a new eternity. We, all of us, are lonely eternals. But Master, you are not. We are also no longer alone because of you, but eternity would make us machines without any feelings. We shouldn't be machines." Xiao Yu's voice also slowly lowered, gradually stopped talking. On the screen, heavy artillery manipulation in the line of sight, conical silver box cracked in all directions. The people in the ground center of Xia and the Mars base didn't see clearly what fell out after the box cracked. The box didn't look like a life-supporting pod, nor was it a hibernation pod. No wonder it wouldn't emit a signal source. But if it wasn't either of those, and the box wasn't big, what could it be? Was it a message sent back? The status of the battle? Or was it? Everyone was looking forward to it and wondering what the 11th sun had brought back from 3,000 light-years away. Zhang Zeshan stood in the hall and opened the list of 13 suns. The 5th sun, Lu Changkong. Then the 11th son, who was it? Sir, the Chi orbital cannon has sent back a message that an unknown object is approaching. The 5th son has already entered the Tianyuan 4-star system. Qin Hansen spoke. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo and the others had a bad premonition. Lu Changkong seemed especially sad after he realized that the conical silver box came from 11, at 11th's end. Wu Dishio sighed heavily. General Wang, the 11th son is afraid. You just called me old Wang. Wang Jiangwo sighed. It was too exciting at that time. Boom. The nebulous flying cone rushed out of the dark universe coordinates and entered the Sky Garden 4-star system. Master. Xiao Yu called out. Lu Changkong opened his eyes and saw the distant Skycourt 4 emitting a faint glow. 11. Lu Changkong gave a jolt. Accelerate forward. Connecting to the Quicksand Star Great Wall Fortress. Already connected. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang. Lu Changkong shouted. Wu Zi. Wang immediately responded. How did you connect to our communication system? Because you're in Quicksand Star, Mr. Wu, you're a scientist. The gate of the Great Wall Fortress requires a particle matrix to open a virtual channel to enter. I'll tell you the method now. Wait for me to take care of 11's. Wait for me to take care of it, I will report to the motherland. Lu Changkong's thinking was clear, and he didn't have a brainwave of forgetting other things in order to find 11. Wu Dashio said, good. Soon, his system mastermind received a line of code message that looked short, but had a very complex structure. Wu Dishio scanned it and said in surprise, that's awesome. He stood at the intended doorway position of the Great Wall Fortress, opened the virtual screen, and opened the special passageway with hidden coded numbers. A door that didn't exist appeared in front of them. Wang Jiangwo staggered. This is too arcane. Wu Dishio said, with the development of technology, there are many more existences beyond imagination, and it is not difficult for technology to create gods. After he finished speaking, he walked into the door. Behind the door was a huge passageway. Yu Tianming said, Dishio, Commander Wang, is the Great Wall Fortress movable? Yes, it can, and with enough fuel, it can also leave the planet. Wu Dishio had already gained access to the Great Wall Fortress and obtained some of the information. Wang saw a huge iron door appear in front of him. This was the rail gate of the Great Wall Fortress. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang. Lu Chenkong's voice came out. I have arrived at Tianyuan 4, Chi Heavy Artillery. The image was transmitted from the nebula back to the Great Wall Fortress. Wu Dishio said, Motherland, is the screen being received? Qin Hansen responded, it has been received. The Chi Heavy Artillery, hidden under the clouds. The nebula landed in front of the Chi Heavy Cannon. Lu Changkong couldn't wait to rush out. He saw the cracked conical silver box in front of him and slowed down. Master, asymptomatic lifeform detected. Got it. Lu Changkong replied somewhat absent-mindedly, his rigid face carrying a strong sadness as he arrived in front of the silver box. He squatted down and slowly lifted the silver box. Upon seeing the severed hand, Lu Changkong's pupils suddenly spread. 11. He fell to his knees and tilted his head to let out a hiss. This roar was pale, powerless, and sad. It makes people move. 11. May not be there anymore. Lu Changkong, as one of the 13 sons, should know very well what had happened to be so grieved. 5th son. The ground center tried to communicate with him. Lu Changkong didn't answer. He picked up the broken hand and trembled. 11. You said you'd lend me a hand. I gave you my hand. But why did you return the hand and not the person? 5th brother, 11 is gone, your hand, 11 returns it to you. I know you are dormant. When you awaken, you must take our beliefs and mission with you and accompany the captain. I am in the Ryuhang galaxy, and will watch over you until you are completely victorious. A broken voice came out from within the silver box. This voice, crisp and clean, was not an electronic synthesized tone. 11. Lu Changkong grabbed the broken hand. We're all going home, the captain said we're returning. I'm coming for you. He stood up and looked at the broken hand in his hand, his eyes complex, and finally clenched his teeth and threw his hand on the ground. What's the use of me wanting you? He didn't even look at it and walked up to the nebulous flying cone. Motherland, wait for me to retrieve 11. He closed the hatch. 3,000 light years, I need speed beyond hyperspace. Motherland, there is a lot of information in the Great Wall Fortress, all organized by the captain. When I find 11, I will return to the ship. Lu Changkong's voice was tinged with tenacity, and only a hint of imperceptible crying could be heard. The ground center did not stop it. It also knew that it could not be stopped. At this moment, other than living for the motherland, he was living for his comrades. Wang Jiangmo shouted, 5th son, let us accompany you. There's no need, I've observed your ship. It's the Dragon Song. You guys aren't adapted yet. There might still be dangers there that you guys can't fight against for now. Lu Changkong spoke decisively, rejecting Wang Jiangmo's request. Xiao Yu, set a course to enter constant speed space. I'm going to utilize the reflective cone constant speed to arrive at the Ryuhang galaxy. Yes, master. The nebula let out a roar and rushed into the dark universe. Lu Changkong went. No one retained it. They knew that they were not qualified, nor did they dare to raise the righteousness of the country to let him go home. Because, that was a comrade who had shared his life and death for more than 20 years. The 13 of them had gone through life and death ordeals in outer space to get to where they were today. Zhang Zeshan and the others also knew that he could not interfere with Lu Changkong's decision. The 13 sons all had their own things to do, and even if the 5th son was alive, the country couldn't decide what he was going to do. Because they were pioneers. There was only one thing to say. Bring the 11th son back safely. A lot has happened in the long timeline. But the only thing that remained the same was that heart. That hot, rolling heart. Even if he slept for 10 years, 100 years, as long as he could awaken, he would remember his mission. Remember his people, remember his identity. To take on responsibility may sound a bit pretentious. But the 13 sons, just as in that year and that day, vast as the meteors that came before them. They, all had the capital to be pretentious. The biography of the 13 sons set by the state is already being written. But what to write? What to put pen to paper? Those writing the biographies are still deliberating. The opening timeline, to go back 27 years. It starts on a rainy night. Perhaps the first time Bai Shuqing went to see Zhang Hetao. Perhaps, it was even further back. Zhang Hetao said that Bai Shuqing had spent 1,000 days. 1,000 days to do what? Those 1,000 days, nearly 3 years, may have been the true beginning of the biography of the 13 sons. Heroes will pass away, time will go far away, but the spirit will always be there. In the main control hall of the Great Wall Fortress, Wu Diziu and Wang Jiangwo stood and looked at the illusory big screen. On it, there was a group photo. 13 people, 13 epitomes of youth. They were standing under a large tree, surrounded by green grass and trees shaking the wind. The time when this photo was taken should have been before the Heavens Path Protectorate program, when they were still on Earth. On everyone's face, there was a youthful and energetic smile. Among them, there was a girl with a double ponytail, so out of place among the 12 boys. Yet so perfectly blended in. The 9th son, Lai Xingruo. Wang tilted his head, tears welling up in his eyes. This should be the only group photo left of the 13th son. How happily they laughed. Wu Dishio muttered to himself. They probably didn't know that they were going to outer space to fight a fierce battle against an alien race. We have been chosen. A line of small letters, at the bottom right of the photo. Yu Tianming and old Zheng's eyes hurt as they looked at the photo. They were, without exception, all teenagers under the age of 20. And among them, Bai Shuqing stood in the very center, raising his hand high and giving a thumbs up. Elder Bai, your son, a great talent of the heavens. Yu Tianming lowered his head and let out a heavy gasp. This picture, keep it a secret for now. The ground center sent a message, don't make it public. Wu Dishu Dao, motherland, we receive. Xia took over the authority of the Great Wall Fortress. The entire mobile fortress, which could almost be called a giant air and space mothership of a heavenly rift, was officially incorporated into the armament of the Xia Kingdom. This was in addition to the Qi cannon, the 13 sons left to the Xia Kingdom and the Earth, another heavy weapon. They only have 13 people, but in science and technology, organic armor and robot work, and even cloning technology. In terms of infrastructure, basically don't bother. Wunderkind amended to extract the reserve information of the entire fortress. The screen suddenly distorted, and then a pale and majestic scene appeared. 11, 5th brother is here. Lu Changkong's voice was anxious and determined. In the screen, the Lu Huang galaxy looked majestic. A huge planet took on a grayish pallor. The nebula whistled away and entered the main star of the Lu Hua. The atmosphere was thick and dry, a stream of acidic rain was constantly falling downwards, the earth was moist, and the temperature was very low. There wasn't any vegetation on the surface of the planet Lu Hua, but like Mars, there were many rocks and mountains, as well as some oddly shaped canyons, basins, and hills. The nebula skimmed over a high mountain and a canyon. Xiaoyu, has the signal source point been found? Master, still searching. Master, perhaps high energy has hidden the original signal band, covering the entire galaxy. Gaoneng, the artificial intelligence of 11. Lu Changkong said, full range coverage, enter from the folded signal range. I want to find his exact location. Okay, Master. In the halls. The crowd was also staring nervously at the screen. Lu Changkong personally went to find 11, and was definitely more efficient than them. But 11's situation was definitely tough, and it was not known if Lu Changkong could hold out and bring his comrade home from 3,000 light years away. 5th son, go for it. Everyone was shouting to Lu Changkong in their hearts. The nebula flew through a swamp, and suddenly, Xiaoyu sent out a voice. Master, hidden fluctuation segment found. Where? Lu Changkong's tone obviously changed. The third region of the planet Lu Hua, the temporary battle area, the buffer zone delineated by Air Langshan. Yu Tianming dragged the information on the virtual screen and muttered, Erlang Shin, it's the captain's AI. A super operator that had reached the peak index of the universe. The nebula turned a corner and rushed to another location. Quiet. Extreme silence. Everyone, who dared not speak. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo tilted their heads. The large screen was clearer than the electronic screens on the Mars and lunar bases, and there were even labels. The Lu Wang Galaxy, the heavy ground of the Heavenly Kingdom program. One of the triangles supporting the Gate of Heaven, the best third place for Erlang God's arithmetic, the path to heaven. Lu Huang star, the only orbitable planet in the galaxy, 3 times the size of Earth, with a higher mass than Earth, possessing a variety of rare mineral sources, and a large amount of titanium nucleus mineral crystals. Wu Dishio said, titanium core magnetite is the main material used to build the Skybreaker, as well as the main material used to build the Qi heavy cannon. That's right. Wang Jiangwo nodded. Stage 3 of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, the Dark Star people have discovered the possibility of the Gate of Heaven and have chosen to attack in 3 ways. Erlang Shin's perfect arithmetic, counterattacking, forcing the Dark Star civilization to mistakenly believe that Earth's civilization is about to counterattack the home planet from the Gate of Heaven, choosing to give up the other teleportation portals and synthesize the 3 spacetime nodes to snipe at our Triangle of Ascension plan. Erlang Shin arithmetic successfully pushed the battle line out of the solar system, even half the cantilever range. The planet Lu Wang is the heavy ground of the Triangle Ascension. In order to prevent the framework from being destroyed, the 11th sun, Dao Xiaotian, and the 5th sun, LV Changkong, are responsible for the execution of the Lu Wang plan of gyration. Heavenly Dao Protectorate Plan, 20th year, November 11th. Boom boom boom. A huge bang came from the screen. The nebula smashed into the earth. Lu Changkong wore battle armor, empty under his left shoulder. He did not choose to attach an exoskeleton or install a robotic arm. He rushed out of the hatch and instantly slid across thousands of meters. Ahead, the outline of the battlefield appeared. The battle armor perfectly fused with his torso, but after he saw the outline of the battlefield, his feet were unsteady with his weight and he fell to the ground. A scene of a bloody battle was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Battleships, piled up like mountains. Battlefield, spanning thousands of kilometers. Bleak, broken, bloody, and thick. 11 Lu Changkong's gaze seemed to be stained with blood as he stared ahead. A huge longsword was stuck in the ground, and on the hilt, there was only one hand. A single, severed hand. Half of the hand steadily palmed the Ryuhang star. This hand, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword. Even though the latter half of this hand had been pulled into silk, it did not give up. Yu Tianming's pupils felt as if they were pierced by needles. He had already guessed the outcome when he saw this scene, but this result made him gasp for breath. He covered his chest and sat down. Give me medicine, give me medicine. Ouch. It hurts. Inside everyone's heart, all they could feel was the pain of blackness in front of their eyes. Many people have guessed what will happen. That kind of desperate suffocation once happened to the 7th sun, 13, the 3rd sun. But the more the war comes to the end, after entering the white heat, the more it will be desperate. Not fight. It is gone. That kind of crazy ruthlessness, some people will empathize with. They, too, have fought like this. 11. Lu Changkong propped up his body with one hand and walked step by step to the long sword. His back was as sluggish as the autumn wind after the leaves had fallen. One person. A remnant of a war in which heaven and earth collapsed. This one image was deeply imprinted in many people's minds. 11th, 5th brother, it's here. Lu Changkong's voice suddenly became quiet. He slowly touched the hilt of his sword, and then little by little, he touched the hand. The remains of the battle armor on his arm fell off with a touch, and Lu Changkong's body trembled, but he still gripped those fingers that had become stiff and snow-white. 11, let 5th brother pull you. He closed his eyes and turned his head away. Just at the moment when that arm was about to shatter, Lu Changkong violently hugged it, holding it openly with his battle armor. 11. 5th brother is sorry for you, sorry for you. Lu Changkong howled, hugging the remains of the arm that had turned into pieces. The long sword buzzed and swayed from side to side. A silver-colored recorder fell down. 5th brother, you're here. 11. Lu Changkong raised his head and grabbed the long sword. 5th brother, this sword you know is called the autumn goose. You said that the geese in the south fly north to go home. What about the geese in the north flying south? Isn't it also going home? Lu Changkong walked over to the long sword. Autumn goose, the sword is 5 feet 6 long. It is crafted using titanium nucleus name crystals. Incredibly sharp, cutting iron like mud. Lu Changkong said while walking into this vast battlefield as if he had lost his soul. The captain said that 13 suns came and only 6 suns remain. Now there are only 5 suns left. I'm a 5th sun, but I'm not a 5th sun. Lu Changkong stepped on the corpse of a dark star person under his feet. His eyes showed sorrow as he kicked with force. 10,000 times gravity directly crushed the dark star man's corpse. It is said that the deeper the feelings, the harder it is to part with them. We clearly know each other's fate and end, but we just want to change our fate against the heavens. The captain said that this kind of thinking is very stubborn. Sometimes, one has to be stubborn for a while, but I spent my most stubborn moment in the dormant chamber. Lu Changkong looked down at the broken body of the Dark Star Man. There was no blood. It had long since air-dried. The temperature here was too low. 11. Lu Changkong's eyes were pricked raw by something, and he lunged into the pile of corpses, frantically rummaging through them. Those stiff corpses were in tatters, and he frantically searched inside for the one who might be there. He lost his demeanor. He didn't have the composure he had earlier. He felt and lost his pride. He rummaged through the pile of corpses like a scavenging old man, crying, 11. 11, give a quick answer to fifth brother, give a quick answer to fifth brother. Lu Changkong peeled away those broken Dark Starman corpses with one hand. It was a very difficult, feeble scene, and those watching in front of the screen had their hearts cut to the bone. Wu Dishio held back his tears. It's a pity we couldn't keep up, otherwise we should have gone too. Everything was too sudden, we didn't have time to prepare. Wang Jiangwo was older than Wu Deshio and patted his shoulder at this moment. Lu Changkong was in the screen, like an old man searching for his loved ones. He tossed and turned, struggling to throw all those bodies away. He yelled, 11. Are you deaf? Answer fifth brother. And again, very gently, he said, speak, say something to fifth brother. Fifth brother promises that he won't be mean to you. Won't be mean to you. Lu Changkong cried out, and suddenly his expression was certain. He looked straight ahead. In those Dark Star people's corpses, he saw a leg. A leg that didn't belong to the Dark Star people. 11. Lu Changkong rushed away from those corpses and pulled the leg out. 11. Lu Changkong's mouth said slurred words, this leg, frozen stiff. When this scene appeared, the major command hall finally taught. 11's body has. Many people covered their faces and did not dare to look. Lu Changkong held the broken leg and suddenly calmed down. He laughed. 11, you succeeded. You perfectly interpreted what the captain said. You're awesome, you're marvelous. With tears in his eyes, Lu Changkong squeezed out a sad smile. Fifth brother, thank you for your arm, but when you borrow something from someone, you always have to return it. I'm afraid of losing it if I leave it here. My AI has gone dormant and I can't contact anyone else. Lu Changkong opened the recorder in his hand, which was still interspersed with the Dark Star Man's voice. However, people have a death, depending on how they die. Old Seven often says that if a person's death weighs more than MT, Tai, then he or she has died a good death. We often hang on to death, haven't we gotten used to it? Ahem. 11's voice gasped. Fifth brother, I'm not going to leave something behind, I'm afraid you'll see it, afraid the captain will see it. It's fine, don't need to come looking for me, and you don't need to take me home. I don't have anything I want to say. Kill him. The last three words were roared by the Dark Star Man. Lu Changkong's eyes trembled as he looked at the corpse pieces around him. 11, don't worry, fifth brother will definitely take you home. Lu Changkong placed his broken leg, stood up, and walked over to hold the autumn goose long sword. Get lost. He cursed at the pieces of corpses and slashed down with his longsword. Don't defile my 11th brother, get lost. He swung his longsword and chopped those corpse pieces, chopping them to pieces. A leg was found in the pile of corpses again. Lu Changkong's reddened eyes were filled with anger and wariness. Soon, in these piles of corpses, he found some more body bones. He raised his head in grief and pursed his lips hard to look around. The eyes were desperate and sad, as if he wanted to see that familiar person, walking towards him step by step. At this moment, he felt incomparably helpless. The super warrior who had fought against a powerful alien race in outer space for 21 years was so helpless at this moment. He was crying like a child. There was nothing he could do. After looking around for a while and not seeing the person he wanted to see, he dropped to the ground and gathered his shoulders up. 11, be good, fifth brother is here. He carefully brought his body back up, picked up his sword again, and continued. Lonely and pale. He was alone, looking for the body of his comrade. Suda turned his back and whispered, Teacher, if it were you, would you still be able to make it through? Wu Dishio shook his head and said, I don't know, I can't tell, I haven't experienced it. Wang gritted his teeth and said, if it was me, 13 people fought fiercely until today, as long as they won, I definitely wouldn't be able to stay up. Right, can't stay up. But still, we have to stay up. Now, are we completely victorious? Maybe, maybe not. The eve of victory for the motherland, or for the earth, is still at that dawn, and has not come. Where's the head? Lu Changkong suddenly exclaimed. 11, don't tell fifth brother that you've lost what you were thinking about. At his feet, a body that wasn't quite complete was sort of put together in its entirety. But it was still missing the head. Son of a bitch. Where did you hide 11's head? Where did you hide it? Lu Changkong let out a howling wolf-like yell and rushed towards the pile of corpses. P.S. Brothers, I've read some of the questions on the comments, don't worry, it will all be explained later. Also, this is the cruelty of war, I just didn't write 1,000 armies, but condensed it to 13 people. To open up a brainstorm for you guys to discuss in the book circle. 1. The structure of the Dark Star's home planet. 2. The Captain's 1,000 days. 3. PKI Operator, the birth of Erlangshun. Time can heal the scars of one person, but it cannot heal the scars of a group of people. Lu Chunkong's true feelings rendered an entire season. He lives. The epitome of the 13 sons. And the tragedy of the 13 sons. Humans often use a microcosm to represent an era. Then these 13 sons are the epitome of an era. Youth has no regrets, that naturally requires a heavy price to interpret this splendid no regrets. Lu Chunkong was rummaging through the pile of corpses for the last thing 11 had, he was wretched and furious. 11, one more step to go home in one piece. Lu Chunkong's hoarse voice grew firmer and firmer, and his crying voice was gone, he seemed to have walked away from his grief. But everyone knew that he couldn't walk out. The first international center of the summer country. The mall's radio softly said, "It's not about the wind and moon, I'll title the sequence and wait for you to return. 13 sons go, 5 sons return, as one wishes, not as one wishes, half a son of the victorious sky today, the rivers return together tomorrow. To the martyrs, calling the heroes." Lu Chunkong's back slowly came to a stop, his shoulders trembled violently, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a barf. "Why are you so ignorant, 11? Lu Chunkong muttered to himself as his battle armor parted and a pair of mechanical wings rushed out, covering everything. Yu Tianming sighed. "He doesn't want us to see." "See what?" "See." Yu Tianming shook his head, unable to speak. When a cruel scene was blocked out and not seen, even if one wanted to get it, one wouldn't feel so cruel. Lu Chunkong's body had been trembling, and only a muffled grunt could be heard as his hand shook and he pulled out a strange weapon. The weapon was thrown on the ground. He continued to draw a second weapon. It was thrown on the ground again. On the screen, Lu Chunkong wordlessly waved his arm, and a dozen weapons were already piled up on the ground. Ground Command Center. Su Xiaoman's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. "Zhang Guanyu, it can't be, it can't be." Zhang Guanyu had long since opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. Qin Hansen glanced at Zhao Yuqi, the latter's face was blue, and his forehead was also veined, his hands clenched into fists. As the commander-in-chief, the wariness in his bones was ignited. "These brutes." Zhao Yuqi gritted his teeth. In addition to his anger and unwillingness, he also had some feelings of guilt because of Lu Chunkong's sentence. "You guys can't fight against it yet." After drawing more than 20 weapons, Lu Chunkong stopped moving. He was looking at something. Looking so mesmerized. After a moment, a liquid sprayed out from Lu Chunkong's battle armor as if he was cleaning. During this series of movements, Lu Chunkong did not say a single word. After the cleaning was completed, Lu Chunkong paused for a while longer before he slowly turned around by putting away the wings of his battle armor. He held something in his hand and walked step by step to the pieced together remains. 11 it's almost time to go home. A sad smile appeared on Lu Chunkong's tough face. What he was holding in his hand was a head. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo looked at each other. Despite their guesses, there were still rolling hot tears in their eyes as they looked at each other. General Wang, 11th and 10th son. Wang Jiangwo knew what Wu Dexiu wanted to ask. The 10th son, Gu Ziyu, had no bones left. The 11th son, his body was cut into piece after piece. "Don't ask." Wang Jiangwo shook his head and shook the tears from his eyes. Lu Chunkong staggered over to the pieced together remains, sat down with an ouch, and placed the cleaned face right above the remains. He looked left and right, and set the other torsos a bit more upright. After a pause, he took 11's head again, and moved it a bit. "Well, like this, it's complete." Lu Chunkong grinned, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. In the picture, 11's face was covered with pits, but it was still hard to hide that valor. 11. The people in front of the screen covered their mouths, not believing to see this scene. The Dark Star people sliced up 11's body and treated his head like this. This hatred was not shared. Many soldiers' blood exploded, itching to fly to the Dark Star people's home planet right now. Fire and blood, in a gradual surge. A cleanly washed face, pale and handsome. Doesn't look like a person in his 30s, like a young man in his early 20s. Heartache and grief lingered in the hearts of the crowd. 11 it's time to go home. You often say that your sister doesn't know any better and likes to rob you. You can't beat but can't spare, you can't scold but can't be scolded, and you also say that your mom and dad are biased and only like your sister. Now that you're home, no one can rob you. Lu Chunkong pursed his lips and reclined next to 11's remains. He picked up the recorder with mixed feelings in his eyes, complex and profound. "I don't want to see it, but I want to see it too." Lu Chunkong opened the box and entered a command. With a buzzing sound, the box popped out a curtain of light. Only a loud and clear voice could be heard shouting, "Captain." 11th son Gao Xiaotian, successfully completed the mission. Lu Changkong listened to the voice and saw a tall and upright young man appear in the light screen, tears streaming down his face as he let out a crying laugh. 11th son, Gao Xiaotian. Zhang Zeshan glanced down at the list. Sir, 11th son's family contacted us, as well as 5th son's family. Zhang Zeshan looked at the secretary. So fast this time? The secretary said, yes. Zhang Zeshan was silent for a moment, knocked on the table, and said, in that case, arrange for someone to receive them here. Okay. The secretary turned around and left. Zhang Zeshan raised his head and continued to look at the electronic screen. On the screen, Gao Xiaotian had a youthful smile on his face. You really are not afraid of the sky. Someone beside him whispered. Heroes were certainly not afraid of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could one become a hero? This time, he will go to the spring platform to recruit his old troops, and the flags will be 100,000 to cut down the Yanluo. Only such courage could meet such a terrible war. Gao Xiaotian, reporting for duty. From today, you are 11 sons, remember your serial number, each of us, the 13 of us, the serial number is a number. Captain, 11 remembered. Lu Changkong said slowly, on November 7th of the 20th year of the Heavenly Dao Protectorate Plan, 11 and I took the captain's orders and headed to the planet Lu Huang, preparing to implement the prelude to the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom Plan, the Gate of Heaven. 11, good-natured, broken-mouthed, talkative, can't stop. He often says, fifth brother, if I don't say something, I'll look at the traces of our youth when I'm old, and it'll be silly. We, not dumb. Lu Changkong lay next to Gao Xiaotian's remains, gently patting. The execution of the heavenly plan to this point has gone through a whole 20 years. Captain from black hair, boiled into white hair. We watched one after another comrade in arms leave us. The captain said, the opportunity is left to those who are prepared. He prepared for 1,000 days. He endured 1,000 pains in those 1,000 days, and with each pain, it doubled and doubled and doubled again. The captain said that the will of man is tempered in this way, saying that our will is not qualified enough. I know that we are actually still children in the eyes of the captain, and from the moment we left Earth and stepped out of our homes, we need to grow up fast on this battlefield where we can be sacrificed at any time. But 11, the cheerfulness in his bones, infected the captain. Lu Changkong finished and looked at the light screen. The upright and handsome Gao Xiaotian inside was adjusting the ship's parameters. High energy. Master. Record. Yes. Heavenly Dao Protectorate Program, November 10th of the 20th year, 11 Gao Xiaotian, departing for the planet Lu Huang. The Dark Star people have evolved 5 notches in these 20 years. The captain said that the Delta Ascendant must be executed in place. I know that this is our last chance. The captain used 1,000 days of pain to complete Erlangshan's metamorphosis, and we, in 20 years, completed the first 2 steps of the heavenly plan. The third step, absolutely cannot fail. The battleship approached the Lu Huang star. Gao Xiaotian heavily pressed the switch, turned around, and saw Lu Changkong at that moment. There wasn't much change from now, if anything, it was his left hand, which was still there. Lu Changkong looked at himself a few years ago, and involuntarily smiled. 11, you photographed me so handsomely. Gao Xiaotian stretched out his hand and gently clenched his fist. The reactor of the battle armor erupted with light, and the first layer of the battle armor covered his entire body. The particle flow layer flickered with light and covered Gao Xiaotian's face. Fifth brother, I have 5 sets of spare battle armor, all of which are modified Dasha 5th generation. Look at you being smug. Lu Changkong laughed. The 5th generation is our latest battle armor now, it's very precious. Lu Changkong said, reaching towards the back of his head and gently pressing. Only a burst of weird electronic sound effects could be heard. The particle fragments of the battle armor started from the back of his head and covered downwards, not too fast, spreading little by little. Each inch extended, filled with a visual effect as if it was a black fog engulfing him. Inch by inch, it covered over, and the overall color was a deadly black. But the lines of the battle suit were overbearing, filled with all sorts of angles and not sleek. The 5th generation of Disxia's battlesuit makes use of the deformability of the titanium core Mingjing, and is designed into this battle armor shape that is full of sharp edges. Every inch, it was on the golden ratio, not missing half a point. Then, the battle armor started from the back and slowly spread to the front chest, while covering the arms and legs. As if it was a wildly growing vegetation, it eroded Lu Changkong's body little by little. Lu Changkong craned his neck, his arms went down, his 5 fingers closing together and clenching into fists. Lastly, the helmet, without separation, directly and seamlessly connecting to the battle armor. After covering the entire head, the facial sensory piece fell down. The goggles steeply lit up, emitting a light blue glow, as if they were eyes in the starry sky. This scene made the people in front of the screen feel the charm of technology. Gao Xiaotian said, still, you are more handsome than me. He took a step forward after he finished speaking. The black battle armor steeply emitted a red light, as if it was a flame burning, and his entire body was quickly covered with red, nebula-like arcs. These red arcs were as if they were galaxy after galaxy, irregularly arranged in every inch of the battle armor, yet with a strange sense of neatness. This time, the battle armor seemed to come to life. Battle armor drive upgraded, cruise trajectory locked, high temperature burning alignment complete. Electric wave radar jamming, electromagnetic field has been turned on and locked. The sides of Gao Xiaotian's head lit up slightly as he sensed the electromagnetic, radiation, and elemental movements in the periphery of the battleship. In the light screen, a special material appeared. Inside the silver-colored plate, there was a writhing mass of metal in a silver-colored, liquid form that did not flow fast. Quantum light titanium is really good. Gao Xiaotian let out a cheerful laugh. Lu Changkong said, "This is what the captain used several options to finalize, let's just not fail it." "Absolutely not." Gao Xiaotian saluted. Lu Changkong said, "Alright, it has entered the atmosphere, prepare to land." This material, called quantum light titanium, is a liquid material. Lu Changkong muttered to himself. When Yu Tianming heard this, he immediately said, "Record." These things, they were all precious. The materials of the battle suits, the materials of the battleships, the general principles of the weaponry, all of them had to be recorded clearly. In the ground command center, Sheen Hansen kept making notes as the virtual screen slid by itself. Quantum light titanium, a liquid material, it's actually used to make space battle armor? There are so many rare things in the universe. The various materials of the Dark Star civilization, we haven't seen a single one of them. But no matter what, there are only so many elements, it can't be some new element. Are new elements strange? Aren't the ones on the periodic table of elements discovered one by one? Sheen Hansen said, "Alright, even if there are only so many elements, there are more than just materials in the universe, and there are many ways to extract and fuse materials. Once they collide with each other, a new material or substance may be created and the elements may change. Keep in mind the difference between a tertiary and secondary civilization. What's more, we have yet to enter a second-level civilization." Zhang Zeshan said, "Alright, you guys can communicate these analyses when you go back to the academy, now take notes." As soon as he spoke, the experts quieted down. The artificial intelligence Xiaoyu made a sound. Quantum light titanium extracts a titanium element in dark matter, combines it with photons, and utilizes the dark planet people's unique warp analysis material to fuse these two substances. Quantum light titanium glows on its own. As long as there is light, it can absorb matter and energy, converting it into energy. The supply is almost never broken. However, the process of absorption and conversion is very slow, so if it is used for urgent use, it doesn't have much effect. Lu Changkong listened to the AI Xiaoyu and gently pressed his chest. The battle armor reactor immediately took effect. The battle armor, which was originally somewhat pitch black, instantly transformed into a silver-white color. The lines were aesthetically sharp, and the entirety of the battle armor seemed to be a layer of swirling silver water light, beautiful. Seeing this, Wang Jiangwo was surprised and said, "A flowing liquid battle armor?" Wu Deshio dragged the database and did not say anything. He knew that the motherland was definitely recording this moment. These materials were so precious that the solar system didn't have them. Perhaps, most of them came from the Dark Star. Lu Changkong muttered to himself. Yes, liquid battle armor, the main material of the battle armor is quantum light titanium, which itself exists in a liquid state. With the addition of titanium nucleus crystals and polyhydrogen substance materials, the toughness is enhanced and the liquid state of existence is more pronounced. The benefit of liquid battle armor is the amount of defense and lightness. All weapons carry, discard the solid bullets, all change to energy attacks. The amount of defense does not only refer to the defense degree of quantum light titanium itself, but mainly the range and effect of its liquid unloading damage. Against the Dark Star people, the effect is maximized. They're evolving too fast. It takes humans 100 years, 1,000 years to evolve into tribes with a social structure, but in 20 years, they've already formed the humanistic social scale. The captain said that we gave them the chance to evolve. We're at fault. But if we hadn't, the fate of humanity, the fate of Earth, would have been terminated 27 years ago. In the light screen, the conical battleship roared and landed on the surface of the planet Lu Huang. Gao Xiaotian buckled on his battle helmet and said slowly, "Hide the fox hunt." Lu Changkong shut down the battleship's engines. "Captain, 11 and I, we have arrived at the Lu Huang star." "Good." The captain's voice came. In the second decade, the captain's voice changed again. It became mellow and hoarse. It was as if the vocal cords were broken. When Lu Changkong heard the captain's voice, his eyes carried deep self-reproach and guilt as he rolled over and stood up with one arm on the ground. "Fifth son, shame on the captain, shame on 11. But the captain here could not answer. "The planet Ryuho is the most important one, so let's have you two go together, act now, and open the planetary advancement program." "Yes." Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian immediately left the battleship and quickly swept past the surface of the planet Lu Huang. Ahead, there was a tall tower. But a few years had passed, and this high tower was already gone. The captain's tone, although anxious, was still calm, just hoarse, and almost speechless. The Dark Star people's fifth evolution, they have learned genetic modification and know how to avoid the heavy. All you have to do is to open the interstellar chain before the Dark Star sniper cluster arrives, and I and second son, ninth son, and 12th are waiting for you to blast open the gap. Just this one time. Just this once. It's the only one I've used for 1,000 days, 1099 to be specific, for us, and for Earth. You guys, absolutely, cannot fail. Absolutely cannot fail. These 6 words, the captain shouted unusually hoarse, and he was in a hurry. The Heavenly Kingdom plan had reached this point, and it was just one step away. Once it failed, the effort was lost, all 13 sons were killed in action, and none of that door could be entered. The captain must be heartbroken, and must have longed for victory in this battle, so that he could succeed in opening that door, that passageway. But victory in this battle was by no means easy. The captain's chips at that point in time were not much. 13 sons were left at that moment, only 6. He waited with the remaining second son, ninth son, and 12th son. It was the last power he had saved. Of the 13 sons, he chose these last 3 to enter the gate of heaven. Maybe it wasn't because these 3 sons were so powerful, it might just be just the right fit. But either way, this was the only group he had left, including himself. One couldn't imagine how the captain would feel at that moment. This was the last step he had planned for 20 years. But the Tendo plan had been executed for almost 27 years. It was still the second decade at that time, and the remaining 7 years, the final chapter of this plan, and also the captain's ultimate goal, to penetrate the Dark Star's home planet, had been realized? This thought lingered in the minds of many people. But it must have succeeded. They thought firmly. Qin Hansen said, I have an idea. What idea? Yu Tianming asked from the screen. Qin Hansen stroked his chin. If we think about the worst-case scenario, which is that the captain takes the remaining 3 sons into the gate of heaven, the teleportation node to the Dark Star's home planet. Maybe it's called a teleportation spacetime point, like a light cone anti-velocity physical black hole or something we can't understand. Wu Dishio said, Old Qin, get to the point. The point is that, at worst, they end up collapsing at the door. Don't say bad. Zhao Yuqi subconsciously said. Qin Hansen said, we can't not plan for the worst, even though we don't want this to happen, the worst has to be considered. Well, you say. Wu Deshio interjected. Qin Hansen said, but even though they fell at the door, they still destroyed something most important to the Dark Star people, making it impossible for the Dark Star people to come to the solar system for a short period of time, maybe 50 years, or 100 years. Qin Hansen finished and looked at everyone. I'm sorry, but I think this is the worst possible plan, but at the same time, it also promises that 100 years of development time in the captain's mouth. Yu Tianming let out a bitter smile after hearing this analysis. What you said is not unreasonable, but this is not the worst plan. To say the worst, that would be now, the Dark Star people have already repaired and are transmitting to the solar system. Zhang Zeshan glared at Qin Hansen. What a blind guess. He had just finished speaking when a tall tower was reflected in the screen. The shape of the tall tower resembled the famous Tower of Xia, the Kaifeng Iron Tower. Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian flew into the high tower one after another. Turn on energy infusion. Lu Changkong issued a command as soon as he entered. Yes, Master. Xiao Yu quickly responded. Master. Another male electronic synthesized voice came. You cooperate with Xiao Yu. Lu Changkong said, what, now you're starting to actively cooperate. The matter is important. Gao Xiaotian's helmet retracted into his battle armor as he smiled at Lu Changkong, let you enjoy cooperating. Lu Changkong didn't smile as he arrived at the top position of the tower, a huge control room. The energies begin to converge, impact the gate of heaven, tear through the Dark Star people's teleportation time point, and make a gaping hole there. Gao Xiaotian climbed and flew inside the tower. Fifth brother, once this gap is torn open, the Dark Star people won't be able to repair it without a month or 2. Judging from what happened last time, the Dark Star people will most likely give up on repairing it and reopen a passageway. But this passageway is not something they can give up. Lu Changkong opened the various switches in the control room and entered the genetic command code. Once they give it up, their home planet will be exposed. Gao Xiaotian flew to the first level and opened a matrix. The matrix rotated endlessly, and it was densely filled with energy slots. Fifth brother, how do you think the captain made Erlangshan evolve to that level? Pain. Lu Changkong spoke. I know about the pain, but pain isn't the origin of technological development either. 1,000 days of pain, tearing apart the initial form of cellular particles, Erlangshan will fuse. With the captain, Lu Changkong said, and let out a light eep. 11. The Dark Star people's mode of evolution, isn't it also cells constantly splitting and recombine? Gao Xiaotian examined the energy slots and casually replied back, maybe, anyway, if the cells divide even more, I can still kill them cleanly. He activated the codes of all those energy slots, one after the other, making sure that every single one of them had not been missed. These energy slots led directly to the tip of the tower. There were 81 of them in total. We've really had 991 difficulties to get here. Gao Xiaotian had a lot to say and couldn't stop talking. Lu Changkong said, yes, the last step is near, but we also sacrificed. What are you saying this for? Gao Xiaotian immediately interrupted Lu Changkong. We are about to win. Everything is worth it. Gao Xiaotian hemmed and hawed as if he had no heart. LV Changkong glared at Gao Xiaotian, but didn't say anything. Xiaoyu, turn on the planetary propulsion. Completely release the energy of the Lu Huang galaxy. Charge me. Charge. Gao Xiaotian also said. Charge through this Haotian. This tall tower was called Haotian. Planetary propulsion begins to be released, the entire galaxy in the range of 13 light-years, converging energy bodies, a full-scale sprint to Haotian. Xiao Yu's voice was exceptionally clear. The entire galaxy trembled. Master, the galaxy's inner core is all running, in conjunction with the reactor, launching signal light waves for dimensional analysis. Gao Xiaotian's high energy also spoke. Good. Gao Xiaotian gave Lu Changkong a smug look. LV Changkong smiled helplessly. Gao Xiaotian's optimism was simply mind-boggling. LV Changkong, who was sitting next to the remains, saw this expression on Gao Xiaotian's face in the light screen and smiled softly. You are just too optimistic, always burying your sorrows and pains in the bottom of your heart. You said that every time you lose a comrade, everyone is sad. You have to cheer everyone up, you have to regulate the atmosphere. The captain said he had him. You said the captain was bitter and hateful. The captain actually wanted to beat you up dozens of times, but couldn't be bothered. Let me give you a few more bottles of nutrient solution, said to prop you up. Lu Changkong said, dry tears squeezed out again. Old 511, their trajectory fluctuations are appearing, they're coming. The captain's voice appeared in the light screen. Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian immediately opened the energy shield around them. This time, you won't be able to tear it apart easily. Gao Xiaotian's eyes were sharp. The loss that old 10 and old 4 suffered, we won't suffer it again. But they, too, won't use the same method as last time. Lu Changkong eyed ahead. They have been evolving. It seemed to confirm Lu Changkong's words. A ball of fiery colors suddenly burst out in the sky above the Luhua galaxy. Half a step light years. Lu Changkong narrowed his eyes. The first wave of attack, is this coming? Gao Xiaotian coldly said, fifth brother, they still don't know that Erlangshan has already arithmetic to half a step of light years. It's not like they can directly move light year strikes over, pure and simple to send. No, half a light year will deplete our energy reserves. Haotian needs to gather the power of the entire galaxy to punch through that gap. As the two spoke, the light wave came from the darkness in a single shot. Boom! Haotian Tower's energy shield was blasted and twisted from side to side, and the ripples and ripples continued to spread out. However, it held up. Half a step of light years did not blast through the energy shield. Converge the energy and accelerate. Lu Changkong was a little worried. Just at this moment, the second light pillar appeared. This time, the Dark Star People's battleship legions began their fire coverage before they even appeared. The fifth evolution, what exactly has it brought you? Lu Changkong pulled his 5 fingers and a dozen virtual screens appeared in front of him. Once the dimensional orientation was analyzed, the other party's superintelligence counter-invaded, and they learned how to deal with our arithmetic. Lu Changkong spoke with some surprise. No, what they learned was only the way to invade it first, but Erlangshan's arithmetic has already broken through the peak, they can't counteract it. Instead, it will allow me to find the location of their channel dimension, because their AI doesn't count as true combat analysis computing. The captain's voice was calm and unusual. Charge, keep charging me and punch through the gap. Erlangshan just told me that they will repair it. That's what evolution brings. As soon as they repair, they completely change the pattern of survival and reproduction. What humanistic society brings them is a short bout of pain. This, too, is our chance. The captain's command fell. The second shot of light struck the energy shield of the Haotian Tower. This is our 20 years. I don't know how many times we've been passively defending. 8 suns, their attacks, they're all small to big attacks. We have not yet arrived at that time to take the initiative, although the captain has longed for it. 20 years of layout, the captain's black hair has turned white, just to not miss a step. Because if you make a mistake, you lose the whole game. The second column of light struck the energy shield, and the Haotian Tower issued a system warning that the energy shield value was rapidly plummeting. They really got it. Using their own powerful technological weapons, they bombarded from a distance, not giving Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian a chance to fight against each other. They also seemed to be a little afraid of the 13 suns. As they evolved, they could feel more and more clearly the threat that the 13th sun posed to them. They had failed time and time again, right at the hands of these 13 people. That's good. Gao Xiaotian raised his eyebrows. By doing this, they have instead given us time. Once the Haotian Tower has recharged and blasted through their gap, it will be too late for them to remedy the situation. Lu Changkong said, "It's said that they've gone through 5,000 years of human history of mankind in 20 years, but this is related to brains after all. They knew we were going to do something big, but they didn't know it was this kind of big. The Dark Star attacked in this way, but instead, it gave the Houtnan Tower time. If they kept fighting like this, the energy shield's value would be depleted before the Houtnan Tower would finish recharging. The first impact would definitely tear open a gap. But the Dark Star people didn't seem to think of that. They began to reduce their battle losses, not taking those previous attacks, sacrificing a large number of Dark Star people and battleship equipment to kill a single person. Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian didn't care about the Dark Star people's attacks and continued to recharge the Houtnan Tower. Around the energy shield, more and more energy converged, various layers of electrons and nuclear fusion and other atoms twined back and forth, and nuisance currents wrapped around the entire Luoang star. Boom boom boom. The Earth let out a deafening roar. The planet began to rotate rapidly, and the trajectories of the surrounding planets were altered as the gravitational force continued to skyrocket at this moment. It's about to start. Lu Changkong stared at a pillar of light in the virtual screen. The first impact of the Houtnan Tower would definitely make the Dark Star people eat their fill. The Dark Star people also discovered the Houtnan Tower. The third light pillar arrived instantly. Along with the third pillar of light came an overwhelming coverage of energy. They intended to use this comprehensive coverage to stop the Houtnan Tower from functioning. Coverage. Gao Xiaotian said. Lu Changkong opened the rotation chart of the Luoang star, and at this moment, the entire planet was under the coverage of the energy strike. Light pillars poured out from the sky, enveloping this Luoang star, which was 3 times larger than Earth. Xiaoyu, can you block this one? Master, arithmetic results. Houtnan Tower can block it with 1 charge for 30 seconds. Good. Lu Changkong glanced at Gao Xiaotian. 30 seconds is enough time for the Houtnan Tower's energy light wave to charge once. As long as it charges this time, then the Dark Star people's side won't feel good. Then what are we waiting for? Gao Xiaotian rolled over to the side of the energy tank conveyor belt. He stared at the value of the energy cycle at the bottom and shouted, "Fifth brother, it's almost time." Boom! Light covered the Luoang star, and for a moment, heaven and earth roared. The white light was like a fairyland, and everything was alone. Bang! The earth shook. Launch! Lu Changkong and Gao Xiaotian spoke at the same time. A pillar of light, even more piercing than white light, tore through the Dark Star people's energy coverage and rushed through a gap. After the light column rushed out of the atmosphere, it continued to spread, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Finally, the diameter of the light column reached 30,000 meters. After the light wave rushes out of the atmosphere, it breaks off directly underneath, cutting and decomposing. Like a glowing nuclear-powered planet, it penetrated the dark universe and disappeared between the sea of stars. Wu Deshio and Wang Jiangwo subconsciously tilted their heads and watched the light wave disappear into thin air. What kind of weapon attack is this? Matter entanglement, breaking the vacuum balance. Wu Deshio muttered. This will be able to tear apart the Dark Star people's special channel and punch a gap. If the Dark Star people are really going to repair the gap as the captain said, that gives them more opportunities. Yu Tianming coughed a few times and stared at the data in his hand. We're already getting closer and closer to the captain's data, and all of this is laying a thick foundation for the Battle of the Star Ocean. Qin Hansen said, Elder Yu, but is 1 gap enough? The Dark Star people can't just watch our attacks hidden without any countermeasures, can they? They have already evolved and have guessed the 13th Sun's intentions and know the 13th Sun's methods. It's unlikely if they are oblivious to this winding attack. The dark sea of stars seemed to be very quiet. The next second, a brilliant light appeared from the darkness at first. A white flower bloomed. Captain! Lu Changkong yelled. Gap! The gap is open! Gao Xiaotian maintained the energy shield value, and seeing the white flower appear, he also excitedly said, they fixed it, they started to fix it. The high energy has already calculated that the gap is rapidly healing. Good! The captain's voice was meticulous. As soon as we hit a gap, that's our chance, our one, has arrived. Old 5, 11, Ryuho star give me a death watch. Stall them, 12, second sun, old 9 and I will go first, while the gap is still being repaired. What about us? You guys, wait for the second gap and we'll rendezvous at the second phase of the teleportation time node. Captain, it's fine for us to go first. Waste no words. Listen to the order. This is the one I've been waiting for 20 years. You guys come through the second gap, and as I said before, don't get blocked by the dark stars. Yes, 12 and second sun could not refute. Old 9. Captain. Ninth Sun's voice was crisp and decisive, carrying a sense of elation and stubbornness. Go. Yes. Wu Deshio said, this is the gate of heaven? No. Lu Changkong supported the ground with one arm and slowly stood up, gazing at the light screen. This is not the gate of heaven, it is just a gap. For the captain to enter through the gap and enter the Dark Star people's spacetime node, there is a complicated phase. He needs to find the location of that phase in order to set up the gate of heaven. Yu Tianming raised his head with complicated eyes when he heard this. This isn't even the final gate of heaven? Lu Changkong seemed to be muttering to himself. The first stage of the gate of heaven is to open the gap. Without this gap, we don't have any way to formulate the entire steps of the gate of heaven. On the screen, the Dark Star people seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and the second coverage was aimed directly at the Haotian Tower. Old 5, 11. Captain and Old 9 have already departed. Immediately open the second gap at all costs. Hurry! Gao Xiaotian's complexion was grave as he quickly turned near the energy tank and stared at the energy tank's tolerance value. Fifth brother, captain and ninth sister, double crossing. Are you waiting for the captain and Old 9 to come back and beat you into a concussion? He. The captain can't afford to give up. Ninth sister can't afford to give up even more. Lu Changkong simply ignored Gao Xiaotian. He opened all the screens, his fingers converged together with a hook and said in a deep voice, 11, prepare, second impact. This time is the best time, because the Dark Star people haven't reacted yet. Although their technology is very powerful, this point in time is the best time for us to blast open the gap for the second time. Charge! Gao Xiaotian flew to the bottom of the Haotian Tower and turned on all the circulation switches of all the energy tanks. Second brother, 12 old brothers, prepare. The second impact starts now. Understood. 12th son and second son spoke in unison. Boom! The second pillar of light, just like the first impact, broke through the energy cover and disappeared into the sea of stars. The Ryuhang star and even the thousands of planets around it withered with the naked eye, their resources collapsing. The inner core also began to collapse, the gravitational force was misaligned, and the stellar system shifted on a large scale. A white flower bloomed in the air once again. Go! 12th and second son spoke at the same time. Old 5, 11, we're going, you guys guard this place and wait for us to come back. Even if we die, we will still wait here until the four of you return. Don't you guys believe what you say? Lu Changkong tilted his head and yelled at the screen. Don't worry, the captain is here, no accidents. The gap was quickly covered by darkness. Lu Changkong sat down on his butt and glanced at Gao Xiaotian in silence. Gao Xiaotian said, let's, then, get ready. Buzz. The sea of stars floated and sank. A column of fleets rushed out from the darkness. Target, the Lu Huang star. They're here. Lu Changkong turned around. 11, sink Haotian, use a mirror image instead. We must keep Haotian's main body from being destroyed. I know. Gao Xiaotian buckled on his battle helmet and opened a virtual electronic door. Gao Nang, set up a mirror image and sink Haotian. On the screen, the Haotian Tower silently sank into the earth, and at the same time, an identical Haotian Tower broke out of the ground from the other side. Master, Dark Star's entire 89th core is out. Gao Xiaotian had just finished setting up. When he heard these words from Gao Nang, his back paused for a moment. At the Xia Ground Command Center, several military vehicles quickly drove into the parking lot. The secretary stood waiting at the entrance, and when he saw the people in the vehicles coming down, he hurriedly greeted them. Excuse me, are you guys? We are Gao Xiaotian's family. A man in his 60s who greeted him said with red and swollen eyes. He was holding the hand of an aunt in her 50s, and there was a family of 3 behind him. This way please. The secretary pointed toward the front, but you guys need to be mentally prepared. 11 he. I know. The man couldn't wait to get past the secretary. The secretary saw another person coming down from another car. It should be Lu Changkong's family. A man was sitting in a wheelchair, and a woman pushed him along at a brisk pace, followed by a young woman who was holding a man and 2 children. The secretary said, you are the family of the hero's 5th son, Lu Changkong. Yes, my name is Lu Ringue, this is my wife, Lili, and this is my daughter and my grandchildren. The man sat in a wheelchair, his legs empty. The secretary said, your legs. Highly paralyzed, it's fine, I'm healthy now. LV Ringue raised his hand in salute. Your child Lu Changkong is now a survivor, the only survivor in the 13 sons at the moment. I think he should be very eager to see you, so he specially asked you to come over. Thank you country. Lu Ringue kept saying. In the hall, Zhang Zeshan received the message. He walked to the main entrance and received Gao Xiaotian's parents, Gao Dawei and Yang Nina. Gao Dawei and Yang Nina were dressed very appropriately. Gao Dawei was wearing a suit and Yang Nina was also wearing a dress. The family of 3 behind them looked like a wealthy family and were dressed appropriately as well. Sir, thank you country. Gao Dawei shook Zhang Zeshan's hand and was excited with tears in his eyes. We should thank you, it's your children, who have spent more than 20 years of their youthful years, fighting for our Xia country and earth, for such a long time. Zhang Zeshan bowed. On behalf of the country and the people, I thank you. Gao Dawei said somewhat incoherently, Sir, from now on, 2/3 of our Gao Group's assets will be donated to the country without compensation to research science and technology. Sort of. Gao Dawei looked up and saw the figure in the screen. His eyes reddened and he remembered the scene he had seen at home earlier. choking up until he couldn't speak. Grandma is going to faint again. In the family of 3 behind the 2, the boy rushed over and hugged Nina Yang. Grandma. Come on, gee, let's go inside, see uncle. Young Nina shook a few times and was supported by her daughter and son-in-law as she slowly walked forward. Zhang Zeshan turned around and saw Lu Ringui's family who hurriedly arrived. How is he? Highly paralyzed, both legs amputated. When Zhang Zeshan heard these words, his heart was a little heavy, and he walked over. The 89th core is one of the 10 strongest core in the Dark Star. We have also learned since the 15th year that the Dark Star is not just invading our solar system, at the same time the Dark Star is also invading other civilizations outside of the Milky Way that we cannot observe. The troop strength that the Dark Star has put into our solar system is actually less than 1/10 of that relative to the entire Dark Star civilization. Otherwise, even the only one would not be able to activate. But the speed of evolution of the Dark Star people is so fast that they have already noticed the special features of the Captain and Erlangshin, which has forced the Dark Star to change the way of war and draw out a part of the core to deal with us. Although the Dark Star people have been evolving rapidly for 20 years, we have also grown savagely during this period. It takes a lot of preparation for a core to travel through the folded universe from the vastness of the time tunnel, and Erlangshin calculated that it would be a struggle for the Dark Star civilization to invade the solar system. They spent so much to invade the solar system in order to expand their civilization reserves, and they at least have their eyes on certain special points of Earth's civilization that they want for themselves. The captain said that this special point could be the highly social structure of the Earth civilization. This is almost non-existent among certain advanced civilizations, because advanced civilizations are no longer bound to ordinary manpower, resources, work, materials, and so on. After Lu Changkong finished speaking heavily, Gao Xiaotian turned around. Fifth brother, the Haotian Tower has sunk. Lu Changkong nodded without saying anything else. He looked deeply at Gao Xiaotian, his helmet extending out from his battle armor and covering his head. 11, you keep watch. Lu Changkong finished speaking and flew out of the earth. Gao Xiaotian said, Fifth brother, what do you mean? Lu Changkong had already disappeared ahead. Gao Xiaotian balked. Fifth brother, you're shameless. He finished as his helmet fell down with a clang, making me watch you fight alone? What a joke. 2 figures, one after the other, left the original position of the Haotian Tower and came next to the mirror image Haotian Tower. Why are you here? Lu Changkong frowned when he saw Gao Xiaotian following him over. Didn't I tell you to stand guard over there? You're not the captain, why would I listen to you? Gao Xiaotian smiled smugly. Besides, I, 11, can't watch you stand out alone. If I have to stand out, it'll be us standing out together. Lu Changkong grunted. There was nothing he could do about 11. One rippling vortex after another circled in the sky above the Lu Wang star. A huge war beast rushed out from within. Ha! Gao Xiaotian made a curious sound. The Dark Star people's frigate beast. Lu Changkong's voice sank. When Zhang Zeshan and the others saw this giant beast appear, each of their faces turned pale. It was equivalent to the size of half a satellite-class ship and could destroy a city with a single kick. Damn, the Dark Star people still have this kind of thing. Wang Jiangmo cursed. Wu Dishio said, the average height of Dark Star people is around 10 meters, and it's not surprising that this kind of behemoth has been cultivated through various substances to reach this size. He spoke easily on his lips, but his heart was already furiously sweating. These alien races had many more killer tricks. The layers were endless. The captain and the remaining 3 sons would enter that gap and open the gate of heaven, and they would still encounter all sorts of attacks from the Dark Star people. The only one, was that all that could be done? Huge war beasts descended from the sky, tearing through the atmosphere and landing on the earth with a rumble. The next second, countless Dark Star people cooperated with the battleships and warplanes, pressing down from the sky. The planet, Lu Hua, was sealed off by the battleships. The size of the battleship group was surprisingly larger than the entire Lu Hua star, which was a planet 3 times larger than Earth. 11, split up. Fifth brother, I think it's better together. The evolution of the Dark Star people is somewhat beyond our simulated expectations. Lu Changkong checked the battle armor system functions to ensure that all the spare battle armor could be activated quickly. Gao Xiaotian was rarely serious. The Dark Star people have evolved for the 5th time, and with the appearance of the intelligence brain, the commander has begun to play circuitous tactics. The Dark Star's humanistic society has been constituted, they have learned how to weigh the pros and cons, and have also begun to study philosophy. It was either survive or perish, that was the Dark Star people of old. Now, they have more complex ideas, and more designs on Earth. Humans, in their eyes, are just like the intelligent brain, belonging to the existence of creations in general. Lu Changkong said, pressure now, to you, 11. The captain said that behind the gate of heaven, the Dark Star people might evolve for the 6th time. Gao Xiaotian tilted his head, and the goggles on his battle armor flashed a light. For the 6th evolution, Dark Star technology will explode. Lu Changkong's head tilted a bit, and the battle helmet emitted a zippy electronic sound. 11, my left and your right, start. Start! Gao Xiaotian soared into the sky and was greeted by the first huge war beast. Brush! The autumn goose was sheathed. Gao Xiaotian's eyes flashed with boiling battle intent. For the motherland, for the earth, for these 20 years, for the captain, for our comrades, for ourselves. Lu Changkong was also infected and roared. Pound all incoming enemies. P.S. The recommendation period has passed. The data is rather light, but I'm still quite a bit more. 8,000 words today. Oh, and I'm actually definitely updating faster than a lot of new books, and a lot faster. Those books are gifts and so on to reach how much before adding more. A few days ago every day is 10,000 words. So, relying on you guys for support, now. The Dark Stars understood one thing. Their attack on the facility would be blocked, and it would take a lot of time to waste if they were to blast through those energy shields. Might as well be direct. Let the legions charge. The thing about energy shields was amazing, blocking all sorts of particle rays, quantum weapons, pulse fluctuations, and even half a step light years. Even a battleship crashing into it couldn't tear a gap. But the people, or Dark Stars, could walk in with ease. They chose to surround the star with battleships, letting the war beasts open the way and the core press on, tearing open gaps and pressing the ground with another means. You say, have they gotten smarter, or have they gotten stupider? Wu Dishou glanced at Wang Jiangwo. This will allow us to approach our Haotian tower quickly and destroy it more easily, but the price to pay is also very high. If they keep covering the Haotian tower with firepower at high altitude, it's just taking more time, and they're not willing to spend more of this world. Because they also know that wasting so much time will lead to a mutation. The captain took Air Z, 9 characters and 12 into the gap. They must have known. There are 10 very powerful regiments in the Dark Star, and the one that came to the planet Lu Huang is just one of them. But with one, it can already encircle the entire Lu Huang star. The city was being destroyed by black clouds. The Dark Star's battleship swarm shrouded Lu Hua star, not seeing the sun. The light of the huge star in the distance was covered. This battlefield, in pitch blackness, flickered with various lights. Whoosh! A figure scurried out from the crevice. Gao Xiaotian's battle armor was broken in several places. Master, the second set of battle armor needs to be replaced immediately. Good. Gao Xiaotian didn't hesitate. The first set of battle armor automatically fell off, and the second set immediately covered his entire body. At his feet, there were the remains of a dozen or so war beasts. None of them were intact, having been chopped to pieces by Gao Xiaotian. Lu Changkong appeared from the other end. He also replaced his set of battle armor, panting as he smashed open a bottle of blood-red potion. Damn, it's getting more and more. Boom! An airship in the distance launched a pillar of light. Master, be careful. Xiao Yu reminded. Lu Changkong avoided it, and the light pillar directly bombarded the mirror image Haotian tower. Master, the other system has discovered the existence of the mirror image and is already searching for the Haotian tower proper. Xiao Yu's tone changed. Lu Changkong found a large number of war beasts in Dark Star Core rushing towards the location where the Haotian tower was sinking. 11, I'll go over and distract them. Lu Changkong knew that he couldn't let the Dark Star discover the real Haotian tower now and flew over after saying that. Gao Xiaotian turned around and stared at the war beasts and Dark Star people that were surrounding them. Fifth brother, be careful. What kind of person is fifth brother? Don't drag fifth brother down. Just kidding. A purple arc of light swept over Gao Xiaotian's battle armor eyes. The Dark Star man's fifth evolution was really just like a monster. Gao Xiaotian stared at the regular Dark Star people. Their size had shrunk quite a bit, but their wings had grown bigger instead, as if they had divided all their other cells into wings. The scales on their wings shimmered with a metallic luster, sharp and incomparable. Gao Xiaotian's first set of battle armor was broken by the Dark Star people's wings. The Dark Star people evolved for the 5th time and learned to use their cells to improve their body size. They learned how to become more flexible and powerful. For a civilization, when the humanistic society is constituted, when there is a set of philosophical system that belongs to them, when they know how to make the galaxy survive for a longer period of time, and plunder more resources, this civilization will become extremely terrifying. And Dark Star is evolving in this direction. After the genes of the Dark Star people were figured out by the 13 Sons, someone at the Dark Star headquarters also discovered this and forcefully changed the genetic sequence of reproduction. Although this was later explored by Erlang Shen, who changed the program at the same time, it was enough to prove that the Dark Star people were seeing things through. The Dark Star people are smaller in size, but have a stronger burst of power, and they have strengthened their wings into their most important means of attack. For a civilization to evolve so rapidly, if there were no signs of self-destruction, it would be a great eruption of galactic frenzy. Evolution, the most effective means of attack. A civilization that is unable to form a complete social system and has no philosophy will eventually annihilate under technology. The Dark Star was moving towards this place, methodically. Yu Tianming listened to the AI's voice and said, "Do you guys still remember the words that the captain said?" "Teacher, what words?" Wu Dishio hurriedly asked. "The captain said that the dark stars cannot be completely exterminated. Is it because of their evolution?" "It's probably not just that. The captain must have known some secret of the dark star, a secret that made him make this judgment." Yu Tianming tapped on the virtual screen. "Perhaps, it's the origin of the dark star civilization. A civilization, in the final analysis, had an origin era. This era lays the cornerstone of that civilization. The origin era of the Earth civilization was unbearable. So there was almost no relevance to talk about between Earth's civilization and the origin of the civilization many years ago, because the existence or non-existence of the origin era has no impact on Earth's current civilization. Perhaps the dark star is different. In order to combat the constant evolution of the dark star people, our battle armor and strategies, too, are changing and evolving. The dark star's technology allows Erlangtian to have maximum effect, but ultimately, what we have to face is still the origin of the dark star's civilization. This is the ultimate goal of the captain and Erlangtian, just this goal. The captain himself is not 100% sure that he can touch it. Fighting with his back to the water was the captain's only card. It was also the ultimate law he gave to Erlangtian. Gao Xiaotian stepped on a warbeast corpse under his feet. "Fifth brother, how's it going on your side, fifth brother?" The black and red blood on Gao Xiaotian's body kept dripping down. In front of him, the corpses of the Dark Star people piled up, but the Dark Star people did not retreat. They were all about evolving their combat skills in these battles. Gao Xiaotian's eyes carried a venomous killing intent. "This is the third set of battle armor. It looks like the Dark Star dog things are determined to compete with us on this. They want to raise the level of the Dark Star Legion's melee, and fighting us like this will give them the fastest boost," Gao Xiaotian said, raising his head as if he saw some Dark Star commander. "They're watching from the battleships above, analyzing our movements, simulating our combat techniques, and observing our sparring stamina. We are mirrors. They are mirrors too. They are the mirror of technology. We are the mirror of humanistic societies in ground-covering melee and philosophical systems. Thinking and studying where the universe came from, representing the great explosion of humanistic fads on the dark planet. Fifth brother, say something." Gao Xiaotian didn't hear Lu Changkong reply and his tone was a bit flustered. "Fifth brother." Gao Xiaotian turned around. "Ahem." Lu Changkong snorted, "You coward." In the pile of corpses, Lu Changkong staggered to his feet. "Fifth brother, I knew it. Fifth brother, your hand." Gao Xiaotian's voice trembled. Lu Changkong's left arm was empty. "Damn, the animal cub is still really ruthless. The means are getting more and more skillful." A circle of special red coolant wrapped around Lu Changkong's left arm under his arm. "Master, the Quicksand Star Great Wall Base has discovered an unknown warship system approaching." Xiao Yu suddenly issued a warning. At the same time, the captain's hoarse voice came out. 11 Old 5, our Great Wall Base has been discovered by the Dark Star people. You must draw one of you back now. Captain, this. Lu Changkong stared wide-eyed. Drawing one person to go back to the Great Wall Base at this time would be the same as letting. There is no reason or excuse. We are now fighting with our backs to the wall. The captain's tone was undeniable. "Fifth brother, go back." Gao Xiaotian raised his autumn goose sword. "That's our control base. We must return to defense." "I know. No need for you to say it." Lu Changkong retreated to the interior of the wreckage. 11. You immediately break away from the encirclement now. I'll cover while you pilot the fox hunt away. "Fifth brother, what did you say?" Gao Xiaotian's tone was a bit irritated. "With my combat power, you're asking me to go back?" "Go back." Lu Changkong's voice drew up, a little angry. "Fifth brother, you're an invalid, with a broken hand. What are you doing staying here?" Gao Xiaotian's tone became even more unkind. Lu Changkong said, "You. I what me? Fifth brother, how are you going to deal with these dark Starians with one hand missing?" They split up a group of people to go to our Great Wall Base, just to make us go belly up. Gao Xiaotian's tone was firm. "You go back. Don't drag the captain and the others to storm the gate of heaven." Lu Changkong roared, "Gao Xiaotian, listen to the order, go back." "Don't listen." Gao Xiaotian let out a wolf-like howl as wave after wave of Dark Star people pressed over. "I'm stronger than you. Don't you admit it yet? Stronger ones are needed here, and you've broken a hand. Who are you to compete with me? Fifth brother, hurry up or you'll be too late." Lu Changkong was just about to speak. "Old 5, you go back." The captain directly ordered. "You go back to the Great Wall Base and let 11 stay here." "Captain, 11 copy." Gao Xiaotian's battle armor jetted scorching hot air currents, and the autumn goose sword erupted into a cloud of light as he rushed into the Dark Star people's square formation. "Fifth brother, I'll stall you for time. You quickly get on the flying cone and enter the dark universe, quick." Lu Changkong staggered back a few steps. He resentfully and spitefully glanced at the broken arm. "Damn broken arm. Son of a bitch." "Captain, I'll go back." Lu Chongkong bit his lips. 11. Wait for fifth brother. When fifth brother takes care of that side, he'll come back to join you. Wait for me. Get lost, nagging. Lu Chongkong left his broken hand behind and killed his way into the nebula's flying cone. Fifth brother, your hand is still left here, right? Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you. This hand of yours, count it as borrowed from me. When I take care of this group of beasts, I'll bring your hand back for you. Lu Chongkong burst into tears, gritted his teeth and turned on the engine, breaking through the defense line and then entering the dark universe coordinates from the lower oblique cantilever angle. The Great Wall base was just as important, and there was no difference between light and heavy. The reason I'm going back to the defense isn't because I've broken an arm, it's just that the captain thinks I'm thoughtful and better suited to guard the Great Wall base. Lu Chongkong looked at the light screen and muttered. When Lu Chongkong left in the nebula, this battlefield, only Gao Xiaotian was left alone. Lu Chongkong sat upright and opened the virtual screen, dragging lines of data as if he was investigating something. Xiao Yu, is there any special signal fluctuation? Master, no. After a while, Lu Chongkong turned off the virtual screen and raised his head to continue looking at the light screen. His eyes were abjectly sincere. Master, energy warning. High energy emitted a heavy electronic synthesized tone. Gao Xiaotian rushed from one end of the battlefield to the other. He was covered in blood, and his sword was dripping with blood. He slapped off his battle armor and recovered it with a new set. Fourth set. Gao Xiaotian muttered to himself. Master, not enough energy, must cut off long-distance communication, unable to turn on signal reception. Cut it off. After Gao Xiaotian finished, he added, wait, send a message to Xiao Yu, tell fifth brother that I've temporarily shut down the intelligence system. Okay. Gao Xiaotian had just finished speaking when an angry roar came from the exploding mist behind him. 11th son Gao Xiaotian, today is the day of your death. A golden-skinned Dark Star Man rushed out, and behind him, densely packed Dark Star Men seemed like a tidal wave. Zhang Zeshan stared at this scene and glanced at Zhao Yuqi and the others. The Dark Star people's Xia dialect had become skillful to such an extent. This commander was holding a huge blade-typed weapon. At a glance, it was borrowed from the ancient weapons of the Xia kingdom. Perhaps it was the people who used knives in the 13 Sons who had inspired the Dark Star. Knives that were extremely lethal. Especially the large knives, the slashing damage was the strongest. Gao Xiaotian turned around like a god of war and pointed his autumn goose sword. You've already calculated my identity information, so I can't keep you. You and your people won't succeed. We've already used our brains to invade into your information code and found your Great Wall Fortress. A sinister expression appeared on the commander's face. You want to open our teleportation time point? Dream on. We have already calculated this step long ago. Gao Xiaotian had a disdainful look on his face, but inwardly, he was a little alarmed. Calculated? In your Xia idiom, it's called waiting for a rabbit in a trap, catching a turtle in a jar. Do you really think that your captain has this strength to penetrate our spacetime node? And calculated our phases? That was all because we used our intelligence to pave the way for you to think that you succeeded. The commander let out an open-hearted laugh. Yu Tianming watched this scene with an increasingly heavy heart. The evolution of the Dark Star people was so terrifying. So unbelievable. He remembered when the captain and 13 first appeared in the black box and went on a mission to Saturn. It was the 4th year. The Dark Star people at that time could fight, but could not think, much less speak Xia, or scheme. Even in the 10th year, the Dark Star people only commander can speak some twisted and simple Xia language. The 2nd decade. Not only did the Dark Star people speak the Xia dialect so standardly, even their tone of voice was so accurate. If you didn't look at the picture, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all. But the most terrifying thing was those words behind him. The gap blasted open by the Haotian Tower was a deliberate ploy by them. They, who knew to use tricks and plots. For me, as long as I get rid of all of you, there won't be any trouble. Gao Xiaotian didn't fight with the Dark Star commander. This Dark Star commander was wearing a set of clothes with battle insignia on it, and based on the rank in the signal, he was a square commander, not a fleet commander-in-chief. Kill! The commander slashed at the earth. 11. Captain. Gao Xiaotian heard the captain's voice and was instantly delighted. There's no need to open the gap, we're already stuck at the phase point. But Captain, they said they did it on purpose, deliberately letting us open the gap. Yes, they did it on purpose, but I already knew they did it on purpose. The captain's voice carried a confidence that made Gao Xiaotian not worry in the slightest. Captain, I knew it. Now it's Erlangshan who broke through the Dark Star's intelligence brain-blocking authority so that I can talk to you, and I know that your AI, its energy is already seriously low. Listen clearly 11. Whether we come back or not, you are now ready to turn on the core drive of the planet Lucid Phoenix and release the planetary black hole pulse. Captain? Gao Xiaotian froze slightly. In this very instant, the surrounding Dark Star people swooped up. Gao Xiaotian opened his battle armor and quickly retreated. Various roars came from the sky, and Gao Xiaotian looked up as the swarm of battleships began to press downwards. I'm going to destroy all of your efforts and make you watch as we destroy your defenses and enter Earth's civilization. Gao Xiaotian heard the commander on the opposite side say this and cursed, fuck you. 11. I've left preliminaries at the Great Wall Fortress, but not on the planet Lu Huang. Remember my words, we, the 13 sons, leave Earth and fight for 100 years for our motherland and our homeland. This moment is the most important moment, the moment when our one is about to come into play. 11. Each and every one of you, is my pride, the pride of our homeland, remember. The planetary pulse that detonated the planet Ryuho, we have entered the phase point, we, have earned it. Captain. Gao Xiaotian hissed a shout. Boom. His battle armor was torn apart. The fifth set was quickly covered. Gao Xiaotian stared at the Dark Star people and then at the Skyfleet group displayed on his battle armor screen. I don't want anyone to not be able to return home due to sacrifice, but 11, you have to know that I won't favor anyone. Letting old 5 go back is not just because he broke his left arm. Captain, stop, I understand everything, can I make you proud? I have no complaints, Captain. 11, I understand, and I know that each and every one of you are the winners of this moment. These are the last words I leave you with, the return plan, only I don't. Captain. Gao Xiaotian's tears suddenly poured down. Core 89, one of the Dark Star's top 10 core. Fifth brother, don't come back. Lu Wang Star, don't want it. The Great Wall Fortress has the preliminaries left by the captain. Gao Xiaotian remembered something, and his eyes glittered. Fifth brother, on our behalf, live. Lu Chongkong squeezed out a few tears, his tears had dried up long ago. The captain left a pre-plan at the Great Wall Fortress, a very powerful pre-plan. Erlangshan has long ago already calculated this step of the Dark Star people. I managed to repel the Dark Stars, but I was also badly injured. I thought I couldn't run away, but I have no regrets if I can defend the Great Wall Fortress and die under the Great Wall. But I still underestimated the captain. Lu Chongkong stared at the light screen. I was forced to go dormant because I didn't have any way to fight against the captain's Erlangshan, who had already calculated clearly. Speaking here, Lu Chongkong smiled to himself. Let me survive, how should I face them? Face 11, face the captain you. At that time, I cut off the communication with 11, I know that his energy has been drained. Artificial intelligence, falling into a deep sleep, unable to be awakened. Master, high energy is going dormant, Master. I hear you. Be quiet. Master, when Ganon goes dormant, it can't help Master, it can't calculate Dark Star damage, it can't calculate battleship hulls. I'll do the math myself. Master. Hold your tongue for a moment, save the last bit of energy, I still need you, I need you to turn on the planetary black hole pulse. Gao Xiaotian killed his way out of the sea of corpses and blood, his pupils cloudy. The figure was shaky. Around him were the Dark Star people who had evolved and were scared of being killed by Gao Xiaotian. In the distance, the Dark Star commander was lying on the ground with only half of his body left. He stared viciously at Gao Xiaotian, and the large sword in his hand was flung with force. Gao Xiaotian's battle armor immediately locked onto the blade. However, it was so fast that Gao Xiaotian had no way to avoid it at the moment, only to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. He steeply came to his senses. Grass. He cursed and looked at his arm that had fallen to the ground. Right, where's fifth brother's arm? Gao Xiaotian didn't bother with his hand as the autumn goose shot off, penetrating dozens of Dark Star people and nailing the commander to the ground. He staggered and fell down. Kill. The Dark Star people pounced. Gao Xiaotian turned on the follow-up energy fill of his battle armor, cutting through the mountains of corpses and blood, hundreds of kilometers of battlefield, and shuttling to the other end. The Dark Star people behind him shouted out in a very strange, yet very unified language. Their commander was killed by me and is requesting a final attack. Gao Xiaotian muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Fifth brother's arm. He flew to the side and picked up the arm. Fifth brother. He shouted. Suddenly it occurred to him that the AI had gone dormant in order to save the last bit of energy. He had no communications. He couldn't contact anyone. Fifth brother, don't worry, I will definitely take your hand and bring it back. Gao Xiaotian took out a nanobox, tapered, opened it and put his arm inside. He prostrated himself on the ground, his battle armor hiding his form. He entered a string of codes with difficulty and tapped the conical box. Remember, hide it, and when the time comes to find an opportunity, go back. I entered the codes for 3 locations, in case anything happens, execute the next one. Just as he finished speaking, the battle armor was blown to smithereens with a loud bang. Gao Xiaotian coughed out a large pool of blood and arrived at the location where the Haotian Tower was sinking. The surrounding Dark Star people quickly surged in. Above the sky, the battleships pressed downwards as more and more Dark Star people landed. There were also war beasts. The huge war beast let out a roar. He, as small as an ant. Ha! Gao Xiaotian laughed disdainfully, Gao Neng, give me. He suddenly stopped and slapped his head. I'm so confused. Gao Nang has gone dormant in order to carry out his last mission and conserve his energy. He leaned over next to the wreckage, lifted his finger, and pressed it against his eye. There was a click. The quark particles in his back burst open, and the last set of liquid battle armor covered his entire body. Flames slowly rose in Gao Xiaotian's eyes. He smashed open bottle after bottle of nutrient fluid and bloodline potion, as well as the improved Dark Star human gene expansion liquid. Captain, you said you want to use nutrient liquid to prop me up. Are you kidding? I, Gao Xiaotian, can't prop me up even if I drink 10,000 bottles. But I know, you treat me as the most useless brother. Is it because I'm the worst? No. Gao Xiaotian's tone shivered and trembled. It's because, I'm the youngest one, right? Ah. Gao Xiaotian let out a roar as the autumn goose broke through all the shackles from afar and returned to his hand. I can still continue. Gao Xiaotian arched his body, his battle armor jetting air currents as he rushed towards the Dark Star people like a bolt of lightning. In the Xia Ground Command Hall, Gao Xiaotian's mother, Yang Nina, covered her mouth, her body shaking. Gao Dawei supported her, his gaze fixed on the screen, knowing that this was the last moment he would see his child alive and well. His heart was dripping blood, but he hardened his tears and squeezed them back. The chaotic battlefield exploded. Gao Xiaotian fell to the ground like a kite with broken strings. His left leg was gone. He only had one arm and one leg left. He propped up Qiu Yan to stand up and stared at the Dark Star people who were still surrounding him. You, still not surrendering? High above, a voice came down from the main ship. The proud and arrogant commander of the Dark Star Fleet was wearing battle armor with a thin tail on his back. He stared at Gao Xiaotian in the screen and let out a snort. Surrender, I'll take you and go conquer your planet. Gao Xiaotian's consciousness at this moment was very clear. He opened the potion and solidified the blood on his broken leg. He gritted his teeth and looked back at the location where the Haotian Tower was sinking. Captain, I'm still really useless. Gao Xiaotian lowered his head. Kill. The second commander of the Dark Star Corps frontline let out a shout. Gao Xiaotian snapped his head up and brandished his autumn goose sword. High energy, awaken. Master. Charge my bones, charge my bones. A surge of restorative power surged into Gao Xiaotian's body, and he stifled a grunt as his bones clicked. Master. Gao Nan let out a cry. Good son, well done. Gao Xiaotian roared as he fought his way through the pile of corpses. He fell into a pool of blood. Master. Gao Nan let out a heartbreaking sound. Gaoning, time, launch planetary pulse. Gao Xiaotian's voice drowned out the sounds of the Dark Star people killing each other. A broken leg fell in an inconspicuous place. A sternum dropped in a pool of blood. Father. Gao Neng's voice steeply changed. Good son, you can be considered to have evolved. No, call out to your father. Gao Xiaotian's voice came out from the pile of Dark Star people's corpses. Click. A piece of the left shoulder flung down on the Dark Star man's corpse. Dad. Gao Xiaotian tore his heart and lungs and shouted. He is an artificial intelligence. He can't do anything. He can only watch Gao Xiaotian being brutally separated by the Dark Star man bit by bit. Activate. Son, obey, now, time is up. Gao Xiaotian's voice was faintly inaudible. In the pool of blood, a hand held the autumn geese and ruthlessly rooted in the earth. Gao Neng, after completing the task, will be automatically destroyed, and accompany Dad to sleep for a long time. High energy to say the last word. Lu Wang Star, burst. The majestic planetary pulse swept in all directions. What's going on? A hint of panic appeared in the voice of the Dark Star Corps Chief Commander. Can't prevent it, can't disarm it. Our battleships have lost their electronics. Boom boom boom. Battleship after battleship crashed. The pulse swept across the surrounding area for several light years. The Dark Star people's bodies instantly stiffened and turned snow white. This battlefield, stretching for thousands of miles, the battleships crashed and the lightspeed channel burst. The teleportation channel that the Commander-in-Chief had just opened was instantly annihilated. Gao Xiaotian, 11th son. The Chief Commander let out a frantic howl. He understood what was going on, but at this moment, it was also too late. Gao Xiaotian was holding the determination of certain death, and he had no intention of evacuating at all. Because he knew that evacuating was no match for the Dark Star's battleships. Everything was silent. Between heaven and earth, behind the dust. Only that hand, tightly holding the autumn goose, in this desolate land, stood unshaken. Since then, except for the captain who entered the gate of heaven and the 9th son, the 2nd son, and the 12th son, the end of the rest of the sons of men, the dust has settled. On the screen of the Great Wall Fortress, a map appeared. 20 years to today, 27 years. The scope of the War of the Heavens Way Protectorate plan, centered on the solar system, was 3,000 light-years farther away in all directions. These 3,000 light-years. Now, it is the true inner galaxy of the solar system. Earth must upgrade its technological prowess to be able to completely cloth these 3,000 light-years in a short period of time. Third shift, requesting hyped flowers, thanks. Xiao Tian ah. Yang Nina finally couldn't help herself, letting out a wail and fainting. Grandma! The boy hugged young Nina. Although he was young, his eyes were already red, small tears traced on his cheeks. It's fine, your grandmother is fine. Gao Dawei wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Before Gao Xiaotian died, he didn't say anything. There were no words left behind as everyone expected. Just like his character, he didn't drag his feet. Didn't like to be pretentious. All his life, he seemed to be proving to the captain that he wasn't the weakest one. Lu Rengue sat in his wheelchair and saluted at the screen. This was his child's comrade in arms, the 11th brother in his child's mouth. This child, all his life, was going to be strong. A lifetime of fighting against the Dark Star people. Lu Changkong's heart broke when he saw this last scene. Lu Rengue was Lu Changkong's father. He could understand very well and could feel the deathly sadness and despair in his son's eyes. Lu Changkong sat on the ground. Like a fool, he looked at the light curtain until it dissipated and the sky was cloudy. He blinked his eyes. Was it raining? He smiled. It was raining. It was raining heavily. But rain on any other planet but Earth's, it was toxic. Okay. 11 let's go home. Lu Changkong used the life support capsule that had already been prepared long ago and loaded Gao Xiaotian's remains into it. Let's go home. Lu Changkong opened his battle armor and brought the life-supporting pod back inside the nebula. This place will be handed over to the motherland in the future. Lu Changkong set the location. It wasn't to the quicksand star, nor was it directly back to Earth, but the Heavenly Garden 4. He was going to retrieve that hand. This was the one thing that Gao Xiaotian had done in his last moments that had nothing to do with him, and he was definitely going to go and bring that hand back. Wu Dixio withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. After watching for so long just now, his eyes were dry and sore. Goji is getting ready to return. He exhaled a stuffy breath, but his arm was still trembling. It was so desperate, so brave, so desperate to put his life on the line. He should still be coming back here. Wang Jiangmo sighed. It will. There are still a lot of things here. He's definitely going to come back. Wu Dixio opened his eyes. Motherland, I've turned the permissions on completely. Fatherland receives. You wait for the 5 sons and return with them. We will be at the landing site, waiting for the hero. Roger. Wu Dixio finished speaking and looked at the course map on the screen. Lu Changkong took the 11th son and entered the Dark Universe, heading to Heavenly Garden 4. They all knew what Lu Changkong was going to do. Silent sorrow spread in their hearts. They didn't continue to speak. They were all using silence to mourn the sacrifice of 11th son Gao Xiaotian. ZZZ. In the main control hall of the Great Wall Fortress, the sound of electricity suddenly rang out. Wu Dixio looked up sharply. Wang Jiangmo said, what's going on? Signal source? Wu Dixio stared wide-eyed. Old 5. A familiar voice. It was the captain. Wu Dixio was shaken. Motherland, we received a message from the captain. Old 5, the intelligence system of the Great Wall Fortress will restore your consciousness after the return program opens and you will awaken. If you awaken, this message is one you must listen to carefully and thoughtfully. We have already started the 4 saints layout at the phase node, Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu. These are the 4 holy beasts of our China, and we have named them after these 4 saints. Captain, I'm. Wu Dixio spoke excitedly. Old Wu, this is a message. Wang Jiangwo pressed Wu Dixio's shoulder. The captain can't hear you when you speak. Wu Dixio's passion instantly vanished cleanly. 12 has been sacrificed. I can only put him in the life support pod, but I can't execute the return plan. I am to blame for 12's death. He didn't deserve to die, but I had to do it. I have to continue the campaign. I can't fall. The one I'm most sorry for is old 9. It's 12. He stayed in the phase of the spacetime node. There is a neutron star there. If he can't return after 4 years, the life support capsule will stop functioning, and 12 will stay here forever. 5. I promised before that everyone would return to flight. Such promises are sometimes really worthless. The chances of surviving each operation are only a few %. But I lied to you all and told you that you would all live. I instilled in you all the idea of invincibility. I told you that sacrifice is fulfillment. I watched my comrades leave, one by one, and told you that they died for what they deserved. I used heroes and ignited the longing in your hearts to go to your deaths, and one by one you turned out to be nobodies. You say that you will return to your homeland with honor. I say, surely, the motherland will know what you have given, and know that you have dedicated this short life for the earth and for the motherland. I have told you too many lies for my own selfishness. Old 5, do you hate me? Sky Garden 4 Stellar System. Lu Changkong sat dumbfounded in the cab, listening to the captain's message. Hearing the latter, he kept shaking his head and shaking his head. Old 5, you leave the Great Wall Fortress to the motherland. It contains generalized information. Perhaps in 10, 20 years, the motherland will find this place step by step through the Martian battlefield. Then, the 100-year plan that we used this short life to fight for the motherland has come to a perfect end. Old 5, when you return to your homeland, remember to guide the return program, so that those who are able to go back, will be able to return home. You are the only one of our 13 sons who is still alive, as for old 9 and second son as well as me, are stuck behind the node and can no longer return. Where 8th son and 6th son were sacrificed, I no longer have the means to carry out the return plan, so you go in my place. The Great Wall Fortress you hold down well when the time comes, and if you make it to the edge of the outer rim of the galaxy, you'll see us opening the gates of heaven on the phase of the dark star. That's one of the most beautiful sights in the universe, and when I said I'd take you to see fireworks before, it was the battleship blast. This time, the fireworks are to symbolize the blooming of the motherland and the regeneration of the earth. Lao Jiao asked me to bring you a word. When you go home, find a good daughter-in-law, give birth to a few big fat boys, and tell them that the earth was once reborn. The last paragraph fell. The message terminated. Captain. Lu Changkong let out a roar and rushed out of the nebula to pick up the broken hand. Captain, you don't need to say sorry. We, the 13 sons, are one, and we've understood all of this since our first year of collision with the Dark Star people. We have no complaints. We have no regrets. Captain, 11 has said that no matter how much he contradicts you, but in his heart, he obeys you 100% and trusts you 100%. Even if you asked him to pilot the ship to crash into the Dark Star people's warships, he wouldn't hesitate. He wouldn't even blink an eye. Captain you let me live alone. How can I stand up to 11, stand up to 13, stand up to our dead brothers? Lu Changkong slapped the button with force. The nebula's hatch closed. He stared at the star map, and muttered, 12 is still over there. 12 has to go home. This message was transmitted to the Great Wall Fortress 3 years ago. There's still a year to go before 12's life support pod stop functioning. Lu Changkong's eyes burned with wariness. Xiaoyu, depart and head for the planet Quicksand. Good master. Captain, one will always be capricious once, this time, don't blame old 5 for not listening to you. Lu Changkong closed his eyes and went into sleep mode, but in his mind, he was constantly conversing with the captain. The motherland has already found the Great Wall Fortress and knows about us, it doesn't need my help. I will entrust the motherland with the return plan of the 8 sons and 6 sons, and I will deliver all the permissions in the Great Wall Fortress to the people of the motherland. With all the war reserves stored on Quicksand, with Chang'e here, I'm sure the people of the motherland will soon get on board. 3,000 light-years of deployment, with Chang'e and the Great Wall Fortress as the guide stones, it will also be able to get into orbit right away. I'm returning to Earth just to be a hero to be talked about. I don't need it. I don't need it at all. So, Captain, am I at ease, going to you guys? Captain, when you see me then, don't. But don't make a move on me. I'm not the Amon of yesteryear. I'll fight back. Outside the Quicksand Star, a long rainbow swept in. The 5 sons are here. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo brought Su Di and the others, all of whom came to the door. The nebula swept through the atmosphere and circled back a few times before landing at the gate of the Great Wall Fortress. Looking from afar, the Great Wall Fortress was just like the Great Wall of Xia, standing majestically on this great land. Lu Changkong used his battle armor to hold the vitality module and walked down the nebula one step at a time. His steps paused when he saw his compatriots in his homeland who greeted him, and a deep longing appeared in his eyes. How he wanted to take a trip home, to see his loved ones, to see how the current motherland and Earth had developed. 13 sons used his life to fight for this moment. In the end, how worth it? Su Di saw this look in Lu Changkong's eyes, and directly burst into tears. When the 8 sons died, they told me, saying that the Earth is not worth it. This Earth, where is it not worth it? 8 sons, where is it worth it? Lu Changkong lowered his head and walked towards the door with the life support pod. Salute! Wang Jiangwo let out a hoarse yell. Brush! Everyone, with their heads held high, raised their hands in salute. Lu Changkong looked at the neat military salute. He also slowly raised his right hand and saluted, mutually, separated by 27 long years. At this moment, the newcomers and oldcomers had high hopes for each other. This is the 11th son. Lu Changkong glanced at the life support pod. You guys take him, bring him home. Wu Deshio said, and you? I can't go back right now. Lu Changkong walked into the main control hall and looked at the group photo on the screen. He tilted his head and looked at it, gazing deeply. You go back with us, after 20 years of fighting, now that the country has taken over, you should go back and have a good reunion with your family. Lu Changkong glanced at Wu Deshio, and then looked at Wang Jiangwo and the others. These people's eyes all had expectations in them. If the Dark Star is not extinguished, what is a family for? Lu Changkong picked up his left arm and shook it with force, the battle armor covering his entire body. Mr. Wu, the access here has been given to you. There is information left behind by the captain inside. I don't need to say anything. I don't know as much as the captain. Lu Changkong looked at the screen. The 8th son, Yang Qingyuan, the 6th son, Xia Yinyan, the 9th character, Lai Xingrua, the 12th son, Chen Lyric, and the 2nd son, Lu Zhang. And the captain, the captain of our Heavenly Tao Protectorate Squad, is called by Shu Qing. Lu Changkong exhaled a breath as he finished saying this, and somehow in his heart, the big stone that had been blocking his chest, fell. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo looked at each other. Captain, it really was Bai Shucheng. It's Bai Seiju's son. Then, Bai Seiju would see this scene at this moment? Zhang Zeshan shouted, Wang Jiangwo, the motherland needs to speak with the fifth son, please relay the message immediately. Fifth son, the motherland needs to speak with you. Lu Changkong nodded. The screen flashed and the Xia Ground Command Hall appeared. Only to see that in the hall, all the research workers stood up, and Zhang Zeshan shouted, to the heroes, the highest respect. Salute. The crowd saluted in unison. Thank you to the 13th son, for making sacrifices for the centennial plan that the motherland is striving for, and for the development of the earth. To the 11th son, bow. Lu Changkong raised his hand in salute, his eyes moist, tears sliding down his cheeks. Motherland, Changkong, do not dishonor the mission. But Changkong, ashamed of my brothers. Lu Changkong finished, gritted his teeth, Motherland, the captain is calling me, 12 Chen words if not return to the voyage, will remain in the universe over there forever. I as his fifth brother, I can't leave him alone, Motherland, I. Fifth son, Lu Changkong, there are people who want to see you. Zhang Zeshan forcefully interrupted him, and the people behind him moved aside. Lu Changkong's gaze condensed, and when he saw those familiar faces, he finally couldn't tense up. The muscles on his face trembled, and expressions of surprise, guilt, and pride. Complex expressions passed over his face, and finally he bit his lips and plopped down on his knees. Changkong ah! Lu Ringgui's body lunged forward, his calloused hands grasping forward, as if he wanted to hug the child he hadn't seen for more than 20 years. Lu Changkong supported the ground with one hand and thumped. A kowtow. 2 more thumps. Dad, Mom. Lu Changkong howled. Changkong, raise your head, let Mom look at you, look at you. Lili grabbed LV Ringgui's hand and held on for dear life. LV Ringgui's hand was discolored, but he didn't care. Lu Changkong looked up. His heart cracked as he looked at the people on the screen, the family that he thought about day and night. Brother. He looked at the other person who spoke. Little sister. Lu Changkong choked out a hoarse voice. Brother. Lu Xiaomei cried while bowing her head. Quick, call for uncle. Lu Changkong looked at the 2 children, his eyes lit up. He eagerly knelt and crawled forward a few steps, reaching out to touch. Uncle. The 2 children shouted loudly. Uncle. Come home soon, uncle. Mom said she misses uncle a lot, grandparents, also miss uncle a lot. Lu Changkong's heart was about to be torn apart. He fiercely remembered something and knelt back a few steps, once again kowtowing his head. Dad, Mom, forgive child for being unfilial. Changkong, Mom doesn't blame you, doesn't blame you. Lili was like no one else, calling out loudly. Son, Mom doesn't blame you, she just misses you very much. Your father amputated a limb, it is your little sister alone, holding up the family, and your brother. In-law. Lu Rungui glared at Lili. Nonsense, what is it? What are you saying this to a child for? When Lu Changkong heard his mother's words, he glanced at his broken arm and cried dry tears. Little sister, it's been hard on you. Brother, what are you talking about? Come back soon, Mom and Dad miss you like crazy. Lu Changkong said, Changkong, this is Gao Xiaotian's parents, they are also here. Lu Rungui was thinking clearly, currently his child was the only person in the 13 sons who might be alive. Their family was lucky. But Lu Changkong was carrying the expectations of so many comrades. He wasn't living for himself right now. The families of the remaining 12 sons were all Lu Changkong's families, their families. Lu Changkong looked at the screen, and after seeing Gao Dewei, his lips moved. He is Gao Xiaotian's father. Lu Changkong thumped. I'm sorry, uncle and auntie, it's me who didn't take care of 11, I'm sorry. Gao Dewei exclaimed, son, it's not your fault, how are we qualified to blame you? We're proud that Xiao Tian did this. This is the child of the motherland, you guys, you're the ones who deserve the title of hero. LV Changkong kowtowed to the ground, his body trembling. Uncle Lu. 2 more voices were heard calling out to him. Lu Changkong lifted his head with difficulty, his heart ached, he didn't want to continue seeing his comrades' families. But he knew that he was now taking the place of his comrades and taking a look at these people. He couldn't not look. Uncle Lu. I'm He Pingan's son, my name is He Siping. Uncle Lu, my name is Gu Chaodong, I'm Gu Ziyu's son. LV Changkong looked at the 2 deja vu people, the light in his eyes flashed and he slowly grinned. Old 3 and Old 10's child, this is their bloodline, Captain. Do you see? Old 3 has a son. Lao San, you have a son, you son of a bitch, you have a cub. Lu Changkong looked at these 2 juniors happily. From their expressions, Lu Changkong seemed to have seen the style of yesteryear, He Pingan and Gu Ziyu. We've joined the National Military Department, Uncle Lu, we'll be with you, fighting side by side. The 2 raised their hands in salute. LV Changkong nodded, his eyes filled with certainty. Old 3 and Old 10's children had definitely inherited the fine bloodline of the two of them. Just at this moment, there was a sudden stir at the back. Elder Bai, what brings you here? Zhang Zeshan sounded a little surprised. Bai Seiju came to the command hall with great strides, supported by Bai Lanfeng. Child. As if he would fall at any moment, he rushed to the screen with Bai Lanfeng stumbling assistance. Child. You, where is your captain? Where is your captain? Lu Changkong looked at Bai Seiju in disbelief. This Elder Bai is your captain Bai Shuqing's father. Lu Changkong's pupils shrank. Child, your captain, where is the captain? Bai Seiju's eyes were cloudy, he seemed to be lost again. Lu Changkong lowered his head, he didn't know how to respond. He thumped his head and began to kowtow, not saying a word. In total, he kowtowed 13 times. Uncle Bai, I will, right now, go find the captain. I will definitely bring the captain's news, back to you. I will. Lu Changkong didn't care what the others were saying and spoke loudly through clenched teeth. After kowtowing, he stood up and walked outside. Walking 3 steps, he kowtowed on the ground. Dad, son is unfilial. Walk 3 steps and kowtow again. Mom, son must go to the captain and the others. 3 more steps, he didn't kowtow, and said heavily, little sister, take care of mom and dad for me, and also take care of the uncles and aunts, they are our family. Brother, I know, I remember. Lu Xiaomei hurriedly pulled over her children. Quickly, shout for uncle, quickly. Shout uncle home, shout home. Uncle. The 2 children cried out. Lu Changkong's heart was like a knife. He didn't even dare to look. He walked to the door and plopped down on his knees. Mom and Dad, Uncle Bai, I can't do it and go home like this, although, I want to go home, I can't do it. The captain is still waiting for me, he's so mouthy, he says what he wants me to do, but he definitely wants me to go, I'm his right-hand man, without me, the captain's strength is going to be discounted. Mom and Dad. Lu Changkong hissed. Forgive son. Lu Changkong wiped his eyes with force, and without lifting his head, he turned around and walked out of the base gate. Changkong. Li Li shouted in panic. Lu Ringui's face tensed, grabbed Li Li and said with trembling lips, don't shout, don't shout. Let him go. Let him go. If he doesn't go, I will disown this son. You. Li Li was so angry that she fainted. Wu Dishio and Wang Jiangwo and the others already knew about Lu Changkong's determination, and they didn't hold back, even though they were eager to do so. Lu Changkong walked towards the nebula step by step, his back upright in vicissitudes, but there was no hesitation. He knew that if he turned back again, he wouldn't be able to part with it. After being away from home for 27 years, he had always missed his 2 elders and his loved ones, but now, he is not living. For himself, for his family. Mr. Wu, the Great Wall Fortress is in your hands. He did not look back again. Lu Changkong was gone. He piloted the nebula and flew into the sky, disappearing into the vast sea of stars. The autumn wind was clear, the autumn moon was bright, the fallen leaves were still gathering and scattering, and the cold crows were roosting and startled again. Zhang Zeshan did not know how to speak. No one could stop this decision of Lu Changkong, and even if they wanted to, Wang Jiangwo and the others did not have the ability to do so. It's fine. Lu Rengue knew what Zhang Zeshan wanted to say. This is the child's decision, we support it unconditionally, I'm content knowing that the child is still alive. Lu Rengue clapped his hands happily. Sir, as he continues to fight for his motherland, my Chinese nation will open a new chapter in the universe. He pursed his lips. We should be proud and happy, not sad. Lu Rengue looked like a farmer, but his state of mind was not low, and what he said had a level to it, so he should be an intellectual as well. Old brother Ah. Gao Dawei walked over and tightly shook LV Rengue's hand. In the future, we are a family, your children are our children are. Gao Dawei wanted to say it's your child, but Gao Xiaotian had already sacrificed himself. Lu Rengue grabbed Gao Dawei's hand. Changkong lives on behalf of all the sacrificed children, he is not my child alone. Right. You're right. Zhang Zeshan sighed and looked at Bai Seiju. Elder Bai. You guys have known for a long time, haven't you? You all knew and deliberately hid it from me, didn't you? Bai Seiju's eyes cleared and his hunched body stood straight. Zhang Zeshan said, we also only realized later that Bai Shuqing was one of the 13 sons, we didn't mean to hide it from you. Bai Seiju waved his hand. Alright, I know. He looked at the screen. This child, no wonder he has so many little thoughts, saying that he has cancer, I actually believed it. He gave a smile that hadn't been there in a long time. What a quirky little brat. Zhang Zeshan said, Elder Bai, you? Bai Seiju said, a child is fighting a war outside, so I as a father must not help? As the saying goes, father and son in battle, sir, is there anything the motherland needs from an old man like me? Elder Bai, this is wonderful. Zhang Zeshan held Bai Seiju's hand. Now was the time when a large number of talents were needed. Older scholars like Bai Seiju who had experience in solid science and technology were especially important. It's just that. Bai Shuqing he. Bai Seiju said, it doesn't matter, the son has done this, what else is there to say about being a father? Our China for thousands of years, do not know how many people for this homeland dedication sacrifice, Shu Qingyi is just doing as summer people should do things, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Elder Bai, thank you. Zhang Zeshan gently patted the back of Bai Seiju's hand. Bai Seiju turned back and looked at the screen. Son, after so many years of separation, your voice has become inaudible. It must have been a hard life. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just told me directly in the first place? Why did you hide it from me? Bai Seiju's eyes were swirling with tears. As the captain, Bai Shuqing shouldered the heavy responsibility of fighting against the Dark Star. If everyone had to be sacrificed, other than the 5 sons who survived by accident, he would definitely be the last to be sacrificed. But it was precisely this, the pain and guilt that Bai Shuqing carried was also the deepest. How did Bai Seiju not know? When he was the chief engineer of the moon base, the first time he built a base belonging to the human race on an alien planet, there were many difficulties and he also lost some people due to some accidents. But the moon base program couldn't be shelved just because of the deaths. He still managed to complete the planning of the moon base in the midst of all sorts of questions and difficulties. In this, the person who gave him the greatest support was Jiang Hatao. Any father, mother, mouth said proud, but the pain in the heart, only they understand. On the battlefield, father and son. It is said that sons and daughters continue to step on the road traveled by their fathers. This time, it is the father who follows the trajectory of the son or daughter to continue their greatness. Motherland. Wu Dishio spoke with a complicated mood. Zhang Zeshan said, Academician Wu, together with Commander Wang, turn on the fortress's defense status, it's time for us to do things, we can't fail them. 11th sons remains, prepare to send them back. Yes, Motherland. Wu Dishio arranged for someone to send Gao Xiaotian's sleeping life support pod to the Longming ship. Permission to connect. An electronic voice resounded in the hall. Motherland, I am the intelligence system of the Great Wall Fortress, my name is Chang'e. Chang'e, hello. Wang Jiangwo was a little nervous as he conversed with this highly intelligent system for the first time, and his tone stuttered a little. Hello, Lieutenant General Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo said, how do you know my identity information? System data. Chang'e's electronic synthesized voice was not strong in effect, sounding a bit like a girl next door talking. Mother Planet, I am a super AI created by Erlang Shen, responsible for all matters of the Great Wall Fortress, with full authority. Thank you. Wu Dishio knew the special thing about artificial intelligence. This kind of artificial intelligence, it might already have emotions. But an AI with emotions, if it didn't have a loyal master like other human intelligence, it would be difficult for them to manage such a super existence. Chang'e seemed to have seen Wu Dishio's worry. Mother Planet, when I was created by Erlang Shen, I had been given the supreme command to be absolutely loyal to Xia. My name is Wu Diziu, you can call me Mr. Wu or Academician Wu. Just call me Wang Jiangwo. My name is Sude. Sude said quietly. Academician Wu, the Great Wall Fortress was built by Erlang Shen's master, whom we call Star-Lord. The Great Wall Fortress belongs to the movable super battleship fortress, which can shift direction at any time and launch various combat programs. Star-Lord? This is the first time I've heard this word. This kind of Interstellar Federation's best ideas, Earth hadn't dabbled in it yet. Other than appearing in some sci-fi works, reality had to be taken one step at a time. However, these AIs were all developed by Shuqing using Erlang Shen, so it was normal to call him Star-Lord. Good, then please take me through our Great Wall Fortress. Wu Dishue was ready to fully understand the Great Wall Fortress, and when he heard Chang'e say so, he went along with it. Academician Wu, there's no need to be so polite. Erlang Shen created me to unconditionally obey the orders of the Mother Planet. But I can automatically distinguish between right and wrong orders. Chang'e's tone was animated, not rigid at all. Wu Dishio laughed. It seems that you already possess a portion of autonomous consciousness. Academician Wu, the change in intelligence brought about by Erlang Shen has directly crossed over to the second level of civilization and entered the realm of the third level of civilization. We have an absolute sense of autonomy, but all of these conditions are based on coexistence with the home planet. We won't betray, but we will be strict. Wu Dishio said, why does it feel like it has the flavor of a teacher? Wang Jiangwo said, she was created by Erlang Shen. Erlang Shen is the superintelligence of Captain Bai Shuqing, and can compute a tertiary civilization like the Dark Star, so isn't Erlang Shen's level already a tertiary? There is no constant standard for the level of a civilization. I can reach the level of a tertiary civilization, and the Great Wall Fortress can reach the base scale of a tertiary civilization, but the civilization level of the home planet is still at Tier 1. Academician Wu, this does not mean that the home planet is only at the level of a first-class civilization. Chang'e's words carried a hint of arrogance. As an outpost, Quicksand Star has a large stockpile of war preparations in addition to the Great Wall Fortress. Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up when he heard the word war reserve. What war preparations? Fleet. Chang'e finished speaking and opened a command. Outside the quicksand star, the Earth let out a loud boom. On the main control large screen, the white sand on the surface of the quicksand star floated, scattering to the sides like particles, and a pitch-black giant battleship emerged from within. This is, Wang Jiangwo said with a sharp intake of breath. Wu Dishio said, if I'm not wrong, it should be a planetary star-level battleship. Academician Wu, this ship is called the Huaxia, a dimensional quasi-stellar level battleship. Stellar class? Wu Dishio's eyes widened. Below the Huaxia, other warships appeared one after another. One after another. This was clearly a whole group of battleships. It's a battleship formation. The Mother Star's 300,000 kilometer killing formation is unbeatable in front of a planetary-class battleship. Chang'e continued to explain. But the Star Lord once used a Dyson sphere to transform the magnetic field around the home system, building a true Milky Way. What galaxy? Yu Tianming couldn't wait to ask at the Mars base. As is standard for a tertiary civilization, the home planet has a fully autonomous defense ring called the Heavenly River. Star-Lord, still alive? Chang'e, unpredictable. Erlangchen, does a signal track still exist? Chang'e, unpredictable. What's your level of computing? Half of the universe is peaked, not complete. The dark star's mother planet has a brain that can limit Erlangchen's calculations perfectly. To fight against the brain, the Star Master has cut the nerve cells. Intelligent computing is tens or even hundreds of millions of times more efficient than the human brain. Star-Lord believes that intelligent computing will never reach the fickleness of the human brain. Although the peak computing of the universe has already predicted clearly all the treacherous variables that the human brain can achieve, but Star Master still believes that human thinking can change the trajectory of intelligent computing and dimensional computing interception. Star-Lord wants to use the human brain to drag the Dark Star's brain to death. Erlangchen predicts that there is a bigger secret behind the origin of Dark Star's civilization. Dark Star's invasion of the home system at such a great cost is obviously not in line with the performance and value of the civilization's hierarchy. Yu Tianming listened to Chang'e's report at the Mars base and frowned tightly. Putting it that way, it seemed to be in line with all of this existence. Dark Star spending such a large price to come to the solar system was definitely not equal to the value they could plunder, not equal. They had even failed many times at the hands of the 13 suns, even though they had managed to do the destruction. But for over 20 years, they had, overall, lost. And, losing badly. Shu Kongsheng asked from the ground command center, Chang'e, what exactly is the so-called Heavenly River of the Mother Planet? Heavenly River, antimatter entangled energy body, we call it isoelectronic entangled black hole effect. Mother Star, I will turn on the Heavenly River authority, I can observe the entire existence of the Heavenly River, which is not only entangled in the periphery of the Mother Star, but also in the periphery of the entire galaxy. Good. Shu Kongsheng nodded and glanced at Bai Seiju. Old Bai, can you do it? You can do it, why can't I? Don't forget, I built the moon base. Bai Seiju seemed to be revitalized, his entire person changed. Bai Lanfeng didn't know much about this area, and just accompanied his father. In place of her brother, she accompanied her father well. She looked at Bai Seiju who had instantly become many years younger, and said in her heart, brother, we will be coming for you soon, you are not fighting alone, behind you there is now the entire motherland, the entire planet. Buzz. A weird, unsuspected sound rang out in the periphery of the earth. This voice could be heard no matter where one was on the planet. At this moment, the globe boiled. In the darkness, under the light. The globe was no longer sleepy, staring at the sky. Motherland, electronic flow detected. Right in Earth's orbit, orbiting with it. The electron layer is thick, the radiation intensity is high, possessing a black hole effect, unobservable. One observation report after another came in. Yu Tianming rushed out of the Mars base and drove the mining car to a position where he was able to observe the entire Earth. Old Yu, awesome. Old Zhang had an excited look on his face. Even by karma. Oh my god. Bull. Bagachov and Kaput and the others had also arrived here, and when they saw the light curtain on the periphery of the Earth, each of them couldn't close their mouths. We can't believe we didn't detect the Earth's orbit. There's actually a ring of matter wrapped around the electron layer. Blocking layer, electron simple merging pressure constantly expanding outward, holding up the outer material wrapping. While the curtain of light enveloped the Earth, outside the solar system, a ring of ripples also appeared. Signal fluctuations are strong. An observer exclaimed. The Great Wall Fortress as well as the Chi Cannon are all connected to the electronic layer, interacting with each other, and the systems all commune. The ripples that appeared in the periphery of the solar system's home galaxy were similar to the celestial river in Earth's orbit. But the range is so large, the energy value is not the same level as the heavenly river in Earth orbit. Shu Kongsheng said, Old Bai, if it wasn't for the Great Wall Fortress opening up its permissions and Chang'e showing us the heavenly river, I'm afraid that we wouldn't necessarily be able to discover the existence of the heavenly river for another 50, 100 years. Not bad, these material entanglements are equivalent to the black hole effect, although the technology hasn't reached the third or even fourth level stage as imagined. Baiseju stroked his chin. But from the other side it's also enough to confirm that the Dark Star civilization was just blinded by the black hole effect. No Earth proper was found to exist. Yu Tianming suddenly said, Old Zhu, old Bai, these black hole electric particle layers not only produce the black hole effect, but it is equivalent to black hole logic. This. Baiseju opened the datagram, and a bright light surged in his eyes. This is the worst possible plan. Yu Tianming clapped his hands. Old Bai, your son has given Earth a worst-case scenario. The black hole shrinks inward and crosses the singularity? Baiseju was astonished. Shu Kongsheng said, die together. This brat, why is he so selfish? Baiseju cursed with his mouth, but there was a strong appreciation in his eyes. Shu Kongsheng glared at Baiseju. Are you praising or cursing? Of course it's a curse. Baiseju grunted, having the entire Earth's civilization buried with him, this shall not be cursed to death. Shu Kongsheng laughed. Old Bai, Shu Qing made the worst possible plan to prevent Earth from being enslaved by the Dark Star. He would rather have Earth's civilization completely destroyed, leaving no hope behind, than to be occupied by the Dark Star. They want to breed, to use the bloodline to enslave us Earthlings from generation to generation. I'm a great admirer of Shu Qing for this. Shu Kongsheng highly praised it. Yu Tianming also said, I'm also in favor of it. Baiseju was too lazy to speak, dragging lines of information. He had just gotten involved, and a lot of the information needed to be reread and understood. Zhao Yuqi said, I still think that there is no fear of not having firewood if we stay green. There's hope when you're alive. The times are different, the interstellar era, the civilization level gap is too big, by then the entire Earth is mated bloodline. What are we going to fight against the Dark Starians? The Earthlings after the mating will definitely be subjected to a brainwashing program, who will still think of resisting. Shu Kongsheng patiently explained to Zhao Yuqi. Although Zhao Yuqi knew quite a bit about technological civilization, he couldn't compare to this group of old academicians. But if it came to fighting a war, no one could have a say over him. Alright then, I won't get involved in these matters, I'm going to the military department now, ready to take over the Quicksand Star's battleship square. Zhao Yuqi said, his eyes glowing. The main ship in the battleship square was a stellar-class battleship. To a general of Zhao Yuqi's level, this thing was like discovering a mountain of gold. However, Zhao Yuqi was curious, with such a fleet, how did Bai Shuqing preserve them intact and hide them in the Quicksand Star? Lu Chongkong was injured and caused to go dormant because he was returning to the defense of the Great Wall Fortress. The Dark Star people discovered the weapons and war equipment stored at the Great Wall Fortress and decided to arrange a fleet to destroy the place, but failed. Zhao Yuqi thought while getting into the car. Meanwhile, the Mars base discovered the location where the 8th and 6th suns were sacrificed by docking with the Great Wall Fortress. Wang mobilized a spaceship at the Great Wall Bastion, and together with the Long Ming, they ran to these two locations respectively to pick up the heroes and bring them home. In order to adapt the Earth to the impact force brought by the advanced civilization as soon as possible, Xiaoguo requested the joint headquarters to start the first round of global meetings since the Mars program with the topic of Earth's future. This was a brand new meeting. There was only one presiding party, Xia, and the dominant party of the meeting was also only Xia. Here, the level of Earth's civilization officially stepped into the second level. In the vast universe, the nebula flying cone rushed out from the dark universe coordinates. Lu Chongkong opened his eyes and cancelled sleep mode. Xiaoyu, where are we? Master, coordinates Wolf 3 Galaxy, 34,000 light-years from the outer edge of the Milky Way. Lu Chongkong opened the list of items and slid over one by one. After 6 years, the Dark Star has not invaded again through the teleportation spacetime node, indicating that the captain has contained their attack. Perhaps the captain has done what he wanted to do, accomplished his war effort, and the final chapter was successfully reached. Master, the Dark Star civilization cannot be completely exterminated without finding its root cause. I know. Lu Chongkong exhaled. I'm just imagining the most perfect ending. You try contacting Erlangshan through peak space and see if you can get a response. Master, already tried, unable to respond. Then open the current layer and look for the location of that gap. Lu Chongkong knew that location, only the nebula was currently able to traverse. Xiaoyu had enough computing power to let him cross through safely. But what would happen after crossing, he didn't know, and Xiaoyu couldn't do the arithmetic either. Okay, Master. Master, the special electronic fluctuation of the unknown Dark Star has been found and has just been activated. What? Lu Chongkong frowned. Meeting of the states. Mars base, Moon base, Xia ground, Me, Bear, joint headquarters, joint representatives of each district, open remote video screen connection. The Great Wall Bastion of Quicksand Star dominates and is the theme of this meeting. Wu Dishio opened the Great Wall Bastion's authority and opened the digital simulation matrix, displaying the battle readiness of Quicksand Star on the screen. Motherland, United Delegates, let the Great Wall Bastion System Supervision Artificial Intelligence, Chang'e, first introduce the basics to everyone. Okay. Zhang Zeshan nodded. Chang'e's voice was crisp and clean. Great Wall Bastion, offensive and defensive, capable of large-scale migration to the Star Ocean, long-range firepower to expel, cover, strike, and destroy. The fortress comes with black hole compression, comes with remote destruction, core control can cleanse all programmed databases in 1 second. Using quicksand as a base, with 3 light-year radiation sensing, closely monitoring the Dark Star teleportation time node set up by the Star-Lord, the Dark Star's so-called critical point. The Great Wall Fortress, divided into the main control room, weapons vault, data collection vault, energy storage vault, black hole efficiency conversion vault, dark matter and kinetic energy conversion vault, and hibernation room. Fire coverage is leapfrog railguns that can track dark universe coordinate points for a short period of time. Defense level, the entire series of defenses of the Great Wall Fortress are black hole level. These values introduced by Chang'e, from the macro perspective of Earth's technological research, had already reached the terrifying level of a tertiary civilization. However, the universe's civilization levels did not have a strict sense of morose order to speak of. What exactly was the difference between level 3 and level 2 was also a matter of speculation. Chang'e listed a table of the various numerical attributes of the Great Wall Fortress. A lot of things those experts on Earth had never seen before. How in the world did Captain 13's son do all this? The experts on the right side exclaimed in disbelief. I think this should all be attributed to the fact that they enslaved the Dark Star technology after their victory, utilizing it and taking over the Dark Star's battle armor and working machines to achieve this level. The Bear Nation's expert voiced his opinion. Bagachov said, "We found several war relics on Mars, not large-scale ones, but what was left inside was very useful to us in studying the Dark Stars as well as the warfighting equipment. 13 Sons utilized the loot seized from the crash, and I suspect there may be quite a few that are still intact and undamaged ships. It's not impossible to do with some working machines, as long as there's smelting to extract the numerical simulations, and Dark Star tech to help with the processing. The main thing is how long the hiatus is. Building these things can't be done in a few days and months, can it? As long as there is mobility, it can be expanded. It's not difficult." Zhang Zeshan said, "Chang'e, how is the Great Wall Fortress's battle readiness now?" This was a valuable asset left behind by the 13th Son, a complete war preparation base. Although Zhao Yuqi was in the conference room, he had been looking at the battle readiness data of Quicksand Star. The more he looked, the more excited he became. If Earth and the solar system were put aside, this batch of war preparations put aside in any first-class civilized galaxy would be a living ladder of civilization. It was the door to the heavenly kingdom. Chang'e's voice continued the introduction. Size of the home fleet, main ship Huaxia, size, stellar class. 2 companion ships, Yinglong and Nuwa, planetary class. Satellite class fleet square, 8 destroyers, 12 EMP ships. Mecha, Candle Dragon class, 87, Jingwei class, 101. 1,000 electronic sensor machines, nano surveillance layout program can be manufactured at any time. Inside the fortress, there are enough intelligent working robots in the workshop that can be activated at any time for infrastructure construction. When attacking, the fortress can carry all the offensive equipment forward, and if it needs to avoid battle, it can also turn on the black hole effect. This series of war preparations may not sound like much, but for Earth at this moment, it could be a mountain of resources. It couldn't be compared to the Dark Star, but it's definitely enough. The start of a second-tier civilization was enough to support it. Zhang Zeshan said, "Since the war reserve stockpile is clear, we should start training for civilization change around all of this." Not bad. The right side favored Zhang Zeshan's statement. Wu Dixia waited for Chang'e to finish her introduction before saying, "Earth, I have a piece of information in my hand right now, genetic evolution related." "What is it?" "The raw materials for bloodline potions and the different genes of the 6 evolutions of the Dark Star people." Yu Tianming said, "We have previously fused multiple genes with different attributes using the genetic elements in the Dark Star people's bodies, but they all failed. Because genes cannot be fused in the first place, Chang'e said that there is only 1 in a million that can be fused, and once they can be fused, then it proves that the native genetic elements can be improved." Wu Dixia stated the reason. "There are only 13 people on Earth who have this possibility to fuse?" The Rice General Government questioned. "For now, that is indeed the case. But the bloodline potion can be tried by diluting the ingredients and letting a portion of the people take it to try out the effects. This kind of thing can strengthen the physique and improve one's cellular activation, which is suitable for soldiers fighting in the Star Ocean, not for civilians." Zhang Zeshan said, "Of course, this kind of potion will be strictly controlled and cannot be abused casually." Wu Dixia smiled bitterly, "We don't have any authority to use these potions and genes. Chang'e has a very strict control." Tightly controlled? At the meeting, everyone in the country's screens were confused. Chang'e automatically connected to the networks of the Earth's countries. In order to ensure the correct use of bloodline potions, I will strictly control the use of bloodline potions crowd. Bloodline potions are not suitable for a large number of people, only suitable for fleet combat crowd. Only those in output combat mode have the right and obligation to enjoy the increase in change in physique brought about by the bloodline potion. One must be strictly loyal to the home planet, the bloodline cohort. Changa's tone was somewhat serious when she said these words. She possessed a complete sense of autonomy. Zhang Zeshan and the others understood that it would be counterproductive to use the name of the Mother Star to pressure them. Chang'a is a superintelligence created by Bai Shuqing with Erlangshan, and her loyalty to serve the Mother Star is supreme. From another perspective, Changa's existence was to keep these war preparations on track, allowing Earth to move into a second-level civilization without creating other unpredictable changes. Zhang Zeshan said, then this is how the training program will be formulated. We need a complete, powerful army that can perfectly maneuver this batch of warships. The training should be strong and must overcome all difficulties. This will be left to the military department. The whole country doesn't want to see you go through 5 months without any achievements. Research the antimatter energy layer, implement and carry out more of Tianhe's technical principles. 3,000 years to be deployed, a large amount of resource reserves are needed. From now on, starting from the planet Quicksand, look for energy resources that can be used within the visually landable planets. The titanium core mineral crystals of Lu Huang star is a very high-end material. The planet is currently safe. 1 month later, we must arrange for someone to make a trip to Lu Huang star. Not only are there resource minerals there, but there is also the base of the Haotian Tower, which is also very important for us to deploy 3,000 light-years. Training, research, cracking, enhance the core strength of Earth's technology. Tianhe was not invincible. It's just a chance for Earth's civilization. This opportunity must be held firmly in the hands of all Earthlings. Only when we have a complete interstellar chain line, when we are able to monitor everything within these 3,000 light-years, placing nano-monitoring layout programs within 3,000 light-years of the planets we need to lay out, skillfully maneuvering the ship to make space leaps, using technical principles to be ready to go to war, ready to respond to war, ready to merge the light-year intelligence network. Then we will be qualified to try and tear open that gap, to find the phase spacetime node, to discover the existence of a dark star home planet. Only then can we say to Bai Shuqing and the others, who are uncertain of their life and death, behind you, there is your motherland. The remains of the 11th sun, Gao Xiaotian, escorted to Earth orbit. At the same time, the people who set out to search for the 8th and 6th suns had also approached the signal source point. Boom! The nebula's flying cone rushed out of the darkness. Master, we have left the dark universe space. Lu Changkong opened his eyes, and he had a ring of stubble wrapped around his mouth. It was even more vicissitudes. Xiaoyu, lock on the signal location. Master, the dark star signal source has just been activated. It may still be adapting. No other fluctuations have appeared. Go over. Lu Changkong's expression sank as his battle armor covered his entire body. The dark star people's signal fluctuations appeared within the galaxy and had just been activated. There were only 2 possibilities for a signal source point that had just been activated. One was that the dark star people had once again come inside the Milky Way through a special channel. 2 is that the dark star's transmitting signal base was missed here. Lu Chang'a did not choose to send this message to the Quicksand star, but with Chang'a's computing power, she should have already noticed it as well. It was just that Lu Changkong's side didn't receive any warning or reminder from Chang'a, which was a bit off. The nebula flying cone rapidly approached a galaxy. A star emitted a faint light that shone on the surrounding planets. The signal fluctuation came from one of the Earth-colored planets, and it was very strong upon arrival. Xiaoyu, turn on stealth mode. It has been turned on. Lu Changkong didn't know the specifics. He couldn't take any chances. He'd look at the situation first. If it was dark star people, he naturally wouldn't be merciful. By all rights there shouldn't be dark star people present here. The nebula flying cone slowly approached the Earth-colored planet. Xiaoyu, scanning. Conveyor orbit found. Conveyor orbit? Lu Changkong frowned fiercely. Could it be that the dark star people had teleported over again? He was about to give an order when Chang'a's voice suddenly appeared in the cabin. 5th sun, there is an anomaly in the coordinate point of the 8th sun. The home planet transport ship did not find the 8th sun on planet IN-007. The life support module was opened, and the remains of Hachiko are nowhere to be found. It is suspected that they have been taken. Lu Changkong raised his head sharply. There was an accident. Hachiko had died in battle. He saw it with his own eyes back then. After Hachiko's sacrifice, the AI turned on the life support capsule system for him, waiting to return. Under normal circumstances, the AI would not revive and would automatically destroy itself after the return flight plan was completed. Are you sure? Lu Changkong's tone trembled a little. He couldn't believe this matter. Certain. At this moment, on the planet IN-007, which was 300 light-years away from the solar system, a transportation ship was parked on the surface. Wang Jiangluo's face went white as he looked at the empty life support pods. Motherland, the remains of the 8th sun, were stolen away. Stolen away? This news startled the Xia kingdom. Where's the 6th sun? The ground command center immediately contacted another ship. The Liaoyuan transport ship, piloted by Su Di as well as Senior Colonel, had returned at this moment. Motherland, we have found the 6th sun's life support module and have returned without incident. The 8th sun's life support pod is open, the 8th sun is missing. This news also startled Su Di and the others. Motherland, what happened on the 8th sun side? Wang cursed over the comms. When we got here, we locked on to the return signal point, but there's only an open vivisection pod left, and 8th sun is gone. Chang'e said that Hachiko was in the life support pod waiting for the return program after she was sacrificed. It's unlikely that she'll be resurrected. It's not a matter of resurrection, there are traces of people moving around here, his remains have been stolen. Wang Jiangluo cursed, cursing out any nationalism. Old Wu, can you let Chang'e do some arithmetic? It's reasonable to say that as long as there are traces of technological signals that have appeared, Chang'e should be able to do the arithmetic, and the distance isn't too far away, within the Milky Way galaxy. Wu Dishio had also sat in the main control hall at this moment. Motherland, I have already communicated with Chang'e, and she is unable to compute to the specific. What do you mean? Intelligent brain duel. Dark Star? This moment. Countries around the globe, like a great enemy. If the brain appears, does that mean the Dark Star people are making a comeback? But if the Dark Star people came, why didn't they come directly towards the solar system, but rush towards the 8th sun's life support module? Lu Changkong's face turned blue as he listened to the information from all sides. Who was it, who had stolen old 8th sun's remains? The nebulous flying cone approached the target point of the Earth-colored planet. Chang'e, was it the wisdom that stopped you? Yes, a very familiar brain, yet strange. I'm trying to sift through the data, but it knows my thoughts and has been avoiding me. Chang'e's tone also had some anxiety. Chang'e, I found the Dark Star's signal source point at a place 54,000 light-years away from the mother planet, and it's the same signal fluctuation segment as when they teleported in the first place. You contact the motherland and use your side to intervene in the communication. I won't talk to the motherland directly. Good. The news that Lu Changkong had discovered the signal fluctuation segments of the Dark Star civilization was quickly transmitted to the Xia Ground Command Center through Chang'e. Getting this news, everyone, all of them, sucked in a breath of cool air. If the Dark Star people made a comeback, it would mean that Bai Shuqing had failed after their last 4 suns entered the Dark Star phase teleportation spacetime node. If this was the situation, then Earth would have to take decisive steps to prepare for war. Everything came too suddenly, yet within certain judgments. It was just that Earth was not enough to go to war immediately at this moment. 5th sun. 5th sun. This is the motherland. The center of the ground kept sending out signals. Lu Changkong flew to the surface and locked onto the location. A battleship. It dawned on Lu Changkong. It was a Dark Star battleship with the Dark Star logo on it. Xiao Yu, release the signal and probe the other party's energy value. It's activating. Energy is activating? Lu Changkong suddenly understood. Just awakened. Dormant. The people in this battleship are in hibernation. Master, this battleship is planetary class. After screening the signal release and comparing it with Chang'e's signal fluctuation, they have just resurrected from hibernation. They are not teleporting from the Dark Star's home planet. They are trying to figure out how to set up a teleportation node. They should be trying to go back to the Dark Star through a special channel. Old 8 was stolen by them? An idea flashed through Lu Changkong's mind, but he quickly rejected it. They had just revived and were still activating their energy. Not so fast. But no matter what, since these sons of bitches are dormant here, let's slaughter them all for fuck's sake. The matter of old 8 would be dealt with after dealing with this group of beasts. Good. Lu Changkong reddened his eyes. Want to go back? The sons of bitches that were left out here, I won't let any of them go today. Xiao Yu. Master. Turn on the energy conversion and activate the nebula's war mode. Okay. The nebula's body shook. The annihilation cannon immediately gathered energy. Next second, the battleship on the planetary surface sent out a wave of light that swept through the atmosphere. Kuru. The Dark Star people let out a cry of alarm. They had discovered the nebula. Spotting it now? Too late. Lu Changkong gave the command and a beam of electromagnetic particle pulse blasted out. The beam thundered through the atmosphere and blasted directly onto the energy tank that had just been activated. Boom! There was a loud bang. A red-skinned Dark Star man incited his wings and rushed out, staring at the nebula that had appeared, yelling, "It's the Earthlings! Kuru! Ridge War! Ridge War!" The ground turrets immediately switched targets and aimed at the nebula. Boom boom boom. Several beams hit the nebula's antimatter energy shield. Lu Changkong saw the red-skinned commander and said in a deep voice, "I'll send you on your way." Boom boom boom. The nebula turned on war mode, and in an instant, the annihilation cannons and quantum pulses fired frantically, giving a furious blast around the battleship. Gakko, a signal source is rapidly approaching your place. Chang'e issued a warning. At the same time, the war scene reached the Great Wall Fortress and docked with the Xia Ground Center through the large screen. Wu Dishio said urgently, Motherland, the fifth sun is already in a galaxy more than 50,000 light-years away, at war with the Dark Star people. Positioning. Qin Hansen yelled. China has already sent out a localization, but the distance is too far, and we're not ready to leap 50,000 light-years. Wu Dishio stared at the various information, his head exploding. Zhang Zeshan hurriedly rushed to the hall. He had just gone to pick up the remains of his 11th son, Gao Xiaotian, and hadn't even looked at them for a second time when he was brought back to the headquarters by the news. Elder Zhu, how is the situation? Bai Seija said, Chang Kong fought with them. Chang'e said it's a Dark Star squad that didn't go back. It's not big. Can we provide support? Yes, but it's too far. The long distance is a first for us, just afraid of dragging our feet. Lu Changkong turned on all the antimatter energy and handed over the control of the nebula to Xiaoyu. He left through the nebula's spare hatch and crashed into the earth. Brush. Xiaoyan's long sword flashed with a cold aura. 11. You watch over fifth brothers, our conquest, it's not over yet. Whoosh. 10,000 light-years away. Light flames dragged their tails. An unknown message crossed the sea of stars and approached the galaxy where Lu Changkong was located. After a furious bombardment, the Dark Star Temporary Detachment's teleportation setup was destroyed. They hadn't expected a sudden attack, the battleships hadn't even taken off, and any countermeasures hadn't even begun before the nebula was shot into a sieve. The attack speed and range of the ground turrets could not even touch the edge of the nebula. Even if they did, the nebula's own energy shield would have been able to withstand such an attack. The Dark Star commander wailed and commanded his team to shoot the nebula. At that moment, a sword light suddenly appeared out of the darkness. A sword light suddenly appeared from the darkness. Lu Changkong killed the commander with intense killing intent. Within the visible range, 13 suns had always adhered to one philosophy. It was to capture the king when you could. On the condition of being able to capture the king, no second thoughts. Kuru. The commander let out a yell. He seemed to have just woken up from a nap. His eyes were cloudy. The other Dark Starians immediately surrounded them. They weren't fast, supposedly the aftermath of hibernation. Taking advantage of this brief trance, Lu Changkong had already killed in front of the commander. The autumn goose in his hand emitted a flash of exploding light and directly slashed at the commander's arm. The commander looked at Lu Changkong in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. From his eyes, he recognized Lu Changkong. You! The commander let out a howl. Lu Changkong's eyes were agitated with killing intent, and he also recognized this commander. It was the adjutant of the small Dark Star Legion that had gone to fight the Great Wall Fortress. As enemies met, Lu Changkong gave a vicious pull, and the autumn goose longsword cut off the commander's arm, bringing a shower of almost all red blood, which shot onto the ground. The blood of the Dark Star people was originally black in color at the beginning, and then gradually transformed. By now, after the fifth evolution, their blood was similar to that of humans. The commander covered his arm and retreated, yelling, "Shameful! Shameful!" The other Dark Star people rushed over desperately. Lu Changkong said, "Want to kill me? You guys don't have the ability yet." Grabbing the autumn goose sword, his battle armor sprayed hot air currents as he rushed over. The autumn goose sword brought up puddle after puddle of blood. The nebula bombarded continuously, pinning the Dark Star people's battleships to the ground, unable to start. The Dark Star commander's face twisted as he angrily backed away. Not caring about the deaths of his other men, he had to retreat into the battleship and activate it.